Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. Title: 4 Days at Netherfield. Author: Jan Rowland. 4 Days at Netherfield. Jan Rowland. By Jan Rowland. Published by One Good Sonnet Publishing. Pride and Prejudice Variations. 4 Days at Netherfield. Mr. Darcy's Return. Bingley's Indignation. Only Exceedingly Shy. No Indignity So Abhorrent. A Devoted Sister. Fate's Intervention. Something More Substantial. Every Possible Amends. A Most Attentive Mother. The story, all names, characters, and incidents portrayed in this production are fictitious. No identification with actual persons, living or deceased, places, buildings, and products is intended or should be inferred. 4 Days at Netherfield. Copyright 2024. Jan Rowland. Cover design by getcovers.com. Published by One Good Sonnet Publishing. All rights reserved. ISBN 1-99856-54-3. ISBN 13-978-1-99856-54. No part of this publication may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means, including photocopying, recording, or other electronic or mechanical methods, without the prior written permission of the publisher, except as permitted by U.S. copyright law. To my family, who have, as always, shown their unconditional love and encouragement. Table of Contents. Chapter 1. Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4, Chapter 5, Chapter 6, Chapter 7, Chapter 8, Chapter 9, Chapter 10, Chapter 11, Chapter 12, Chapter 13, Chapter 14, Chapter 15, Chapter 16, Chapter 17, Chapter 18, Chapter 19, Chapter 20, Chapter 21, Chapter 22, Chapter 23, Chapter 24. Thank you for reading 4 Days at Netherfield. More great titles from One Good Sonnet Publishing. About the author. Chapter 1. Conceit is not an attractive personality trait. While this is a point commonly understood by most everyone, those who are more susceptible to such behavior are unable to detect it in themselves. It was not, Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy of Pemberley in Derbyshire reflected, a facet of Miss Caroline Bingley's character of which he had been unaware. As it was one of her defining attributes, he doubted anyone at all acquainted with her missed it, independent of whether they acknowledged it. Darcy had never thought much of the woman, for she was his close friend's sister and nothing more, notwithstanding her ambitions in his direction. Whatever else she was, she had always maintained the utmost propriety in his presence. This visit to Netherfield to stay with the Bingley family, however, had opened his eyes to certain characteristics she possessed. Unsurprising, he supposed, one never knew another so well as when they were living in the same house. "It is too much to be borne," lamented Miss Bingley to her sister that mid-November morning. Calling it a lament was a misnomer, for the pitch of her voice made it nothing less than a whine. "Oh, I do not disagree," said Mrs. Hurst, Miss Bingley's elder sister and firmest supporter. "To allow oneself to become ill when visiting another shows a shocking degree of heedlessness." "It does," pronounced Miss Bingley, sounding like a judge at the local assizes. "I would not have expected it from Jane, even if she is a member of that odious Bennet family." That, of course, was the issue. This business of Miss Bennet coming to dinner the previous evening, when Darcy, Bingley, and Bingley's brother-in-law Hurst had been away dining with the officers. Darcy had not missed the significance of Miss Bingley inviting Miss Bennet on an evening when her brother was not home, no doubt hoping to secure some salacious bit of gossip or intelligence that would check her brother's admiration for the young woman. "I know not how one can predict these things," said Bingley, with an absence of mind, for he was paying far more attention to his paper than his sisters, "unless you suspect her of agreeing to come when she was already ill." "You did not see her brother," countered Miss Bingley. Had she come to Netherfield in a carriage, as a normal woman of supposed gentle birth would do, she would not have become ill. Yet she traveled to Netherfield on horseback, becoming wet through, ensuring she must stay here to recover. Miss Bingley leaned in as if to impart a great secret, though her eyes flashed in Darcy's direction. It was her mother's intrigue, I tell you, that led her to our door in such a state. This was a factor that Darcy could not dismiss, though he supposed the conniving was all on Mrs. Bennet's part. Miss Bennet had proven her unassuming nature over weeks of acquaintance, most unlike her mother, who was an inveterate fortune-hunter. Even so, Darcy did not suppose Mrs. Bennet would have sent her daughter out in such circumstances if she had known Miss Bennet would become ill, and Miss Bennet would not wish such a thing on herself. Medical science had many theories about how one contracted illness, but Darcy had been wet through several times when caught in the rain while riding, and he could not remember succumbing to a cold. As such, he suspected becoming ill was more than becoming wet because of an unpredictable rain. "I have no notion of what brought Miss Bennet here on horseback, Caroline," replied Bingley, setting his newspaper to the side. "We cannot change the past. I must insist that you offer Miss Bennet every civility, for I will not have her care treated as an afterthought." Miss Bingley sniffed her disdain. "Why you suppose I would stint in offering our hospitality, I cannot say, Charles. I may deplore the necessity of caring for an invalid, but I am not insensible to the need." "Jane is a sweet girl," interrupted Mrs. Hurst, seeking to avoid an argument. "She is," agreed Miss Bingley, though Darcy mistrusted her sincerity. "It is unfortunate indeed that she springs from such a family, for their connections are so low." Miss Bingley turned to Darcy, and in a voice of exaggerated insouciance said, "Last night Jane told us of her relations in trade, an uncle who lives in London." As this was not the first time Miss Bingley had decried such people, Darcy was not surprised, but that did not prevent him from sharing a mirth-filled glance with Bingley. Each understood the other's humor, though it was Bingley who responded. "Caroline, that is ridiculous. Have you forgotten our origins?" The responding glare from Miss Bingley was not expected, though to the lady's credit she did not glance in Darcy's direction. "You have divested yourself from Charles." "That does not change our descent," replied Bingley. "And you well know I have not divested myself from the family business, for I still own a part of it. Yet that is of little importance, for I have no notion of treating others as if they were lepers because they have relations who work to support their family." "Of course I would not suggest that," said Miss Bingley, ignoring her previous statements to that effect. "The incontrovertible fact, Charles, is that such people, while they might be the finest in their particular class, are not the sort with whom we should associate. Our acceptance in society is yet delicate. We must focus on those who will further our acceptance." While the siblings continued to discuss such matters, Darcy allowed his attention to wander, excusing himself from the room some moments later, feeling Miss Bingley watching him as he went. Darcy had no notion that Miss Bingley would carry her point, for he knew Bingley was not concerned with the adulation of society, a subject about which Miss Bingley pontificated at length. When he reached the solitude of his room, Darcy considered what he had just heard. In his heart, Darcy cared little for such concerns as she espoused. He often found such things as standing and connections brought unwanted attention. Darcy himself enjoyed the connection to his uncle, the Earl, and his family, yet it was easy to forget their lofty position in society and consider them as nothing more than beloved relations. Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. As for other connections, the Darcy family had many, and Darcy cared to maintain most of those less than he should, for he did not find many of them interesting or estimable enough to warrant his attention. Many in society were similar, for their concerns were not his concerns, and he did not like the way they often behaved. For all that, however, Darcy had the uncomfortable sensation that others viewed him akin to the way he viewed Miss Bingley. Darcy did not consider himself a supercilious man. He was often aloof and reticent, but that stemmed from being uncomfortable in company unless he was particularly acquainted with them. Those in Meryton, of course, could not claim such an acquaintance, and as they were country gentlefolk, they did not merit much of Darcy's attention. The notion that he disdained those in trade, though that was a common affliction among those who considered themselves the cream of society, was no less than ridiculous, as his friendship with Bingley must attest. Regardless of Miss Bingley's attempts to hold her background at arm's length, there were those among his acquaintances who considered his friendship with Bingley an eccentricity. Miss Bingley, who thought she commanded the respect and acceptance of those whose company she wished to join, ignored all those who treated her as a jumped-up social climber stinking of the shop. Many did, to his sure knowledge. Hearing her speak of the Bennets' relations carried the uncomfortable effect of reminding Darcy of his behavior since he had come to Hertfordshire, and he wondered if the people of the neighborhood thought him as superior as Miss Bingley. Darcy could claim the excuse of his sister's near miss with a libertine for his ill humor, but the truth was, on some level, he had not thought it necessary to behave in a way sufficient to induce their approval. Did that not make him the haughty and proud Miss Bingley? Perhaps it did. In particular, Darcy recalled the evening of the assembly, the first event they had attended, when Darcy had surrendered to his ill humor and refused to dance with the local ladies. He held the title of gentleman and aspired to conduct himself in a way that would uphold his noble heritage. Did that not include giving consequence to those in whose company he found himself, regardless of his general sense of discomfort among them? Thoughts of that evening, of course, led to another significant event, at least in his own mind. Darcy vividly recalled Bingley's insistence he danced, remembered Bingley pointing out Miss Jane Bennet's sister as worthy of Darcy's particular attention. Immersed in his poor mood as he had been, Darcy had put his friend off with some silly comment about ladies who could not attract men to ask them to dance, only to realize some time later that his ill-conceived words were unfounded. Even a man who did not find Miss Elizabeth enchanting must at least acknowledge that she was a handsome woman. Darcy was far closer to the former than the latter, as he had discovered only days later. Where did that leave him? With the uncomfortable certainty that he had not behaved as he ought, suspecting from certain of Miss Elizabeth's comments that his unthinking words had not gone unnoticed, and angry with himself for allowing recent events to affect him so much. A good man would act to rectify his failures, and Darcy was nothing if not a good man. At least he hoped so. As he considered such matters, Darcy, feeling unsettled, rose to pace the room. As he was thus engaged, he happened to catch sight of something that halted his agitated movements. There, in the distance, he could just make out the figure of a woman crossing the fields toward the gardens behind Netherfield. As she was still distant, the specifics were still beyond his ability to discern, but he would know that figure anywhere, considering how often he had contemplated it these last days and weeks. On a whim and without thought, Darcy strode to the door of his room and stepped out into the hall, making his way down the stairs 2 at a time. Fate, it seemed, had smiled on him that morning, for this was the perfect chance to display his better nature to a woman whose opinion he valued. Miss Elizabeth had come to Netherfield to visit her sister. Given Miss Bingley's current mood, she would not accept Miss Elizabeth's presence with any grace, especially considering Darcy's recent comment at Lucas Lodge. Therefore, Darcy was determined to shield her from Miss Bingley's spleen, though he acknowledged she did not require his protection. Despite her love of walking, Elizabeth was far too pensive to enjoy it. Her mother's reprehensible machinations to ensure Jane's stay at Netherfield to see Mr. Bingley, coupled with her complete lack of concern for Jane's health, nearly provoked Elizabeth to say something impolite that morning. That she had not, Elizabeth must consider a victory, for her mother had tried her patience. If that was not enough, sharing the walk to Meryton with her youngest sisters and listening to them make rude and improper comments about the officers had ruined whatever good mood remained. The question of how to go about curbing their excesses and molding them into creditable young ladies occupied Elizabeth's thoughts as she approached the manor house in the distance. If they did not ruin the entire family before Christmas, it would be a miracle. As she approached the house, however, she began to consider her aversion to Netherfield. Elizabeth wished only to look in on her sister and see how she fared, yet doing so put her in the company of those who lived on the estate, which Elizabeth could only count an evil. Other than Mr. Bingley, she expected those present would greet her with veiled contempt, and would most likely ridicule her behind her back. Nothing less than the love and care of a most beloved sister would induce her to endure them, which was why she was there that morning. When she arrived at Netherfield, however, she was most surprised to be proven incorrect, at least in her expectations of one of those living there. "Good morning, Miss Elizabeth," came a voice when she cleared a strand of trees and came face to face with a gentleman living at the estate, the one she least wished to see at that moment. "How do you do this morning?" Elizabeth regarded Mr. Darcy, noting the civility of his greeting. The gentleman betrayed no surprise at seeing her, though she could not understand why. "Mr. Darcy," replied she, offering a curtsy, "I hope your walk was not tiring." Feeling a hint of a smile push the corners of her mouth up, Elizabeth said, "If you suppose such a trifling walk fatigues me to excess, you do not know me well." The gentleman's responding smile was as unexpected as his civility. "It is above 3 miles, is it not?" "It is, but I am accounted by all who know me to be an excellent walker." "That much is plain, Miss Elizabeth," replied the gentleman. "I should have supposed I would see you this morning, given Miss Bennet's convalescence at Netherfield." Surprised yet again, Elizabeth acknowledged the truth of his observation. "I could not restrain myself, for Jane is my closest sister." "It is natural that you would wish to see to her recovery yourself," agreed Mr. Darcy. "To brave 3 miles of country roads must be no barrier." Elizabeth regarded the gentleman, wondering if he were mocking her. If he was, she could see nothing of it. While the gentleman appeared to be uncomfortable, that was nothing she had not seen from him before. Thus, it behooved her to return courtesy for civility, to conduct herself as if this man had not insulted her. "Do you know how Jane does this morning?" asked Elizabeth. "A fever and a headache, from what I understand," said Mr. Darcy. Motioning toward the house, he added, "Please allow me to show you to her room." There was something off about this situation, but Elizabeth could not make out what it was. Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. Perhaps it was nothing more than the lack of any expectation of seeing him greet her with such ease, but Elizabeth could not help but feel the situation was nigh surreal. Whence had this Mr. Darcy come, and where had he been for the last month? "Miss Bennet is your closest sister?" asked Mr. Darcy as they approached the house. "Can you doubt it?" asked Elizabeth, curious about his meaning. "Given my general character, I cannot imagine you would suspect me of running about with my younger sisters." "As I recall," said the gentleman, showing her a brief grin, "it is only your 2 youngest that engage in such folly. Miss Mary is nothing like your other sisters." "As she proves daily," said Elizabeth, feeling a wry affection for the odd sister, one she did not show often. "You are correct, Mr. Darcy, but I am also quite different from Mary." Mr. Darcy regarded her out of the corner of his eye and agreed. "Yes, I suppose you are. It must be agreeable to have siblings your age." "Then you do not have siblings?" asked Elizabeth. "A sister," replied Mr. Darcy, "but I might as well have been an only child, for Georgiana is 12 years my junior." The gentleman seemed to consider this, and added, "I would not have you misunderstand me, Miss Elizabeth, for I quite dote on my sister. Yet I was at Eton when Georgiana was born, and had become quite accustomed to being my parents' sole concern." "You resented her?" asked Elizabeth, understanding how a child that age might have deplored the birth of a much younger sibling. "No, or at least not once I made her acquaintance." Mr. Darcy's features took on the distance of remembrance. "She was so tiny and delightful that I fell in love with her at once." The gentleman returned to the present and turned to her. "I love my sister dearly, Miss Bennet, though at times it has been difficult to feel close, given the age difference between us. Since our father passed away, I have felt more like a father to her than a brother." "That is understandable, Mr. Darcy," said Elizabeth. "You are, after all, an authority figure to her." "Yes, I suppose I am," agreed Mr. Darcy. "It is not a burden I bear alone, however, for I have a cousin my age who assists in her care as stipulated in my father's will." "It sounds like you are quite close to this cousin," observed Elizabeth. "Colonel Anthony Fitzwilliam," replied Mr. Darcy. "He is only a year older. We have been companions since we were boys. As his duties in the army require his attention, much of Georgiana's care falls to me. Yet I would not surrender his support for the world, for it has been invaluable." Elizabeth nodded, wondering at the different side of Mr. Darcy she was glimpsing through this brief conversation. So far as she could recall, Elizabeth did not think they had ever spoken more than a few sentences together without ending in acrimony, though she supposed they had not spoken much at all. A few occasions at various functions of the neighborhood, and one infamous event at Lucas Lodge when Sir William had presented her as a desirable dance partner. Other than that, Elizabeth had kept her distance from Mr. Darcy, her opinion of him so poor that she had not wished to provoke further discord by exasperating herself against him. With an effort, Elizabeth shook her contemplations away, filing them for future deliberation, in favor of the present circumstances. The house was within sight, and she dreaded the ridicule she would face from the estate's mistress due to her disheveled appearance. Her shoes and petticoats had not survived the journey unscathed. However, no one had ever called Miss Elizabeth Bennet bereft of courage. "It appears the time is upon me, Mr. Darcy." When the gentleman glanced at her askance, Elizabeth offered him a grin. "Now I must brave all Miss Bingley's displeasure, and in a state not fit to be seen." Mr. Darcy considered her. "If you will excuse my saying, Miss Elizabeth, I cannot find anything amiss with your appearance." Strangely flattered, Elizabeth could do nothing but shake her head. "It is kind of you to say it, sir, but you cannot have overlooked the muddy state of my shoes or the hemline of my gown." Elizabeth affected a lightness she did not feel. "I am afraid that concern for my sister distracted me. I did not notice the large patch of mud I encountered during my walk here until it was too late." "Perhaps that is so," said Mr. Darcy. "Yet I can see nothing wanting. Such minor concerns are swallowed up in your concern for your sister. No one could find anything so selfless as less than laudable." A fluttering in her heart caught Elizabeth by surprise at his praise, and she forced sudden embarrassment away by the force of her will. "Thank you for your support," said Elizabeth. "Not at all," murmured Mr. Darcy, some thought preventing him. The gentleman regarded her as they walked, and stepped to the door, and then appeared to come to a resolution. "If you will listen, Miss Elizabeth, I have a viable solution." "Oh," asked Elizabeth, curious what he would suggest. "You have some means of rescuing me from my rash thoughtlessness." Mr. Darcy smiled. "Only if you are willing. As I was in Miss Bingley's company a short time ago, I can report she is not in the best humor to receive you at present. Thus, should you prefer, I shall be happy to convey you to your sister's room myself and inform Miss Bingley of your presence. Once you reach your sister's room, it should be no trouble for a maid to take your soiled garments and clean them. The maids may clean your shoes at the same time." Elizabeth was so surprised she stopped and regarded him through a long moment. "That is remarkable kindness, Mr. Darcy. Thank you for being so sensitive to my feelings." "Not at all," assured the gentleman. "I remember as a boy several times when I might have liked similar compassion for my feelings." "Ah, but you are a boy, while I am a woman full grown." "That you are, Miss Elizabeth." The way the gentleman regarded her, his gaze almost a caress, set shivering in Elizabeth's spine she had never felt before. Suddenly, the notion of this man's aloof nature seemed ridiculous, given the exquisite sensations he provoked in her, and yet she had the evidence of her memories that testified he had been just as she thought many times since his arrival. How curious he had changed so completely! And this in only a few days since the last time they met. "I believe, Mr. Darcy," said Elizabeth softly, "I would very much appreciate the ability to avoid your friends for the moment. If it will not inconvenience you, please convey me to Jane's room." "Then please come with me," said Mr. Darcy, seeming self-satisfied. When they reached the door, a footman was on hand to greet them, and Mr. Darcy sent for a maid at once. In short order, the maid divested Elizabeth of her shoes with the promise they would be as good as new before she needed to make her trek back to Longbourn, and the maid arranged to go to Miss Bennet's room to retrieve her petticoats. Then Mr. Darcy motioned for her to accompany him and escorted Elizabeth to the entrance hall at the front of the house, and from thence up the stairs. "Do you know where Mr. Bingley and his family are now?" asked Elizabeth as she climbed the stairs by his side. "When last I was in their company," said Mr. Darcy, "they were in the sitting-room. Are you at all familiar with Netherfield?" "I am, though I have not been here in several years," replied Elizabeth. "The owner's daughter is about my age. We played together occasionally when we were girls." Mr. Darcy nodded. "I understand the estate was on the leasing market for several years." "It was. Mr. Mason inherited a larger estate and moved his family there, and for a time this place sat empty while he managed it from his new home. I believe he put it on the leasing market about 3 years ago. Netherfield is too large to manage from a distance and expect to do it well." Mr. Darcy shook his head. "Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. My family has owned several smaller estates for many years, but none of them are even half so large as Netherfield. Then your portfolio is larger than rumored in Meryton." It was a dangerous question, one that might inform the careful and suspicious man that a woman was interested in relieving him of his bachelor status and his fortune. Elizabeth could not say why she said it, though, in the deep recess of her mind, she could own to curiosity, and to know if their amity of the past few minutes would survive such comments. To her gratification, Mr. Darcy laughed, though it was a rueful sort of gesture. "I expect the rumors spoke of the income of my home, Pemberley," said Mr. Darcy, shaking his head. "As I am a private sort of person, I do not much care to be the subject of others' gossip. Therefore, I endeavor to keep my finances secret except for the income of my primary residence, which is difficult to hide." "That is understandable, sir," agreed Elizabeth. "You may count on my secrecy. I shall not betray your even greater eligibility when you have taken such care to hide it." "Thank you, Miss Elizabeth," said a wry Mr. Darcy. "I am forever in your debt." On reaching the second floor, Mr. Darcy turned to the left and led Elizabeth to a door a short way down the hall. "Miss Bennet is in this room. I hope you find her better than you fear." "Thank you, Mr. Darcy," said Elizabeth, curtsying to the helpful gentleman. "The maid should appear before long. If you require anything at all, do not hesitate to ask. I shall inform the Bingleys of your arrival." With a bow, Mr. Darcy excused himself, and Elizabeth watched him go, perplexed by the speed at which he had altered all her preconceptions. A moment later, she remembered her location and reason for coming to Netherfield, and she turned and entered the room. In time, she would consider this unexpected aspect of Mr. Darcy. For the moment, she needed to focus her attention on Jane. Chapter 2. It would have been best had Darcy gone at once to Bingley and his sisters to inform them of Miss Elizabeth's arrival. Such niceties, however, escaped Darcy after separating from her, for he wandered the halls for a time, deep in thought. Darcy had not intended to reveal so much to Miss Elizabeth when he met her. When considering what had provoked it, he could only conclude that his fascination for her, coupled with his resolve to behave better, had combined to push him to greater openness. While a reticent man, once he found himself opening to her and allowing himself more interaction, it was as if the floodgates were thrown wide, and talking to her was far easier than he had ever imagined. His attraction to her was a fact, one he had recognized before the evening at Lucas Lodge, where he had, in a thoughtless moment, betrayed his admiration to Miss Bingley. Yet he had not married that attraction with any notion of paying her anything other than basic civility, for it was his practice to avoid attention to any young woman for fear of provoking her expectations. The question was, what was stopping him? Miss Elizabeth was not the sort of woman he would have imagined himself favoring with his attention. Not that her person or character was lacking, as his attraction to her already attested. No, it was rather her status as the daughter of a minor country gentleman, lacking in fortune or standing such as he, the scion of an old and wealthy family, might expect in a prospective bride. Then again, Darcy had spent the past 5 years since his father's untimely death disdaining most of society and avoiding the insipid ladies of town on the hunt for a wealthy husband. While Caroline Bingley was not one of them, no matter her pretensions, she was exactly the sort of woman he avoided, with whom the thought of connecting himself was anathema. Darcy had not considered marriage much, though he knew he needed to take a wife to ensure Pemberley's succession. When such thoughts had crossed his mind, he had a vague impression of marrying a woman of society, for if he did not favor a particular woman, an alliance with someone who could increase the Darcy coffers and provide additional connections was the important point. The identity of the woman did not matter so much. The question that haunted him now was whether he could endure such a woman after his exposure to the irresistible woman now caring for her beloved elder sister. Miss Elizabeth was not the typical sort of society woman, and that was a point in her favor. Darcy could not imagine enduring boredom with Miss Elizabeth for a wife, for she was intelligent and would keep him on his toes. Perhaps many men of his set wished for a bauble on their arm to show at events and ignore at other times, but Darcy wanted companionship. Search his list of acquaintances though he might, he could not imagine finding such felicity with any other woman. These thoughts were still whirling through his head when he recalled his need to acquaint the Bingleys with Miss Elizabeth's arrival, forcing his unwilling footsteps toward the sitting room where he would still find the family. A half-hour had passed since he had left Miss Elizabeth in her sister's room, but he knew it was only a matter of time until the housekeeper learned of her arrival, and Miss Bingley would learn soon thereafter. The moment he entered the room, Darcy found he was already too late. "Oh, Mr. Darcy," cried Miss Bingley when she caught sight of him, "I am quite undone. Not only must we host Miss Bennet and tend to her, but now we must endure Miss Eliza too. How is this to be borne?" "Actually, Miss Bingley," said Darcy, "I suspect Miss Elizabeth's coming will ease the burden from your shoulders. After all, she intends to take Miss Bennet's care on herself." Shock, then calculation, spread over Miss Bingley's face. "You are already aware of Miss Elizabeth's presence?" "I encountered Miss Elizabeth as she approached the house," replied Darcy. It was an obfuscation, but only a slight one. He would not tell Miss Bingley of all people that he had departed the house with the express purpose of meeting her on the grounds. His inattention at Lucas Lodge had betrayed his admiration for Miss Elizabeth. Darcy preferred not to make that mistake again until he understood what was happening between them. "Perhaps you can settle our curiosity then," said Miss Bingley, a spiteful gleam entering her eye. "With last night's rain, the ground outside must be a sodden mess. I doubt Miss Elizabeth cared much for the niceties of appearance and dress, and can only assume she was a sight to be seen." "Not at all, Miss Bingley," said Darcy, not caring for her conceit. "Miss Elizabeth appeared much the same as I have ever seen her, though I suppose her cheeks were rosier than usual, which I attribute to the chill in the air." Perhaps Darcy should not have added that last, for it would, no doubt, remind Miss Bingley of Darcy's comments concerning Miss Elizabeth's fine eyes. The woman irked him with her nasty comments, even if she was correct about the state of Miss Elizabeth's muddy dress. "What a peculiar creature she is!" exclaimed Miss Bingley, shaking her head in utter disdain. "How many of those with whom we claim acquaintance would walk 4 or 5 miles on muddy roads for no other reason than her sister having contracted a cold?" "Few, to be certain," replied Mrs. Hurst, ever her most faithful supporter. "If that is so," said Bingley, speaking for the first time, "then I have far less respect for our acquaintances than I had before. Who would not walk 5 miles or more to be of use to a beloved sister? "Is she not a gentlewoman?" sneered Caroline. "Do the Bennets own a carriage, or is that expense beyond their means?" "The carriage may have been in use elsewhere," replied Bingley. "As you said, a cold is hardly an emergency. Even if it is not, however, the desire to care for a beloved sister sufficient to prompt one to walk so far to be of use is laudable, such that we should not deride. It does her no harm in my eyes." Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. "You are not thinking of this properly, Charles," said Miss Bingley, though her eyes darted to Darcy. "It is a matter of propriety, and a lady always presenting herself with delicacy. I cannot imagine I would walk so far because Louisa had a cold. I would much rather use a carriage, and if it is not available, wait until it is. Mr. Darcy, I am certain you would not wish your sister to make such a display." "It depends, Miss Bingley," said Darcy, unconcerned with her insinuation. "While I would not wish Georgiana to put herself at risk, showing such care and concern for another cannot excite reproof." "There," said Miss Bingley, turning to her brother in triumph while ignoring the part of Darcy's response she did not like. "Mr. Darcy agrees with me, Charles." "From what I heard," said Bingley, exchanging a glance with Darcy, "Darcy did not agree with you, Caroline." "In essence he did," insisted Miss Bingley. Miss Bingley turned back to Darcy. "I do not suppose she made any mention of how long she means to stay. Should I call for the carriage to return her to her home, or does she wish to wade through bogs and climb trees all the way back to Longbourn?" "Miss Elizabeth made no mention of her plans," said Darcy, keeping his temper in check. "Given the season, I cannot imagine she means to stay past 3 o'clock if she means to walk home." "Then I suppose we can let them be for the moment," said Miss Bingley. "Jane would much rather her sister tend to her, I suppose, and I would not wish to come near if her illness is catching." It was not out of the ordinary to wish to avoid illness, so Darcy could not fault her for that precisely. Rather, it was the way she said it, as if she suspected Miss Bennet of wishing to pass on a deadly disease. Darcy would not say as much to her, but he suspected that Miss Bingley was pleased to be free of the duty of nursing the invalid back to health, though he did not suppose Miss Bingley would have offered Miss Bennet much attention. She had already given the maids orders concerning their care for Miss Bennet, and appeared willing to leave it to them. The morning passed, and soon the afternoon was slipping by as well. Darcy noted the progress of the sun, the thin light it cast from behind the high cloud of the day, moving past the house toward the western horizon, such that Darcy knew Miss Elizabeth must return to her home soon if she was to return before daylight failed. Darcy occupied himself as best he could, trying to read, and when that failed, sequestering himself in the study with Bingley and Hurst. What the ladies did he did not know, but he was certain they steered clear of the sick-room. At length Hurst departed, most likely to nap away the rest of the afternoon in preparation for his exertions at the dinner-table that evening. It was not long after he left them alone that Bingley resolved to investigate the situation with his guests and discover the state of Miss Bennet's health. "I know we cannot go into her bedchamber," said Bingley, as he made his case to Darcy. "The maids must have some knowledge of the state of Miss Bennet's health. I wish to know how she is." "Then let us go," said Darcy, scarcely less eager, though his thoughts rested on the younger sister. If Miss Elizabeth must depart for Longbourn soon, he wished to see her once more, though the reasons for his eagerness escaped him at the moment. When they reached the guest bedchambers, Bingley addressed a maid they found in the hall, asking for an update on Miss Bennet. The girl curtsied and confessed her ignorance, prompting Bingley to send her into the bedchamber with his inquiry. A moment later, Miss Elizabeth slipped from the room in response. How the maids had clothed her while they cleaned her dress, Darcy could not say, but she exited the room wearing the same dress, with no evidence of the morning's adventure. To Darcy's eyes, she appeared as appealing as ever, especially when she nodded to him in what he took as gratitude for his assistance. "Miss Elizabeth," said Bingley, bowing to her, "thank you for attending us." Those beautiful eyes of hers clouded over. "Jane is quite ill, Mr. Bingley, though I am sorry to tell you. While she does not wish to impose, she is far too ill to be moved at present." "Think nothing of it, Miss Elizabeth," replied Bingley, his earnest entreaty all that was pleasing. "Even if she appeared better, I would not countenance any notion of moving her until she has recovered." "Thank you, sir," said Miss Elizabeth. "For the moment she is sleeping, though her sleep is fitful. Jane is a hardy soul, so I suspect she will recover apace. For the moment it appears to be naught but a cold. Shall I call for the apothecary again?" Miss Elizabeth smiled at him, the sight bringing to Darcy's mind the beaming of a heavenly angel. "Perhaps tomorrow morning instead. There is little change in her condition from the time I arrived. I do not expect there is much he can do for her at present." For a moment Darcy thought Bingley would protest, yet in the end he gave her a tight nod. "Very well, you shall guide me, Miss Elizabeth. Should the situation change, no matter the time, please inform me, and I shall send for Mr. Jones at once." Though she offered a hint of a smile, this time it did not reach Miss Elizabeth's eyes. "Thank you, sir, but you had best give the instructions to your maids. It will not be much longer before I must return home." "Perhaps it would be best to stay," said Darcy, once again leaping before considering what lay below. "No one can see to the care of an invalid better than a beloved sister." While Miss Elizabeth regarded him with wonder, she shook her head. "I would not wish to impose, Mr. Darcy." "Nonsense," said Bingley, latching on to Darcy's idea at once. "I think it is an excellent notion. I wish I had thought of it myself. Darcy is correct, Miss Elizabeth. I would be pleased if you would accept my invitation to stay until Miss Bennet recovers." Bingley's assurances pushed Miss Elizabeth's reluctance away, and she smiled at him with gratitude, a look in which she included Darcy. A warmth filled Darcy's breast. Provoking Miss Elizabeth's approval was a heady narcotic indeed. "Thank you, Mr. Bingley, Mr. Darcy," said she, curtsying to them. "Excellent," effused Bingley. "I shall make the arrangements and send to Longbourn for some clothes for you and your sister. Perhaps Miss Bennet will be well enough for you to join us for dinner this evening. If Jane is comfortable, I should be happy to accept." Bingley grinned and assured her in a few more words that he would inform his sister and take care of the arrangements. Miss Elizabeth's face fell a little at the mention of informing Miss Bingley, though Bingley did not notice. Darcy made it a point to smile encouragement at her, not that he thought she needed it. With a last word of thanks, Miss Elizabeth excused herself and entered the room again. To anyone who had any measure of acquaintance with Miss Bingley, her reaction to hearing Miss Elizabeth would not depart that day came as no surprise. While Miss Bingley waxed eloquent, complaining several times of the bother attendant on hosting the Bennet sisters, and how much she disliked the younger, though she did not say it in so many words, she had no choice, and soon reconciled herself to the situation. "Well, I suppose there is nothing we can do," said Miss Bingley, in that sneering tone she often used when considering those she did not like. "At least Louisa and I will be relieved of the need to care for Miss Bennet." "Other than a few moments this morning," said Bingley, directing a harsh look at his sister, "I believe the maid and then Miss Elizabeth cared for Miss Bennet all day. Or have you gone to her without my knowing?" "I might have gone had the younger sister been absent," muttered Miss Bingley. Mrs. Hurst, on whom Miss Bingley could always count on for fervent support, appeared more than a little uneasy at her sister's display. Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. Rarely had Darcy seen such disquiet from her, which spoke to how poor Miss Bingley's behavior was. Hurst, who did not get on well with his sister, shook his head, though he said nothing, preferring to sit in his chair with his glass in hand. Fortunately, Mrs. Hurst distracted her sister, and soon they were speaking of matters of which he had no interest. As Darcy witnessed the incident, a hint of unease filled his breast, provoking contemplation. The esteem Darcy had for Miss Bennet was new, yet had existed in the back of his mind for some time already, and he wondered if he had been too obvious aside from the one incident at Lucas Lodge. Should he forget himself and betray even the slightest admiration before Miss Bingley, the woman's behavior would deteriorate. A short time later, Darcy excused himself, Bingley joining him, and they made their way to the billiards room to while away the remaining time until called to dinner. It appeared Bingley was more intent upon the game than Darcy, for he took the lead in racking the balls, breaking at Darcy's gesture for him to strike first, and continuing to play when a ball found the corner pocket. Being Bingley, however, he did not spare Darcy from his commentary, most of which centered on his pleasure at having Miss Bennet at Netherfield, regardless of her illness. Perhaps her health will improve enough for her to join us after dinner. Oh, not tonight, of course, for I understand she will not show so marked an improvement in only a single afternoon. Bingley grinned at Darcy before lining up his next shot, adding, "This is a singular opportunity to come to know Miss Bennet better in a small and intimate setting, rather than in a parlor under the prying observation of half the neighborhood." "You are that fixed on Miss Bennet?" asked Darcy, feeling a hint of surprise at his friend's intimation. "To say I am fixed on her is stronger than I would term it," replied Bingley, ignoring how he had given that impression, given his constant attention to the young woman. "I like her very well, and wish to know more about her, but I am not on the edge of proposing." Darcy considered his friend, and when he did not speak at once, Bingley sunk another ball and turned to him. "Do you mean to abuse me for my interest in Miss Bennet like Caroline does?" "Not at all, Bingley," said Darcy, taken aback that his friend might think that of him. "Why you suppose I would intrude on a matter that does not concern me, I cannot say." Bingley offered Darcy a rueful smile and shook his head. "You have my apologies, Darcy, for you are correct. I will attribute my comment to my sister's unrelenting attempts to convince me of Miss Bennet's unsuitability. I have heard some of these comments, though I was not aware of the extent. That is because she often waits until you depart from a room before she makes her most urgent appeals." "That is interesting, Bingley," said Darcy, sitting back in his chair while Bingley returned to the game. "You know I think nothing of your dissent, but this lack of understanding about your position in society is surprising." The shot bounced off the edge of the hole, and Bingley ceded his position at the table to Darcy. "Well do I know it, Darcy." Bingley sat in a nearby chair, resting his elbow on the arm and his chin in his hand. "You have been good enough not to make an issue of Caroline's conceit, but I know you have seen it all the same." "I shall not sport with your intelligence and suggest I have not," replied Darcy, sinking his shot and moving around the table to the next. "You have also been an excellent friend and endured her ways." Startled, Darcy shifted his gaze to his friend. "What do you mean?" "There is no need to conceal your feelings, my friend," said Bingley. "Caroline's ambitions toward you are obvious, yet she remains ignorant of your lack of interest in her, and this despite several attempts I have made to disabuse her of the notion." "I was not aware that you had spoken to her," said Darcy. Bingley shrugged. "There was no need to discuss the matter between us. You endure her ways when in company with her, and I try to interfere when I can." A moment's pause ensued, then Bingley said, "I must also assume you know of Caroline's wishes regarding me and Miss Darcy." A grimace was Darcy's response, which he attempted to hide by turning back to the billiards table. "Yes, Bingley, I am aware of it, as is Georgiana. To own the truth, I too have reflected on the possibility of you marrying my sister." A laugh was Bingley's response. "Well, I thank you for that, Darcy, though I suggest you do not allow Caroline to hear you make such a statement. She would begin planning the wedding at once if she had any notion of such commonality of thought." "Commonality is an exaggeration," replied Darcy, echoing Bingley's earlier words. "It was nothing more than idle speculation, for I know you would take care of Georgiana's tender heart. I could trust you with her." "Again, I thank you for your confidence, my friend," said Darcy. Darcy shook his head. "Any such possibility, however, could not proceed until Georgiana is out, and would depend upon the wishes of you both. I would never dream of acting for or against your inclination, or that of my sister." "Whereas Caroline will not hesitate," said Bingley. Not wishing to impugn Miss Bingley's honor, Darcy made no reply, instead concentrating on the game and sinking the last shot. Darcy fixed his friend with a questioning look, and when Bingley gestured to indicate his willingness, Darcy racked the balls and started the next game. Inside, he wondered how much he should say to Bingley. Given what Bingley had just revealed to him, he suspected he could be as open as he liked. "I apologize to your sister, Bingley," said Darcy at length, "but I have no interest in her in a romantic sense. Though Miss Bingley might consider me the answer to all her wishes in matrimony, I do not reciprocate her feelings, and will not give her any encouragement." "Not that she needs it," was Bingley's wry reply. "Since you have been forthright, I shall offer the same courtesy. Georgiana considers me akin to an elder brother, and my affection for her is fraternal. Even if Miss Bennet did not fascinate me, I doubt I could look beyond those brotherly sentiments for your sister." Darcy laughed at the absurdity. Did we just both declaim any interest in the other's sister? Bingley's grin lit up the room. "I believe we did, old man. A little unorthodox, perhaps, but it is essential to ensure we understand each other." With a nod, Darcy tried, and failed, to sink his next shot, yielding the table to his friend. There was another irony in this situation, and Darcy wondered if he should say something to Bingley. What decided him was the ability Bingley would have to redirect his sister, allowing Darcy the freedom to come to know the Bennet sister that held his interest better. I, too, must own to a fascination for a Bennet sister. Shocked, Bingley turned away from his shot and stared at Darcy. "You have never shown a hint of interest in Miss Bennet, so I must assume it is not she." Bingley's nervous laugh was amusing. "For that I must be grateful, for I cannot imagine Miss Bennet would look at me twice if you paid her any attention." "If that is what you think, Bingley, you had better abandon any notion of pursuing her. Fortunately, I do not suppose that Miss Bennet is so fickle as to welcome my attention for pecuniary reasons if she prefers you, which I suspect she does." With a shaken head, Bingley turned back to the table. "In that I must suppose you are correct, though your advice, if she was, is appropriate. I wish for felicity in marriage. I do not suppose I would find it if I married a woman who would throw me over for material advantages." "Just so," agreed Darcy. "Then which sister has caught your fancy?" Before Darcy could answer, Bingley turned, gazing at him with wide eyes. "It must be Miss Elizabeth. I cannot imagine you are interested in any of the younger girls."
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio? Heaven forbid, replied Darcy. Then that must be your reason for wishing her to stay? Not entirely, replied Darcy, though I will own the notion had occurred to me. Oh, of course, she is the best choice to nurse her sister back to health. That she is, replied Darcy. There is no need to warn you that Caroline will not be happy with this development, Darcy, said Bingley. No need at all. Bingley grimaced before returning his attention to the game. She will be fit to be tied. My sister's response aside, if there is anyone alive who has the means to marry where he likes, that person is you. Miss Elizabeth is quick, and she does not suffer fools. The more I consider it, the more the notion makes sense. If you can persuade her, she will make you an excellent wife. That she will, said Darcy, not having considered the subject in enough detail as to concern himself about the need to persuade her. It was, Darcy supposed, nothing less than the truth, and what Darcy might have expected from a woman as independent as Miss Elizabeth Bennet. The notion that few women would refuse him should he offer his hand occurred to him, but Darcy quashed it afore it took hold of his mind. Had he not avoided all such ladies these past 5 years? Was it not the same argument he had just offered to Bingley? That Miss Elizabeth was not such a woman was a point in her favor. Darcy could not say he had decided to pursue her, but if he did so, the effort expended in such an endeavor would be worth the ultimate prize should he succeed. Thus, Darcy spent the remainder of their time before dinner exchanging a few comments with Bingley, but meditating on the perfections of Miss Elizabeth Bennet more than attending the game. Chapter 3. Confusion was not a normal state for Elizabeth Bennet. Yet she could do nothing but own to perplexity when she considered what she had found that day at Netherfield. Oh, Jane was as patient in affliction as ever, and Mr. Bingley had proven himself to be the genial man she had always known he was, and even Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst had proven her judgments of them correct, though she had not so much as laid eyes on them since arriving that morning. Mr. Darcy, however, the man she had thought she understood, was proving her impression of him completely mistaken. Then again, perhaps that was not quite accurate either, for one day of improved manners did not establish an amiable nature. While Mr. Darcy had thrown over all her expectations of his behavior, Elizabeth had been less eager to encounter the gentleman than even Miss Bingley. There was no certainty he would not revert to form. The fact was that Elizabeth considered herself an excellent judge of character, a skill that had rarely failed her. So set was her opinion on the dour, arrogant nature of the gentleman from the north that his cordial greeting and subsequent solicitude was no less than a shock. Now, here she was seated before the vanity in the chamber the housekeeper of Netherfield had assigned to her, while the maid pinned her hair, preparing to join her hosts for dinner, wondering if the previous Mr. Darcy would reappear, or if his civility would survive the hours since he and Mr. Bingley had visited Jane's room. Though Elizabeth often preferred to trust her own assessment, Jane's advice, delivered after Elizabeth had re-entered the room, still rang in her ears. "Was that Miss Bingley come to inquire us?" asked Jane, her voice raspy from her illness. "No, it was Mr. Bingley and Mr. Darcy," replied Elizabeth, her surprise rendering her thoughtful. With amusement, Elizabeth watched as Jane's cheeks, pale from her illness, acquired a rosy blush. "Mr. Bingley is such an attentive man. Please give him my regards and say that I shall recover tolerably with rest." "I shall, Jane," said Elizabeth, though feeling distracted. "What I cannot account for is Mr. Darcy." "What do you mean, Lizzie?" asked Jane. Elizabeth sighed, knowing her sister looked for the best in others, regardless of any other consideration. It was the one trait Jane possessed that had the power to both exasperate and please Elizabeth, for while her sister was a gentle, angelic soul, she could also excuse almost any behavior. One might think that such naivete in so pure a woman was a dangerous combination, but Jane was of such moral fiber as to be impervious to any attempt to induce poor behavior, and while she might make excuses for another, she would never act in a way that would contradict her sense of what was right. After a moment of considering how best to inform Jane of her observations that day, Elizabeth said, "Mr. Darcy has not been as I had expected of him. The proud gentleman we have known since his arrival in Meryton is gone, replaced by a man who looks like Mr. Darcy, but appears to have acquired a measure of civility. I cannot quite make him out." "Perhaps you should tell me all," said Jane. Elizabeth obliged, reciting her dealings with Mr. Darcy that day, the surprise she had felt when he had appeared before she entered the house, and the gratitude she felt when he protected her from Miss Bingley's contempt. When she finished speaking, Jane showed her a thoughtful mien, her understanding no greater than Elizabeth's. "To what do you attribute these changes in Mr. Darcy?" asked Jane. With a grin, Elizabeth said, "What, does my angelic sister agree with me about Mr. Darcy's poor behavior?" Jane smiled as Elizabeth had intended. "You know my opinion of Mr. Darcy has never been as negative as yours, Lizzie. Yet I am not unable to see poor behavior, especially when a man insults my dearest sister at their first meeting. Now, you have not answered the question." "I am sure that I cannot say," replied Elizabeth. "Perhaps his mood has improved, or maybe he resolved a matter that was preying on his mind." "Yes, that is possible," conceded Elizabeth. "When he assisted me to avoid all Miss Bingley's contempt, I felt warmer toward him than I ever have. But I still remember the gentleman who spoke of me in a manner that no man who aspires to the title should." "Lizzie," said Jane, in that tone she used when she wished to make a point,
I would advise you to forget all Mr. Darcy's previous incivility and offer him the opportunity to prove himself." "You are correct, of course," replied Elizabeth. "Considering Mr. Darcy's improvement, I shall also attempt to give Miss Bingley the benefit of the doubt while I am staying here. That would be for the best." With Jane's advice in mind, Elizabeth determined to put it into effect. With a brief check on Jane, her sister appeared to be sleeping peacefully. Elizabeth descended the stairs to join the company, steeling herself to endure all their scorn, despite her promise to her sister. The company had gathered in the drawing room, and if Miss Bingley's disdainful glare at Elizabeth's entrance proved that she was correct to suspect the woman of remaining unchanged, Mr. Darcy showed at once that his improved behavior had survived the afternoon. "Miss Bennet," said Mr. Darcy, as he was standing near the door when she entered, "I hope your sister has improved." "Yes, please set our minds at ease," said Mr. Bingley, as he approached. "We have been most concerned for her health." While Elizabeth regarded the two men, she could not help but note Miss Bingley's glare at them and the utter contempt she directed at Elizabeth. Fortunately, she did not approach, instead preferring to whisper to her sister, the picture of a pair of schoolgirls plotting revenge against some rival. If Elizabeth had not been supremely confident of her ability to handle whatever insolence Miss Bingley possessed, she might have thought to be wary. "Jane is sleeping," said to the gentleman's concern. "I cannot yet say that I have any sign of her improvement. For the moment, I believe the benefits of rest cannot be overstated." "Have you received everything you need from my staff?" asked Mr. Bingley.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. I have instructed them to spare nothing in treating your sister, for I will not have her remain ill an instant longer when we could have done something to ease her distress earlier. Elizabeth smiled at Mr. Bingley's genuine concern. "Not at all, Mr. Bingley. Everything has been excellent, and your staff most obliging." With that, Mr. Bingley questioned her in the most minute detail about Jane's condition, care, and the steps Elizabeth had taken to assist her recovery. Elizabeth's heart went out to him, for she did not think there were many better men than Mr. Bingley. Then, once Elizabeth had satisfied his need to know of Jane's condition, he nodded to her with an enormous grin. "It seems you have everything well in hand, Miss Bennet. I commend you for your diligence. Should matters alter, and you require anything, let the maid know or come to me. Even if it is the middle of the night, I would not wish Miss Bennet to suffer for want of anything that will help in her recovery." "Thank you, Mr. Bingley," said Elizabeth, amused he had repeated what he told her earlier in the hall outside Jane's room. "You may be certain that I shall." Mr. Bingley then bowed and retreated, though Elizabeth noted the significant look and the grin he shot Mr. Darcy. He went at once to his sisters and engaged them in conversation, and while Miss Bingley continued to glance at Elizabeth and Mr. Darcy, she could not escape whatever her brother was saying. "Miss Bennet is fortunate to have such a diligent and devoted sister," said Mr. Darcy when his friend stepped away. "I cannot say I know more than a handful of women who would walk 3 miles to attend to an invalid, and the very day after a heavy rain." It may have been a defensive instinct from what she believed to be this man's satirical regard, but Elizabeth thought for a moment he was being severe upon her. At once, however, she could see his earnest expression. Reminded of Jane's admonition to allow Mr. Darcy to prove himself to her, Elizabeth responded in kind. "It was no trouble, Mr. Darcy, for Jane is the dearest creature in the world. I love nature and walk often, and I dare say that I have never allowed 3 miles to defeat me. Ah, but if you had returned to Longbourn this afternoon, your walk would have been 6 miles. That is a distance that I think would cause anyone to hesitate." Mr. Darcy gestured to a pair of chairs nearby as he spoke, and Elizabeth allowed him to guide her, even as she replied, "6 miles is more than I care to walk, though I believe I could do it if I put my mind to it." "Trust me, Miss Elizabeth," said Mr. Darcy, as he ensured her comfort before settling down with her. "I believe you could do anything to which you set yourself. Do you confine your walking to Longbourn, or do you visit the neighboring estates?" "I walk the paths of Longbourn more than any other," replied Elizabeth,
wondering again at the sudden change in the gentleman. "My sisters and I often walk into Meryton, and I sometimes venture to a hill situated to the north of Longbourn. It is one of my favorite walks, but as it is long, I plan it in advance." "Eminently sensible," agreed Mr. Darcy. "Do you also enjoy walking?" asked Elizabeth. "At times, yes," said Mr. Darcy. "I ride more often than walk, for my estate is large enough that walking to meet my tenants would take far too long." "It is in Derbyshire, is it not?" asked Elizabeth. A part of her wondered if Mr. Darcy would object to such a question, yet he did nothing more than smile. "Pemberley is in Derbyshire, and near to the Peaks. Several celebrated destinations in the Peak District are within an easy distance from my home." "Oh," asked Elizabeth, "can you tell me of them?" For the next few moments, Mr. Darcy wove a tale of the beauties of his estate and the places one could visit while staying there. It was possible, for example, to visit Dovedale and return to Pemberley in a single day, and have enough time for even one of Elizabeth's love of nature to explore as much as she wished. Or at least that was the way it sounded, for Mr. Darcy's description drew a detailed picture of what she would find there if she ever was so fortunate to visit. Pemberley itself rests amid the rolling hills that make up the district to the east of the Peaks, said Mr. Darcy, describing something of his estate. Part of it is in a long valley extending to the north, and it is this location that lends the land its fertility and provides much of its prosperity. "You adhere to the latest practices of crop rotation?" asked Elizabeth. Mr. Darcy regarded her with interest. "You know something of managing an estate?" Elizabeth felt her cheeks heating, though not from any notion that her observation had displeased Mr. Darcy. "Yes, I know a little. My father, you see, has never had a son to whom he could impart his knowledge, and as I am most like my father in temper and interests, he speaks to me of such things." "I never considered the feelings of a man with naught but daughters," mused Mr. Darcy. "Papa feels it keenly," said Elizabeth with a laugh. "He complains he is inundated daily with the concerns of 6 women, of lace and fabrics, bonnets and ribbons, such that he cannot have a sensible conversation. With such subjects waiting for him, it is little wonder he appreciates the stout oak door separating his study from the rest of the house, and the comforts he finds within." "Little wonder indeed," said Mr. Darcy. "In answer to your question, we employ a crop rotation method at Pemberley, though I suspect it is a little different from what your father uses here. The soil in Pemberley's valley is fertile, but the growing season in the area is a little shorter, and the fields do not yield their bounty so readily as estates further south." "Do you have any other sources of income?" asked Elizabeth with interest, by now understanding that Mr. Darcy would not take offense as if she were trying to gain information for her own purposes. Mr. Darcy smiled and nodded. "The boundaries of the valley are heavily wooded, such that we have a thriving lumber industry. Also, in my grandfather's time, a source of iron was discovered on the northern edge of the estate. The rights to the mine also bring us a certain income, though I suspect that will not last much longer. As you already know," said Mr. Darcy with a smile, "there are several other estates in my portfolio. None are large, as we have targeted smaller properties we can manage from a distance." "And the house?" asked Elizabeth. "Am I correct to assume it is larger than Netherfield?" "Much larger," said Mr. Darcy, for the first time appearing a little uncomfortable. "It is not Chatsworth, Miss Elizabeth, but we Darcys are fond of it. My housekeeper loves to guide visitors through the house during the summer traveling season, but I see it as nothing more than a home." "I hope you will not abuse me for saying it," said Elizabeth, "but this talk has made me curious. I hope I have occasion to see Pemberley, for it sounds perfectly lovely." Mr. Darcy's visage softened. "The woods are beautiful, Miss Bennet, and the park is 10 miles around, which must be enough for even your voracious appetite for walking." Before Elizabeth could respond, Miss Bingley escaped from her brother and interrupted them, unable to tolerate their proximity to each other any longer. "Mr. Darcy," cried she, a hint of agitation in her tone, "how kind of you to see to Miss Eliza's amusement before dinner." "Not at all, Miss Bingley," replied Mr. Darcy. "Miss Bennet and I have enjoyed our conversation." At that moment, Elizabeth gained a sudden insight into the gentleman, for the conviviality between them vanished, replaced by the more familiar distant gentleman. While Elizabeth might not have suspected, it was obvious he did not appreciate Miss Bingley's overt attempts to garner his attention. The woman wished to provoke his good opinion, likely to raise her consequence. Whether this meant riding on Mr.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio, Darcy's coattails, or, as Elizabeth suspected, a desire to provoke the gentleman to propose to her. Elizabeth preferred not to speculate. Miss Bingley did not appear to notice the gentleman's disinclination for her company, but Elizabeth did, and she suspected Miss Bingley would not attain all she wished. "I would adjure you, sir," said Miss Bingley, directing a sidelong look at Elizabeth, "do not think it necessary to always attend her. Given her background, I suspect that Miss Eliza has much experience with amusing herself." "You are correct, Miss Bingley," replied Elizabeth, not willing to allow her to insult with impunity. "I can see to my concerns. It occurs to me to wonder, however, what you mean when you speak of my background. Do you care to elucidate?" "If I have offended, I offer my apologies," replied Miss Bingley, her tone everything but sincere. "I had no intention to insinuate anything at all." "I am not offended," replied Elizabeth. "The turn of your phrase was curious, and I thought to ask after your meaning, nothing more." "Then you may put it from your mind, for I meant nothing untoward." At that moment, the housekeeper entered and announced that dinner was ready. Mr. Bingley came at once and offered his arm to Elizabeth to escort her to the dining-room, which she accepted, eager to be out of Miss Bingley's company. While Miss Elizabeth appeared pleased to be free of Miss Bingley's direct attention, Darcy was not so fortunate. One could argue that Darcy, since he was staying at Netherfield and was not a visitor, did not need to escort the mistress to the dinner table, though he knew Miss Bingley would never allow him to escape. Thus, Darcy followed Bingley and Miss Elizabeth, with the Hursts trailing, wishing he could escape Miss Bingley's clutches. "Tell me, Mr. Darcy," said Miss Bingley as they walked, her talons grasping his arm tighter than usual, a testament to her displeasure, "have Miss Eliza's glorious eyes cast a spell on you? I dare not suppose you stayed near her for so long because of her clever repartee." "In fact," said Darcy, as they entered the dining-room, Darcy holding her chair for her, "I find Miss Elizabeth's conversation as interesting as any other lady to whom I have the pleasure of an acquaintance." "Is that so?" asked Miss Bingley, her smile brittle. "I might not have expected you to appreciate impertinence, Mr. Darcy." The table was small, with only 6 diners, and since Miss Bingley did not modulate her voice, Miss Elizabeth overheard her crass comment. She proved her excellent nature, however, by responding with no acrimony. "What some call impertinence, others see as liveliness. I hope I am always spirited enough to make a gathering more interesting, yet restrained enough that I do not descend to open impudence." "Yes, I suppose that is one way of interpreting it," said Miss Bingley, her tone suggesting she did not agree at all. Miss Bingley called for the soup course, and the company settled to their repast. Darcy noted that Miss Elizabeth and Bingley spoke in a friendly, yet not affectionate manner, nothing near what Darcy had witnessed between his friend and Miss Bennet. Miss Bingley was unable to tolerate any silence, for she spoke at length and without requiring a response. It was just as well she did, for Darcy could not imagine he had much to say to her. The main course had been served, and Darcy was enjoying the meal, if not the company, when Miss Bingley changed her tactics. "You are dull this evening, Mr. Darcy," said she, pulling him from thoughts of his earlier conversation with Miss Elizabeth. "I declare you have not spoken 5 words together." "I believe, Miss Bingley," said Darcy, having little desire to speak to her, "I am much as I ever have been." "That much is true," said Bingley from across the table. "I have rarely seen one so intelligent as Darcy, accustomed to using such an economy of words." "Mr. Darcy is reticent?" asked Miss Elizabeth, with a feigned expression of astonishment. "I might never have guessed, for he appears willing to speak when the situation demands it."
"When the situation demands, yes, I can say what I wish," said Darcy. "I do not, however, rattle on as my housekeeper at Pemberley terms it." "I remember you speaking of her," said Miss Elizabeth. "Given the affection in your voice, can I assume she is a long-time family retainer?" "Mrs. Reynolds has been with us for many years," replied Darcy, offering her a nod and a smile. "She has been Pemberley's housekeeper for longer than I can remember, and was a maid in the house before she took that position. When I was young, she acted akin to a surrogate mother for a young boy whose mother had passed away." "I am shocked to hear you speak of it, Mr. Darcy," said Miss Bingley. "Why, I might have expected that one of your aunts would have filled that role." "My aunts are excellent ladies, Miss Bingley," said Darcy. "They could not always be at Pemberley. Though I was at Eton when we lost my mother, whenever I was home, it was to Mrs. Reynolds that I looked for motherly advice. Georgiana, too, considers Mrs. Reynolds akin to family." The way Miss Bingley stared, he was certain she did not approve of such affection for a woman she considered nothing more than a servant. Had he the ability to read her thoughts, Darcy was certain she was considering how to go about dismissing or pensioning Mrs. Reynolds when she, Miss Bingley, became the mistress of the estate. It was silly, for even if Darcy lost his reason enough to propose to Miss Bingley, she would find him unwilling to tolerate the thought of Pemberley without Mrs. Reynolds' steady presence. "Miss Hill serves a similar function at Longbourn," said Miss Elizabeth, "though we still enjoy my mother's guidance." "There is nothing so beneficial as the support of an intelligent servant," said Darcy. "The function that Mrs. Reynolds serves in my home renders it impossible to consider Pemberley without her guiding hand." "Surely you exaggerate, Mr. Darcy," said Miss Bingley, her tone near pleading. "The only guiding hand at Pemberley must be your own, for you are the master. Those you employ are servants and nothing more." "Employees they may be," said Darcy, "but they are each distinct individuals with their own opinions and capabilities. Yes, my decisions are final, but I listen to those I hire to advise me, and often accept their counsel. Were it not so, I could never leave Pemberley. I have hired good people, my butler, steward, and housekeeper, to name a few, and empowered them to act in my stead and handle the day-to-day duties. Any landowner understands how essential this is." "I suppose you must be correct," said Miss Bingley. "Yet there can be no blurring of the lines between the family and those employed to see to the family's needs. To do so would be to invite chaos." Darcy shrugged and turned his attention back to the meal, having tired of the conversation. Miss Bingley's constant flow of conversation also ended, as she appeared to be considering him. Her silence was a balm to Darcy's feelings, for she had been most tiresome since they had entered the room. Soon thereafter the meal ended, and the company rose to go to the sitting-room. As Bingley helped Miss Elizabeth to her feet, he invited her to join them. "If you will excuse me," said Miss Elizabeth, "I should return and check on Jane." "Of course," said Mr. Bingley. "If your sister is well, I hope you will consent to join us thereafter." "Should Jane not need me," said she, "I will be happy to comply." "Excellent," said Bingley. He bowed to Miss Elizabeth's curtsy, and she excused herself. As she departed, she caught Darcy's eye, and a smile passed between them. Then she was gone, and the light appeared to go with her. Chapter 4. No sooner had Miss Elizabeth departed than Miss Bingley's voice rose in disparagement, and this while they walked the halls before the company reached their destination. As Miss Elizabeth left only the moment before, Darcy was uncertain she could not hear the woman's piercing voice.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. Bingley seemed to have the same thought, for he silenced her at once. "Have a care, Caroline. If you must insult our guest behind her back, please have the decency to wait until you are certain she cannot overhear." Most would have had the self-awareness to feel embarrassed, or a hint of remorse at the censure, or even the reminder to behave properly. But Miss Bingley did nothing more than offer a disdainful sniff. As she was mercifully silent until they reached the sitting room, Bingley said nothing further, though Darcy was certain he was not pleased with his sister. The very moment he felt he could do so politely, Darcy escorted Miss Bingley to a sofa and divested himself of her vice-like grip and moved to stand by the fireplace, poking at it as a means of distraction. Bingley, he noted, stood nearby. The look he gave Darcy proof he understood how unwelcome Miss Bingley's criticisms of Miss Elizabeth had been. "Well, at least we are free of her company for a time," said Miss Bingley the moment she settled on the sofa. "I believe I have had enough impertinent opinions to last for the next week." "Then you had best steel yourself, Caroline," said Bingley, his tone not friendly in the slightest. "For Miss Elizabeth will stay until her sister is recovered enough to return to Longbourn." Miss Bingley eyed her brother, asperity flowing from her glare. "I might wonder, Charles, why you opted to burden us even further than the situation already demands. Miss Bennet is not on her deathbed, such that she must have her sister hovering nearby wringing her hands in despair." "I invited her because it was good manners that I do so," replied Bingley, his retort nothing less than a sharp reprimand. "Besides, her presence will lessen the burden on you if anything, for you will not need to care for Miss Bennet. Miss Elizabeth will handle that, leaving you to focus your attention on your usual duties. That, at least, is a relief." Darcy by no means suspected that Miss Bingley's denunciations were at an end, for the woman's expression did not alter a jot, except perhaps in the hint of cunning she displayed. Where openly disparaging Miss Elizabeth had not roused Darcy's response, perhaps a more subtle approach would do. "I hope you offered her the services of our staff, Charles, for it rained yesterday. I have it on good authority that the landscape is a sodden mess. I suspect her petticoats did not survive the ordeal unscathed." Had the matter not been so utterly predictable, Darcy might have congratulated himself. The truth of Miss Bingley's charge did not signify. Regardless of the state of Miss Elizabeth's clothing, she considered attending to her sister far more consequential than her gown. That he had protected her from at least this much of Miss Bingley's contempt he considered a feather in his cap. "While I am certain that our staff saw to her needs, I noted nothing out of the ordinary," said Bingley. "And you, Mr. Darcy?" asked Miss Bingley. "As I recall, you encountered her before she entered the house. You must have seen something of her state." "The weather has been wet of late," replied Darcy. "I believe we have had this conversation already, so I shall reiterate. Thought Miss Elizabeth looked remarkably well. It was a trifle cold today, and the evidence of it was in her features. But other than that, she appeared as she ever did." Miss Bingley was disappointed Darcy had not given her anything else with which to condemn Miss Elizabeth. Had Darcy expected that would stop her, he would have been disappointed, though the next words were spoken by another. "Miss Bennet is a sweet girl," said Mrs. Hurst, her looks of trepidation suggesting she appreciated the current dispute no more than her brother. "I am excessively fond of her, for she is a jewel far above anyone else in this neighborhood." "I suppose you are correct," said Miss Bingley, her expression softening, proving she had a modicum of affection for the eldest sister. "It is only unfortunate that her situation is what it is." "What do you mean, Caroline?" asked Bingley, when Darcy thought his friend should have remained silent. "Is she not the daughter of a gentleman?" "Yes, I suppose you must be correct," said Miss Bingley, her agreement appearing dearly bought. "Even so, you cannot be ignorant of the deficiencies of her situation and that of all her sisters." "I have heard the estate is entailed," said Mrs. Hurst, warming to the subject.
Given its size, I cannot imagine the Bennet sisters have much fortune to their names. Certainly nothing to tempt a man into offering for them, agreed Miss Bingley. Even in a small society such as this, a man must pay some attention to fortune when considering a wife. But that is nothing compared to the objectionable connections they possess. Of course, how could I forget? Exclaimed Miss Bingley. Darcy was certain she had forgotten nothing and had waited for the opportunity to speak on the subject. From Miss Bennet, we learned that the only connections of any consequence the Bennets possess, if you can use so grandiose a term, is an uncle who is a solicitor in Meryton and an uncle in trade who lives in London. Miss Bingley regarded them all as if she believed she had just engineered a coup. With such connections as this, can you continue to suggest their situation is anything any man would wish to obtain for himself? As yet, replied Bingley, I know nothing of these relations, so I do not know why you bring this up again. Did we not speak of this earlier today? I merely wish to ensure you understand the deficiencies of their situation, retorted Miss Bingley. You have stated your case with verve as usual. Regardless, this London uncle may be the finest man in the world. I shall wait until I make his acquaintance before I judge him. You know how much I esteemed our father. Perhaps this uncle is the same sort of man. The reminder of her origins did not please Miss Bingley, her glare at her brother informing him of his error. Bingley, however, did not give an inch, much to Darcy's amusement. Bingley was a retiring sort of fellow who did not appreciate argument. Miss Bingley knew this about her brother and tried to use it to have her way shamelessly. And when it was a matter about which Bingley did not feel strongly, he let her have her head. When they disagreed, however, Bingley could hold to his opinion as stubbornly as any mule, proving Miss Bingley did not possess as much influence over him as she thought. I apologize, Charles, but I must speak so you cannot misunderstand, said Miss Bingley, gathering the shreds of her patience about her. Miss Bennet is a pleasant woman, and, as Louisa said, I am fond of her. The family, however, is not her equal, nor is their situation anything other than reprehensible. With no fortune and unwanted connections, there is nothing to recommend them. Therefore, they have very little chance of making matches with any man of consequence in the world. I beg your pardon, Caroline, said Bingley, but I fail to understand how this concerns us. This is the Bennet's family's business, and not something about which we should gossip as if we were the arbiters of what they can expect out of life. Miss Bingley regarded him, and then offered a curt nod. Yes, I suppose you are correct. It does not affect us. If I spoke out of turn or presented my opinion with too much vigor, I apologize. It is only that sometimes you do not seem to understand the realities of certain situations, and one of those is the one in which the Bennets find themselves. You are mistaken, Caroline, said Bingley. I understand the situation, for I am not lacking in sense. As for your assertion regarding the Bennets' prospects, I can say nothing, for I know nothing of the future. It may be as you say. Then again, they might surprise you. A haughty sniff was Miss Bingley's response, and then she turned to Darcy, as he had known she would. Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. What do you suppose, sir? Shall they all find Parsons to marry some day? Miss Bennet and Miss Mary might have some success in doing so, but the other three do not have the temperament to become the wives of Parsons. Perhaps a tenant farmer is all they can expect. The wife of a solicitor? Asked Mrs. Hurst. Or maybe one of these officers running about, chortled Miss Bingley. I doubt any of them could support a wife, but perhaps that is not so important a consideration. Like your brother, said Darcy, I can offer no opinion regarding their prospects. However, they may have a greater chance of attracting men of consequence than you believe. It may have been better to refrain from such a blatant comment, for Darcy had not troubled himself to hide his meaning. Then again, the way Miss Bingley's glance darted to her brother, she read Bingley's actions toward Miss Bennet in Darcy's statement, and not his interest in Miss Elizabeth. If he was any judge of the matter, Darcy suspected Miss Bingley would bend all her efforts to persuading Bingley away from Miss Bennet, though her suspicions about his admiration of Miss Elizabeth would turn her attention the more certain she became. Had Darcy any doubt of Bingley's fortitude, he might have apologized to his friend. It was fortunate that Miss Elizabeth entered the room at that moment, bringing an end to Miss Bingley's complaints about her situation, though not the woman's mean-spirited attacks. Bingley noted her at once and approached her for information about Miss Bennet's condition. "Jane is sleeping at present," said Elizabeth in response to Mr. Bingley's query. "Since the maid is sitting with her, I thought I would join you for a time. You are welcome, of course, though I believe we are all quite dull at the moment." Bingley grinned. "Perhaps you will liven our evening with your witty conversation." Elizabeth laughed. "I cannot say whether I possess such facility as you suggest, Mr. Bingley, but I am happy to do whatever I can to assist." "Shall we play cards?" asked Mr. Hurst. The way Mr. Bingley and Mr. Darcy looked at each other, Elizabeth suspected this was not an uncommon occurrence. There was no disagreement. Mr. Bingley and his sisters agreed to play, so the mistress summoned the servants, who set up the table, and soon the four began their game. "You do not mean to join us, Miss Bennet?" asked Mrs. Hurst, more, Elizabeth suspected, from politeness than any desire to claim her company. "Thank you, but I believe I shall amuse myself with a book," replied Elizabeth. "Should Jane require my presence, a book is more easily set aside." "I am certain your sister appreciates your devotion," said Mr. Bingley warmly. "Jane and I have ever been the closest of sisters. It is no trouble to be devoted to such a gentle soul as she." "That is a sentiment I can well understand," said Mrs. Hurst, with more kindness than Elizabeth had ever experienced from the woman. "Caroline and I have always been most supportive of each other." "Yes, Mrs. Hurst, that is evident from the moment one makes your acquaintance." The woman nodded and turned back to the table, not understanding the double meaning in Elizabeth's words. Left to her own devices for the moment, Elizabeth thought to excuse herself to retrieve a book from the library when Mr. Darcy addressed her. "If you wish, I have several books you can borrow." Mr. Darcy shot an amused look at his friend and added, "Bingley here does not read, such that if you went to the library, you would find it in a pitiful state sufficient to send you fleeing in despair." "I own it without disguise," said a cheerful Mr. Bingley. "My temperament, I fear, is not conducive to sitting in one place long enough to derive benefit from so simple an activity as reading." "That is shocking indeed, Mr. Bingley." Elizabeth turned to Mr. Darcy and offered a mischievous, "I might not have thought a learned gentleman would consort with one who so obviously disdains the benefits of education, Mr. Darcy." "Charles and Mr. Darcy are the greatest of friends," exclaimed Miss Bingley, seeming quite affronted. "Which is why," said Elizabeth wryly, "if I have offended, I apologize most profusely, though I stand by my comment." Mr. Bingley laughed, catching Elizabeth's jesting tone as his sister had not. "I am certain my deference to Darcy here is not only because of his studious ways. While I graduated from Cambridge, Miss Bennet, I do not find that such activities suit me to the extent they do my friend. I read as much as the next man, but I cannot claim the accomplishment as Darcy does." "Alas, it is unfortunate," said Elizabeth, "but I shall not say another word on the subject." "By this measure," observed Mr. Hurst, "it appears that you consider yourself to be an excellent reader." "I love to read, Mr. Hurst," said Elizabeth, "yet I would not call myself a great reader, for there are many things with which I love to occupy my time. If you wish to meet a great reader, speak to my father, for I have never met such a dedicated bibliophile as he." Mr. Hurst nodded and returned to the game, drawing his companions with him, though Elizabeth noted that Miss Bingley kept watch on her, for what reason she could not determine, except that the woman might wish to inspect her for faults, so she might more readily abuse her later. Miss Bingley would do what she would, so there was little reason to consider her. Thus, Elizabeth perused Mr. Darcy's collection, the titles proving the gentleman had excellent taste in literature. As she did not think she would stay in the room long, Elizabeth selected a small collection of poems and sat on the sofa, with Mr. Darcy from where she could observe the game and converse with the rest of the company. "You enjoy poetry, Miss Bennet?" asked Mr. Darcy when he noted the book she held. Elizabeth offered the gentleman a warmer smile than she had ever thought would be his due. "I do, when I am in the mood. I also enjoy other subjects, including histories, comedies, and even the occasional novel." Laughing, Elizabeth added, "Perhaps I should not have included that last, for now you will despise my frivolous nature." "Not at all," said Mr. Darcy with a smile. "My sister loves nothing so well as a novel, though she will read other works for her education." "Novels can be amusing," said Miss Bingley, "if one reads them in moderation." "That is my opinion, Miss Bingley." The woman preened as if she thought Mr. Darcy had just praised her to the skies. Mr. Darcy noted it, a subtle shaking of his head telling Elizabeth that he found Miss Bingley exasperating, much as Elizabeth did herself. The gentleman caught her eye, understanding passed between them, though neither allowed the mirth they felt to escape. One did not laugh at one's hostess, after all. For the next few minutes, they conversed about their likes and dislikes, which were more similar than Elizabeth might have supposed. And on one occasion, Elizabeth recited a few lines of the poetry she was reading. Those at the card table added little to their discourse, as Mr. Hurst called for their attention to the game. It was a simple, banal sort of conversation, one with many stops and starts as they each focused on what they were reading, but the familiarity and easiness of it once again provided a sense of amazement to Elizabeth, as she would never have expected such amity between them before that morning. "You spoke of your father as a devotee of the written word," said Mr. Darcy when they had been sitting in this attitude for some time. "Oh, yes," agreed Elizabeth. "Papa is never so happy as when he is in the company of his beloved books behind the stout door to his study. As you may recall, he is the only man in a house of 6 women. His study is his retreat from the rest of the world, and more particularly from the concerns of his family." "Yes, I recall it," replied Mr. Darcy. "I commend his fortitude, for I do not know how I would fare in such circumstances."
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. "I dare say you and your father would appreciate Darcy's libraries," said Mr. Bingley. "If one wishes for a veritable cornucopia of subjects from which to choose, Darcy's collection cannot fail to satisfy." "Is that so?" asked Elizabeth, directing an arched brow at the gentleman. "Our libraries are the pride and joy of my family," replied Mr. Darcy, though with a sense of modesty. "The one in London is smaller, as there is not as much space in the house to devote to such things, but the library at Pemberley has been the work of several generations." "I dare say you have added to it extensively, sir," praised Miss Bingley. "My additions are a small yet growing portion of the total number of books. As books have become more plentiful and cheaper to produce, the rate of growth has increased such that we may lack the room to add more before long." "That is a tragedy, Mr. Darcy," said Elizabeth. "Not at all, Miss Bennet," replied the gentleman with a smile. "I have some notion of expanding our library to accommodate a larger supply of books. There is no rush, as I shall not exceed my available space soon, yet it is something I must consider for the future if I mean to continue my present course." "No doubt you do," said Mr. Bingley. "A Fitzwilliam Darcy who does not purchase books is not worthy of the title, in my opinion." "Thank you for that vote of confidence, Bingley," replied Mr. Darcy. "I shall endeavor to uphold your opinion of me." "I hope I shall see your library some day, Mr. Darcy," said Elizabeth. "It sounds like a sight to be seen." "If you are ever in the neighborhood, you are welcome to visit.
"I shall hold you to that," said Elizabeth. "The prospect of seeing such a bounty of knowledge collected into one place is one temptation I could not resist." "Extensive reading is the very essence of a learned society, in my opinion," said Mr. Darcy. "Of course you would say that, Darcy," said Mr. Bingley. "No doubt even the hordes of young ladies in society that claim accomplishment would not meet your idea of it, though they play, paint tables and screens, dance, and I know not what." "Oh, Charles," said Miss Bingley, "there is far too much liberality attached to the term accomplished. While a woman must do all these things to lay even a tenuous claim to the term, that cannot be enough." "Is accomplishment a term used in London society?" asked Elizabeth, amused by the turn their discourse had taken. "In the country, we do not use such labels with impunity, for the situation, temper, inclination, and capacity for such learning can be so different as to render any assessment of the relative abilities of those under scrutiny the most unfair judgment in the world." In a place such as this, Miss Bingley's reply was akin to a sneer. "I cannot but suppose you are correct. In London, however, the standards are higher, as they must be for all those who possess the means to improve their talents. If they do not take the opportunity privilege grants, they are even more contemptible because of their sloth." "That is interesting, Miss Bingley," said Elizabeth, curious about how deep the woman's conceit ran. "It has always been my observation that practice is not the only factor in learning a skill. The level of aptitude one naturally possesses also determines the level of achievement one may attain. For example," continued Elizabeth, "while I possess a certain facility for singing and flatter myself that it is pleasing to others, Jane is the true singer between us. She possesses a sweet and pure soprano voice I could never match, as I have a much lower contralto and cannot attain the vibrant notes Jane can achieve." "With that I cannot but agree," said Mr. Darcy. "My cousin routinely bests me when we face each other with foils in our hands, yet while he is more practiced than I am, being a colonel in the army, he also possesses greater natural talent." "Yes, I suppose you must be correct," said Miss Bingley, her glance at Darcy warm, though it cooled several degrees when she transferred her gaze to Elizabeth. "My point is that one must take the opportunities and apply oneself to the fullest measure, yet even then anyone might fall short of being truly accomplished." Elizabeth stifled a laugh at the woman's continued superiority and decided against pointing out that one could never know if lack of practice or aptitude held another back unless they revealed their secrets to the world. "Oh dear," said Elizabeth, winking at Mr. Darcy where she was certain Miss Bingley could not see, "I am afraid I have let down my sex, for I have not done as I ought." She turned a smile on the gentleman and said, "While I can play the pianoforte, I enjoy so many activities that I do not take sufficient time to practice that would allow me to become proficient." "Then it is just as well that you do not move in the circles we inhabit," said Miss Bingley. "Among my acquaintances, there are several ladies I deem accomplished in every sense of the word." "Please tell me for my edification, Miss Bingley," said Elizabeth, "what else do you apply to the term that would allow your friends to claim it?" "Why, a certain something in their air," replied Miss Bingley, allowing Elizabeth to see a perceptible rise of her nose. "It comes from breeding and excellent training, and manifests itself in the woman's manner of expression, the way she carries herself, and the company she keeps." "Do not forget the benefits of extensive reading," said Mr. Darcy, returning Elizabeth's wink. "No woman can be called accomplished unless she also claims that triumph." "That is no surprise coming from you, Darcy," jested Mr. Bingley, to which Mr. Darcy smirked and nodded. "To own the truth, Miss Bingley," said Mr. Darcy, "I suspect even your definition is far too liberal to have any reflection on reality. There are far fewer accomplished ladies than you suggest." "Oh, to be certain," cried Miss Bingley. "I did not mean to suggest the term could apply to all. Only certain ladies who have practiced all these things can lay claim to the title." "If you want my opinion," said Elizabeth, "I suspect this is all exaggeration." "What do you mean, Miss Bennet?" asked Mrs. Hurst. Elizabeth sensed a trace of genuine curiosity in her question. "It is quite simple, Mrs. Hurst," replied Elizabeth. "To become practiced in all the things you suggest, a woman must be a slave to her education, leaving little time for the necessities of life. Can there be anyone who has the natural talent that would allow them to become practiced in everything you suggest?" "You speak the truth, Miss Bennet," said Mr. Darcy. "In my experience, we all possess natural abilities in certain areas, while almost nothing in others. That is part of the reason that I think the term is used too liberally. Rather, I prefer to refer to a woman as accomplished in her discipline, for no one can be talented in every activity they attempt." "But there are those who gain competence in many diverse pursuits," insisted Miss Bingley. "Why, among my acquaintances, there are many accomplished ladies by the standards we have discussed, such that I can scarcely name them all." The woman looked down her nose at Elizabeth. "I suppose it is no surprise to learn that those of inferior education cannot claim a tenth of the abilities of others who boast more fortunate circumstances." It was all Elizabeth could do to suppress a laugh at Miss Bingley's blatant superciliousness. The woman vacillated from her assertion of many accomplished ladies to agreeing with Mr. Darcy's definition of only a few to curry favor with him, back to her assertion of many to prove Elizabeth wrong, to say nothing of her insinuated assertion of her position among their number. Elizabeth wondered she did not become dizzy from so many twists and turns. What she inferred but did not say, yet Elizabeth understood readily, was that Miss Elizabeth Bennet of Hertfordshire, to possess even a fraction of the abilities necessary to provoke Miss Bingley's approval.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio, Elizabeth found she had never been so entertained by a woman so objectionable. "I am sorry, Miss Bingley," said Mr. Darcy, "but I cannot agree." "That is the essence of debate, is it not?" asked Elizabeth, before Miss Bingley could plead her case. "We all have our opinions and viewpoints, and we are certain ours must be correct. The ability to debate and allow merit to others' opinions, yet defend our own, is the very soul of polite discourse." "Yes, I suppose you must be correct, Miss Eliza," said Miss Bingley, seeming to understand and accept the olive branch Elizabeth offered. At least, she did not appear inclined to continue the argument. After a time, Elizabeth rose to excuse herself. "Thank you all for your company this evening and a most amusing discussion, but I shall return to Jane now and retire thereafter." As Elizabeth reached out to hand the book back to Mr. Darcy, he rose and smiled at her. "If you wish to continue to read it, I would be happy to lend it to you. It is not so long that I do not think you cannot finish reading it before you must leave us." Flattered by the gentleman's gallantry, Elizabeth thanked him and held the volume to her breast. "Thank you, Mr. Darcy. I shall return it directly when I am finished in the condition it came into my hands." "I know you will, Miss Elizabeth," said Mr. Darcy. "No devoted reader could ever treat a book ill. I suspect this is a trait you and I possess in common." With a smile and a final good night, Elizabeth left the room. She did not doubt that Miss Bingley would speak of her the moment she departed, but she found she did not care for the woman's opinion. Of more immediate interest was the change in Elizabeth's estimation of Mr. Darcy, for the gentleman's behavior that day had prompted a startling alteration to her estimation of him. Should he continue in this manner, Elizabeth thought she might come to like Mr. Darcy after all. Chapter 5. One of the more trying aspects of Louisa Hurst's relationship with her sister was Caroline's need to vent her frustrations. Even more tiresome was how Louisa always caught the brunt of her sister's need to express herself, for Caroline required an audience and a conspirator, even if it was her elder sister. That evening, the first of Miss Elizabeth's stay at Netherfield provoked a loud backlash, as Caroline complained of the necessity of hosting the Bennet sisters, as she decried anything good in them, even Miss Bennet, for whom, Louisa knew, Caroline felt some affection. "If insolence is a virtue," spat Caroline, as she paced the floor of the sitting-room in her quarters,
Then Miss Eliza Bennet must have every man in the world desperately in love with her. She is rather outspoken, agreed Louisa. How I would love to silence her, muttered Caroline. As her sister continued to pace, Louisa reflected on the situation. Louisa was not so determined nor so ambitious as her sister, as her marriage to Gerald Hurst must prove. Caroline had wished her to reject him, hoping to attract some man of a higher position. But Louisa, possessing some affection for him and content with what he could offer her, did not wish to tempt fate by refusing such an eligible man. Louisa would like to rise in society, for she enjoyed the benefits very well, but she was not as focused on it as her sister. Caroline was the force behind their ambitions, and Louisa always supported her, though that was in part because to do otherwise would be to provoke Caroline to unpleasantness Louisa had no desire to endure. Caroline's ambitions had always appeared too high to be likely, the only saving grace being Charles' friendship with Mr. Darcy. When they had first made his acquaintance, Louisa supported her sister, for such a close friendship contained the possibility of a closer connection with the gentleman. However, it had been 3 years since Charles had introduced them, and the man had never betrayed even a speck of interest for Caroline. Had it been Louisa, she would have lost all hope, shrugged, and switched to some more promising target. Caroline refused to even consider such a thing, certain in the end that Mr. Darcy would come to his senses. The longer this went on, the more pathetic it became. Not that Louisa would ever dream of saying as much to her sister, though she knew Charles had tried to tell her of Mr. Darcy's disinterest. Life would be miserable if Caroline thought for an instant that Louisa was offering anything other than her unqualified support. This, unfortunately, allowed Caroline to make a fool of herself. At least Louisa retained her sanity. In short, said Caroline, interrupting Louisa's musings, Miss Eliza has nothing to recommend her, an unfashionable air, no fortune or connections of which to speak, and a forthright manner to make one blush. She also appears to provoke Mr. Darcy's attention, said Louisa, which is why you deplore her as you do. I would regardless, snapped Caroline. So reprehensible a creature as she could never elicit my approval. Louisa nodded agreeably, though she did not think Miss Elizabeth so bad as this. Louisa had little affinity for her, but that did not make her the worst of women. Well, I shall not stand for it, declared Caroline. Though she may possess fine eyes, Mr. Darcy is far too clever to be duped by the likes of her. I need only ensure that he understands how unsuitable she is. If you suppose that Mr. Darcy does not understand, replied Louisa, you are mistaken, for I have rarely seen a man who sees so clearly as Mr. Darcy. Yes, with that I must agree, said Caroline. Her pacing slowed as she considered this, and soon she sat in a nearby chair. Then I must practice subtlety, decided Caroline. Mr. Darcy is not bereft of sense. He is caught in the novelty of encountering such a woman as she. I need to do nothing other than point out her improprieties when she betrays them. Louisa had no notion that Caroline would alter Mr. Darcy's thinking to any extent, but she knew this was the best she could hope to achieve. With any luck, Caroline would understand for herself that she had no chance with Mr. Darcy and alter her course. That it had not happened before bore no consideration. Perhaps Louisa could make a few understated points of her own. Had Elizabeth considered it at all, she would have known to dread the possibility of her mother coming to see Jane's condition for herself. When the note arrived in the hands of Longbourn's footman, Elizabeth shook her head, understanding there was not much chance of deflecting her mother. Mrs. Bennet would consider it necessary to confirm that Jane was in no danger and do what she could do to push Mr. Bingley along, as she would term it. Elizabeth, of course, had a different way to describe her mother's likely performance. The words mortifying and disastrous came to mind, knowing her mother would expose them all to censure. "What is it, Lizzie?" asked Jane, when the footman put the missive into Elizabeth's hand. Elizabeth sighed, thanked the maid who brought the missive to her, and asked her to wait outside for her response, answering Jane only when she had closed the door. "It is from Mamma." When she opened it and read her mother's brief comments, she sighed and set it aside. Mamma proposes to visit Netherfield to examine your condition for yourself. Jane was a gentle soul who could not think ill of another if she tried, but she was under no illusions about their mother's character. They had spoken often enough about their mother's ways to understand each other's opinion without speaking of it again. The paling of Jane's face informed Elizabeth that her sister did not wish for the visit any more than she did herself. What are we to do? There is nothing we can do if Mamma is determined, as I must suppose she is. Elizabeth rose and stepped toward the desk, pulling out paper and a pen. I shall attempt to dissuade Mamma from coming, but we both know she will do as she wishes. True to Elizabeth's prediction, the answer to her letter arrived in the form of Mrs.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio, Bennet with Lydia and Kitty trailing behind. The girls' presence was perhaps even less welcome than their mother's, for they were already looking about with wide eyes, giggling comments passing between them, making them appear like unruly schoolgirls. Mrs. Bennet's fussing over Jane was not mortifying to Elizabeth's feelings for the simple fact of their being alone in the room. What happened thereafter, however, was not so easy on Elizabeth's equanimity, for her mother and sisters appeared determined to make themselves ridiculous, as Elizabeth might have expected. Mrs. Bennet dwelt on Jane's patience in the face of suffering, and then set the matter aside, having done what she felt was her duty. "What a fine prospect you have here, Mr. Bingley," said Mrs. Bingley. "Is Netherfield not a handsome house?" "It is adequate for our needs, Mrs. Bennet," said Miss Bingley before her brother could answer. "Netherfield is an excellent house, to be certain," said Mr. Bingley, eager to insert his opinion. "I have not been displeased with anything of our stay here, for it has all been most pleasing." "That is well, sir, for we pride ourselves on the welcome we offer to newcomers." Elizabeth did not think it politic to opine that there had been no one new in Meryton in recent memory. "Nothing has been wanting," said the gentleman in his ebullient manner. "Then I can imagine you are quite fixed here and will not wish to leave." The gentleman grinned. "For the moment, I consider myself comfortable at Netherfield. That may change in the future, for I imagine we will attend the season in London. Until then, I have no notion of leaving." "Oh, but my brother is so impulsive," said Miss Bingley. "I should not wonder if he did not change his opinion tomorrow and make for London at first light." "I cannot do that, Caroline," said Mr. Bingley, "and not only because Miss Bennet is convalescing in an upstairs bedchamber." "You must own that you often decide with little thought," insisted Miss Bingley. "I suppose I do," replied Mr. Bingley, unaffected by his sister's display. "Yet I cannot imagine I will do so at present, for I am quite enjoying my time in the country." "As am I," said Mr. Darcy quietly, much to Miss Bingley's horror. Elizabeth was surprised herself, notwithstanding the changes in Mr. Darcy's demeanor the past day. The notion of the gentleman's contentment here filled her with pleasure, though Elizabeth could not quite understand the source of that sensation. "Well," said Mrs. Bennet, not certain what to make of Mr. Darcy's comment, "I am happy to hear that you appreciate our little society, though it must not be what you are accustomed to. I have spent most of my life in the country, and find it quite pleasant, for after all, we dine with 24 families, which should be enough for anyone." Miss Bingley snorted at this silly statement, her eyes finding her brother, then Mr. Darcy, triumph reflected in their depths, while at her side Mrs. Hurst appeared to have a little more success holding in her mirth. Even Mr. Bingley's expression was carefully blank. From Mr. Darcy, however, came a surprising response. "From the way you speak, it sounds like you do not go to town much." The way Mrs. Bennet regarded the gentleman, Elizabeth was certain she thought Mr. Darcy meant to be severe with her. Had she not witnessed the changes in him of late, Elizabeth might have suspected the same. "We do not," replied Mrs. Bennet, her tone clipped. "Mr. Bennet does not appreciate town and prefers the comforts of Longbourn." "Ah," said Mr. Darcy, "a man after my own heart." This comment startled Mrs. Bennet, causing her to regard him with some astonishment. That was nothing compared to Miss Bingley's reaction.
"That is an excellent jest, Mr. Darcy," cried she with a nervous laugh. "Why, I have seen you enjoy the season very well indeed." "There are benefits to town, Miss Bingley," agreed Mr. Darcy. "I enjoy the theatre, art exhibits, and the society of friends with whom I am well acquainted. But society at large does not agree with me." The gentleman smiled and turned his attention back to Mrs. Bennet. "It is the curse of a reticent man, I am afraid, for I do not make acquaintances easily." "There is a simple solution for that deficiency," said Elizabeth, not willing to allow his comment to stand. A vestige, perhaps, of her distaste for him, an opinion that the new man before her was melting away. "And what is that, Miss Elizabeth?" asked the gentleman, his grin suggesting he suspected he knew what her answer would be. "Practice, of course," said Elizabeth with a beaming smile. "As I have owned that my lack of execution on the pianoforte is a consequence of my disinclination for practice, perhaps you will confess to the same." Mr. Darcy offered her a grin that quite became him. "It appears, Miss Elizabeth, that you have caught me out. If I may call on the support of excellent friends, I shall apply myself, and hope to improve to your satisfaction." "In the country," ventured Mrs. Bennet, still uncertain what to make of Mr. Darcy, "there is less chance of being in company with those you do not know. We are all well acquainted with our neighbors, and attend each other's parties." Miss Bingley shook her head in annoyance at Mrs. Bennet's rather obvious statement, but Mr. Darcy nodded. "Which is one reason I prefer the country to town, Mrs. Bennet. I would not say I count all my neighbors as close friends. I am at least familiar with them, and understand their characters. This allows me a greater degree of comfort than being in town where one cannot know everyone." "Then again," said Elizabeth, "town allows for a greater variety of acquaintances." "That is true," acknowledged Mr. Darcy. "For one who enjoys the study of characters, I dare say town provides a much wider opportunity for observation. But people change so much that there is always something new to observe. The study of something new in an acquaintance's character can also be rewarding." "That it can, Miss Elizabeth." As the conversation continued around her, Elizabeth listened but heard nothing, as her focus was on Mr. Darcy. That the gentleman had inserted himself and deflected her mother's silly comment, turning it into a discussion in which everyone could participate, did not escape Elizabeth's notice. Well, perhaps not everyone, for Miss Bingley was also regarding Mr. Darcy, wondering at his behavior, her attempts at subtle mockery thwarted by the gentleman's intervention. Elizabeth was grateful to him, for Mrs. Bennet possessed the power to mortify them all when she felt herself slighted. The pair continued to speak of the benefits and drawbacks of the country and London, their conversation rational and interesting, and only occasionally interrupted by a comment from another source. Mrs. Bennet's replies, Elizabeth noted, appeared almost sensible, which Elizabeth appreciated very much. It appeared as if the visit might be concluded without further mortification. Then, when all appeared to be going well, and the time for their departure neared, another took up the standard of silliness. "Mr. Bingley," said Lydia, "I have heard you say that you meant to hold a ball. It will be a scandal if you renege on that promise." While Miss Bingley again appeared annoyed, Mr. Bingley's response was a grin. "I have no intention of breaking my promise, Miss Lydia. When your sister recovers, I shall send around my card, and you shall dance the night away." Lydia squealed her delight, along with Kitty, who was no less excited. The minutes of rational conversation appeared to have done wonders for Mrs. Bennet's demeanor, for while she was as excited as the girls, her response was a little more restrained. "That is very obliging of you, Mr. Bingley." Mrs. Bennet then turned to Mr. Darcy, and while her face fell a little, she remained hopeful. "I hope this is agreeable to you, Mr. Darcy. You have been among us for some weeks now. This will be a perfect opportunity to come to know us better." "I have no objection to a ball, Mrs. Manor."
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. "Bennet," said the gentleman, "and shall do my utmost to do my duty to your neighbors." The expression with which Mrs. Bennet regarded Mr. Darcy was far warmer than it had been only that morning. Soon thereafter, the Bennet ladies departed,
and Elizabeth excused herself to return to Jane. While her sister did not require her presence, Elizabeth thought it beneficial to remove herself from Miss Bingley's contempt. It would also allow her time to consider all that she had seen and heard, inform Jane of these events, and contemplate her ever-changing perception of Mr. Darcy. The predictable mocking of Mrs. Bennet and her daughters began the moment the Bennets had all quit the room. But Darcy was in no mood to listen to Miss Bingley vent her spleen on the subject. As such, he excused himself at the first available opportunity. Bingley proved he was no more eager to be in his sister's company when he announced his intention to join Darcy. "Shall we go to my study?" asked Bingley when they quit the room, to Miss Bingley's disappointment. "I do not suppose there is pressing business awaiting you in your bedchamber." "Very well, Bingley," replied Darcy, ignoring his friend's comment. When they reached the room, Darcy went to the window to look out at the drab November day, reflecting on the visit just completed, while Bingley went to the fireplace and stirred up the blaze. Foremost in Darcy's thoughts was the expression of gratitude adorning Miss Elizabeth's pretty face when Darcy had diffused the situation with her mother. Pleasing Miss Elizabeth had become important to Darcy in a brief period, for what could be better than seeing those beautiful eyes regard him with admiration? The only thing Darcy could think of that would exceed that pleasure was for him to return that look, provoking even greater regard in return. "Well, my friend," said Bingley, as he turned away from the fire, his grin speaking of his amusement, "it appears you have learned to tolerate Mrs. Bennet." Darcy considered his friend's statement and the woman in question. "She is excitable," said Darcy, uncertain how to say what he wished. "As she was not born to the estate she now holds, it appears obvious that she does not always know how to behave. She is eager to promote her daughter's welfare." "That she is," said Darcy, with a roll of his eyes. "Yet that is not an uncommon phenomenon in any society. The estate is not large, and her daughters must not have much dowry between them. With no heir to inherit her husband's estate, the most likely source of protection is for her daughters to marry. Many a society lady pushes her progeny on wealthy men for reasons less estimable than this." "Yes, I must suppose you are correct," said Bingley. "Is this where you caution me to take care not to pay Miss Bennet too much attention?" "Not at all, Bingley," replied Darcy. "As we discussed yesterday, I would not dream of intruding on your business. If you feel enough to offer for Miss Bennet, whether she possesses a splendid fortune or not a farthing to her name, I will not attempt to gainsay your right to follow your convictions." "Miss Elizabeth appeared to appreciate your kindness," said Bingley with a smirk. "That did not escape my attention, Bingley," replied Darcy. "Trust me, the notion of pleasing a woman worthy of the effort carries its own benefits." "It does," agreed Bingley. They continued for some time in this manner together, speaking of nothing of consequence. Bingley brought out the chessboard, and they amused each other over the game the rest of the morning. When they gathered for luncheon, Darcy noted that Miss Elizabeth did not attend them, preferring instead to request a tray to Miss Bennet's room, including a bowl of hot broth for her sister. This suited Miss Bingley well, for she had more to say of the Bennets, none of which was complimentary. "What an odious family they are! I could not keep my countenance when Miss Lydia demanded you host a ball, brother. If I were you, I would have no compunction at all about refusing to oblige such an obnoxious request." "I will do no such thing," replied Bingley. "Miss Lydia is correct. We spoke of it last week, and she did nothing more than remind me of my promise." Darcy suspected Miss Lydia had more in mind than Bingley suggested, but he was not inclined to give Miss Bingley more fodder. "A ball would be a trial on my patience," sniffed Miss Bingley. "I have no desire to host those who pass for gentlefolk in this insignificant neighborhood." "Oh, but Caroline," said Mrs. Hurst, "I doubt they have experienced such an event for many years." "There is no other house in the vicinity capable of hosting such an event." As a distraction, Mrs. Hurst's comment was well chosen, for Miss Bingley loved nothing better than to display her talents before all and sundry. There was, of course, one she desperately wished to impress, and her glance at Darcy told him nothing he did not already know. While she might decry hosting the people among whom she presently mingled, the opportunity to display herself as a competent hostess to Darcy would be an irresistible lure. "Perhaps you are correct, Louisa," said Miss Bingley. "A little culture cannot go amiss. They may even leave the experience having gained something." Miss Bingley's nose rose in disdain. "But I must state that I cannot abide Mrs. Bennet. Of all the mercenary women I have ever had the misfortune to meet, I declare she is the worst." Bingley looked to Darcy, who shook his head, each holding in their mirth, given their conversation that morning. For Miss Bingley, of all people, to complain of another harboring mercenary tendencies was absurdity of the highest order. "Mark my words, Charles," continued Miss Bingley, "she means to have you for a son-in-law, and will stop at nothing until you meet Jane Bennet at the altar." "What if I wish to meet Jane Bennet at the altar?" asked Bingley, setting his fork on the table and leaning back in his chair, folding his arms. "Do not be tiresome, Charles," said Miss Bingley. "I am fond of Jane, but having her family as near relations would be insupportable." Bingley, it appeared, recognized that now was not the time to engage in this argument, not when he had made no overtures to Miss Bennet. His sister appeared to see this as a victory, for she turned her attention back to her previous discussion. "Remember that Mrs. Bennet is intent on getting all she can. If you give even the barest suggestion of interest, she will assume your engagement is a fait accompli." "I rather think Jane's opinion is far more important than her mother's," replied Bingley, taking up his fork again. "You do not account for the mother's mercenary ways." Miss Bingley turned to Darcy. "You must have seen it, Mr. Darcy. Have you ever encountered a more odious and scheming woman than Mrs. Bennet?" "Indeed, I have, Miss Bingley," replied Darcy, taking a perverse sense of enjoyment when her face fell. "There is a tendency in society to grasp for a higher plateau, whether that be in fortune or standing, or even other lusts which I shall not attempt to name. Mrs. Bennet is neither the first nor the worst I have seen." That silenced Miss Bingley effectively, though Darcy could not miss her injured reproach for not agreeing with her. As there were few subjects on which Darcy would agree with Miss Bingley, and own it without disguise, he found himself unmoved by her displeasure. When the repast ended, Darcy made his way above stairs, having no desire to continue to endure Miss Bingley's ill humor. As he was passing Miss Bennet's room, Darcy was fortunate when Miss Elizabeth emerged by chance, allowing him the opportunity to stop and speak with a woman far more agreeable than the house's mistress. When Darcy inquired after her sister as politeness dictated, she hastened to assure him of Miss Bennet's improvement and further speak her mind. "Thank you, Mr. Darcy, for distracting my mother this morning." "Not at all, Miss Elizabeth," replied Darcy.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. I concur with her assessment in general and was rewarded with an agreeable conversation. Miss Elizabeth nodded, though he could still see the gratitude in her eyes. "You prefer to be in the country?" Darcy could not help the laugh that found his lips. "Given what you know of my character, I must suppose you already knew of my preference. Yet you are a man of education who has experience in society. Can it be as bad as you suggest?" "Perhaps it is not," replied Darcy, "but it is also not much of an exaggeration. If I had the choice, I might always prefer to remain at Pemberley, for that is where I am the most comfortable. I must own to curiosity about London society, since I have little experience there." "Have you attended at all?" asked Darcy. Miss Elizabeth shrugged. "My aunt and uncle live in London, and Jane and I both visit them often. My uncle does not have access to the circles in which you move, though he has many acquaintances. What society they can offer, however, I have enjoyed. Your comments about the finer sets provoke me to wonder what it is like to move among them. "I cannot imagine," said Darcy, "that you would pause at all when confronted by them. You must be comfortable in whatever society you find yourself." "Until I experience them," said Miss Elizabeth with a shrug, "I cannot say. Trust me, Miss Elizabeth, moving in that society would not be beyond your capabilities. Miss Bingley, after all, mingles without difficulty, and her descent is not so fortunate as yours." As he had intended, Miss Bennet laughed. "Were she present, Miss Bingley would be horrified to hear you say it. Once again, I thank you, but I believe I must complete my errand and return to Jane." "You will join us tonight?" asked Darcy, feeling it essential to confirm he would be in her company again. "Yes, I believe Jane's improving health will allow it, though I may not descend until after dinner." "Then I shall bid you farewell and anticipate seeing you again this evening," said Darcy. Miss Elizabeth curtsied to his bow, and she returned to her room while Darcy returned to his. This business of pleasing a lady was far more rewarding than Darcy might have thought. Bingley had often fallen in love. Had he informed Darcy of the benefits, he might have tried it himself. If he had, however, he might not be at liberty to pay attention to Miss Elizabeth, so perhaps it was best as it was. Given the speed at which his regard was gaining strength, that would have been a catastrophe indeed. Chapter 6. Elizabeth Bennet was not one to stay in her room at all hours of the day. While she was not averse to sedentary pursuits such as reading or playing the pianoforte, her bedchamber at Longbourn had always felt rather confining the longer she remained within. The chambers to which Miss Bingley had assigned Jane at Netherfield Park were larger and more comfortable than those she had known in her ancestral home. Elizabeth spent little time in her own rooms, focused as she was on her sister, but she would not have remained within all day unless Jane needed her attendance. For the rest of that day, however, she found it prudent to remain out of sight. The issue was, of course, the behavior of one Caroline Bingley. That the younger Bingley sister considered the Bennets interlopers was no less than obvious, and her behavior toward Elizabeth was barely civil. The ladies visited Jane that afternoon for a time, and while they were there, Elizabeth made herself scarce. When they left, she returned to Jane and ensured she remained as unobtrusive as possible. In that way, she hoped that Miss Bingley would retain her temper and the house would stay tranquil. When considering the reasons for Miss Bingley's behavior, she attributed it to her general haughty nature and natural sense of superiority. It had been clear from the moment she had entered local society that Miss Bingley thought very well of herself. No one in the neighborhood could measure up to her standards. It was also clear that she was unhappy any time Elizabeth interacted with Mr. Darcy, as if she considered Elizabeth a rival for the gentleman's affections. "It is patently absurd, of course," said Elizabeth, when the subject arose between her and Jane. Elizabeth had not wished to speak of it, but Jane asked her why she was in so close attendance that day, and Elizabeth would not lie to her sister. "Mr. Darcy has no affinity for Miss Bingley at all, though Miss Bingley can see nothing of it." Jane frowned. "Of what do you accuse Miss Bingley?" "Of accusations I have none," replied Elizabeth. "You know my opinion of her, Jane. She has been gracious toward you, but to me she is brusque and waspish. It is also obvious that Miss Bingley fancies herself as a potential mate to Mr. Darcy, but the gentleman has no interest in her. To own the truth, it is more pathetic than anything else. Is she correct?" Elizabeth turned to Jane with a frown. "About me being a rival?" When Jane nodded, Elizabeth shook her head. "Mr. Darcy considered me not handsome enough to request a dance. Given what you have told me of him since you arrived, he has repented of that opinion." "Mr. Darcy has behaved better," said Elizabeth. "Yet I can see nothing in his demeanor that suggests admiration, certainly nothing to give Miss Bingley any indication of danger to her schemes." "Mayhap you are correct," said Jane. "Miss Bingley considers you a threat, or so it seems. If she does, then her greater knowledge of the gentleman suggests there may be something you cannot see. Or he may have given her some reason to suspect partiality for you." The notion was nonsensical, and Elizabeth did not hesitate to refute it. "As Miss Bingley treated me this way before I came to Netherfield, this hypothetical event must have happened previously. Mr. Darcy has only changed since meeting me here. So far as I know, his previous opinion was still in force. Whatever Miss Bingley sees, I can only assume it is born of her desperation to attach herself to him. Therefore, I can only conclude some measure of folly in her, particularly as she wishes for the attention of a man who does not favor her. I shall not comment further, Lizzie, said Jane, since I have witnessed none of this. I only ask you to keep an open mind regarding Mr. Darcy. Now that he has improved his conduct, there is little reason for you to refrain from meeting him with civility. It was, Elizabeth reflected, excellent advice. The opportunity to follow it arrived that evening. With her resolve to avoid taxing Miss Bingley's patience as much as she could, Elizabeth lingered in Jane's room during the dinner hour, citing her attendance on her sister as a reason to request a tray. After she had eaten, and Jane partook of some broth and bread, her sister fell into a deep, healing sleep, leaving Elizabeth with no reason to shun the company further. Knowing it was her duty to pay them every arrear of civility, she called for the maid and dressed with her assistants, then made her way from Jane's bedchamber in search of the family. As they had the previous day, Mr. Darcy and Mr. Bingley approached her the moment she entered the room, asking for an account of Jane's health, to which Elizabeth gave a positive response. Soon, however, Mr. Bingley was called away by Mr. Hurst, who waited with some impatience at a table where a deck of cards rested, in a common configuration of piquet, while Mrs. Hurst sat nearby. Mr. Darcy returned to a desk set at the side of the room, while Miss Bingley engaged in needlework. Elizabeth sat on the matching sofa, and pulled out the book of poetry Mr. Darcy had loaned her the previous day. Soon, however, Miss Bingley grew tired of her needlework and set it aside. "How curious it is, Mr. Darcy, to always see you writing some letter or another." Mr. Darcy looked up at her, then dipped his pen in the ink again and returned to his letter. "It is a consequence of having much business to conduct, Miss Bingley."
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. Since I am away from Pemberley and have been for some time, I must also manage the estate through correspondence with my steward. "Pemberley!" exclaimed Miss Bingley. "It is a wonderful place, and one I should love to see again as soon as may be arranged." "I would thank you, Miss Bingley," replied Mr. Darcy, "if your opinion did not mirror mine so closely. As it is, I shall commend your powers of observation." "Do not provoke him, Caroline," said Mr. Bingley with a grin at his friend. "If you induce Darcy to speak of his beloved estate, we shall not have a moment's peace all evening." "There is so much of which to speak," said Miss Bingley. "Pemberley is the very pinnacle of estates, for I have never seen such a superior place in all my travels. I believe the Cavendish family, among others, would dispute your claim, Miss Bingley," was Mr. Darcy's dry response. "Oh, Chatsworth is lovely," replied Miss Bingley, waving away his comment. "But there is something special about Pemberley. It has a certain elegance and distinction that I think not easily replicated anywhere else, only matched by those who call it their abode." "To those who live in such places," said Elizabeth, "they must see it as nothing more than a home, no matter how fine, elegant the decor, or how large the building." Miss Bingley turned a sneer on Elizabeth. "It may be best, Miss Eliza, if you wait until you are admitted to the pleasure of seeing such a place before you presume to comment. I cannot imagine you have experienced its like." "I have toured a few large houses, yes," said Elizabeth, not at all intimidated by the woman's contempt. "In my experience, it is all a matter of perspective. To a tenant farmer, Longbourn must be the height of luxury, while those in my situation see a house like Chatsworth as the pinnacle of all dwellings. I must suppose it is the same to anyone other than those who live in a palace." "You have captured my opinion with exactness, Miss Bennet," said Mr. Darcy, showing her a smile as he looked up from his letter. "To my sister and me, Pemberley is a beloved home, a place where we feel far more comfortable than any other place in the world." "It sounds like a lovely place," said Elizabeth. Mr. Darcy inclined his head and turned back to his letter, while Elizabeth returned her attention to her book. Miss Bingley's glare of utter exasperation, however, did not escape her attention, such that Elizabeth considered it sensible to remain quiet for a time. It was impossible to direct all her attention to her book, for Miss Bingley did not stop speaking. "Should you not rest from your exertions, sir?" asked she with a coquettish smile. "I should find these letters of business that occupy you as no less than tedious." "Then it is well that they are my responsibility, Miss Bingley," said Mr. Darcy, almost setting Elizabeth to laughter. "This is not a letter of business." "Then do you write to your dear sister?" demanded Miss Bingley. "I do," replied Mr. Darcy. "Oh, dear Georgiana," purred Miss Bingley, "how I long to see her again. Shall you not invite her to join us here at Netherfield?" Mr. Darcy looked up and regarded Miss Bingley. "That is possible, for I believe Georgiana would enjoy a holiday in the country. Oh, please do, Mr. Darcy, for we long for her presence." Mrs. Hurst joined in this entreaty, and even Mr. Bingley voiced his approval for the notion, though soon an annoyed Mr. Hurst drew his attention back to the game. "Very well," said Mr. Darcy with a nod. "I shall include your invitation in my letter to Georgiana." "That is excellent, Mr. Darcy," said Miss Bingley. Then she turned an insolent expression on Elizabeth. "When you meet Georgiana Darcy, Miss Eliza, you will be admitted to the very pinnacle of gentility and comportment. There is no finer girl in the country than Miss Darcy, for the most exceptional points of the Darcy family and her noble ancestors combine in one exquisite young woman." "She is my sister," said Mr. Darcy, "so I cannot say much without appearing prideful. I could have no greater fondness for her than I already possess." "No compliment could be higher," cried Miss Bingley. "I consider her the best of women, among the most accomplished of her sex." Miss Bingley, turning to regard Elizabeth at that moment, would have been enough to know she meant to hurl a dart, even without the smirk that adorned her face. "Why, Georgiana's performance on the pianoforte is the most delightful I have ever heard for a girl so young. Listening to her play is a true privilege only a few are granted." "Is that so, Mr. Darcy?" asked Elizabeth, turning an expressive look on the gentleman. "Your sister sounds positively terrifying to anyone not possessing a tenth of her excellence." It was clear to Elizabeth that Mr. Darcy was holding in his mirth, even as Miss Bingley appeared affronted. The former spoke before the latter. "I have always thought my sister talented, Miss Bennet. It is as we spoke last night. True talent, when mixed with diligent practice, cannot but result in excellent execution, and Georgiana has never lacked the motivation to practice. It is one of her favorite activities." "Of course," exclaimed Miss Bingley. The woman looked down her nose at Elizabeth. "At least she possesses the understanding to do what must be done to attain true proficiency, though there are many who cannot be bothered." As an attack, it was rather paltry, for Elizabeth had never claimed great proficiency or affinity for the instrument, and was content with her level of ability. She noted, however, that Mr. Darcy was gazing at Miss Bingley with some asperity for her ill-bred assault. Elizabeth had no notion that Mr. Darcy would speak up on her behalf, but she responded to avoid any possibility of it. "Then I shall await the opportunity to make her acquaintance with bated breath. Given such recommendations as this, I have no doubt she will be well worth knowing." All at once Miss Bingley seemed to recall the potential drawbacks of Elizabeth making Miss Darcy's acquaintance, though she still regarded the woman's conceit as ridiculous and her suspicions about Elizabeth as nothing more than silliness. Miss Bingley continued to praise Mr. Darcy's sister at length, eliciting little response from the gentleman, other than to confirm that he had offered Miss Bingley's invitation as she had requested. How she could not see the gentleman's growing annoyance, Elizabeth could not understand, but she continued to praise his sister to excess until he finished his letter. "Perhaps we might have some music?" asked Mr. Darcy, after he had set his writing supplies to the side. "Might I perhaps persuade one of the ladies to oblige me? I should like to hear a song." "Of course, Mr. Darcy," said Miss Bingley, preening as if his request had been a compliment to her alone. Miss Bingley had enough presence of mind to offer to allow Elizabeth the first right of refusal. "No, indeed," replied Elizabeth. "Knowing to accept was to invite her severity, for you know I have no pretense toward any great skill on the instrument." "Then I shall oblige you, Mr. Darcy," said Miss Bingley, rising gracefully and taking herself to the pianoforte. When Miss Bingley began a complicated bit of Mozart, Elizabeth could see Mr. Darcy's sigh of relief. It was, she supposed, not an uncommon tactic for a woman wishing a gentleman's attentions to praise his sister, but there was a point beyond which such praise ceased being genuine and became gauche. Elizabeth suspected Miss Bingley had exceeded that limit early in her paeans of praise. The woman was technically proficient, thought Elizabeth as she listened to Miss Bingley play, far more than Elizabeth was herself.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. Where her playing failed to please were the little trills and extra flourishes she thought necessary to add to the song she played, as if Mozart himself had not already added an abundance of such vanities. Perhaps it was because she did not possess great skill herself, such as to make a viewer as pleased with her performance as the sounds she produced, but Elizabeth had always felt a performer who played with feeling, perhaps marrying their talent with a pretty voice, pleased the audience far more than those who attempted to prove their proficiency with excessive embellishment. For a time, they were treated to Miss Bingley's playing, as she turned to Haydn after Mozart, then proceeded to several folk songs, and finally a Scotch air. It was then that Elizabeth realized the possibility that Miss Bingley's concerns were not the ravings of an ambitious woman. As Miss Bingley played, Mr. Darcy rose and approached Elizabeth, bowing as he reached her. "Tell me, Miss Elizabeth," said he, upon hearing such lively music, "do you not feel the urge to dance a jig?" For a moment, Elizabeth could summon no response, so surprising was his application. Then her thoughts caught up to her shock. "Are you asking me to dance, Mr. Darcy?" "If you please," replied the gentleman. "It appears to be a perfect opportunity, does it not?" Elizabeth smiled and rose. "At least you do not request my hand to mock my taste, Mr. Darcy, for I can see you are in earnest." Sincere did not even begin to describe Mr. Darcy when he answered, "I hope, Miss Elizabeth, that you would never suspect me of such atrocity. If you are not inclined to dance, I shall withdraw my application, but it would please me if you will accept. I should be pleased to stand up with you, Mr. Darcy." It was surreal to consider how Mr. Darcy had asked her to dance an informal jig when he had refused only a few short weeks before, when his friend had adjured him to dance at the assembly, and he had refused so decidedly. Whatever she had thought of the gentleman, it was clear his education was not lacking, for he moved in the jig with the grace he had shown during the more formal sets of the assembly. All the while, his eyes never left hers. He even appeared oblivious to Miss Bingley's slack-jawed incomprehension, followed by her sudden expression of resentment. Any thoughts of Miss Bingley and her anger were extraneous, for Elizabeth could focus on nothing other than this man before her. "It has been my observation, Mr. Darcy," said Elizabeth softly, not wishing to be overheard, "that you were not fond of dancing." "You are correct, Miss Elizabeth," said Mr. Darcy in the same low voice, as if their conversation were an intimate sharing of their devotion. "I do not much care for the activity. However, when I am well acquainted with and esteem my partner, I am much more inclined to dance." "Well acquainted?" asked Elizabeth, quirking an eyebrow. "Do you consider us so closely connected now as to describe our acquaintance so?" "Can you doubt it?" asked Mr. Darcy. Elizabeth regarded him, trying to understand. "If you will pardon me, Mr. Darcy, I had not thought there was much affinity between us before I came to Netherfield." The gentleman appeared to ponder this. "That, Miss Bennet, is likely my fault, for I am always uncomfortable when among people I do not know. It is a failing, but there it is. On this occasion, it was made all the worse because I was plagued by certain family concerns."
"Oh?" asked Elizabeth in a bit of daring. "Then you do find me handsome enough to tempt you?" For a moment, Mr. Darcy did not understand her. Then the light of comprehension in his eyes competed with the heat in his cheeks. Elizabeth watched him as he gathered himself, wondering what he would say. One could, if they chose, accuse Elizabeth of eavesdropping on conversations when she should not, though she would assert she had been sitting there long before Mr. Darcy wandered near, and might suggest she was vain to have allowed the comment to affect her. That last might be true to a certain extent, but she did not think any lady would laugh off such a comment without taking offense. "You see, Miss Bennet," said Mr. Darcy at last, "my mood was troubled when I had the poor judgment to utter those words. I shall not offer any excuse in my defense, and instead beg your forgiveness. The man that said those words must have been out of his wits, if not a complete fool." "That will not do, Mr. Darcy," said Elizabeth, ignoring the remarkable sensations his compliments were stirring in her heart. "I have always depended on you as a man possessing an abundance of sense. To learn I was mistaken now would be to overthrow all my expectations forever." "Then you forgive me?" asked Mr. Darcy shamelessly. Elizabeth could not suppress the laugh that sprang to her lips. "Yes, Mr. Darcy, since you ask so sincerely, I shall absolve you of any crime, and welcome you into my circle of friends." "I accept," said he at once. "Being your friend, Miss Bennet, must be the greatest pleasure, for no position could be more privileged." "With such praise, can I suppose I warrant an introduction to your dear sister?" asked Elizabeth. "Even though she is such a paragon of virtue, I shall be courageous and endure her perfection, even if I do not measure up to it." This time, Mr. Darcy responded with a laugh of his own. "I think, Miss Bennet, you will find Georgiana far less imposing than this, for all that she is a wonderful sister. At the first available opportunity, I shall be happy to introduce you." "I shall await it with bated breath," said Elizabeth. "Mr. Darcy," came Miss Bingley's screech as the song ended and she rose from the pianoforte. "I did not know you were inclined to dance. Now that you have stood up with Miss Eliza for a set," Miss Bingley glared at Elizabeth, "I would be happy to show you true elegance. Louisa will play for us, for she will do us justice." Though Mr. Darcy's countenance darkened at the insult, Elizabeth clapped her hands, preventing his response. "That sounds marvelous, Miss Bingley. I shall return to my seat so that I may observe your exertions, and hope your dance as delightful as I found mine." Mr. Darcy's expression became long-suffering, as if he now had an unpleasant duty to attend from which there was no escape. To the gentleman's credit, he did not hesitate, though it was highly unusual for a woman to insist on a dance with a man. Mrs. Hurst sat at the pianoforte and began to play another tune, akin to Miss Bingley's, and the two began to dance. How Miss Bingley could wear such a smug expression was beyond Elizabeth's comprehension. While she could have no knowledge of what passed between Elizabeth and Mr. Darcy during their dance, their ease together and the animation with which they spoke must have been obvious to any observer. With Miss Bingley, though the woman herself was garrulous and coquettish, bordering on improper, Mr. Darcy stepped through the dance with little emotion, his responses to her constant conversation monosyllabic and lacking in any warmth. Any woman of even a scrap of self-awareness must have understood who the gentleman favored by comparing the two dances. When Mrs. Hurst finished playing, Miss Bingley spoke of her willingness to continue, but Mr. Darcy refused all entreaties. "I believe I have had enough dancing for one evening, Miss Bingley," replied Mr. Darcy. Mr. Darcy sat near Elizabeth to converse with her, but Miss Bingley's apparent inability to see the difference in his interaction between them proved an act, for the woman sat nearby and refused to allow them any privacy. The sight amused Elizabeth, for it appeared Miss Bingley was determined to stay with Mr. Darcy, much as a barnacle attached itself to a ship. With no possibility for private conversation, Elizabeth soon excused herself for the evening. In Jane's room, she found her sister still asleep, and likely to remain so for the rest of the night. Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio, She spoke to the maid, who assured her that she would look in on Jane during the night and call her if necessary. Thanking the girl, Elizabeth returned to her room, prepared to retire, and soon settled into the bed. As she might have expected, Elizabeth's mind was far too active to allow her to sleep at once, for matters between herself and Mr. Darcy had changed drastically. Not only had Jane suggested that Mr. Darcy felt something more than he showed for her, but Elizabeth recalled Mr. Darcy making a similar comment during the soirée at Lucas Lodge. Elizabeth had pushed all such consideration to the side, for she had no notion that such a thing was possible. Now to be confronted with it was no less than a shock. After some time of considering the matter, Elizabeth decided it was not at all onerous to be the focus of this Mr. Darcy's attention, though the man he had been before she had come to Netherfield would not have been welcome. Where might this lead? Elizabeth could not say, nor did she think anything significant enough had happened between them to allow any flights of fancy, even if she wished for his attention. Yet she could not escape an important fact. Mr. Darcy appeared to be more than she had ever given him credit, and she found she could like him very well. Anything else was extraneous. Chapter 7. Caroline Bingley's behavior was egregious enough that Darcy wondered if he should pull back from his growing admiration for Miss Elizabeth. Though the notion of allowing her any sort of victory was abhorrent to Darcy, Miss Elizabeth's presence at Netherfield was likely to continue for at least a few more days, and Darcy would not have her made uncomfortable by his actions. On the one hand, Miss Bingley, as the mistress of the estate, was in a position to make life miserable for them all, and for Miss Elizabeth in particular. There were any number of minor, underhanded things she could do to display her displeasure, to say nothing of her continued mean-spirited criticisms, which she did not scruple to eschew when Miss Elizabeth was not present, and sometimes when she was. On the other, however, was Miss Elizabeth herself, and Darcy's estimation of her. Darcy did not suppose Miss Elizabeth was in any way intimidated by Miss Bingley's continued attempts to denigrate her, nor did he suppose she could not handle the other woman. In the end, the decision was taken from his hands by his own actions, and while he decided to be more circumspect overall, his desire to be in her company did not allow him to ignore her completely. That morning, Darcy took his breakfast with Bingley, the Bingley sisters usually rising later than their brother, and when Bingley retired to his study, Darcy instead made his way to his room, wondering if he might find a way to put himself in Miss Elizabeth's company without Miss Bingley knowing. By design, Darcy left his door ajar, and was rewarded when he heard someone moving in the hall a little later. A glance out the door revealed it to be Miss Elizabeth approaching the stairs. Darcy entered his room once again, and retrieved his jacket, shrugging it onto his shoulders as he hurried to catch her. When he came across her below the stairs in the attitude of preparing to go out for a time, he was highly gratified he had understood her character so accurately. "Miss Bennet," said he in greeting, "how are you this morning?" The woman smiled as she greeted him, lightening Darcy's heart with her warm response. "I am well, Mr. Darcy, but I believe that I have been indoors too long." "Is that so?" asked Darcy, matching her tone. "By my account, it has only been 2 days since you intrepidly walked 3 miles from Longbourn to Netherfield." "That is too long by my standards," replied she. "Even if it is only to the back gardens, I must stretch my legs for a time." "There is a long path that leaves the back gardens and wanders through the woods at the back of the house for a time," said Darcy. "If you are not averse to the company, would you accept my escort?" "If you can match my pace, Mr. Darcy," replied she. "I do not dawdle when I walk, for I prefer to walk for exercise." "I shall endeavor to match your prodigious stride, Miss Elizabeth," replied Darcy. They occupied themselves donning their coats, gloves, and headwear, and when ready, Darcy guided her from the house to the back gardens. Within a few moments they reached the path of which he had informed her, and they set out, Darcy eager to reach the safety of the trees to prevent anyone from the house, Miss Bingley, from observing them. For all her dainty size, Miss Elizabeth was indeed an excellent walker, her shorter stride a swift march that covered the ground quickly. Had Darcy been her size, he might have struggled to match her pace, rendering him grateful for his longer legs. For a time, they spoke but little, their tempo making all but the most banal comments impractical. It was enough for Darcy to be in her company. He expected she would slacken her pace at some point, allowing them to converse more easily. As Darcy expected, Miss Elizabeth slowed after about 20 minutes of walking and turned a shy smile on him. "Thank you, Mr. Darcy, for indulging my need to stretch my legs. It appears you had no trouble matching me stride for stride." "I cannot say that is accurate," replied Darcy, "for I took one stride for every 2 of yours. If I was not so much taller than you, you would have left me behind long ago." A wry smile was her response. "Not at all, sir. My sisters do not walk so rapidly as I do, so I slow my steps to match theirs. Walking is beneficial exercise, especially when one tests their endurance. Given the speed of your pace, might I assume you have been walking since you were a girl?" "You may," replied Miss Elizabeth, as she continued to walk, though much slower and more conducive for conversation. "Since I was old enough to roam my father's estate at will, I have been availing myself of its paths. They are a beloved friend by now." "Do you ever take along a maid or a footman for protection?" asked Darcy. "Not since I was about 13, replied Miss Elizabeth. "Papa calls the district the most tedious neighborhood in the kingdom, where nothing ever happens. Were there any chance of danger, I would take more precautions, but as it is, I have never experienced anything to give me even a moment's concern." Darcy nodded, thinking of his sister's pleasure walking, though Georgiana did not walk so far nor so quickly. "Within Pemberley's lands, I allow my sister to walk with impunity, so long as she informs the housekeeper her direction and when she means to return." "Which I also do with Longburn's housekeeper when I mean to go out," interjected Miss Elizabeth. "That is prudent," said Darcy. "To walk outside the estate is too far for my sister, so I do not concern myself, and Pemberley's neighborhood is safe. To the north of my estate, perhaps 15 miles or more distant, there is a stretch of infamous road infested with bandits." "That is strange, Mr. Darcy," said Miss Elizabeth, her eyes twinkling in suppressed mirth. "I might have thought such ruffians were situated further to the east in Nottinghamshire, perhaps a remnant of Robin Hood's band of outlaws." "These men are not so noble," replied Darcy, vastly enjoying their banter. "Should they stop my coach to rob me of my valuables, I doubt they would give them to the poor as our dear Robin did." "The wretches!" exclaimed Miss Elizabeth. Together they laughed at the silliness of their conversation. Then a thought appeared to come to Miss Elizabeth, and she sobered at once. "Tell me, Mr. Darcy," said she, her voice carrying a hint of her usual teasing, "is your sister so imposing as Miss Bingley suggests?" Darcy's chuckles continued as he refuted Miss Bingley's testimony. "No, she is not, Miss Bennet, though I already informed you as much." "You did," said Miss Elizabeth.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio, whatever I tell you will be colored by my perception as the proud and doting elder brother. Perhaps it will, acknowledged she, but at least it will not be colored by self-interest and the supposition that it will improve a woman's campaign to induce you to offer a proposal. Darcy could not refrain from shaking his head at her comment, for it was all too apropos. In that you are correct. It is a device often used by a certain set of young ladies in London, though as I have never heard of it succeeding, I cannot understand why so many employ it. As for my sister, while her performance is excellent for her age, and she does not want for motivation to practice, Georgiana is a shy girl, not inclined to put herself forward. I would not further impugn Miss Bingley's motivations, for I suspect she possesses some affection for my sister, but Georgiana does not return her affection in equal measure. Such a girl would not be comfortable knowing that a woman esteems her for the path she might offer to her brother, observed Miss Elizabeth. Just so, replied Darcy. I do not wish to say too much, Miss Bennet, yet I must acknowledge my sister's feelings on the subject. Georgiana has lacked genuine friends, young ladies her age who share interests and treat her as a person rather than the younger sister of Fitzwilliam Darcy. Miss Elizabeth regarded him, her amusement again showing.
"That is the first time I have ever heard your Christian name, Mr. Darcy. I hope you will allow me the humor in the situation when I suggest it is a rather pretentious-sounding name." Far from offending Darcy, he could not help the mirth overflowing at her daring comment. "To own the truth, Miss Bennet, I am not especially fond of it myself. It is the custom among certain members of higher society to name their eldest children with the surname of the mother's family. And as my mother was a Fitzwilliam, that is the reason for my name. Those of my acquaintance, of course, do not use it, as I am Darcy to most of them, and my sister and female relations all call me William." The amusement turned to critical regard as she considered this. "Yes, I can see you as William, Mr. Darcy. I have heard of that custom, but I do not recall ever meeting anyone who was named as a result." "It is a small matter, I suppose," said Darcy with a shrug. "My name honors my mother's family, with whom I have excellent relations, yet there is little need to use it on informal occasions." "Then do you suppose you will continue that tradition?" asked Elizabeth. "Perhaps," replied Mr. Darcy. "I wish to honor my future wife's family, but if that surname is Ketteringham, for example, it may be best to refrain." It was Miss Elizabeth's turn to laugh. "Oh yes, I cannot imagine a young boy would appreciate such a name." Darcy returned her grin. "I have an acquaintance named Ketteringham, and as he has a sister who has fancied herself a successor to my mother's position as mistress of Pemberley, it is a thought that has occurred to me." They walked on for some more moments, Miss Elizabeth allowing a snicker to escape as she considered the subject they had just discussed. For Darcy's part, he reflected on their conversation with no little wonder. Rare was the occasion when Darcy was comfortable enough to be this open with anyone, let alone a woman he had known for a month. With Miss Elizabeth Bennet, Darcy felt equal to almost any measure of intimate conversation, knew anything he told this woman she would keep in confidence. Even the deepest secret his sister held, the actions of that despicable knave Wickham, he could tell her and have complete conviction she would never betray a word of it to anyone else. "Having heard this much of your sister," said Miss Elizabeth, returning to their previous topic, "I am impatient to make her acquaintance." Miss Elizabeth offered an impish grin. After all, her brother's nemesis presides over the house as its mistress. "I do not suppose she will refuse," said Darcy, matching her expression. "Georgiana is in London at present, staying at my home with her companion. The promise of joining me and meeting so many agreeable young ladies will be an irresistible lure, though she will take some time to become acclimated to moving in your company." "Then I shall do my utmost to make her feel welcome," said Miss Elizabeth. "There is no lack of confidence in those of the neighborhood, my sisters among them. Their behavior may be so different from your sisters as to shock her to even greater silence." This reminder of Miss Elizabeth's younger sisters, who were of an age with Georgiana, was not precisely welcome, though Darcy would not think of keeping his sister from them when he was going to all this trouble to bring her to Hertfordshire. Fortunately, he trusted her to maintain the comportment she had been taught, regardless of what antics Miss Kitty and Miss Lydia might contemplate. "No, she will not be comfortable with their level of merriment," said Darcy at length. "Perhaps an acquaintance with them will help her shed some of her shyness." It was more than Elizabeth had expected from the tall gentleman walking next to her. More than once she had noted him regarding her sisters with disapproval, and Elizabeth could not blame him for it. On the contrary, she heartily agreed with his assessment. "I shall assist too, Mr. Darcy," said Miss Elizabeth. "If your sister requires distance from mine, and I cannot imagine she will not, then I offer myself as that distraction." Mr. Darcy nodded, though he was deep in thought. "Your sisters, Miss Elizabeth," said he, trailing off as if uncertain what to say. "Well, it has always seemed they are full young to be in company." "With that I have no wish to disagree," replied Elizabeth, trying to keep her tone light when it was a serious subject. "Kitty is 17 and is of age to be out in a small society such as ours. Lydia, however, is only 15 and, in my opinion, has no business being out of the nursery." "Did you all come out at such an early age?" asked Mr. Darcy, the curiosity in his question. "No, we did not. Jane and I both came out at 16, almost 17, while Mary was 17 before her coming out. Lydia, however, is my mother's favorite, and when Kitty came out, Mama thought it would be hard for Lydia to stay at home while her elder siblings attended assemblies and parties. All young people must wait until they are mature enough to move in society," said Mr. Darcy with no little caution. "With that I cannot agree more, Mr. Darcy," said Elizabeth. My mother, however, has always pushed our early introduction, for she believes our future security comes with marrying good men. Lydia, as her favorite, argued her early inclusion, and my father did not resist her. Regardless of what Lydia might say, however, she has not had her official coming out, though she acts as if she has. You do what you can to moderate their behavior, Elizabeth sighed, and offered him a wan smile. I do, Mr. Darcy, though my ability to influence them is limited. Mama was not born a gentlewoman, and does not see the need to curb their exuberance, while Papa leaves his daughters to his wife. What can the word of an elder sister be next to an indulgent mother who allows them to do as they will? Yes, I understand that can be a problem, agreed Mr. Darcy. Perhaps when you and your sister marry and have homes of your own, you can help them mature. It was the first time Elizabeth had ever heard the gentleman say anything to her that implied his genuine interest, for even if she had understood him the night before, her knowledge had come from his request to dance and the few words they had shared thereafter. Elizabeth did not think he meant to reveal so much, but for the tiniest moment she caught a sense of his reasons for paying so much attention to her these previous days. Elizabeth could not say if this interest changed his behavior, or if it was even real at all.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. For whatever reason, this enigmatic gentleman now attended her, and Elizabeth returned that interest far more than she ever thought possible when she considered the recent asperity in which she held him. "That is possible," said Elizabeth, knowing she must say something. "As an elder married sister, I would have more authority, especially if a younger sister stayed with me. If I have access to a different society than the one in which they move, that would also be a means by which I can help them change." "That would be the carrot," said Mr. Darcy. "Much more effective than the stick, I should think," rejoined Elizabeth. "Then again, in Lydia's case, both might be required." Mr. Darcy nodded his agreement. As they walked, they continued to speak, the topic moving from Elizabeth's younger sisters to Mr. Darcy's relations, and finally to Elizabeth's. Given Mr. Darcy was not but a gentleman, she expected that his family history must extend many generations. For by his account, the Darcys were long-standing members of that set, long before his father married his mother. From there, they moved to Elizabeth's relations, of whom there were few. Mr. Darcy appeared interested in Elizabeth's accounts of the Gardiners, as his previous behavior had suggested. "Miss Bingley mentioned you have an uncle in London," said Mr. Darcy. Elizabeth's glance heavenward was as inexorable as the tide. "I suppose she must have heard it from Jane. No doubt Miss Bingley deplores such an unsuitable connection and was not hesitant to share her opinion with her brother." "I shall not say you are incorrect," said Mr. Darcy. "It is rather curious, do you not think? Bingley is an excellent chap. Few I have met are better. The fact remains that he springs from a long line of tradesmen. Yet Miss Bingley deplores those you call relations for the same sins. If you will pardon me, Mr. Darcy," said Elizabeth, this time taking care for her words, "I might have thought that someone in your position would do the same. The notion is ridiculous, of course, as you count Mr. Bingley as a close friend despite his dissent. You will find, if you associate with me for long, that I have my fair share of pride. I hope, however, that I can see a man for who he is rather than whence he springs. That Bingley is not a product of many generations of the highest breeding is a point in his favor, for many of that set are insufferable." "My father often speaks of them," replied Elizabeth. "He despises town and will not attend." "As I told your mother, I find myself in agreement with Mr. Bennet," said Mr. Darcy. "Had I not a family legacy to uphold, I might choose to do the same. As you said, a man should be judged by his character, not by the fortunate circumstances of birth." "On the other hand," said Mr. Darcy, appearing thoughtful, "a man of less character can squander the advantages life has offered him, stray from the path of righteousness down those dark and forbidding." Elizabeth was certain Mr. Darcy was speaking of someone from his past, one he might have counted as a friend in other circumstances. Interested though she was, she would not presume to press him for more information on what was, after all, a matter unconnected with her. As a result, she only said,
"That I can understand, Mr. Darcy. I have drifted apart from several friends of my youth with whom I speak but infrequently. Yet I have gained a wonderful friend in Charlotte Lucas, who is 7 years my senior." Mr. Darcy might have responded, but at that moment they heard voices approaching, and both looked about to discover who it was. The path on which they were situated was near the entrance of Netherfield's gardens again, wandering along next to a large hedgerow. On the other side of the hedgerow was a long avenue leading back to Netherfield's gardens. It was from that path they heard the voices, their conversation growing more distinct as they approached. "Oh, Louisa, I am so distressed. I know that awful Miss Eliza Bennet is out with my Mr. Darcy. She wishes to sink her claws into him, mark my words." "I might have thought we would find them by now," replied Mrs. Hurst, for it was the 2 Bingley sisters, who it appeared had been looking for them for some time. "That Eliza is such an artful shrew," complained Miss Bingley. "I knew she was trouble the moment I laid eyes on her." "Caroline," said Mrs. Hurst, surprisingly the voice of reason, "I have never seen Miss Elizabeth behave improperly to Mr. Darcy." "That is because you have not paid attention," snapped Miss Bingley. "But I am determined no jumped-up social climber will defeat Caroline Bingley. Mr. Darcy will see reason." "Come, Miss Bennet," whispered Mr. Darcy, taking her elbow and directing her away from the 2 sisters. "French spies, they will be on us in a moment if we do not escape." Stifling a laugh at Mr. Darcy's antics, Elizabeth allowed him to lead them away, watching as he exaggeratedly skulked along the path, taking care not to attract Miss Bingley's attention. As the ladies were moving in the opposite direction, they soon passed beyond Elizabeth's hearing, allowing her to release the laughter pent up in her breast. Mr. Darcy joined her at once, appearing inordinately pleased with his ability to provoke her gaiety. "French spies, Mr. Darcy?" asked Elizabeth, arching her brow at the gentleman. "Well," replied Mr. Darcy, not appearing embarrassed in the slightest, "my cousin is a colonel in the regulars, and he is always speaking of the danger of French spies stealing our secrets. It is as easy to believe Miss Bingley a spy as to suspect her of being a high-born lady, is it not?" Again, Elizabeth's mirth proved too much. "Aye, that it is. If she were just another fortune-hunting woman in London," said Mr. Darcy, "I might simply avoid her. Because of my friendship with her brother, however, she believes she has a greater chance of provoking me to offer her what she wishes. Is she correct?" challenged Elizabeth, though she knew the answer. "No, Miss Elizabeth. As you already apprehend, I have no interest in her. Unfortunately, she also wishes a union between her brother and my sister, and believes success in that union will make my offer for her more likely." "I knew the moment she spoke of your sister that she wished for the connection," said Elizabeth. "The reasoning is curious, do you not think? How would one marriage in the family be likely to bring about another?" "I have no answers for you," replied Mr. Darcy. "It has always seemed strange to me." Mr. Darcy offered his arm and gestured toward the house in the distance. "If we do not make for the house, those spies might still locate us. Shall we?" With a grin, Elizabeth put her hand in the crook of Mr. Darcy's arm, far closer contact than she had ever thought to have with him, and allowed him to lead her away. As they walked, she considered what he had said of Miss Bingley and her opinions on the subject. It appeared a perfect opportunity to reassure Mr. Darcy about her family, if he was at all uncertain. "I find this business of Miss Bingley's wish to receive a proposal from you distasteful, Mr. Darcy." "No more than I do, Miss Bennet," replied Mr. Darcy. "But I suspect you have something more to say on the subject." "Only that I wish to find a meeting of minds with my future husband. Jane and I have always pledged that only the deepest love will induce us into matrimony. Perhaps, given our situation, some might say we are imprudent, but I have never wished to make a marriage of convenience, or worse, enter a marriage in a moment of infatuation. Again, I suspect there is something you are not telling me, Miss Bennet." Elizabeth shrugged. "My father and my mother have never shared a close relationship, so I have daily proof of what a disagreeable situation a marriage can be without the proper inducement. Papa married her in a moment of infatuation, as she was young and pretty and possessed a pleasing disposition. After they were married, he discovered she was rather shallow and not an agreeable companion."
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. There are few couples I can think of who are more poorly matched than they. That is a sad tale, Miss Bennet, replied Mr. Darcy, but not singular. Your parents married for the wrong reasons, and while they are unlike those in society who marry for fortune and connections in mind, the results are often the same. Then you do not think me imprudent? Asked Elizabeth, curious about his response. My parents made a love match, replied Mr. Darcy simply. While I have often thought I might make a marriage for other reasons, I have always wished to follow their example. As they reached the house, Elizabeth could do nothing but offer a murmured response, the contents of which she did not even know herself. That proud Mr. Darcy wished for affection in marriage would have been an absurd notion only a week before. Now that she knew him better, she thought it matched his character. Whence that thought came she could not be certain, but she felt it was correct nonetheless. "It appears we have returned, Mr. Darcy," said Elizabeth when they stepped inside the house. "I thank you for your company, but I believe I should return to Jane." "Of course," replied the gentleman, bowing to her. "I hope you will accept my warm wishes on her behalf. Perhaps she will be well enough to sit with us for a time tonight." "That is my hope, Mr. Darcy," said Elizabeth, curtsying to his bow. "I shall pass your well wishes to Jane." Then Elizabeth excused herself and returned to her room to repair her appearance before going to Jane's room. As she completed these tasks, her mind was full of Mr. Darcy. Elizabeth had never suspected the gentleman held as much depth as he did, but now that she had discovered it, she wanted to know more. Something told her that he would not disappoint. Chapter 8. It was impossible to suppose that Miss Bingley would not take every opportunity to draw a contrast between herself and her perceived rival. What Miss Bingley did not understand was the divergence between them did not favor her. Though Bingley had spoken to Darcy on the subject, Darcy would never presume to allow his friend to understand just how lacking his sister was in that measurement. He would also not allow Miss Bingley to ridicule Miss Elizabeth without opposition. Miss Bingley had much opportunity to voice her opinion, for Miss Elizabeth was absent much of the afternoon, remaining in her room with her sister. For his part, Darcy tried to evade his hostess to the extent he could, but to do so all day would not be proper as a guest, who must give some of his time to the family hosting him. As such, Darcy exited his room long before he might have wished, braving all Miss Bingley's displeasure. As he suspected, the woman lost no time in making her case. "It is well that you have joined us, Mr. Darcy," said Miss Bingley, not long after Darcy entered the room where the family had gathered. Bingley, who knew something of Darcy's activities that morning, shook his head of his sister, though he did not attempt to silence her. As Bingley was aware of his sister's character and knew she would have her say, there was little reason to delay the inevitable. Darcy could confess, if only to himself, his curiosity about how Miss Bingley would go about making her case. In answer to her comment, Darcy made a banal reply designed to both greet the company and force Miss Bingley to come to the point without his assistance. In this he was successful, for while he suspected Miss Bingley of wishing to provoke him to conversation that she could manipulate to her purpose, she appeared put out when he made no greater response. The tack she took was one Darcy could have predicted in advance. "It was unfortunate that I could not find you this morning, sir," said she, "for I had thought to propose a walk about the grounds." Miss Bingley sniffed with her typical brand of disdain. "This estate is inadequate, but the grounds are prettyish, I suppose. I thought you might enjoy some time in them." "Thank you, Miss Bingley, but I did enjoy the grounds today." There was little reason to dissemble, for Miss Bingley already knew of his outing with Miss Elizabeth that morning, no doubt hearing it from the housekeeper. Miss Bingley's face fell, as Darcy might have expected, giving him a perverse sense of enjoyment.
I came across Miss Elizabeth this morning and accompanied her on the path around the park. With your opinion of the grounds, I cannot but agree, for they are quite pleasant. I might have expected Miss Elizabeth to walk such a distance, sniffed Miss Bingley with disdain, for she proved her abilities when she scampered across 3 miles of sodden ground to attend to Jane. With that, I again agree without reserve. When she walks, Miss Elizabeth sets such a pace as to leave me hurrying to match her, even with my longer stride. Darcy smiled at the memory. According to her, she walks for the exercise, the solitude, the ability to think, and the love of nature. She is a most intrepid lady, opined Bingley. I am quite taken with her, for she has many sterling qualities. Though Miss Bingley directed a glare at her brother, Darcy was the greater concern. While I am certain she possesses all the fine attributes of an uncultured country miss, I must warn you to take care, Mr. Darcy. Why is that, Miss Bingley? Asked Darcy, enjoying this interview despite Miss Bingley's obvious annoyance. According to Miss Elizabeth, there is little danger in this county. Why, she even declared that ruffians such as Robin Hood never frequented the wilds of Hertfordshire, instead confining their pillaging to the north. Bingley snorted at Darcy's quip, but Miss Bingley was most unamused. I do not warn you against brigands or other such dangers, as even those who engage in such detestable behavior must understand there is nothing here to tempt them. Rather, I speak of predatory females, women who will do anything they can to attach themselves to a man of wealth to improve their position. And you suppose that Miss Elizabeth is one of these women? Asked Darcy, reflecting again on the utter absurdity of Miss Bingley, of all women, accusing another of mercenary motivations. Do not concern yourself, Miss Bingley, for I understand men do not always consider such matters when confronted by the batting eyelashes of a woman. On the contrary, Miss Bingley, replied Darcy, enjoying the ability to refute her every statement, I always consider a woman's motivations. It has kept me from connections I have no wish to make these past 5 years since my father's passing. Now Miss Bingley appeared unsure of herself, perhaps wondering if he was referring to her. Of course he was in part, not that he would own to it even if asked. As it did not fit her opinion of herself, Miss Bingley pushed to the side and focused on him once again. Pardon me, Mr. Darcy, but I fear I must speak plainly. Miss Elizabeth Bennet is one of those artful females intent on capturing an unwary man. If you do not take care, I fear she will use your trusting nature to impose herself upon you for her own purposes. Miss Bingley's eyes swung to her brother. You should take heed too, Charles, for Miss Bennet is cut from the same cloth as her sister. Her actions in arriving at Netherfield and catching a cold so she may stay here prove her scheming nature. So, said Darcy, when Bingley did nothing more than shake his head, you suppose she wishes to swoop down and extend her talons to me? That is exactly what I suppose, said Miss Bingley, understanding nothing of Darcy's reference to the overheard conversation between the Bingley sisters that afternoon. I am happy you begin to see what I have always understood about her. I apologize, Miss Bingley, but I do not. But Mr. Darcy, cried the woman, before Darcy interrupted her, I have been in society for 5 years now, and I have seen the approaches of many women who wish to relieve me of my bachelor state.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. While I cannot suppose that I have seen them all, I am more than capable of judging a woman's motivations. Miss Elizabeth, I am happy to say, shows none of these tendencies. In all my experience, I have never encountered a woman so lacking in artifice. Before you say anything further, interjected Bingley, I know enough of Miss Elizabeth to join my friend in his opinion. While I think that Miss Elizabeth has no such motivations, I know that Miss Bennet is devoid of them. Miss Bingley regarded them both, dander raised at how they both refuted her assertions. Again, she focused on Darcy as the greater threat to her ambitions, though the path she took was, this time, not one Darcy had expected. "Then I must wish you joy, sir," exclaimed she in a false approximation of excitement. "Your life will never be dull, for with Miss Eliza as a wife, you must always guard against her impertinence. She may at any time make some comment that will betray her countrified upbringing or expose you to ridicule. But I suppose you are equal to such things. And do not forget her giggling sisters and loud, obnoxious mother. They will be sensations when you introduce them to the sitting rooms of London. When you marry, you must ensure that you invite her relations in trade to all the most exclusive soirees, for they will add much distinction to your party." Darcy regarded the woman, amused at her excesses. "Tell me, Miss Bingley, is it customary for young ladies to jump from interest to marriage without considering the steps between?" "Oh, no, Mr. Darcy," exclaimed she. "I am absolutely convinced. After all, you have confessed to your admiration for her fine eyes. A woman such as Miss Eliza will not hesitate to take advantage the moment she hears of such sentiments. When shall you inform her of her fortunate status? If you hurry, you may make these significant presentations by the time the season begins." "I believe, Miss Bingley," replied Darcy, "that I shall consult my own feelings on the subject." Miss Bingley waxed eloquent for some time, repeating variations on her initial comments about Miss Elizabeth's abilities, her family, and the spectacles Miss Bingley expected to see, all while congratulating him on his perspicacity. Rather than taking offense, Darcy stayed entertained, occasionally interjecting a comment, agreeing with an opinion, or suggesting something new that Miss Bingley had not considered. In time, it was clear he had irritated her enough that she fell silent, though her injured glances at him spoke volumes about her inability to surrender. Darcy had not enjoyed himself so much in her company since first making her acquaintance. It was a fortunate decision to join the company that day. Something had changed, for Elizabeth sensed a greater resentment on Miss Bingley's part, though since Elizabeth had spent the entire afternoon with Jane, she could not imagine what it was. The barbs the woman shot in her direction during dinner were more pointed and less veiled than they had been before, leading Elizabeth to wonder what she had done to incur Miss Bingley's wrath. It almost prompted her to rethink her agreement with Jane that she should join the company after dinner that evening. Yet Elizabeth could not disappoint her sister, regardless of how Miss Bingley behaved. Elizabeth understood Jane's eagerness to leave the bedchamber, as she herself disliked being confined. Thus, when she returned from dinner to find that Jane had consumed the tray sent to her and readied herself to face the company, she swallowed her concerns and escorted Jane downstairs to join their hosts. Though not knowing what might happen, Elizabeth was relieved to discover that her concerns were groundless. "Miss Bennet," said Mr. Bingley, putting himself by her side the moment she entered the room. "How wonderful it is to see you recovered." "I cannot agree more, Charles," said Miss Bingley, joining him in greeting Jane. "Being in ill health is always so disagreeable that I pity your enforced confinement these last days." "Thank you, Miss Bingley," said Jane. "I am relieved to leave my room at last." "Yes, well, I hope we shall see more of you. The ability to move about will change your situation and make you happier, I am sure." It was an unsubtle wish to see the Bennet sisters leave her home. Jane, as Elizabeth might have predicted, said a quiet thanks for Miss Bingley, but it was the woman's brother who captured her attention. "Come, Miss Bennet," said Mr. Bingley, taking her elbow and guiding her to a chair before the fire. "You must be chilled. Sit next to the fire, and I shall build it up." "I am well, Mr. Bingley," said Jane, though she did not gainsay him. The next several minutes the antics of Mr. Bingley amused the company, for he hovered about Jane, asking after her level of comfort, building up the fire further, and plying her with blankets, pillows, and everything else he could conceive to ensure she was as relaxed as he could make her. Within a few moments, Jane assured him of her well-being, and he sought the chair next to hers, paying no attention to anyone else in the room thereafter.
The reactions of those in the room varied, as Miss Bingley glared at Mr. Bingley as if affronted at his need to see Jane contented, while Mr. Darcy regarded his friend with marked amusement. The Hursts opted to pay little attention, yet Elizabeth noted that Mrs. Hurst's eyes often found her brother, little though she displayed her feelings. As for Mr. Hurst, when it became clear there would be no cards that evening, he stretched out on a nearby sofa and was soon snoring. Not wishing to bring Miss Bingley's attention to her, Elizabeth took up another book she had borrowed from Mr. Darcy and attempted to lose herself in its pages. In this she was thwarted by Miss Bingley, who did not appear easy. For a time she sat languidly watching the rest of the room, her attention more on Mr. Darcy, who held a book of his own, than on the rest of the company together. Though attempting to read her book, Elizabeth caught the exact moment when an expression of cunning came over the lady's features. "Might I ask what you are reading, Mr. Darcy?" The gentleman told her succinctly and turned a page. "Oh," cried Miss Bingley, "that is a favorite of mine. I do not suppose you have the second volume?" Mr. Darcy said nothing, contenting himself with reaching to the table next to him, selecting the book he had set there for the obvious purpose of moving to it when he finished reading the first, and handing it to Miss Bingley. The woman might have wished for a more animated response, but she opened the book and perused its pages. Even then she did not read, for she leafed through the book with some disinterest, turning to Mr. Darcy and asking him a question every few moments. The gentleman, however, remained impervious to her interruptions, answering her with the same brevity, then returning his attention to his book. So disinterested were his answers that it was difficult to say that he had even looked up from what he was reading. It crossed Elizabeth's mind to ask Miss Bingley about the book she was holding, for Elizabeth had read it herself with her father a few months before. In the end, however, she decided it was best to remain silent. While provoking Miss Bingley and making her appear the fool might have been amusing, the drawbacks were obvious. Miss Bingley was ignoring Elizabeth that evening, which was better than any of their other interactions these past days. Remaining silent carried its own benefits. At length, Miss Bingley appeared to have had enough of this one-sided conversation, for she turned her attention to her brother. "By the by, Charles, I recall something of a suggestion to host a ball. I do not know if you still intend it, but I have decided that I have no interest in such an activity. I cannot imagine it would be at all agreeable." "That is unfortunate for you, Caroline," replied Mr. Bingley, giving her as little attention as Mr.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. Darcy had earlier, for I am afraid that I have my heart quite set on it. Once Miss Bennet has regained her health, I shall choose a date and send my card around. Miss Bingley was not pleased with her brother. No, I am certain I cannot contemplate undertaking such work for so little reward. Perhaps you should take the party's wishes into account, for I have no desire for such an amusement, and I am certain Louisa supports me. As for Mr. Darcy, his preferences are well known. I suspect a ball would be no less than a punishment." "Is that so, Darcy?" asked Mr. Bingley, fixing his friend with a grin. "Not at all, Bingley," said Mr. Darcy. "Do not refrain on my account, for I am not unwilling. If you were, I would advise you to go to bed early, old man. Then again, I must suppose the notion of an evening dancing is not so onerous as it might have been when we came to the country." "I shall not say you are incorrect," replied Mr. Darcy. Elizabeth bowed her head toward her book to hide her smile, understanding Mr. Bingley's reference. Miss Bingley must also, she supposed, for even if the woman had not spoken of it in Elizabeth's hearing, she assumed Miss Bingley must know what happened the night of the assembly. Miss Bingley, however, was not about to give up her objections. "In this instance, our wishes collide, brother, for I have no wish to plan such an event." "Then perhaps Louisa would oblige me," said Mr. Bingley, his eyes swinging to his elder sister. Mrs. Hurst appeared bereft of the ability to respond. She would not wish to refuse her brother, but she must also not want to upset her sister. Fortunately for her, Miss Bingley was not about to allow anyone else to take her place, especially when she could display her abilities before Mr. Darcy. "I see you are resolved, brother. Very well. It will give me little pleasure, but I shall do my best." "Excellent, Caroline," said Mr. Bingley, before turning his attention back to Jane. Miss Bingley sat for some time after, fidgeting, unable to find any comfort. Her queries to Mr. Darcy produced the same result as they had before, which did nothing more than make her more skittish. At length, her nerves rendered her unable to sit any longer, and she rose, beginning to walk about the room. It was not stalking, but her tenseness was unmistakable to anyone in the room who cared to look. While she was doing this, Mr. Darcy's attention remained steadfastly on his book. "Miss Eliza Bennet," said Miss Bingley a few moments later, startling Elizabeth when she had immersed herself in what she was reading, "perhaps you would consent to walk with me for a time. It is disagreeable to sit in one attitude for long, is it not?" There was little enough incentive to join Miss Bingley in walking about the room, for Elizabeth could not imagine two people who had less to say to each other than herself and Caroline Bingley. It was impossible to divine the woman's stratagem, but Elizabeth did not think of refusing her. Call it perversion on her part, but Elizabeth was curious to know what she meant to accomplish. Her reasons became readily apparent, for while Mr. Darcy paid no attention to Miss Bingley's walking, when Elizabeth arose, his eyes leapt involuntarily from the page. "Mr. Darcy," said Miss Bingley, having achieved her objective, "shall you not join us?" "Thank you, Miss Bingley," said Mr. Darcy, "but I believe I am comfortable where I am." "Oh?" asked Elizabeth, challenging him, though she was certain she would do well to remain silent. "Are you too caught up in your book to join us? Or does your pride rebel at the notion of walking with two ladies?" "Neither, I should think," replied Mr. Darcy without hesitation, "though at times I have endeavored to keep myself aloof from ladies, but it is not because of pride. We have spoken enough of the vice for you to understand my feelings about it." "Of what do you speak?" cried Miss Bingley. "Have you and Miss Elizabeth exchanged confidences you are unwilling to share with others? Perhaps you wish to be in my place, Mr. Darcy." "Miss Elizabeth is an agreeable young lady, Miss Bingley," replied the gentleman, "but at present I think I shall decline. It is not my intention to provoke the interest of any young lady." "That is wise, Mr. Darcy," said Elizabeth, trying to suppress her laughter. "As a gentleman visiting a dear friend, you would not wish to be caught up in expectations you do not mean to fulfill. That is the bane of every man of society, Miss Elizabeth." Elizabeth understood the gentleman's meaning and saluted him for it. A disappointed Miss Bingley also understood, if her long face was any sign. As a benefit of this exchange, she made no further attempts to distinguish Elizabeth with her attention. Instead, she took herself to the pianoforte and began to play, waking Mr. Hurst with the stormy music she chose, much to his annoyance. As the music washed over her, Elizabeth noted Mr. Darcy casting a slight smile in her direction, a look she could not ignore. "You appear rather pleased with yourself, sir." "Not exactly," replied the gentleman. "I was rather considering my reaction to Miss Bingley's invitation that I join you in walking about the room. I will say nothing about how she previously agreed to plan the ball and her reasons for doing so." "I knew it," said Elizabeth, taking care not to invite Miss Bingley's notice. "You meant to be severe with us. Now you have proven it." "Not at all, Miss Elizabeth," replied Mr. Darcy. "To speak of it to Miss Bingley would have invited acrimony, so I thought it best to refrain. If you wish, I have no objection about betraying it to you." Mirth welled up in Elizabeth's breast. "Will your observation mortify me if I allow it?" "Not at all," said the gentleman. "I do not mean to be severe, as I have already stated. What your feelings will be, I cannot predict, though I hope you will not be displeased." "Then I am eager to learn what you meant to say," replied Elizabeth. "Astonish me, Mr. Darcy, for I need a cleansing laugh."
Very well. Mr. Darcy paused, as if to consider, but Elizabeth was certain was nothing more than dramatic effect. Miss Bingley's purpose was nothing if not blatant, Miss Elizabeth. My immediate response was to consider two potential motivations for her actions, and neither would have been possible if I had interfered. Oh? What were the motivations you considered? Well, the first does not appear likely in retrospect. Given what I know of your feelings, I cannot imagine you are in each other's confidence. No, indeed, said Elizabeth. As I considered earlier, I can think of no two people who have less to say to each other than Miss Bingley and me. Mr. Darcy nodded, enjoying himself. As I thought. The second possibility is not so benign, but I suspect it is the truth of Miss Bingley's purpose. When a woman walks about the room that contains a gentleman, I cannot but imagine she wishes him to admire her form. Miss Bingley wished to attract my attention, and she did that admirably when she asked you to join her. Her asking me to join you was contrary to her purpose, as I was better positioned to admire you from where I sat. Though she had expected something of this nature, Elizabeth could not help the blush that heated her cheeks. It seems you understand Miss Bingley very well indeed, Mr. Darcy. Perhaps I do, replied the gentleman. One factor I cannot understand, however, is why she asked you to join her. Because she could not provoke your attention when she walked the room alone. That is likely, agreed Mr. Darcy. But calling you to her side and provoking my attention appears to be a miscalculation. For in such a circumstance, my focus must be on you and not her. Thus, she defeats her purpose. Elizabeth called on her vaunted courage to meet Mr. Darcy's gaze. That may be so, Mr. Darcy. Yet to a woman desperate to claim a man's attention, perhaps it is enough to imagine that she shares some part in it, even if it was provoked by another. It seems nothing more than a Pyrrhic victory to me, Miss Elizabeth, said Mr. Darcy.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. Darcy, I cannot disagree. I suspect Miss Bingley wished to provoke the kind of witticism you shared with me when she addressed you. A smile adorned Mr. Darcy's features. Yes, I suspect you are correct. Then it is well that I resisted, for I have no desire to provoke her any more than I must. At that moment, all private conversation between them became impossible, for Miss Bingley, noticing their tête-à-tête, brought her song to a close with far less finesse than Elizabeth knew she possessed, and hurried to interrupt. For the rest of the evening, it appeared her strategy consisted of never allowing Elizabeth and Mr. Darcy to share a private moment, for she interrupted them at every opportunity. Elizabeth was content, for she wished to consider what had happened between them. The question of Mr. Darcy's admiration and interest, if there ever was a question, now appeared answered. What Elizabeth now felt she must consider was how she should react. The gentleman she was now coming to know gave her the impression that he could provoke her to love him with little effort. Chapter 9. By the following morning, Elizabeth had reached a decision. Throughout the previous evening, in the solitude of her room, she had considered the situation at Netherfield Park. The behavior of its mistress, when contrasted with that of Mr. Darcy, plagued her, such that she lay awake long into the night considering it. The ironic part of it all was the fact that one conducted herself much as Elizabeth might have expected, while the second had treated her in a way that led her to believe he was an impostor. No one of any sense would blame her if she stated without any measure of doubt that Mr. Darcy did not respect her at all. From the gentleman's initial disparagement of her to his subsequent stony silences, severe looks, and unwillingness to engage in any meaningful conversation, he had given the impression of a man unwilling to allow anything he saw to please him. How that man had changed from the man who spoke with such eloquence and admiration, Elizabeth could not say, but she could no longer deny it.
His comments about Miss Bingley's reasons for provoking his attention were not insightful, for Elizabeth suspected anyone with a modicum of intelligence would understand them. The other words they had exchanged left Elizabeth pleased with his attention, interested in learning more of him, and eager to come to the point. This was where the problem of Miss Bingley arose. Elizabeth had known from their earliest acquaintance that the woman meant to become Mr. Darcy's wife. While the gentleman's feelings had been less apparent, it did not take long for Elizabeth to understand that he had no intention of honoring her with a proposal. While Elizabeth had attributed this to his pride in his position, the fact remained that Miss Bingley would not tolerate the gentleman giving his attention to another woman. Her time at Netherfield proved that without a doubt. Miss Bingley's behavior was growing worse by the day. The logical conclusion, therefore, was that Elizabeth and Jane should depart for Longbourn as expeditiously as possible. That did not fit Elizabeth's feelings, as intrigued as she now was by Mr. Darcy, but it was the sensible thing to do. Thus, when Elizabeth arose the next morning, she had already resolved that they would not stay another night. With the help of the maid, Elizabeth dressed for the day and checked in on Jane, finding her sister awake, appearing much better than she had even the previous evening. A quick word with her elder sister, and Elizabeth discovered they agreed. "Yes, Lizzie," said Jane, "we should return to Longbourn today. There is no more reason to impose upon the Bingleys now that I am so well recovered." "Then I shall send a letter to Longbourn," said Elizabeth, relieved she would not need to explain her reasons to her sister. "With any luck, we can put it in Papa's hands without Mamma's knowledge, for you know she wishes us to stay for a week complete." Jane came the closest to rolling her eyes Elizabeth had ever seen from her patient elder sister. "I remember her saying as much. Perhaps Mr. Bingley will send a footman with instructions to give it to Papa." "I shall speak with him," agreed Elizabeth. "If Mamma receives the letter, she will think nothing of denying us the use of the carriage." Elizabeth excused herself to write the letter, descending the stairs when she had completed it. That was when their plans went awry, for she encountered Mr. Darcy and Mr. Bingley. "Good morning, Miss Elizabeth," said Mr. Bingley with a bow, the gentleman by his side watching her, the scrutiny of the past absent in favor of a gentle look that felt like a caress. "I hope you slept well, and your sister's adventure in our company did not affect her health." "Not at all, Mr. Bingley," said Elizabeth, smiling at the jovial gentleman. "Jane appears recovered this morning. When I left her, she was dressing for the day." "Excellent!" exclaimed Mr. Bingley. "That is what I wished to hear." Unfortunately, Mr. Bingley did not understand what that might mean for his continued access to Jane at Netherfield. "Now that she is well again," said Elizabeth, "we have decided it would be best to return to our home." At Mr. Bingley's look of consternation, Mr. Darcy peered at her, his expression unreadable. Though Elizabeth sensed an equal measure of concern, she offered a smile and brandished her letter. "I have written a letter to my father for this purpose. You have been very kind allowing Jane to convalesce and enduring my presence in your house, but we do not wish to be a burden on you." "Do not consider such things for even a moment," cried the gentleman. "We have been pleased to have you with us." "I dare say you have been such excellent guests," added Mr. Darcy, "that my friend would not consider you a burden if you caused twice as much disruption." "Those are my exact sentiments," said Mr. Bingley. Though she regarded them both with gratitude, Elizabeth knew it was best they returned to Longbourn at once. "Thank you both very much, but I believe it best that we return today." "Miss Elizabeth," said Mr. Bingley, stepping forward to clasp her hand, "I beg you would reconsider, for I would not have Miss Bennet put in any danger that might be avoided. If you must depart, then at least stay one more day, so that you may be certain of Miss Bennet's improvement. Then tomorrow I shall put my carriage at your disposal for your return." "I believe this would be for the best, Miss Elizabeth," said Mr. Darcy, his earnest entreaty affecting Elizabeth more than Mr. Bingley's. "Very well," replied Elizabeth, after considering their petitions for a moment, unable to deny them both. "I shall speak with Jane. If she agrees, we shall delay our departure until tomorrow." "Excellent," said the gentleman again. Then, if Miss Bennet is willing, shall we take breakfast together?" "I shall ask her," said Elizabeth, impelled by the man's enthusiasm. "If you will wait for a few minutes, I shall speak to her and send word when we shall descend." Jane agreed to spend another day at Netherfield, as Elizabeth had supposed she would. Regardless of her accord with Elizabeth about the advisability of returning to Longbourn, the promise of another day in Mr. Bingley's company was destined to delight her sensibilities. Elizabeth returned to her room to rewrite her letter, informing their father of their intention to return the following morning, then joined Jane in making her way below stairs to where the gentlemen waited. Looking for all the world like a pair of courting couples, the gentleman escorted them into the breakfast parlor, where they took up the office of preparing their plates for the morning repast. "I am relieved you agreed to remain another day," said Mr. Darcy, when they were seated together at the table. "Mr. Bingley appears to concur with you, Mr. Darcy," said Elizabeth, seeing Jane hanging off Mr. Bingley.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio, Bingley's every word, she added. Jane took little persuasion. Not that I expected she would protest. Mr. Darcy nodded as he set to his breakfast, his expression absent. "Might I assume you resolved to return to Longbourn because of certain difficulties inherent in the situation at Netherfield?" "Perceptive as always, Mr. Darcy," replied Elizabeth, flashing the gentleman a smile. "I cannot imagine what form Miss Bingley's determination will take today, but I shall brave it, considering your excellent concern for my sister's health." The gentleman chewed on his toast, wearing a thoughtful expression. "Would you accept a little unsolicited advice, Miss Elizabeth?" "I always listen to advice." Elizabeth grinned and added, "Whether I will accept depends on the form it takes." "Then I suggest you inform Miss Bingley as soon as you see her of your intention to depart. The prospect of your absence will no doubt provide a balm to her bruised feelings. I suspect she will be far more gracious than she has hitherto been." "You shall be my guide, Mr. Darcy," said Elizabeth. They sat in this attitude for some time, each couple oblivious to anything the other did, other than to provide chaperonage for each other. The conversation was not anything consequential, but the sense of comfort with the man by her side was all Elizabeth might have hoped for in a gentleman she had all but moved to the category of suitor. And this with a man she could not have considered in any such light only 3 short days before. The 4 diners were still sitting about the table with their teacups near to hand when Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst swept into the room. While the latter appeared surprised to see them, and perhaps even a little fearful at her sister's reaction, Miss Bingley's gaze raked Elizabeth with contempt. She did not speak at once, contenting herself with filling a plate from the sideboard while she considered what she might say. When she took her place, she unleashed the inevitable barbs. "I see you are all about this morning," said she as she took up her fork. "How happy I am to see you so well recovered, Jane dear, for we were quite concerned about your health. Though we will be desolate at the loss of your company, I cannot but suppose the comforts of your own home must beckon." It was nothing less than a demand to know when the Bennet sisters would depart, and not one that adhered to tact. While Miss Bingley focused her attention on her breakfast, and her sister looked on with consternation, Elizabeth shared a glance with Jane, both understanding the need for them to depart. Elizabeth took on the burden of their response. "Indeed, you are correct, Miss Bingley," said Elizabeth, taking care to be far more gracious than their hostess. "This morning we discussed it with your brother, and decided that in deference to Jane's health and avoiding relapse, we shall stay 1 more day and return home tomorrow." "I would have them stay longer," said Mr. Bingley, his pointed look at his sister leaving nothing of his displeasure to the imagination, but Miss Elizabeth insisted they could no longer trespass on our hospitality. Miss Bingley's initial response was surprise, but then an expression of delight came over her features. She ignored her brother and responded more courteously than she had spoken these past 2 days, complete. "Of course, you must wish to return to your family," said she, no evidence of sneering in her voice at the mention of the Bennets. "The extra day is advisable. I am glad you thought of it, for I would not wish you to risk yourself without reason." "Thank you, Caroline," said Jane,
ignoring Miss Bingley's sudden kindness. "Your hospitality has been everything wonderful, as has your excellent care. A little of my cold lingers, as such things often do, but you are correct, I am eager to return home." "It is no trouble at all, Jane," replied Miss Bingley. "You have been excellent guests. I have not even noticed your presence." Mr. Bingley snorted under his breath, but Miss Bingley ignored him, and the Bennet sisters were too well-bred to react. Miss Bingley turned her attention to Elizabeth. "I must attribute Jane's improving health to your excellent care, Miss Eliza." "Not at all, Miss Bingley," said Elizabeth. "I have done nothing more or less than I owe Jane as my beloved elder sister, and certainly nothing to merit special recognition." That was the extent of the civility Miss Bingley could muster for Elizabeth, for she turned back to her breakfast. While she said little thereafter, Elizabeth and Mr. Darcy could not speak as openly with her present. The air of satisfaction hovered about her. While the gentlemen would repine their going, the same would not be true for the Bingley sisters, regardless of their professions of friendship for Jane. Foremost in Darcy's thoughts was the question of how he was to allow Miss Elizabeth to leave. It was, of course, nothing more than silliness, for a man did not court a woman living under the same roof. Yet Darcy had enjoyed the access he had to Miss Elizabeth, the engaging discussions in which they had absorbed themselves, the previous day's walk, or just the simple pleasure of sitting in her company, even when no words passed between them. The strength at which these feelings had come over Darcy might have impelled him to pull back to consider them, for he was a sober and careful man. Instead, however, they told him that they had been growing for some time, likely since the first moment of their acquaintance, and certainly since the party at Lucas Lodge when he had first betrayed his interest in her to Miss Bingley. That Miss Elizabeth's regard was not the equal of his was of no concern. His early behavior required he make amends, and the improvement of her opinion would take care of her feelings. Darcy wished for nothing more than to embark upon that path, for he was certain the reward at the end would be the finest he had ever contemplated. Miss Bingley was and would continue to be a problem, her behavior that day a testament to Darcy's concern about the folly she might achieve in desperation. She took care to be far friendlier to their guests than she had been the previous days, though Darcy noted her comments to Miss Elizabeth never wandered beyond neutral civility. It was the best, he supposed, that he could expect from her. Miss Elizabeth appeared amused by it, though she also took great care to confine their dealings to the same civility. What was also beyond dispute was Miss Bingley's keen observation of both Darcy and Miss Elizabeth, and her apparent determination that nothing private should pass between them. The Bennet sisters spent the afternoon with the Netherfield party, and whatever the activity, Miss Bingley was quick to interject herself between them. It was frustrating, and more because the woman could not accept all Darcy's hints about his disinterest in her. To speak of it or reprimand her would have been improper, so Darcy endured it as best he could. That was one reason that the Bennet sisters' departure would benefit, as she would not have so much power to prevent him from speaking with her when one of them no longer lived in the house over which she presided. It was also not outside Miss Bingley's sense of propriety to crow a little about an event they had discussed but had not finalized when Darcy last spoke to her. "Jane, dear," said Miss Bingley, though Darcy was certain her words were intended for Miss Elizabeth's ears, "Mr. Darcy has confirmed that his sister is to join us at Netherfield." Miss Bennet looked at Darcy, not understanding the significance, but she did not hesitate to respond as good manners dictated. "That must be welcome news for you, Mr. Darcy." "It is welcome to all," crowed Miss Bingley, her smugness not hidden. "Miss Georgiana Darcy is an exquisite creature. Louisa and I could not be any fonder of her. Even Mrs.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. Hurst appeared more than a little uncomfortable at Miss Bingley's fawning comments, but the younger sister took no notice. "It is unfortunate that you will have returned to Longbourn before her coming." Miss Bingley appeared to believe it was anything but unfortunate. "I suppose as she will stay with us, an introduction is inevitable." "We shall be happy to make her acquaintance," said Miss Bennet, not knowing quite what to say. "That will," agreed Miss Elizabeth, her mischievous smile announcing her intention to return a little of Miss Bingley's pomposity. "You have been confined to your room, Jane, but I have heard much of the towering presence that is Georgiana Darcy. I cannot wait to be introduced to her acquaintance." This comment did not suit Miss Bingley's feelings, but Darcy stepped into the breach before she could make some other veiled insult. "Your mention of Georgiana is perhaps a little past the mark. I love my sister dearly, but she is no imposing miss. Georgiana is quite shy and retiring. I hope those acquaintances she makes here will help her break out of her shell." "Then we shall be happy to assist," said Miss Bennet. "If it would make it easier for your sister, we will attend her at Netherfield." "Perhaps that may be for the best," said Miss Bingley, her civility slipping for a moment. "We would not wish to overwhelm Georgiana with too many acquaintances too soon." "With so many ladies her age at Longbourn," said Miss Elizabeth, the warm smile on her face belying the hardness in her tone, "I am certain she will find many friends, to say nothing of the other ladies in the neighborhood." "That she will," interjected Darcy, forestalling whatever poisonous comment Miss Bingley considered. "If you will consent to make her acquaintance, I shall trust you to see to my sister's welcome, and perhaps introduce her to others." This time Miss Elizabeth's smile was genuine. "I am certain that I speak for my sisters when I say that we will be happy to assist." "Oh, of course," exclaimed Miss Bingley, the rancor still dripping from her tone. "Your younger sisters! Miss Mary will no doubt have much to say about their mutual interest in music, though their taste and application might not be equal. And your youngest sisters can introduce them to all the officers. They claim all the officers as acquaintances, do they not?" "I suspect, Miss Bingley," said Miss Elizabeth, her voice turning icy, "that there are few in Meryton who will not claim an acquaintance with those adventurous fellows." "Whether they be adventurous I cannot say," said Bingley in his cheerful style, "but I consider them to be a decent, gentlemanly lot. I doubt Miss Darcy is as enthusiastic about officers as most the ladies in these parts, but a certain measure of acquaintance is inevitable. You forget, Charles, that Georgiana is not out." "Neither is my youngest sister," said Elizabeth, "but she still moves in society to a certain extent." "As does Georgiana," added Darcy, again not allowing Miss Bingley to speak. "Your comment about Georgiana is apropos, Bingley, for she has some experience with officers." "Ah, Fitzwilliam, of course," agreed Bingley. "I dare say she has even encountered some of his friends in the army." "She has," agreed Darcy. "I recall you speaking of this man, Mr. Darcy," said Miss Elizabeth. "Is he not your cousin?" "Fitzwilliam is my cousin," said Mr. Darcy with a nod, "the Earl's younger son, and joins with me as my sister's guardian. If there is one man in the world I consider as close as a brother, it is Fitzwilliam. No offense intended, Bingley." "None taken, Darcy," replied Bingley. "I have seen the intimate relationship you have with Fitzwilliam, and have nothing but respect for the man himself." "He is an excellent sort," agreed Darcy. "I would ask you, however, to refrain from telling him I said that, for he also has a teasing disposition and would never allow me to forget it if any praise on my part reached his ears." The company laughed at Darcy's witticism, though he noted that Miss Bingley did not appear to find the joke as amusing as the rest of them. Miss Bingley, he recalled, paid Fitzwilliam every appearance of deference, but as he was not a man inclined to allow foolishness, and was not slow to pierce puffed-up vanities, Miss Bingley had felt the edge of his sardonic humor more than once. What resulted was a curious mixture of obsequiousness and distaste. Fitzwilliam, of course, saw this, and used it to fuel his amusement whenever he had the chance. "Then I revise my opinion, Mr. Darcy," said Miss Elizabeth, the jesting nature of her comment evident in the sparkling of her eyes. "I am eager to meet Miss Darcy's acquaintance, but I also wish to meet your cousin. Even more, I would like to introduce him to my family, for I am certain they would like him very well." Darcy laughed as Bingley let out a loud guffaw. The only one not laughing was Miss Bingley, who seemed to see Miss Elizabeth's jest as an indication of her grasping nature.
"Mr. Darcy introducing his sister to you must be the highest honor," sniffed she. Her nose so high in the air, Darcy thought she might get a nosebleed. "As for Mr. Darcy's titled relations, I cannot suppose they would condescend to an acquaintance with those in a country community. Even I have only made Colonel Fitzwilliam's acquaintance, along with that of one of his sisters. When the opportunity comes, I shall greet the Earl and Countess and their family with pleasure." It was all Darcy could do not to shake his head at such blatant superciliousness. Contrary to Miss Bingley's expectations, he did not think an introduction to the Countess, let alone the Earl, would be forthcoming. His aunt and uncle were not haughty people themselves, but they well understood the position they held and protected it jealously. If Darcy decided in Miss Elizabeth's favor and she accepted him, his relations, outside one glaring exception, would accept her for the sake of family unity and would even come to enjoy her company. Had Darcy lost the use of his reason and applied for Miss Bingley's hand, he doubted his aunt and uncle would have greeted the news with equal sanguinity. "I wonder, Caroline," said Mr. Bingley, "if we speak of the same person. Fitzwilliam is perhaps not fond of every acquaintance he makes." Darcy knew this was an allusion to Miss Bingley herself, though the woman would not see it. "I have never seen him refuse an introduction. He is as garrulous a man as I have ever seen, perhaps more so than I am myself." Miss Bingley did not deign to respond, contenting herself with a huff of disdain. It was just as well, as Darcy was becoming annoyed with her presumption. "We think alike, Miss Elizabeth," said Darcy, turning the conversation back to Miss Elizabeth's comment that had provoked so much mirth. "When the day comes, I shall watch you introduce Fitzwilliam to your sisters and enjoy the results." "Let us call it settled then," replied Miss Elizabeth. "Do I misread the situation, or have you often been the target of this cousin's teasing?" "More often than I care to remember, Miss Elizabeth," replied Darcy wryly. "I have no frame of reference, as I am accounted as the teasing sister." Miss Elizabeth grinned. "I think I can condole with you, considering the number of times Jane has protested my witticisms." "Perhaps you will find this colonel agreeable, Lizzie," said Miss Bennet, her exaggerated innocence proving she was not bereft of the ability herself. "You did say he was single, did you not?" Again Darcy laughed, ignoring the notion of Miss Elizabeth finding Fitzwilliam agreeable, which was not at all palatable. "He is, though I must curtail your matchmaking at once. Fitzwilliam is a younger son, and has often spoken of the need to marry an heiress to maintain his lifestyle." "That is unfortunate for him, Mr. Darcy," said Miss Elizabeth. "Tell me, what is the price for the younger son of an earl? I suppose he would never settle for a woman possessing a penny less than £50,000.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. Enjoying this conversation, Darcy shook his head. "I am afraid Fitzwilliam has never mentioned a number to me, Miss Elizabeth, but I suspect you are correct in a general sense. Younger sons often possess a sense of extravagance that their inheritance will not support. Such a sum would suit my cousin well, though I will note he also hopes to find a woman for whom he has some affection." "That, Mr. Darcy, is the trick," said Miss Elizabeth, nodding. Then she sighed theatrically. "I suppose I must discount the good colonel then, for I do not possess such wealth and will not be suitable for him." Miss Elizabeth brightened and added, "Then again, I must suppose one teasing member in a partnership is more than enough, and shall not repine my inability to meet his needs." "Wise words, Miss Elizabeth," said Darcy. "Too much teasing cannot be good for a healthy relationship, I suspect." "Faugh!" cried Miss Elizabeth. "There can never be too much teasing, so long as it is on one side, of course." Mirth erupted among the company yet again. This was too much for Miss Bingley, for her conduct had grown worse since the conversation began. She inserted herself into Darcy's notice and introduced another subject, paying close attention to him for the rest of the afternoon. If Miss Elizabeth so much as spoke in his direction, he fancied he could see the claws of a cat extended in her reaction.
her insults more open than they had been even before. With this hostility, Miss Elizabeth soon refrained from addressing him, though her amusement at Miss Bingley's expense never wavered. It may have been a trick of the recent alterations in her dealings with Mr. Darcy, but Elizabeth could not help but see a pleading look on the gentleman's face as they departed the room to prepare for dinner. Miss Bingley's obvious hostility had required Elizabeth to back away to avoid an argument, which she had done knowing the following day would change everything. The woman's complete inability to see or give credit to Mr. Darcy's disinterest in her was amusing, but before long Elizabeth grew tired of the barbs the woman hurled every time she so much opened her mouth. As she returned to her room, Elizabeth considered the last look Mr. Darcy had directed at her. While the meaning was debatable, Elizabeth was certain he wished to converse with her in private, a circumstance Miss Bingley would not allow so long as she was in the same county as Mr. Darcy. The most obvious means of accomplishing such a meeting was in the time before they all gathered for dinner. The more Elizabeth thought of it, the more certain she became that Mr. Darcy had been pleading with her to return to the sitting-room early so they could converse without Miss Bingley's interruptions. Though uncertain what the gentleman wanted, enough had changed between them to intrigue and excite her curiosity. Thus, Elizabeth returned to her room and hurried through her preparations. Not needing to do much, she soon slipped from her room and made her way down the stairs. When she opened the door, the sight of Mr. Darcy pacing before the fireplace greeted her. The moment he caught sight of her, a wide smile came over his features. Elizabeth had never thought he appeared so handsome as he did at that moment. Chapter X. "Miss Elizabeth," said Mr. Darcy, approaching her the moment she entered the room, "I see you understood my silent plea." "Once I considered it for a time," replied Elizabeth. "I suspected you wished me to return early." Elizabeth offered him an impish smile and said, "I must wonder about this clandestine arrangement. Are there still French spies nearby that we must expose?" Mr. Darcy grinned and gestured for her to join him in the room, taking care to leave the door ajar in deference to propriety. "Miss Bingley, our prime suspect, is still lurking, Miss Elizabeth. Given her behavior, it is best to keep anything we say from the range of her contempt." "Escaping that is at all but possible," was Elizabeth's dry response. "We might need to go further than Kent." The gentleman chuckled and saw her seated in a chair next to the fire before he situated himself nearby, turning the entirety of his attention to her. While Elizabeth could not say yet how much she esteemed this man, the increase of his appeal these past days could not be mistaken. The extent to which her estimation had changed was daunting in its swiftness, for all that Elizabeth felt no real hesitation in his presence. Then again, she had never felt any trepidation at meeting him, just annoyance at his manner of expressing himself and his perceived aloofness. "Well, Mr. Darcy," said Elizabeth, when he did not speak at once, "you have my full attention. Will you not tell me what state secrets you drew me here to discuss?" "Of state secrets I know nothing," chuckled the gentleman. "Rather, I thought to speak of several matters of relevance to us alone. First, I would like to inform you that my sister is to come to Netherfield Park." Elizabeth laughed, exclaiming, "Of that I believe I am already aware. Your excellent hostess has spoken of it several times." "That she has," agreed Mr. Darcy. "Since she deprived me of the pleasure of communicating it to you myself, I wished to confirm Georgiana's agreement to join us at Netherfield. She will arrive next week, perhaps on Monday." "Good news, Mr. Darcy," said Elizabeth, wondering at his determination to inform her himself. "It is, for I have missed my sister. Now that I have told you of her coming," they shared an amused glance, "I wish to introduce you to her acquaintance. Is it too much to ask to be afforded the honor?" It was impossible not to feel flattered at Mr. Darcy's specific desire for Elizabeth to know his precious sister. A jest was on the tip of her tongue, but Elizabeth sensed his earnest request required a serious response, and thus pushed any witticisms to the side. "Of course, Mr. Darcy, I should be happy to make her acquaintance. Whenever convenient, I am eager to welcome you to Longbourn, or will visit Netherfield for the introduction, if you believe that would be easier for her." "Thank you, Miss Elizabeth," said Mr. Darcy, his voice laden with feeling. "I know Miss Bingley has spoken at length of my sister's coming, and considers it a compliment to her, but Georgiana does not come for her benefit. It is not beyond Georgiana's capabilities to visit a home containing so many agreeable young ladies. Whether we will all be agreeable, I cannot say," said Elizabeth. "My youngest sons are too lively for their own good, if you recall. I may need to take drastic steps to protect your sensibilities." "You are up to the task, I trust," said Mr. Darcy. It was not difficult to sense that, at least in this, Mr. Darcy was a little nervous. Kitty and Lydia could be a bit much for anyone, let alone a shy girl seeking friends. Elizabeth had despaired over her sisters with Jane for some time, and while Mr. Darcy had appeared to deplore their behavior, he had made no comments to her concerning them. Thus, Mr. Darcy only shared her apprehensions. She could not blame him for that. "It is not for that alone that I wished you to join me here, Miss Elizabeth," said Mr. Darcy. "Miss Bingley's presence has become near stifling today, and I did not wish to allow you to return to Longbourn on the morrow without speaking to you alone." Elizabeth had some notion of what he wished to say. The situation was still astounding, not only for her previous opinion of Mr. Darcy, but also for the speed at which they appeared to become comfortable with each other. Elizabeth had no notion that Mr. Darcy wished to propose to her here and now. Whatever he might propose, however, would still have been unthinkable only 4 days ago. "I have enjoyed our conversations," said Elizabeth, wondering how he would approach this. "Miss Bingley appears to have some inkling of it, though I have no notion why she considers me a rival."
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. "The very concept is beyond ridiculous," replied Mr. Darcy. "I have long known she wishes me to pay her the ultimate compliment, but you are so far above her in every way that matters as to render it no contest between you." Having his confirmation, assuming she needed one, Elizabeth regarded the gentleman, trying to encourage him to come to the point. Let it never be said that Mr. Darcy possessed no fortitude, for he obliged her at once. "As a rational and intelligent woman, you must understand something of my feelings, Miss Elizabeth." Elizabeth nodded she did, and he continued, "The reason Miss Bingley is unkind to you is that she sees in my attention to you something she has never experienced for herself. It has provoked her jealousy. All thoughts of Miss Bingley aside, I have found in you a woman with whom I can speak easily and converse about subjects of interest to us both. Your kindness toward Miss Bingley, a woman who despises you, is laudable, proving you are the better woman in every respect. I do not lay my heart at your feet, Miss Elizabeth, for I believe this is all too new for such a step. With your approval, I wish to call on you to see if we can forge a meeting of minds and hearts agreeable to us both." It was nothing less than she expected, though there was still a surreal quality to the entire situation. There were a few matters she needed to clarify before she gave her consent. "I will own that I had some notion of this, Mr. Darcy. Though you are correct, this is all so sudden as to astonish me. Having said that, I have come to enjoy your company and agree with your visits to know you better. Before we proceed, however, I would like to ask a few questions of you." "Of course," said Mr. Darcy, appearing hopeful. "I shall tell you anything you wish to know." Elizabeth nodded, giving him a look she hoped conveyed gravity. "The first is perhaps the most important and the most fraught with danger. If your sister comes to Hertfordshire to face a woman her brother is calling on, do you suppose I shall emerge unscathed from that meeting?" At once, Mr. Darcy caught the playful undertones of her question and allowed his mirth free rein.
It was an important consideration to Elizabeth, though she did not suspect a reticent creature such as the sister he had described making a fuss over it. She was not Miss Bingley, after all. "I dare say that Georgiana will accept anything I tell her," said Mr. Darcy, still chuckling. "She will love you on my recommendation and seek your approval and friendship because of it. Georgiana is not beholden to my opinion. The strength of your attachment will depend on you, but she will not object." Elizabeth regarded him critically. "I see I shall have work to do with your sister. Reticence is all well and good, but confidence is a quality all ladies should possess. Will you withstand the woman you are calling on turning your sister into a facsimile of her?" "With no trouble, Miss Elizabeth," replied Mr. Darcy. "One of my reasons for wishing to introduce you is the effect I expect you will have on her." With a nod, Elizabeth turned to her next point. "Though you have made clear your intentions have not developed to the point of wishing to enter an engagement or even a courtship, it is still a subject I must consider. What of your titled relations and your friends? Do you suppose I will be acceptable to them if our association ends in its natural conclusion? My friends will be happy for me, or they are not my friends." Mr. Darcy's voice brimmed with conviction. "I have told you something of my uncle and aunt, so I do not suppose I need speak more of them. There are other considerations in the family, but I do not judge it the time to discuss such matters. As for society, you will be a sensation for your personality, if nothing else." Awed at the way this man was praising her to the skies, Elizabeth had no more mind to refuse him. Intrigued by the prospect of coming to know him better, and perhaps learning if she had met her future husband. The very notion was preposterous, but there it was. "Then I should like to receive your calls, Mr. Darcy." Elizabeth grinned at him. "I hope you understand what you are doing, sir, for when my mother learns of it, her response will not do any of us credit." "I can withstand your mother," replied Mr. Darcy. "She is neither the first nor the worst matchmaking mother I have ever encountered. Perhaps she is eager and determined, but so far as I am aware, she has never acted to push her daughters on other men by improper means. No, she has not." Elizabeth regarded him curiously. "Have you experienced such maneuvers?" "Nothing that has brought me close to a compromise, Miss Elizabeth, for I have always remained wary. I have a friend, however, that escaped just such an attempt not long ago." Elizabeth nodded. "Do not concern yourself for Mamma, for she is not so grasping, though her behavior often suggests it." Mr. Darcy nodded, but his thoughts were on other matters. "There is also the matter of Bingley's ball, Miss Elizabeth." Quirking her eyebrow, Elizabeth asked, "In what way?" "Why, that I have never had a dance with you, though I must suppose that is my fault." The gentleman grinned at the reference to the assembly, drawing Elizabeth along with him. Such reflections now no longer had the power to anger her. Rather, they were a source of amusement she might use to tease her future husband before her future children. "Do you discount the jig we danced in this very room?" "Merely a trifle, Miss Elizabeth. I speak of a dance in company where I display my regard for all to see." "What do you mean to do about it?" asked Elizabeth. "Why, to ask you for the first sets, of course." Mr. Darcy regarded her with interest. "I might ask for your supper sets, too, if that did not seem a step too far at present." Elizabeth could not say she agreed with him, but a woman did not ask a man to dance with her. "This business amuses me, Mr. Darcy, for I have never received a solicitation for a dance at a hypothetical ball." Mr. Darcy laughed with more abandon than Elizabeth had ever heard from the proper gentleman. "It is not so hypothetical at all, Miss Elizabeth, for Bingley has spoken of his determination to welcome his neighbors to Netherfield." "Do you suppose Miss Bingley will yield?" "In the end, she will have little choice," replied Mr. Darcy. "She has pushed back several times already, as you have witnessed yourself, but Bingley is as immovable as a mountain when he gets his back up,
and he means to have his way, Louisa Mather. Mrs. Hurst is not so obstinate as her sister. If Miss Bingley refuses, Bingley will ask her to host it, which is something Miss Bingley will never allow. Then I hypothetically accept your hypothetical request for those dances." They shared their mirth at Elizabeth's saucy comment, leading her to wonder what her neighbors would say about this new détente with Mr. Darcy. Had Elizabeth not been so vocal about her opinion of the gentleman, she doubted it would have created more than the usual excitement such a situation might provoke. As it was, she was certain there would be comments, and it would take some time for them to accept, though the result would not be in question. "That comprised the subjects of which I wished to speak," said Mr. Darcy. "What shall we discuss until the rest of the company joins us?" "It may be wise not to choose the subjects in advance," replied Elizabeth. "To allow such things to develop without artifice is preferable, is it not?" "I cannot but agree." "Do you suppose we will survive Miss Bingley's wrath when she returns and finds us together? Perhaps it would be best to separate and throw her off the scent." "I do not welcome Miss Bingley's interference," replied Mr. Darcy, "but I do not suppose that we cannot withstand her. The sooner she understands my opinion on the subject, the better. While she will not accept it at once, irrefutable evidence of the impossibility of her designs may provoke her to abandon her purpose."
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio, "You have far more faith in Miss Bingley's ability to see sense than I, Mr. Darcy," said Elizabeth. "Yet I shall not quibble with your superior knowledge, and I have no wish to act as if we were engaged in anything improper." I agree. It was still some 10 minutes before anyone else at Netherfield joined them, though they had already been speaking for that much time or more. Elizabeth and Mr. Darcy used this time to speak of other, less fraught subjects, and Elizabeth once again felt the incongruity of such amicable interactions between them. There was no question of their finding varied subjects to discuss, for even if Mr. Darcy was not a verbose man, he was intelligent, and his opinions, rational and interesting, could not fail to pique Elizabeth's interest. It was perhaps a fortunate twist of fate that led them to separate before Miss Bingley arrived, though Elizabeth would not cower before her displeasure and had no compunction at all about defending herself. She thought it best not to provoke any further unpleasantness when they were to depart the following day. The order in which the other diners joined them allowed them to avoid unpleasantness with the estate's mistress. "Jane," said Elizabeth when her sister entered the room on Mr. Bingley's arm. Elizabeth rose to greet her sister, drawing Jane into an embrace. "I hope you are still well, sister, for I would not have you suffer a relapse when we are soon to return home." While she colored a little, Jane insisted she was well. "Mr. Bingley found me leaving my room and insisted on escorting me to dinner." "Of course I did," replied Mr. Bingley, "for who would hesitate given the inducement?" "Certainly not you, Bingley," quipped Mr. Darcy, to the enjoyment of them all. "For that I must take pride in my discernment," exclaimed the gentleman. Then he turned to Elizabeth. "With your sister present, I hope you will forgive the precedent that dictates I must escort her to the dining-room." "Not at all, Mr. Bingley," assured Elizabeth. "Then I hope you will consent to allow me to escort you on my other arm, for I have two." Mr. Bingley grinned. "How I shall withstand dining with two such lovely ladies I cannot fathom, but I shall strive to do my best." They all laughed again at Mr. Bingley's jest, though Elizabeth noted that Mr. Darcy's was forced. As the mistress of the house would take his attention, Mr. Darcy had no choice but to endure her, though Elizabeth knew who he would rather escort to dinner. At that moment, Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst, with Mr. Hurst trailing behind, entered the room. Elizabeth noted that Miss Bingley's eyes fell on her at once as if judging how close she stood to Mr. Darcy. She seemed satisfied, for she made no cutting remark or even offered a glare, though she went at once to Mr. Darcy. If only she knew, she would not be so confident. "Jane, it is good to see you so well. As this is your last night with us, Louisa and I shall be most desolate without you, though I suppose there is no choice but to endure it." Miss Bingley's lack of any inflection supporting her feelings of despair could not be missed. even by an optimist such as Jane. It was not in her nature to point it out, so Jane smiled and responded with far more civility than Miss Bingley deserved. "Longbourn is only 3 miles from Netherfield, Miss Bingley. I am certain we shall meet often enough to hold such feelings at bay." "You must be correct," Miss Bingley returned to Elizabeth. "Shall you welcome your return to Longbourn, Miss Eliza? Perhaps you would prefer to walk home." That Miss Bingley could not address her without a veiled insult was no surprise to Elizabeth. Though Mr. Bingley frowned, Mr. Darcy regarded her as if he wished to bore holes through her, and Mrs. Hurst appeared nervous. Elizabeth could find nothing but humor in the situation, and resolved to respond with perfect composure. "Not at all, Miss Bingley, though I thank you for your consideration of my feelings. I love to walk, it is true, but I am happy to accompany Jane by whatever means available." Miss Bingley nodded, but did not respond, instead turning her attention to Mr. Darcy. The conversation that ensued between them could only be called nattering, for Mr. Darcy appeared less than eager to listen to her, disinclined to reply, and not hiding his long-suffering patience. Elizabeth might have left well enough alone, for she knew the gentleman possessed the resilience to withstand Miss Bingley. Reflecting on the previous days when Miss Bingley had taken great delight in disturbing their conversations at every opportunity, Elizabeth resolved to give the unpleasant woman a taste of her own medicine. "Do you speak of Mr. Bingley's proposed ball?" asked Elizabeth, catching something of what Miss Bingley had said to Mr. Darcy. Deliberately misunderstanding her, for Miss Bingley had been attempting to induce Mr. Darcy to see her side in opposition, Elizabeth stepped into the breach. "That is excellent, Miss Bingley, for Mr. Darcy and I were discussing the subject before you entered the room. Having seen Netherfield's ballroom, I cannot but agree. A ball is an excellent notion." It was, perhaps, not best to confess that they had been speaking before she entered, but Elizabeth was becoming more disinclined to bow to Miss Bingley's ill humors. Miss Bingley, startled by Elizabeth's interruption, soon recovered and regarded Elizabeth as if she were a small child in need of correction. "Yes, I cannot but suppose you would be eager for such refinement. In a neighborhood such as this, I cannot imagine you have often experienced the pleasure of a ball." "Not often, no," replied Elizabeth, as Mr. Darcy coughed, no doubt to remind the woman of civility. "It is not unknown, however, and we have our monthly assemblies." If anything, Miss Bingley became haughtier. "If you equate your quaint little assemblies with the sophistication of a ball, you fall far short of the mark, Miss Eliza. Then again, I suppose it is not surprising, as you have not had the benefit of moving in a superior society." "I suppose you refer to London," said Elizabeth, her cheerful refutation of Miss Bingley's ill-cultured attack, accompanied by a significant glance at Mr. Darcy, asking him to hold his temper. "As my father refers to London as a pit of vipers, we do not go to town." "With that assessment, I must agree," interjected Mr. Darcy. It was clear to Elizabeth, if not to Miss Bingley, that he considered the third member of their trio to be a particularly poisonous serpent. "Then you would get on with my father," said Elizabeth, before turning back to Miss Bingley. "As for balls and assemblies, Miss Bingley, I do know the difference. Balls are not unknown in this neighborhood, but more often we content ourselves with our assemblies." Miss Bingley's reply was a sniff, before she again focused on Mr. Darcy. "You must own, Mr. Darcy, the town has many advantages over the country." "As your brother said," replied Mr. Darcy, "both have their advantages and disadvantages. I am not enamored with events that so many others appear to relish, and much happier in the country." "And you love books, Mr. Darcy, which is a sedentary, countryish sort of activity." Elizabeth grinned, before tweaking Miss Bingley's nose again. "I reiterate my opinion, Mr. Darcy. You have many opinions the same as my father. Should the opportunity present itself, I expect you would get on well together." "The next time I visit," said Mr. Darcy, winking at her where Miss Bingley could not see, "I shall take the time to become known to him. My sister is to arrive next week. We shall likely visit soon after, which shall provide an excellent opportunity." Miss Bingley's smile, already shark-like, turned brittle, and Elizabeth was certain Mr. Darcy would need to fend off her protests of the dangers of allowing Miss Darcy to set foot in Longbourn. At present, however, she possessed the understanding to know it was not an appropriate subject to discuss, and she refrained, though Elizabeth thought it was a near thing.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. Intent on keeping Mr. Darcy's attention, though Miss Bingley was, Elizabeth maintained her determination to ensure she understood a little of the frustration she had caused that week. Miss Bingley did not appear to appreciate the experience, not if the constant perturbed glares she shot in Elizabeth's direction were any clue. Mr. Darcy appeared to understand what she was doing at once, and several times coughed in his hand if only to avoid laughing. It was not laudable to enjoy another's anger, but Elizabeth thought it a valuable lesson. Whether Miss Bingley would understand it, let alone alter her behavior because of it, was less certain. In time, sensing an outburst, Elizabeth withdrew, allowing Miss Bingley all the pleasure of her perceived triumph. Elizabeth was content, for Mr. Darcy had declared his interest in her. Miss Bingley was nothing but a pretender, though she refused to see it for herself. The following morning, Mr. Darcy and Mr. Bingley escorted the Bennet sisters to Longbourn Church, attending the service with them. When it ended, they bid the gentlemen farewell and returned to Longbourn with the rest of the family. "Bingley and I will visit tomorrow," promised Mr. Darcy as they separated. "If my sister has arrived, we will bring her with us." "We shall be pleased to receive you," assured Elizabeth. With a smile, the gentleman was gone, leaving Elizabeth in the company of her family. Jane, who had witnessed certain recent events, approached Elizabeth to walk back to Longbourn with her. "Lizzie, something appears to have changed between you and Mr. Darcy beyond even the matters you confided to me. Will you not share what has happened?" The path between Longbourn and the church was no fit place to discuss such matters, especially with the possibility of being overheard. Elizabeth knew it would become a matter of public knowledge before long, but she did not wish to betray it to her mother or sisters before she must. Thus, she smiled at Jane and acknowledged her observation, but declined to be any more explicit. "You are correct, Jane. I shall satisfy your curiosity tonight in the privacy of our rooms." With this, Jane was content, as Elizabeth had known she must be. A moment later, they reached Longbourn, feeling the relief of returning to their home. The last 4 days at Netherfield had been eye-opening in more than one way, and the ability to seek the solitude of her room and consider them more fully was a welcome privilege to Elizabeth. The retreat from the strained atmosphere at Netherfield Park was also not unwelcome. Chapter XV. To anyone acquainted with Mrs. Margaret Bennet, her displeasure with her daughter's premature return to Longbourn would not come as a surprise. As she stated herself at length, she had counted on their remaining for a week complete, her expectations about the result of such a lengthy absence overthrown by their unnatural insistence on returning early. True to her character, Mrs. Bennet was neither reticent about sharing her opinion nor sensitive to her daughter's feelings on the subject. As the family were long accustomed to partaking of the noon meal upon returning to Longbourn after church supper was a much smaller affair on Sundays, Elizabeth and Jane endured their mother's comments on the subject before retiring to Jane's room for their promised discussion. "I wish Mamma would not go on so," ventured Jane when they reached the safety of her bedchamber. "If her behavior is mortifying now," said Elizabeth, "just wait until the first time Mr. Bingley and Mr. Darcy visit." Jane's eyes found Elizabeth's, overflowing with speculation. "That is why I wished to speak with you, dear sister. You did not hesitate to speak of the changes you found in Mr. Darcy, but you have spoken little of the gentleman's sense." "It has all been so new, Jane," replied Elizabeth, unable to explain her new perspective to her satisfaction. "I expected to find Mr. Darcy much as he ever was, to be the object of scorn during my stay there from all but Mr. Bingley. To find him so altered was beyond anything I had ever considered." Again, Jane regarded her for some moments before speaking. "Will you not tell me, Lizzie? I am afire with curiosity to know how your opinion of Mr. Darcy has changed." With a sigh, Elizabeth shared her experiences with her sister, relating everything that passed between them after the day of her arrival at Netherfield, most of which she had kept to herself. It was not for any wariness or wish to keep the truth from her sister. Jane had been ill, and Elizabeth wished to ponder her changing perceptions before she raised the subject between them.
Elizabeth spoke of Mr. Darcy's improved civility, her improving opinion, the walk, and what they overheard between Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst, dancing a jig, and everything else she could remember. Jane listened as was her wont, but Elizabeth could see by the widening of her eyes that her dear sister was taken aback by what she related. "That is extraordinary, Lizzie," said Jane when Elizabeth's account slowed to a close. "No wonder Miss Bingley would not leave you alone for even a moment. Given how interested in Mr. Darcy she is, I can now understand the reason for her hostility." "You saw it?" asked Elizabeth. "I try to see the best in others," chided Jane, "yet I am not unable to see poor behavior." "Of course you are not," murmured Elizabeth. "That must be the reason for your comment about Mamma. If she has even a notion about the gentleman's interest in you, she will trumpet it from the housetops." Elizabeth grimaced. "There is little doubt of it. Mr. Darcy was so kind as to deflect Mamma when she visited Netherfield that I cannot decide if he will continue to endure her ways or flee to the hills when she unleashes her schemes to push me along." "It is difficult to predict," replied Jane. "He has been so severe since coming to Hertfordshire that I hardly know what to expect. Therefore, I must hope that these changes you report will not be temporary." "That is all we can do," agreed Elizabeth. "I hope, dear sister, that you will forgive me if I feel utterly self-satisfied." "For what reason?" asked Elizabeth, though she had an inkling of what Jane would say. A pleased grin found its way to Jane's lips. "Why, because I maintained all along that there was more to Mr. Darcy than just a haughty man incapable of being pleased. I was certain he was a better gentleman than you thought." Elizabeth laughed. "Yes, Jane, I suppose I must attribute to you some greatness of mind, for I never suspected Mr. Darcy was anything other than a supercilious man who refused to give anyone consequence and sat next to Mrs. Long for 30 minutes without saying a word." The sisters laughed together, but Jane soon grew serious again. "Did Mr. Darcy give any reason for his poor mood?" "Nothing explicit," replied Elizabeth. "He only mentioned some weighty concerns that plagued him." "And you would not wish to pry?" said Jane, agreeing with a nod. "Then I hope you are eager to push away such matters of concern in favor of inducing him instead." Feeling her cheeks heating, Elizabeth responded as best she could. "Without a doubt. Now that Mr. Darcy has proven himself to be more than we ever expected, and has spoken of his interest in me, I find myself curious about what sort of man I shall discover when he betrays his true self." "We shall support each other," said Jane. She gave Elizabeth a sly smile and said, "If you recall, Mamma already knows of Mr. Bingley's interest in me. If Mr. Darcy accompanies Mr. Bingley to Longbourn, it would be natural for him to attend you as our chaperones. Mamma will realize the truth in time, but that will provide you with at least some relief from her ways." With a laugh, Elizabeth embraced her sister. "I accept your kind offer, Jane. Anything to keep Mamma at bay for a time." Mrs. Bennet's manic displeasure with Elizabeth and Jane for returning home from Netherfield early did not cease at once, but other matters soon intruded. Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. The following morning around the breakfast table, she began with her usual complaints and her certainty that her daughters had disobliged her to cause the most distress possible. Most of the noise around the Bennets' dinner table came from Mrs. Bennet's side of the room, given Kitty and Lydia with their mother provided the greatest part of the noise the Bennet family produced, and that morning was no exception. Soon another source of distress took hold of her mother, though it was to be a temporary reprieve. "Mrs. Bennet," said Mr. Bennet when the matron paused to draw breath, "I apologize for interrupting your eloquent speech, but there is a matter we must discuss. If I do not interrupt you now, I suspect it will be Christmas at least before you exhaust your ability to state your opinion of recent happenings." As always, when their father spoke thus, their mother did not quite understand his meaning, though she seemed to grasp his jesting at her expense. As such, it led her to a wary reply, one that was not devoid of resentment. "It seems you must have your fun, Mr. Bennet, so I shall not provoke you. Of what do you speak?" "I am heartily sorry if you believe I speak only to ridicule, Mrs. Bennet, for what I have to say is a matter of importance. "Very well," said her mother, her impatience suggesting Mr. Bennet come to the point. "This letter," said Mr. Bennet, holding up several sheets of folded paper he had set beside his plate, "is from a man whose position is of some importance to the Bennets. It is from my cousin." Mention of the man always provoked Mrs. Bennet to loud recriminations, but even Mrs. Bennet appeared to sense that this was not her husband's usual teasing. "I cannot comprehend why that odious man would write a letter to you. Is it not enough for him to know that he will some day drive us from our home to subsist in poverty? Apparently not, Mrs. Bennet, for he intends to visit us." Mrs. Bennet stared at her husband in shock. "Visit us?" demanded she, though it was a shriek. "Yes, Mrs. Bennet, for he is my heir. Regardless of whatever displeasure his existence provokes, the man will inherit Longbourn so long as he outlives me. It is only prudent that he knows something of his future home before the day of his inheritance." This took Mrs. Bennet aback. As much as she wished to protest further, and no one in the room doubted she did, Mr. Bennet's manner would not allow dissent. When he knew he had her acceptance, if not her approval, he continued, "It may be best if you allowed me to read you his letter, for perhaps when you hear him express himself, you may be a little softened to the necessity of hosting him." It was no more than a paragraph into the letter before Elizabeth realized that Mr. Collins was not a sensible man. The flowery language, deference, and near sycophantic reverence in which the man held his patroness—she was a parson possessing a living in Kent—were more the style one might find in a satire describing a fool than a letter from a serious man. Even more, Elizabeth could see her father's enjoyment as he read it, as if he expected to be witness to silliness enough to satisfy even his highly honed sense of the absurd. Bemused as Elizabeth was by the wide array of inanity the letter's wording offered, she had trouble focusing on any one aspect. Unfortunately, Mrs. Bennet was under no such limitation, and it was no surprise she latched on to the one point that had always given her much unease. "Amends, Mr. Bennet?" demanded his wife at once. "What do you suppose he means by suggesting he may make amends?" "That, Mrs. Bennet, is a mystery known only to my cousin. As he has made such a reference to me in a letter, speaks well to his character, does it not? It puts his position as heir in a new perspective." "I suppose it does," murmured Mrs. Bennet. As Mr. Collins was a single man, and Mrs. Bennet had 5 daughters, Elizabeth could not imagine her mother's thoughts would not turn to matrimony within minutes of the man arriving at their home. What she had not expected was to see it only moments after Mr. Bennet read the letter, though she could not dispute it. Mrs. Bennet first looked to Jane, then, with a shake of her head, turned to Elizabeth, before looking at each of the other girls in turn. When she focused her attention back on Elizabeth, she knew that her mother had elected her to the fortunate position as the one to save the family by accepting Mr. Collins. Mrs. Bennet could be akin to a force of nature, but Elizabeth was no less stubborn. Even if she did not have the promise of Mr. Darcy's avowed interest in her, the parson was not the sort of man she would ever accept. This led to thoughts of what her mother might say or do when she learned about Mr. Darcy. There would then be no question of Elizabeth accepting Mr. Collins, for Mr. Darcy must be the greater prize. Or perhaps she would try to turn Mr. Darcy's attention to Lydia, as if a worldly gentleman such as Mr. Darcy would have any interest in an empty-headed girl. "Oh, la!" exclaimed Lydia, validating Elizabeth's opinion about her. "I can think of nothing more tedious than to entertain a mere parson. If he were an officer, I might give him some consequence, but a parson must be a dull specimen." Elizabeth's opinion was the same, but not for the reasons Lydia espoused. Mrs. Bennet spoke to Lydia to soothe her offense, but her attention remained on Elizabeth. Wisely, Elizabeth gave no indication she noticed her mother's scrutiny, not wishing to provoke an argument when it was unnecessary. It would not take long for Mrs. Bennet to divine Mr. Darcy's interest in her, and if she proved obtuse, Elizabeth possessed the fortitude to refuse any notion of a puerile parson's amorous attempts. If he proved uninterested in admiring the Bennet sisters, then so much the better. Fitzwilliam Darcy did not consider himself an expert in the affairs of the Bennet family, for he had not paid enough attention to them to have anything more than a rudimentary understanding of the varied relationships between the family's members. Their characters, he thought, he understood well, especially the mother and the youngest daughters, for they were not intricate, and he had seen their kind before. His newly acquired perspective of the Bennet matron both improved his estimation of her and strengthened his tolerance for her ways. Yet something was different that Monday morning, as he and Bingley stepped into the sitting room at Longbourn and greeted the family, though it was difficult to put his finger on it. Having seen something of the matron's reactions to both Bingley and himself, Darcy was not surprised at the enthusiastic greeting she offered Bingley when compared with the more subdued welcome to Darcy himself. Even that was an improvement, no doubt because of the amicable conversation in which they had engaged when she had come to Netherfield. Not bothered by this, Darcy allowed his friend to bear the burden of Mrs. Bennet's officious attentions, doing his duty by greeting and offering compliments to the woman before turning to Miss Elizabeth. Long had Darcy considered her among the handsomest women of his acquaintance, and that morning the welcoming smile she offered enhanced the effect of her beauty, which he now knew to contrast to her previous coldness in other situations and places. "We have come to call on Miss Bennet, of course," said Bingley, in a tone loud enough for the entire company to hear. "Caroline would not rest until I promised to bring news of her full recovery." It was an exaggeration, and given Miss Elizabeth's grin at his friend, Darcy was certain she understood as much. The woman to whom the comment Bingley had directed only blushed, assuring him in her soft and unassuming voice that she had recovered well. "Excellent," said Bingley. "I shall say nothing further at present, as the arrangements are not complete, but I shall soon welcome you all to Netherfield for an evening of entertainment."
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. This news was welcome to the Bennet family, and especially the matron and youngest members of the party, who were not hesitant to share their approval with Darcy's friend. After a few moments of this, the party settled down to a usual morning visit, allowing Darcy to focus on Miss Elizabeth. "Mr. Darcy," said Miss Elizabeth before he could address her, "I appreciate your visit, for I hope you have some word of your sisters coming to Netherfield." Bemused, Darcy said, "That news is far more important than a gentleman caller, I suppose." "Without a doubt, sir. You and Miss Bingley have spoken so much of Miss Darcy that I wonder if I do not already know her." With a chuckle and a shaken head, Darcy agreed he had news. "Georgiana has now confirmed that she is to come to Netherfield tomorrow. I had hoped my cousin could escort her, but his duties prevented him for the moment. Thus, she will come only in the company of her companion. I am pleased to hear it, Mr. Darcy. May I expect an introduction on Wednesday?" "No, you may not," replied Darcy, shooting her a grin. "As it is only 4 hours from my home to Netherfield, and Georgiana is to leave by 8 o'clock, she should arrive by noon. I intend to allow her to refresh herself before visiting thereafter." "Then I shall await her coming with anticipation," replied Miss Elizabeth. Then she regarded him with an air of mischief. "You shall not be the only house in the district to have visitors, for my father informed us this morning that Longbourn will have a visitor of our own." Darcy regarded her, amused and curious at the same time. "The way you speak of it, might I suppose this visitor is one of consequence?" "Yes, I suppose he is. For, you see, my father's cousin and heir will grace us with his presence." "Did you not inform me that his heir was unknown to your father?" asked Darcy. "I did," confirmed she. "Though my father knows nothing of the current Mr. Collins, he has often spoken of the man's father, with whom he did not get on at all. Papa has often called him the most objectionable man he ever met." "Then do you suspect the same of the son?" asked Darcy, trying to understand what this visit meant for the Bennets.
The name was strangely familiar to Darcy, though he could not remember where he had heard it. Unless Mr. Collins Sr. was ridiculous, and I cannot suppose it, as my father loves to laugh at absurdities, I suspect this will be a singular visit. Miss Elizabeth's tinkling laughter accompanied her statement, bringing joy to Darcy's heart. The woman's merriment was enchanting and infectious, drawing Darcy along, though he had no notion of her meaning. "Papa read his letter at the breakfast table this morning," clarified Miss Elizabeth, her eyes still sparkling with mirth. "I have never encountered such a mix of obsequiousness and pomposity, for he promised to make amends to us all for being the heir to my father's property. He is a clergyman, yet I wonder if he does not leave his congregation in stitches every week, considering the strange way in which he expresses himself." "I have met several comparable men," replied Darcy, "and women for that matter. I have an aunt who is officious and meddling, yet a woman who takes delight in claiming accomplishments not her own and possessing knowledge she has never taken the trouble to acquire." "She sounds like a wonder, Mr. Darcy," said Miss Elizabeth. "Perhaps we should introduce my cousin to your aunt, for it sounds like they would get on well." "Perhaps they would. The most interesting part of his letter is the mention of the amends he means to make." Darcy regarded her thoughtfully. The only amends, if that is even the appropriate terms, such a man could make would be to provide for Mrs. Bennet and any remaining daughters by marrying one of you. "You see clearly indeed, Mr. Darcy," said Miss Elizabeth. "That, I suspect, is his goal in coming to Longbourn, and my father seems to agree. Papa is waiting with bated breath to savor the farce attendant on a fool attempting to make love to one of his daughters." It was impossible for Darcy to feel the same measure of mirth Miss Elizabeth displayed, for the notion of an inept parson paying attention to one of the Bennet sisters was not one he could accept with equanimity. Miss Elizabeth was one of the aforementioned sisters, after all. Had his calls on her consisted of more than just that first visit, he might have argued his precedence. Regardless, he would not stand aside and allow a fool to pay court to the woman who fired his fantasies. "Yes, Mr. Collins is to come today, Mr. Bingley," said Mrs. Bennet, her loud voice attracting the attention of the entire room. "Mr. Bennet received a letter from him and invited him here. He is the heir of Longbourn, after all, and must wish to know something of his future home before he comes into his inheritance." "I can see how that would be desirable, Mrs. Bennet," said Bingley. While his friend wished to concentrate again on Miss Bennet, Mrs. Bennet had more to say. "Mr. Bennet has never met his heir, so we know nothing of him. What I can say is that he is a parson with a fine living, and as he is to inherit this estate, his prospects are excellent. One cannot predict these matters in advance, but I am hopeful we will prove agreeable to him. Having the matter of Longbourn and its future settled is more than amenable to me." The glance in Miss Elizabeth's direction told Darcy all he needed to know about Mrs. Bennet's meaning, leaving Darcy unhappy about this parson's visit. With Miss Bennet's attention taken by Bingley, a matchmaking woman such as Mrs. Bennet would turn to her next eldest daughter, the daughter on whom Darcy had pinned his hopes. "Do not pay any heed to my mother's comments, Mr. Darcy." Darcy regarded his companion, seeing she had understood the path his thoughts had taken. "Then you are not about to throw our arrangement over and accept a parson's overtures?" Miss Elizabeth's hand over her mouth to stifle her laughter told Darcy much of her stance on the subject. "I have told you what I suspect of Mr. Collins' character. Do you suppose I would accept the overtures of a fool?" "No, I do not suppose it." Darcy grinned. "It seems your mother already has her heart on the match." "If she does with so little provocation, her disappointment will be her own doing." When Darcy did not respond, as he was working through her comment, she did not hesitate to reassure him further. "Trust me, Mr. Darcy, I can withstand anything my mother or a silly parson might do to persuade me, even if Mr. Collins singles me out for his civility. If Mr. Collins proves obstinate or obtuse, my father will support my right to refuse any overtures I do not wish to receive. He will not force his favorite daughter into an engagement with a man he accepts into his house only to laugh at him. "If you will pardon my saying it, Miss Elizabeth," replied Darcy, feeling his tension ease, "your portrayal of your father is a rather droll." "It is accurate," said she, her cheeks pink. "Papa is not a misanthrope, but he has little tolerance for foolishness and prefers to laugh at follies rather than become angry." "Then, at the risk of offending you," said Darcy, certain Miss Elizabeth would see the humor in his next comment, "the marriage to your mother appears to provide him endless amusement." "And exasperation," replied Miss Elizabeth, not appearing the joke. "Mamma has sterling qualities, but a companion to a learned man she is not. I love her, but I am not blind to her faults." Darcy nodded, deciding he had provoked her enough. "Since your protector is a capable man, I shall not become involved. At present, I have little ability to do so anyway, as my calling on you is still informal. Should we formalize that arrangement, I could act." "You need do nothing so drastic, Mr. Darcy," replied she. "All you need to do is ensure my mother understands your interest in me. If you do that, she will then become your firmest supporter. Then Mary will need to receive Mr. Collins."
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. His eyes finding the awkward middle Bennet sister, Darcy said, "Miss Mary appears the one among you most likely to accept a parson unless I misread you all." "With that you are correct," said she. "Mary has her eccentricities, but I would still not wish to see her tied to the sort of man I expect Mr. Collins is." "Has she your fortitude?" asked Darcy. "Mary is so reserved that I do not know. She is stubborn, but she might decide that a position as a parson's wife is worth the drawbacks a marriage to him would represent. Then I believe I shall disregard this situation altogether." Darcy held Miss Elizabeth's gaze with his and grinned. "Your mother shall know of my interest, Miss Elizabeth, but I shall keep my own counsel on when it is advisable to reveal it." Miss Elizabeth did nothing more than smile, and she turned their conversation to other subjects. Chapter 12. By the following morning, Elizabeth had tired of Mr. Collins' company, and she was not the only one of her sisters to feel that way. "Ugh!" exclaimed Lydia that morning after breakfast, though she maintained enough sense to keep her outburst soft. "Does he ever run out of things to say?" "By my account," contributed Kitty, who was giving the parson a foul look the equal of Lydia's, "he has not stopped speaking since he set foot in the house. I think I even heard him speaking in his sleep through the walls." Both her youngest sisters found Kitty's statement hilarious, if their resulting giggles were any indication. Elizabeth said not one word in the parson's defense, for she espoused the same opinion of their guest and more. "Perhaps we should walk to Meryton this morning," suggested Lydia. Not a singular suggestion from the girl. "Miss Darcy is to come today," reminded Elizabeth. "You wish to make her acquaintance, do you not?" It was a near thing, for Kitty and Lydia enjoyed nothing more than walking into the village hoping to see some red-coated men, though Elizabeth did not like to consider their antics when they found them. The girls also wished to meet Miss Darcy, for, as they had stated over and over since Elizabeth informed them the previous day of her expected arrival, they had never made the acquaintance of an heiress. In the end, they stayed and endured all of Mr. Collins' verbosity, though they made themselves scarce when the opportunity presented itself. As for the parson, he was an oddity to be certain. Being a man for whom any silence was abhorrence, the man was as absurd as any Elizabeth had ever met. He was all excessive and uncomfortable formality, odd comments, and obsequiousness, seasoned with the effects of a swelled head brought on by his early and unexpected fortune. As he declared himself, most of those in his situation, unless they had gentle relations to provide for them, and even if they had, could not have expected to secure a parish for themselves having just graduated from the seminary. Most men would have then considered their situation and contemplated what made them different from every other newly ordained minister. Mr. Collins, however, congratulated himself and considered it nothing less than his due. The previous evening had been fraught with enough silliness and inconsistencies to give her father amusement for the next 6 months. Mr. Bennet had been the catalyst for it, for her father had provoked Mr. Collins shamelessly, and the parson had not disappointed. Whether it was delicate little compliments, which almost put the Bennet sisters off their appetites, or his exaggerated deference for his patroness, a lady Elizabeth was certain was little more than a dullard herself, the parson had shown he was a man who could take any situation and descend into madness. He was the most curious specimen to whom Elizabeth had ever had the bad luck to be introduced. "He is not the impressive example of his sex," said Jane, with her usual diplomacy. "Mr. Collins is an imbecile," was Mary's less discreet reply. "While I could not imagine I would ever have said such a thing about a clergyman, Mr. Collins appears to rely more on the word of his patroness than Holy Scripture." It was not an erroneous charge, though Mary's denunciation was a surprise. Of course, Mary could be as judgmental as anyone if she thought another was not pious enough. For a parson to behave in such a manner as Mr. Collins had would bring out Mary's condemnation, so perhaps it was not so shocking. Soon after breakfast, Elizabeth revised her opinion, though not in Mr. Collins' favor. While she and her sisters had ensconced themselves in the sitting-room to await the promised arrival of their acquaintances, Mr. Collins and Mrs. Bennet were absent. When they entered the room after perhaps 15 minutes had passed, their heads together as if involved in a conspiracy, the change in the parson was not conducive to Elizabeth's good humor. "Ah, Cousin Elizabeth," said Mr. Collins, turning away from Mrs. Bennet the moment they were within, "I see you are industriously improving your mind by reading." Mr. Collins crossed the room to sit near her. "Shall you share your thoughts with me? I should be happy to discuss our opinions of the subject, and I shall promise not to overwhelm your delicate sensibilities with my interpretation of the text." The notion that this ignorant toad of a man could overpower her with his insights drove Elizabeth near to laughter. Suppressing it, however, she decided she may as well play the game and learn the level of education Mr. Collins boasted. "Very well, Mr. Collins. I should be happy to hear of your opinion of Gulliver's Travels." The parson's face fell. "You are reading Gulliver's Travels?" "I am," replied Elizabeth. "It is not the first time either, for it is among my favorite books, one my father and I have discussed several times." Mr. Collins regarded Elizabeth for several long minutes, his expression, which he had no facility for hiding, betraying his astonishment and disapproval. "Do you suppose that such a work is at all suitable for a young woman of gentle breeding?" asked Mr. Collins at length. Given his disapproval, the question did not surprise Elizabeth, though she found it necessary to suppress a sigh. "I cannot imagine why it would not be, Mr. Collins. Gulliver's Travels is a masterpiece of literature and satire. Jonathan Swift, who penned it, said that he wrote it to vex the world rather than divert it. My father also counts it as one of his favorites. But, Miss Elizabeth, I cannot see how it would be appropriate for a young woman with an impressionable mind. Do you not suppose something more delicate would be advisable?" "That is what I have often told her," interjected Mrs. Bennet. "Men do not like women who read too much, Lizzie." "Then men who dislike it may stay away from me," replied Elizabeth, unconcerned about her mother's criticism. "I am curious, Mr. Collins, for Jonathan Swift was a clergyman. Do you suppose such a man wrote books so objectionable as to prevent those of good morals from reading them?" Mr. Collins had no response to this. Elizabeth knew he had never read the book, and suspected he neither knew that Swift had been a clergyman, nor had heard anything of him other than his name associated with the book she held in her hands. This did not prevent him from objecting further. "No, that will not do, cousin. Let me take this book from you, for it is clear it is doing you no good." "That is unnecessary, Mr. Collins," said Elizabeth, pulling the book from his reach, tired of his stupidity. "This book is my father's. I shall return it to him when I am finished with it. I neither desire nor welcome your opinion concerning my choice of reading material." Mr. Collins was about to open his mouth when he seemed to think better of it,
perhaps remembering she had a father who did not disapprove. Mrs. Bennet glared daggers at Elizabeth, but she did not consider her mother's annoyance for a moment, having witnessed it before. The parson tried another tack, as his first approach had been a spectacular failure.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. Then please set it aside, for I shall read to you. Mr. Collins' expansive glance covered the entire room. I shall read to you all, for my fellows at the seminary accounted me an excellent reader. The material I have with me is a subject far more appropriate for young female ears. So saying, Mr. Collins retrieved a book from his jacket pocket, opened it, and read. The words were familiar to Elizabeth, for she had heard Mary quoting Reverend Fordyce often enough, and the ladies of the neighborhood were in the habit of quoting his speeches to each other in jest. That his copy was well worn attested to Mr. Collins' reliance on the dreary subject, furthering Elizabeth's opinion that Mr. Collins was not a sensible man. Mary, the only sister who gave him any heed, appeared more approving than she had before. Elizabeth ignored the parson's sonorous tones, his boast of being an excellent reader proven self-flattery, as were so many other things about this man. Mrs. Bennet, though she had no interest in the subject, appeared to be enjoying herself. Her frequent glances between Elizabeth and Mr. Collins and her self-congratulatory smirks all the evidence Elizabeth required. Their absence that morning had come about because Mrs. Bennet had recommended Elizabeth as a target for the parson's inept lovemaking. Elizabeth was not amused, and she was not about to endure it. "Jane," said Elizabeth, interrupting the parson mid-sentence, "do you suppose that Mr. Bingley will come to Longbourn today with the Darcys?" Though surprised by Elizabeth's daring and incivility, she responded, "I hope so, Lizzie. Perhaps Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst will visit too." "Girls," scolded Mrs. Bennet, "Mr. Collins was reading to us. Do not interrupt." "Do not concern yourself, Mrs. Bennet," said Mr. Collins, tucking the volume back into his jacket. "It is clear that temptations of friends are more interesting to young ladies than matters of holy communion with God. I am not offended." Elizabeth continued to speak with Jane, not willing to listen to the man any longer. Mr. Collins did not appear insulted. Rather, he spent the entire morning regarding her as if wondering how he could go about reforming her to his idea of what a woman should be. As Elizabeth had little regard for him, intended to endure his company as sparsely as she could, and would never be under his authority, she had little compunction at all about discounting him. Though her mother was not pleased and would scheme to ensure her compliance, Elizabeth knew her father would support her. It occurred to her that speaking of Mr. Darcy's interest in her would overthrow her mother's plots, but knowing the furor that would cause, and not wishing to force Mr. Darcy's hand, she decided against it. When the Netherfield party entered, Elizabeth was interested to see that Miss Bingley had not accompanied them, likely unable to support the thought of the contamination she would endure by entering the house. It was just as well, for Elizabeth did not think she would be sanguine when confronted with her dear friend's introduction to the Bennet family. Miss Darcy entered on the arm of her brother, appearing an appealing young woman. She was tall and slender, blonde of hair and blue of eye, the resemblance to her brother striking. Elizabeth did not think she was as handsome as her brother, though the vibrancy of coming maturity might alter that. As Mr. Darcy had indicated, she appeared shy, looking about with interest, but keeping her eyes from meeting any of the family to whom she was about to be introduced. "Mrs. Bennet," said Mr. Darcy, addressing his first greeting to the matron as was proper. "Miss Bennet, Miss Elizabeth, I have brought my sister as promised to introduce her to you. With your permission?" "Of course, Mr. Darcy," said Elizabeth, speaking for her family. "We are eager to make her acquaintance." With a smile, Mr. Darcy drew his sister forward. "Georgiana, I would like to introduce you to my friends. This is Mrs. Bennet, and Mrs. Jane, Elizabeth, Mary, Catherine, and Lydia Bennet. Mrs. Bennet, this is my sister, Miss Georgiana Darcy."
Before Elizabeth could summon a response or greeting for the young girl in their midst, she heard a loud gasp behind her and was almost bowled over for her trouble. The source of the disruption was, of course, Mr. Collins, who had hurried forward to confront the pair of visitors, though Elizabeth had no notion why he was in such a haste to do so. To address another, particularly a man of Mr. Darcy's prominence in society, without an introduction was a significant breach of propriety. But Elizabeth had by now understood that Mr. Collins was no paragon of what was proper. "Mr. Darcy, did you say? Are you, perchance, the Mr. Darcy of Pemberley in Derbyshire?" The way Mr. Darcy regarded this intrusion suggested he was on the edge of putting the stupid man in his place. Mr. Collins was a guest in her father's home, though unwelcome by most of them, and Elizabeth stepped in to prevent further strife. "Mr. Darcy, if you recall, I mentioned a visitor we expected. Might I beg leave to introduce him to you?" Though understanding the situation at once, Mr. Darcy did not speak, contenting himself with a curt nod. "Mr. Collins, this is Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy, Mr. Charles Bingley, and Miss Georgiana Darcy, to whom we have just received the privilege of an introduction. Mr. Darcy, this is Mr. William Collins, my father's cousin, who is visiting us for a time." "How excellent it is to make your noble acquaintance, sir," crowed Mr. Collins, accompanying his fawning words with a low bow. "I am highly gratified that my cousin and his family boast such connections as yourself and your exceptional sister, though I will own that I had no notion of making the acquaintance of a relation to my beneficent patroness when visiting my cousin." "Patroness?" asked Mr. Darcy, seeming to grasp that word. "Ah, yes, how careless of me," cried the parson. "I have forgotten to explain the connection between us and beseech your forgiveness for my thoughtlessness. I have had the very great fortune to come to the attention of your closest relation, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, and am the privileged recipient of her boundless wisdom and condescension. Hunsford is now my home, where I demean myself with utter devotion to her ladyship and tend to the flock in the parish under her authority." Yes, I had heard old Chambers retired. Mr. Darcy regarded the parson as if considering what to say next. "When did Lady Catherine install you in Hunsford?" "I received my ordination at Easter, sir. It was soon after that when Lady Catherine sent to the seminary for candidates. To my astonishment, Lady Catherine chose me from among my fellows, a debt I can never repay, for Lady Catherine has been the very definition of kind attention since I came to be under her authority." "That I can well imagine, Mr. Collins." While Elizabeth sensed a dryness in Mr. Darcy's voice, Mr. Collins heard nothing of it, seeming to believe that Mr. Darcy had agreed with him in every particular about the woman he called patroness. Elizabeth could not be more shocked. That the difficult relation Mr. Darcy had so glibly mentioned might be the same person as the meddling termagant Elizabeth imagined as Mr. Collins's patroness had never crossed her mind. What a curious happenstance this was! "Mr. Darcy," said the parson, basking in the perceived attention of his patroness's nephew, "please allow me to inform you that your distinguished aunt, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, and her daughter, Miss Anne de Bourgh, were in the best of health when I left Kent only yesterday. I visited Lady Catherine before my departure, receiving her well wishes for the safety of my journey and the exceptional advice she always offers on every occasion." "That is welcome news, Mr. Collins," replied Mr. Darcy, all trace of amusement gone.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. "Georgiana," continued he, turning to his sister, "perhaps you would appreciate the opportunity to become better acquainted with Miss Bennet and Miss Elizabeth." Miss Darcy, who had been watching the scene with something akin to trepidation, agreed at once, allowing Elizabeth to lead her to a nearby sofa, Jane in attendance with Mr. Bingley nearby. Mr. Darcy, Elizabeth noted, continued to speak with Mr. Collins, intent upon keeping the parson to himself for the moment, though she could not imagine of what they spoke. It was, perhaps, a stretch to call it a conversation, for Mr. Collins spoke at length, while Mr. Darcy stood with an absence of mind, other thoughts vying for attention.
"It was a surprise to be confronted with my aunt's parson," ventured Miss Darcy. When Elizabeth looked at her, the girl was gazing into her eyes, though her courage appeared ready to fade at any moment. Thus Elizabeth offered her a warm smile. "No more of a shock than it was to us," said Elizabeth. "I spoke with your brother yesterday and exchanged words about my father's cousin and your aunt, but we never imagined there was a connection." Miss Darcy nodded, her eyes finding the parson. "He is precisely what I would have expected from one of my aunt's minions." At that, Elizabeth could not hold in her mirth, startling Miss Darcy, though drawing her in a moment later. "I apologize, Miss Darcy, but the word minion caught me unaware." The girl ducked her head but forged on. "If you ever meet my aunt, Miss Elizabeth, you will understand why I used it." "Given what I know of Mr. Collins' character," replied Elizabeth, "I already have some notion." "I hope your journey was not taxing, Miss Darcy," said Jane, a glance at Elizabeth warning her it was best to leave the subject behind. "Not at all, Miss Bennet," said Miss Darcy. "I traveled from London where I was staying in my brother's house. It is only a 4-hour journey, much less than had I traveled from my brother's estate in Derbyshire." For some time after, they spoke of subjects common to those first introduced, designed to elicit details about the other person to come to know them better. Miss Darcy, though reticent, appeared to have more courage than Mr. Darcy had suggested, for she spoke with them willingly, though not with what Elizabeth might term ease. She was a dear girl, soft-spoken and interesting, not at all what Elizabeth might have expected of a girl possessing the lineage Miss Darcy could boast. It was not long before Elizabeth's opinion of her was the highest, a fact that reflected on the obvious care and attention Mr. Darcy took for his sister's upbringing, manners, and education. A change took place not long thereafter when Lydia and Kitty approached, curious about the newcomer in their midst. While Georgiana was composed, she was still reticent, becoming quieter when the girls settled themselves in their midst. Elizabeth did her best to curb her youngest sister's natural exuberance, but the startled expression with which Miss Darcy regarded them several times informed her that her success was limited. As she monitored her sisters and came to know Miss Darcy better, Elizabeth also kept watch on Mr. Collins and more particularly Mr. Darcy. The gentleman did not enjoy Mr. Collins' company, a sentiment she could well understand, given her disinclination for him. As Mr. Darcy moved among the company, speaking with Mr. Bingley, Mr. Bennet, and even Elizabeth's mother, Mr. Collins gave the picture of a puppy following its master wherever it went, and offered endless amusement. A gentleman ignored what was ridiculous when confronted by it, and Mr. Collins gave Mr. Darcy ample practice. Not long before the morning visit ended, Mr. Darcy separated himself from Mr. Collins, with Mr. Bingley appearing a willing conspirator. With a casual air Elizabeth was certain he feigned, Mr. Darcy approached the group and settled himself near enough to them to converse. It was to Elizabeth he addressed his comments, though she could see he took care to avoid the appearance of paying her any attention. "Miss Elizabeth," said he, "I beg your pardon for my behavior today, but I am afraid there is little help for it. I shall explain at the first available opportunity. Mr. Collins' presence and his connection to my aunt render it wise to consider the ramifications before allowing him to see my preference for your company." Suspecting it was something to do with Mr. Collins, though she still had no notion as to the details, Elizabeth nodded. "I understand, Mr. Darcy. Unfortunately, finding the opportunity to have a private conversation with Mr. Collins nearby may prove difficult." A wry smile appeared on Mr. Darcy's face. "My aunt prefers to surround herself with a certain type of man. Mr. Collins fits that mold better than any other I have ever met. Is it not curious? I could never have imagined such a connection as this." "Nor could I," replied Mr. Darcy.
It is almost certain that my aunt chose him from among his fellows because she knew she could dictate and he would follow her instructions without question. That he would come to her attention at all, given his connection with your family, is curious indeed. Mr. Collins approached them, ending their private conversation, and soon after the Netherfield party took their leave. It was no surprise that Mr. Collins waxed eloquent about the Darcys for some time, boring the company with his unending raptures. As no one could insert a word in between his copious comments, there being no break to allow it, Lydia took the simple expedient of interrupting. Mr. Darcy appears to have improved on further acquaintance, but Miss Darcy is an oddity to be certain. Why, she would not speak more than a few syllables to Kitty and me the whole time we were with her. Perhaps that is because she is a sensible girl who does not natter on about nothing, suggested Mr. Bennet, his inference lost on the girls. Mayhap she knows how to behave. Miss Georgiana Darcy is a girl high in society, possessing every advantage, exclaimed Mr. Collins. You should feel gratified that Mr. Darcy condescended to introduce you to his excellent sister, for most of those of your level of society cannot expect such a boon as this. Whether it is gratifying I cannot say, retorted Lydia, with her usual lack of tact. From our first meeting, I suspect that Miss Darcy is rather dull, much like her brother. I shall leave her to Lizzie, and confine my attention to the officers who are far more interesting. A little dullness is welcome in anyone, observed Mr. Bennet. The object of his comment took no notice. Miss Darcy is of noble character, Cousin Lydia, a haughtiness in his air that was laughable, considering his servility when confronted by Mr. Darcy. She is the scion of an ancient and wealthy family, descended from a noble line on her mother's side. I cannot abide you criticizing such a person as she. And Mr. Darcy is one of the preeminent men in England. He is a particular favorite of my patroness, for she is his dearest relation, one devoted to her and her daughter. This was stretching the cloth over a table too large to cover it properly. Mr. Darcy had made only a few comments about his aunt, but it was enough to tell Elizabeth that he preferred to endure her in small doses, keeping those doses to infrequent occasions. There was no reason to inform Mr. Collins of this, however, and to say anything on the matter would be to offend him even more than Lydia already had. Furthermore, continued the parson, when everyone in the room wished he would be silent, my patroness informs me that Mr. Darcy is destinated to far greater heights than even this, events in which she and her excellent daughter will partake. Considering this, perhaps you should rethink your unfeeling comments about the man's sister. Whatever Mr. Darcy's connections, future, wealth, or his aunt's designs, they have little to do with the Bennets of Hertfordshire. Mr.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. Bennet directed a severe look at Lydia, warning her to desist, then turned his quelling gaze on Mr. Collins. Lydia should not speak as she did. It would also be best if you refrained from speaking of your patroness's business without discretion, Collins. Those of a high sphere take a dim view of those carrying their business to others not connected with them. Though it went against Mr. Collins' nature to give credence to such a suggestion, at length he offered a curt nod. Yes, I must suppose you are correct, Mr. Bennet. I shall refrain from further comment on the subject. His pledge to leave the subject alone gave no deference to the family's wish that he remain silent, for he began speaking of other matters altogether, though Elizabeth noted how he referred to the Darcys and de Bourghs many times. Mr. Bennet noted it himself, for he sent several expressive looks Elizabeth's way. For Elizabeth's part, the parson was as irksome as ever, and she spent no time considering his words or even listening to his verbal nothings. Instead, she was considering what Mr. Darcy had told her and what Mr. Collins claimed. Elizabeth was practiced at reading between the lines, so the reason for Mr. Darcy's distance was now revealed. If Mr. Collins had any notion at all of Mr. Darcy's interest in her, he would send an express to her ladyship detailing the matter. Mr. Darcy was not the sort of man who could pay attention to a woman while engaged to another. Had this arisen before her opinion of Mr. Darcy changed, she would have known it even when she had thought the worst of him. Curious though she was to learn the truth, she was content to wait until the gentleman found an opportunity to explain himself. All was well for the moment. Mr. Collins had something to occupy his time and attention, and if his society was still trying, at least he did not confine his comments to her. With any luck, she could use this to escape his inept lovemaking. Chapter 13. Another day found the sisters, and not just Elizabeth, wild to be away from the parson's company. Mr. Collins had a natural talent for saying what he should not at the worst time, for inserting his unwanted opinion into any conversation that did not concern him, and for making himself unwelcome, especially to a family consisting primarily of young ladies. That the man thought any woman could look at him and not be repulsed was incomprehensible to the 5 young ladies. Beyond those deficiencies of character and impropriety that the Bennet sisters dwelt on in their whispered conversations, he was heavy-set and clumsy, especially when in haste to put himself next to Elizabeth, and about him hovered a distinct odor that spoke of one who cared little for the niceties of bathing. Malodorous was about the kindest thing they could say about him. Yet even when attempting to escape his company, the sisters found themselves frustrated, for they could not so much as walk to Meryton without him imposing himself on their company. In this, their mother was as much a culprit as the parson, and all to ensure he had as much access to Elizabeth as she could manage. "My girls are to walk to Meryton, Mr. Collins," said Mrs. Bennet, foiling their attempt to get away without him. "Would you fancy a walk yourself?" "Indeed I would," said Mr. Collins, before turning his attention to Elizabeth. "Will you walk to town with me, cousin?" While his invitation was to Elizabeth in particular, she knew her sisters were not happy that their mother had prevented their escape. Mr. Collins' focus was on Elizabeth, but he was not above fixing his attention on any of them, often with some nonsensical instruction or reprimand for some perceived fault in their behavior. Mrs. Bennet watched it all with a smirk, certain she would have her way. Elizabeth was disinclined to challenge her mother on this, for though she only tolerated Mr. Collins' company with difficulty, the uproar that must follow any attempt to gainsay her schemes would be harmful to more than Elizabeth's hearing. The parson's continued speeches characterized the walk to Meryton, each of the sisters wishing they did not need to endure his company. No detail was too small to escape his attention, for he commented on the dresses and bonnets of the ladies, the state of the fields, the unevenness of the road, and what he considered the dearth of trees lining the path. "Lady Catherine would never tolerate this," intoned Mr. Collins, in one of his many unwelcome observations, most of which were nothing less than criticism. "Rosings Park," said he, his tone pretentious, "is a cornucopia of the finest natural sights in all the kingdom, and is not lacking in trees to cast shade on the paths of her ladyship's estate. Your father would do well to take her example." "Then Rosings Park must be exquisite indeed, Mr. Collins," said Elizabeth, becoming disgruntled with his constant criticisms. The parson preened as if he considered her comment a compliment to him alone. Her next words wiped the pleasure from his face. "I had no notion that Kent was wooded to that extent, nor did I know that lumber was such a lucrative commodity." "I have no notion of what you mean, cousin," replied the parson, with a frown. Elizabeth shrugged, as if it did not signify. It did not to her. "From what you say, Rosings Park is covered with beauteous woods, the extent of which we mortals cannot imagine. Naturally, I assume that if there are no fields, your patroness must subsist on what she can raise from the harvest of the great bounty of trees on the estate." "Of course there are fields at Rosings," replied the parson, still lacking understanding. Lady Catherine is a wealthy woman. Her tenants must grow crops to generate that wealth. Ah, then it is much like any other property. Then I must suppose that Longbourn cannot be dissimilar to Rosings, for most of my father's lands consist of the fields that generate its wealth. If he planted too many trees, the estate would not produce to its potential, and your inheritance would, of a consequence, be worth much less. This observation halted Mr. Collins' criticisms, as Elizabeth had hoped it would, rendering the rest of the walk pleasant if one did not count the shadow of the ponderous man that hovered over her. It was best to take little blessings as they presented themselves, so Elizabeth did not complain. For the previous 6 weeks, any foray into Meryton resulted in the sight of redcoats dotting the streets, for it had often seemed to Elizabeth that they did more socializing than soldiering. That day, however, when they stepped on the thoroughfare through the center of the town, none of those intrepid fellows were in evidence. Elizabeth, who enjoyed the officers' company, yet did not crave it, cared little for their absence. That state was, of course, not mirrored in her younger sisters. "I had hoped we would see Denny at least," whined Lydia, when the streets bare of any hue of red stretched out before them. "Did he not go to town?" asked Kitty. "He did, but he meant to return yesterday." "Then perhaps we shall see him later." "That may be," said Elizabeth, "but we will not loiter out on the street waiting for them to appear. Come, let us visit Aunt Phillips." The company of their aunt was not so agreeable to the girls as that of the officers, but it would suffice until the other was available, so they marched down the street toward Uncle Philip's residence and place of business, offering an occasional wave or the exchange of a few words as they came across acquaintances. Aunt Phillips, a loud woman, much like her sister, one who would be difficult to tolerate if she was not a relative, greeted them with good cheer, inviting them into her parlor for a spot of tea and biscuits. This necessitated Mr. Collins' introduction, and the parson proved most verbose as usual. As Mrs. Phillips was not a quiet woman herself, they entertained themselves for some time, Mr. Collins speaking of Rosings Park, while Mrs.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio, Phillips tried to equal his boasting by pointing out features of her parlor. When Mr. Collins compared her beloved parlor to servants' quarters at Rosings, Elizabeth declined to step in to explain his silliness, and for a time their aunt's replies were rather frosty. After a time, however, she understood Rosings was a grand estate, and was thus mollified to be compared to it, even if it was to Lady Catherine's servants' quarters rather than her sitting room. In time, conversing with Mr. Collins appeared to exhaust even their verbose aunt, for she turned to her nieces and smiled, strained though it was. "Girls, I am to hold a party tomorrow evening. It is not but supper and cards, but it would please me if you would attend." Elizabeth and Jane exchanged a glance, and Elizabeth fancied she understood Jane's thoughts, which mirrored her own. Mrs. Phillips' card parties were always interesting, so it was well they did not have any inclination to decline, nor could they, after inflicting Mr. Collins on their aunt. "We shall be happy to attend," said Jane for them all. "Happy, indeed," extolled Mr. Collins in his sonorous tones, ignoring the inconvenient fact that Mrs. Phillips had yet to include him in the invitation. "Thank you for your warm hospitality and your excellent conversation, Mrs. Phillips. I have discovered family in Hertfordshire such as I never would have expected to gain, proving Lady Catherine's generously given wisdom that there is no greater blessing in life than those dearest to us." Mr. Collins blathered on in this manner for several moments. Had he possessed even the most rudimentary measure of discernment, he might have understood Mrs. Phillips' forced smile and continued looks at her nieces, wishing him gone. At length, Elizabeth spoke up, knowing Mr. Collins could carry on without ceasing if she did not interrupt. "Thank you, Aunt," said she, rising along with her sisters. "We will return tomorrow evening." Mrs. Phillips could not usher them from the room quickly enough, an entertaining sight given her usual eagerness to keep the company of the nieces on whom she doted.
This contrasted with Mr. Collins' injured looks at Elizabeth, which would no doubt turn to censorious words the moment the opportunity presented itself. Not of a mind to allow the man his ineffectual reproaches, Elizabeth led the way from their aunt's house, hoping to avoid him until she could find solace in her room at Longbourn. The moment they left their aunt's residence and made their way down the street, however, they encountered other acquaintances. "It is Mrs. Hurst, Miss Bingley, and Miss Darcy," said Jane, gesturing toward the three ladies who were speaking outside a shop. "Miss Elizabeth, Miss Bennet," said Miss Darcy, catching sight of them at once. Elizabeth was certain she caught a shadow of relief in the girl's eyes. "How fortunate we are to have encountered you today." Mrs. Bingley and Mrs. Hurst, who had been standing with their backs to the Bennet sisters, turned and appeared anything but fortunate. As polite behavior demanded, they managed credible greetings, confined to Jane, the rest of the Bennet sisters being beneath their notice. Jane offered the introductions of the Bingley sisters to Mr. Collins at once, and then Mr. Collins plied them with his peculiar brand of civility, praising Miss Darcy and her companions with equal fervency. At first, Miss Bingley recoiled at the parson's familiar and grandiose manner, but after a moment or two she recovered and directed a smirk at Elizabeth. It was no trouble at all to ignore her. "I see you have come to Meryton to partake in the amusement the town offers," said Elizabeth to Georgiana with a smile. The girl nodded and returned her gesture. "Meryton is not as charming as the town near my brother's estate, Miss Elizabeth," said she. "If you should visit, I think you would agree with my assessment, though I mean no slight on your excellent town." "None taken, Miss Darcy," replied Elizabeth. "We all appreciate that which is familiar to us, do we not?" Miss Darcy allowed it to be so. Seeing Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst engaged with Jane, she leaned in closer. To spend a full day in company at Netherfield is also not welcome, and a little fresh air cannot go amiss. "There is a remarkable similarity in our turns of mind, Miss Darcy," said Elizabeth, gratified this girl appeared comfortable enough with her to say such a thing about her hostess. "My sisters and I found the atmosphere at Longbourn to be more than a little stifling. When such feelings beset us, Meryton is a common destination to amuse ourselves for an hour or two." Her eyes finding Mr. Collins, who was attending and interrupting the conversation between the Bingley sisters and Jane, Miss Darcy ventured, "I can see how it might be desirable to escape your home for a time." They conversed for some moments, Elizabeth speaking of the visit to their aunt and the card party set for the following evening, while Miss Darcy responded with some doings at the estate. Curious though she was about the current whereabouts of the gentleman, Elizabeth knew it was not proper to ask. Miss Darcy offered the information without prompting. "My brother and Mr. Bingley are to join us here in town. This morning they rode out to a tenant cottage to deal with a matter of business." "Then you expect them soon?" asked Elizabeth, the prospect of seeing Mr. Darcy that day not at all onerous. "Before too much longer, unless I miss my guess." "This has been amusing," the voice of Miss Bingley rang out, though she sounded anything but pleased. "Come, Georgiana, I believe it is time to depart. I have had enough of the company and the locale. We had best make for Netherfield." The inference in Miss Bingley's voice was clear, and not at all welcome, though Jane only frowned, and Mr. Collins appeared confused. It was fortunate for them all that Miss Darcy made Elizabeth's caustic reply unnecessary. "Not at all, Miss Bingley, for I am quite entertained. Besides, my brother and yours have agreed to meet us here." "Georgiana, dear," said Miss Bingley in that saccharine and condescending tone she often used with Elizabeth, "I am convinced your brother would not wish you to be exposed to such society as this more than necessary. When the gentlemen arrive, they will realize we have returned to Netherfield and agree with our decision." "That is interesting, Miss Bingley," interjected Elizabeth, unable to endure this woman's veiled insults a moment longer. "For in my experience, those who agree to rendezvous in certain places expect their companions waiting for them. Furthermore, I cannot understand your comments concerning exposure and society, for Mr. Darcy introduced his sister to us himself. The look with which Miss Bingley regarded her might have slain Elizabeth where she stood, but the woman ignored her. Before she could speak further, however, Miss Darcy ended the dispute. "My brother will be along any minute, Miss Bingley. I am content to wait until he arrives." Though with a huff of annoyance, Miss Bingley subsided. It was the woman's just deserts to be the focus of Mr. Collins's attention thereafter. That did not prevent her from directing several harsh glares at Elizabeth and her sisters. They were not long in this attitude before they suffered another interruption, this time courtesy of Elizabeth's youngest sisters. "Oh, look!" exclaimed Kitty, catching the attention of everyone present. "It is Denny." "Let us go at once, Kitty," said Lydia, catching her sister's hand and pulling her toward the red-clad officer who was standing with another man Elizabeth did not recognize. The girl's antics would lead to nothing good, so Elizabeth caught Jane's eyes and gestured toward their retreating sisters, receiving a nod. Miss Darcy followed her as she made her way after her sisters. "Excuse me, Miss Elizabeth," said Miss Darcy, hesitation in her manner, "but your sisters appear to have great affection for the officers."
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio, more than they should, to be certain, replied Elizabeth with a shaken head. I have some experience with them through my cousin, but I have never found military men especially interesting. You will find these even less so, laughed Elizabeth, for they are not what I would call military men. These officers are militia, drawn from the ranks of the lower gentry, and they are decent enough fellows, though not remarkable. While she nodded, Miss Darcy said nothing more. Of the two officers, Elizabeth was familiar with Lieutenant Denny, as he was a favorite with many of the local ladies, being both handsome and good-humored. The other man was both taller and more handsome, his dark brown hair and clear blue eyes enough to cause many a maiden to offer a lusty sigh and daydream about those eyes looking into their own with passion. Elizabeth thought she knew every officer in the regiment by sight, but this man appeared new. She had seen nothing of him in the time since the regiment had arrived. "Denny!" exclaimed Lydia, "you have returned from town?" "I returned yesterday," replied the amicable man, "though I was most disappointed that you did not appear. Surprising though this neglect was, I am gratified to see you today." "Oh, there were matters that kept us at Longbourn yesterday," said Lydia. Then she turned to regard the man with Mr. Denny, fixing him with an appraising look Elizabeth thought would be improper if she were twice her current age. "I see you have a new friend. Will you not introduce us?" "Of course I shall, though I suspect you will ignore me once I acquaint you with him." Mr. Denny turned a grin toward his companion, who was peering at Elizabeth with some intensity. "Ladies, please allow me to introduce my friend, George Wickham." As Mr. Denny introduced the ladies to Mr. Wickham, Elizabeth noted several things at once. The first was that Mr. Wickham was not staring at Elizabeth herself, but at a point behind her. The second was that Miss Darcy had stepped back and now appeared to be trying to hide behind Elizabeth. It was Miss Darcy on whom Mr. Wickham had fixed his concentration. To complete this triumvirate of realizations, Elizabeth noted the intensity and vague sense of malevolence in Mr. Wickham's glare. It was impossible to understand what was at work here, for Elizabeth knew nothing of this new man. That did not change Georgiana's discomfort, nor did any hesitation enter Elizabeth's mind. Whatever the situation, and she suspected she would learn something of it before long, this man made her friend uncomfortable. Elizabeth was not about to stand for it. As such, she stepped a little to the left, putting herself in the path of Mr. Wickham's glare, taking the burden of the man's scrutiny on herself. What he meant by it she could not say, but she would not allow him to intimidate her new friend. As Darcy was approaching at a trot when all this was occurring, he saw the moment that Miss Elizabeth stepped to the side, placing herself in front of his sister. While uncertain about what was happening, Darcy could see the protective stance she assumed,
and, since he trusted Miss Elizabeth's judgment and instincts, the sight provoked him to spur his horse into a faster canter. The reason for Miss Elizabeth's consternation became clear when he came close enough to see the faces of those involved. "Bingley, to me!" exclaimed Darcy, digging his heels into the beast, vaulting from the saddle upon reaching them a moment later. With Bingley following, Darcy surged forward and confronted Wickham. "Wickham!" snarled Darcy, enjoying Wickham's alarmed retreat, though it was only a step. "How thoroughly unpleasant it is to see you here!" "Darcy," growled Wickham in return when he had mastered his emotions, "slumming in the country? Why, I might never have expected it from the high and mighty Master of Pemberley. What would your father say?" "If I was slumming, I am certain he would say much less than he would if he knew the sort of snake you have become. What are you doing here, Wickham?" "I might have thought even you would understand, given the uniform I wear." Wickham fixed him with a rictus of a grin and added, "You must have seen it adorning your cousin's frame often enough." Darcy snorted with utter disdain. "You, a member of the militia? Even with the relaxed discipline of the Home Guard, you can be nothing but a fox amongst the chickens. Tell me, Wickham, who did you convince of your respectability sufficient to serve as an officer?" "I serve well enough," growled Wickham. "Here, what is this?" asked another voice, revealed to be Lieutenant Denny when Darcy's eyes found him. "Do you know this man, Lieutenant?" demanded Darcy. The lieutenant stopped short, surprised by the shortness of his tone, though Darcy wondered of his confusion. He had been close enough to hear the entire exchange, certainly enough to understand it was not cordial. "It was by my auspices that he joined the militia," said the lieutenant, finding his courage. "Do you know him?" "Oh, yes," replied Darcy, fixing his glare on Wickham yet again. "With George Wickham I am well acquainted, indeed, for I have many sorrows to lay at his feet." "I would not be in this predicament if you did not withhold what was my rightful due," snarled Wickham. "Do not make me laugh, Wickham," replied Darcy. "I shall not allow you to spread your vicious tales, not in Meryton. You can claim ill use all you wish, but we both know that our dealings were more than fair. I also possess the proof to back up your claims." "Excuse me, Mr. Darcy," came a soft voice. For a wonder, it was Miss Lydia. Darcy did not think he had ever heard her speak in anything softer than a loud squeal. Difficult though it was to smile in the face of the man who had used Darcy ill, who he never wished to lay eyes upon again, Darcy managed a nod, and to soften his features. "Yes, Miss Lydia?" Taking courage, Miss Lydia said, "Should we be wary of this man?" "You should, Miss Lydia," the answer came from Georgiana, who appeared to have gathered her courage about her. Stepping to Miss Elizabeth's side, his angelic sister stared at the man who had used her gentle and trusting nature for his ends. "Mr. Wickham is a bounder and a libertine. You should listen to nothing he says, for true words pass through his lips rarely, and then only to further his ambitions." "Perhaps, little Georgiana," spat Wickham, "you should remember that I hold your future in my hands. Should I speak to inform these people?" "Enough, Wickham," roared Darcy. "If you speak so much as another syllable, I shall see you in the darkest, deepest hole I can find." Though Wickham's look was still all malevolence, he appeared to sense the threat was not idle. For many years, Darcy had not dealt with Wickham for the memory of his father's affection, however unworthily given. That had ended with Ramsgate, as Darcy had informed Wickham when he had caught the libertine in the ultimate betrayal. The amount Wickham owed him in the purchased debts from Lambton and Cambridge was enough to see Wickham in debtor's prison for the rest of his life, and they both knew it. Should Darcy involve his uncle, Wickham would soon be on a prison ship bound for the bottom of the world. "It is now clear that I should have dealt with you long ago, Wickham," said Darcy, causing a pallor to creep over Wickham's cheeks. "If I hear you have set one foot out of line, be it in your habit of debts or your actions toward the ladies, I will not hold back." Several emotions crossed Wickham's face at once, among them anger, trepidation, and uncertainty. It was this last that informed Darcy that Wickham was not here by design. He had not followed them there to create mischief. It was an unfortunate happenstance to both Darcy and Wickham that he had come to the same neighborhood in which Darcy was staying, and nothing more.
While that might be the case, Darcy was beyond any thought of the previous hesitation that had stayed his hand. It was beyond time for Wickham to pay for his misdeeds. Given what he knew about Wickham, it was no surprise when the man offered one last glare and turned away, retreating from the confrontation as Darcy had known he would. Wickham was a coward, a man who would not stand and face any trouble when he might take the simple expedient of running and moving on to his next target. "You," called Darcy to an officer standing nearby. "You had best make for your colonel at once, for it would shock me if Wickham is not astride a horse flying from this place within 10 minutes. "He owes me a shilling from the card tables," another officer declared. "Then you had best prevent him, for Wickham considers such social niceties as paying his markers beneath him," said Darcy. Several officers turned away and hurried toward the camp, leaving Darcy with Lieutenant Denny, who appeared bewildered, and several others besides. At least he could tell these men the manner of snake they had allowed into their midst. Chapter 14. In the aftermath of the confrontation, the opportunity to expose Wickham for what he was came with no effort on Darcy's part. While several of the Libertine's fellows followed him when he retreated, there were still more in attendance, including Denny, who had watched wide-eyed as Darcy destroyed his friend's credibility. Wickham had not retreated more than a few doors down the street before the remaining officers stepped forward. "What can you tell us of Wickham, Mr. Darcy?" asked one of their number, little more than a downy-cheeked boy. Darcy could not remember his name. "Much more than he would wish," replied Darcy. "How so?" demanded Lieutenant Denny, his attitude all belligerence in defense of his friend. "I have known Wickham for some time and have never seen such tendencies." "You mentioned you have proof?" ventured another man. Darcy ignored the second and focused on Denny. "You claim you know him? How well? Has Wickham confided anything of importance or offered information about himself? Have you ever played cards with him, or have you remained in his company for more than a few days?" Appearing uncomfortable, Denny muttered, "No, I cannot say that I know him well. We became acquainted several years ago, and our paths have crossed infrequently." "Then you should take care before you pronounce him the best of men. Unlike you, I have known Wickham since my earliest childhood and have ample evidence of his character." "Of what do you have to accuse him?" demanded the first officer. "Wickham is a bounder and a deceiver," said Darcy. "He goes about accumulating debts without the ability or intention of paying them, seducing whatever young woman catches his fancy, all with no concern for the lives he ruins. There is nothing of morality in George Wickham, for he does as he wishes and congratulates himself on his cleverness. Wickham does not even attempt to justify his actions, for it does not matter to him. Do not play cards with him, for he has no skill and no intention of paying his debts of honor. Keep your womenfolk close, for Wickham will not hesitate to seduce them, and he cares little if the woman he seduces is the daughter of an earl or the humblest scullery maid." As for his offenses to me, Darcy turned and glared at Denny, who was watching him with astonishment. "Might I suppose he has spoken of the living he supposes I cheated of him?" "Not at all," stammered Denny. "Before today, I was unaware of the connection between you." With a snort of disdain, Darcy said, "If he learned of my presence before I saw him, he would have shared it with all and sundry, though I suppose he would have waited to share his most damning accusations until my departure from the neighborhood gave him a sense of security. Wickham has always been a coward. Among the stories he loves to tell is the matter of a family living, one that my father recommended Wickham receive in his will. What slips Wickham's recollection is his lack of any intention to seek ordination and the £3,000 I gave him in exchange for resigning his right to the preferment." "That is curious indeed," exclaimed Denny.
For when I spoke to him in London, he informed me of the poorness of his circumstances. It was the only reason he agreed to join the regiment, or so I suppose." "Wickham received the money almost 5 years ago," said Darcy. "I had him watched thereafter, and can state with certainty that he had depleted that and the £1,000 my father left in his will within 2 years." "£4,000!" exclaimed another officer. "Wickham has ever been a spendthrift," said Darcy with disdain. "Money flows through his fingers like the wine that passes through his lips. I also possess substantial debts in his name from both Cambridge when we were attending university and several shops near my home in Derbyshire. These I settled, as I did not wish my family name tarnished because of his actions." It was clear these men did not quite know what to say. They were all, he knew, the sons of minor gentry, men who considered £4,000 a veritable fortune. To learn of a man exhausting such a handsome sum in 2 years must be a shock. "What do you recommend we do?" asked an officer who had not spoken yet. By his insignia, Darcy knew him to be a captain of higher rank than the rest. "Speak to your colonel and prevent his escape," replied Darcy. "When did Wickham arrive in the neighborhood?" 2 days ago," replied the man. "More than enough time for him to have accumulated debt already." Darcy shook his head, wondering at the mischance that had led Wickham to the place where he was now staying. "Check with the merchants to see if he has any markers. Given his offenses against me, I will no longer be responsible for him. If he has debts, he will settle them himself or not at all. Wickham never settles his debts unless he has no choice, so you had best ensure he does not escape." With that, the officers broke up as a group, though a few stepped forward to clarify a point or two of Darcy's account. Denny was not among their number, for while he appeared shocked at what he had heard, a look of determination came over him and he hurried away. Darcy understood. As Wickham had joined the regiment by his recommendation, Darcy's charges being proven accurate would reflect poorly on him. Within moments, after the few remaining officers had asked their questions, they departed, talking among themselves. Then there were a pair of merchants drawn by the argument, and when Darcy explained all, they went away pledging to inform their fellows of the folly of offering credit to Wickham. With any luck, they would realize it was not wise to offer credit to any of the officers. Alone on the street, Darcy turned back to his companions again. The first sight that met his eyes was Miss Elizabeth standing close to Georgiana, speaking to her, appearing for all the world like a guard who meant to protect her charge at all costs. Had Darcy not already been in love with her, the sight before him would have removed all barriers. The scene before him, coupled with the sight of Miss Elizabeth stepping forward and planting herself between the libertine and his precious sister, spoke of the rare mettle this woman possessed. Then the pleasing sight disappeared, replaced with the bulk of Mr. Collins. Other than Wickham, the last man Darcy wished to speak to. "Mr. Darcy," intoned the parson, "how excellent of you to warn these people about the viper in their midst. There is of course no question of the veracity of your communications. Why, I understood the moment I saw your former colleague that he was engaged in nothing good. I shall ensure my cousins give this man the widest berth, and inform Mr. Bennet about the dangers of allowing his daughters to run about unchecked. Not of a mind to listen to Mr. Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio, Collins Natteron, Darcy replied. Of course, I could do nothing other than warn the good people here of Wickham if I wished to retain my title of gentleman. A title that is secure to be certain, replied Mr. Collins in his expansive way. No one who has the privilege of an acquaintance with you could think that anything is wanting. Thank you, Mr. Collins, replied Darcy. Now I must attend to my sister. Collins made a low bow in response to Darcy's comment, but he had no more patience for the silly man. Thus, Darcy turned away to approach his sister, noting as he did so that Miss Bingley had the same notion. Fortunately, as Darcy did not wish to tolerate her any more than he did Collins, she kept her position beside her sister when Darcy approached.
Miss Elizabeth was still in earnest conversation with her, though they turned to him when he approached. "I apologize, Georgiana," said he when he drew near. "Had I been aware of Wickham's presence in Meryton, I would not have requested your presence." "Oh, brother!" exclaimed Georgiana, throwing herself in his arms. "Do not suppose that the mere sight of Mr. Wickham will overthrow my sensibilities." "Then you are unaffected?" "I am well, brother," said Georgiana, pulling away and fixing him with a misty smile. "Miss Elizabeth would not allow Mr. Wickham to approach, and she has comforted me since you arrived." "Yes, I noticed her support," said Darcy, turning to regard the woman who had taken possession of his heart. "You are an extraordinary woman, Miss Elizabeth, one to whose care I may trust my dearest sister, and not concern myself a jot." To Darcy's pleasure, Miss Elizabeth's cheeks assumed a rosy hue. "It was nothing, Mr. Darcy. I sensed Miss Darcy's apprehension and noted Mr. Wickham's malevolence at the same time." "Then you acted to put yourself in between them," said Darcy. "For that I cannot but thank you." "Miss Elizabeth," said Georgiana, "shall we not dispense with formality? Now that we have stood shoulder to shoulder against the worst of men, I think there is little point in it." Now Miss Elizabeth smiled and turned to his sister. "Of course, my dear friend. My sisters call me Lizzie or Elizabeth." "Thank you," said his shy sister, and for the first time in many months, Darcy saw a rose deferring to the light of the sun and blooming to its full beauty in his sister. "Most of my acquaintances refer to me as Georgiana, though my cousin has a habit of calling me Georgie." "To me you shall be Georgiana," said Miss Elizabeth. The moment of her abashed acceptance of his praise passed, and she turned a much more serious gaze on Darcy. "Tell me of this Mr. Wickham, Mr. Darcy, for I must ensure he does not mislead my sisters." Darcy sobered at once. "Of course, Miss Elizabeth." Without hesitation, Darcy informed her of Wickham, much the same as he had to the officers, speaking of his immoral habits, debts, and propensity to seduce young women. As he did so, he noted her glances toward her youngest sisters, knowing she considered them ill-equipped to resist a practiced deceiver such as George Wickham. He noted her determination to protect them, and it provoked him to say something more. "The moment I return to Netherfield, I shall write a letter to my cousin." Darcy allowed a feral smile at the thought of how Fitzwilliam would react. "Fitzwilliam has always despised Wickham, and that, coupled with some recent trouble we have had with the new lieutenant, will make Fitzwilliam eager to lay hands on him. It is beyond time we acted to remove Wickham's stain from society." "I am happy to hear it, Mr. Darcy," said Miss Elizabeth. "I shudder to think what such a man might do if he moved among the community unfettered." "Brother," said Georgiana, "do you not think that Elizabeth needs to know all?" Surprised as he was at the question, Darcy could not respond at once. Miss Elizabeth was not so affected. "Georgiana," said she, catching his sister's hands in hers, "there is no need to speak any further, for I know enough to understand the danger this man represents. I had some notion that you wished to keep your distance, and suspect he has abused you, but there is no need to say anything further." Miss Elizabeth turned to Darcy. "Can I assume this business, whatever it is, you would not wish to share with everyone in the community?" "No, I would not wish that," said Darcy, finding his tongue at last. "Then there is no need to tell me. What you have said already is enough. Let us not consider it a moment longer." "Thank you, Elizabeth," said Georgiana with emotion. "Some day, perhaps, I shall tell you, for I long for the comfort you would offer. For the moment, I agree. Today's revelations are enough to prevent Mr. Wickham from doing as he will." "I dare say they are," agreed Darcy. A glance around them informed Darcy that Mr. Collins was attending to the younger Miss Bennets, though Darcy could see his frequent glances in their direction. This was as good an opportunity as he was likely to get from the silly man, so Darcy turned back to his companions. "Miss Elizabeth, I would also like to take this opportunity to speak of a matter we could not discuss yesterday." "Of course," replied she, a hint of amusement curving the corners of her lips. "I suppose this has something to do with Mr. Collins and his patroness?"
"More to do with Lady Catherine than Mr. Collins," replied Darcy. "Lady Catherine and her daughter, to be precise." This appeared to amuse Miss Elizabeth. "Ah, then my conjecture is true. I might not have attributed such dastardly conduct to you, Mr. Darcy, as to pay attention to me while promised to another." "Oh, that is not at all," exclaimed Georgiana. "I believe, dear sister," said Darcy, "that you must grow accustomed to Miss Elizabeth's sportive manner. Yes, your brother is correct." Miss Elizabeth turned back to Darcy. "Might I assume that whatever Mr. Collins attributes to his patroness is nothing more than her wishes?" "Perceptive, as always," murmured Darcy. "It has been a long-held wish of my aunt's that I marry her daughter, an agreement between sisters, she claims. My cousin and I have no affinity for each other, which forms the basis for our disinclination to oblige my aunt." "Lady Catherine is a force unto herself," said Georgiana. Miss Elizabeth laughed with affection and put her hand on Georgiana's shoulder. "She sounds fearsome, my friend. Should I expect a visit from your aunt?" Though Darcy grimaced at the notion, he could not but acknowledge her perception. "Do you know how long Mr. Collins means to stay?" "Until Saturday week. Then he will still be in Hertfordshire when Bingley holds his ball," said Darcy with a sigh. "Mr. Bingley has set a date?" "Tuesday next," said Darcy. "I shall put it to you, Miss Elizabeth. Should Lady Catherine learn of my attention to you, she will fly to this place to prevent a calamity to her ambitions, even if there is only the merest hint of my interest in you. And you know your father's cousin well enough to suppose the slightest attention on my part will excite his suspicion." Miss Elizabeth's eyes found Mr. Collins, and she nodded. "Yes, I cannot but suppose you are correct." "As I have already asked you for your first sets," said Darcy, grinning at the notion, "I am loath to relinquish them. Should you wish to prevent my aunt's fury, I will withdraw my application, and we shall act as acquaintances and nothing more until he departs." "It is worse than that, Mr. Darcy," said Miss Elizabeth, offering a smile in good humor. "For you see, Mamma is eager to see all her daughters married. And as Mr. Bingley has already established his interest in Jane, my mother has elected me to save the family and accept Mr. Collins' proposal." Had she not spoken in a voice brimming with mirth, Darcy fancied his heart might have frozen in his chest. "Might I suppose from your jesting tone that you have no interest in Mr. Collins?" The good humor she presented became a wide smile. "Tell me, Mr. Darcy, can you see me, of all women, as the wife of a man such as Mr. Collins?" "No, Miss Elizabeth, I cannot."
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. Perish the thought. Then you see there is no impediment. Darcy regarded her. "Your mother has little influence. It is a father's duty to see to his daughter's marriage prospects, is it not? I am much more like my father than my mother, and his favorite daughter. He will never force me to marry where I do not wish." "That is welcome news, Miss Elizabeth," said Darcy, feeling the elation of relief welling up in his breast. "Then what say you? If you wish it, I shall withdraw until Mr. Collins departs, and we shall revisit the matter thereafter." Miss Elizabeth regarded him for a long moment. "I believe, Mr. Darcy, I shall take my chances with your aunt. If it is not now, then I suspect she will still have her say when we least wish to endure it. Is that not correct?" "Without a doubt," agreed Darcy. "There is little reason to delay the inevitable. Should you wish to keep your claim to that dance, I shall be happy to leave it with you." Miss Elizabeth's eyes flashed in mirth as her gaze followed Georgiana. "It is shocking, however, that you should ask me to dance when I suspect it will be your sister's first ball. Do you not wish to dance the first with her?" "Not at all, Elizabeth," cried Georgiana. "We have not spoken of it yet, but should I attend, I will be happy to allow you the privilege of the first dance. Brother can dance the second with me, I am sure." Darcy regarded his sister, wondering at the change in her, and pleased by her growing maturity.
I suspect, Georgiana, that Bingley's ball will provide an excellent opportunity for you to attend with no pressure to perform. But I must insist you dance only with myself and Bingley, and perhaps Hurst, if you can persuade him. What of Mr. Bennet? Asked Georgiana, turning to Miss Elizabeth with a grin. If my brother will allow it, of course. Appearing bemused, Darcy said, though we do not know him well, if Miss Elizabeth vouches for him, it will be as you wish. Papa has not danced in many years, my friend, said Elizabeth, nodding to Mr. Darcy and grinning at her friend. Leave that to me, said Georgiana, showing them both a smirk. The rest of the party drew closer, and they soon resolved to return to their homes. Knowing that Wickham was about, Darcy's concern for the Miss Bennets returning to Longbourn without an escort made him cautious. "Shall Bingley and I walk you to Longbourn?" asked Darcy of Miss Elizabeth. The woman regarded him, her eyes flashing with hilarity. "What? Do you suppose our cousin is not up to the task?" "Far be it from me to question the abilities of the excellent Mr. Collins," replied Darcy, not hiding his mirth. "As he is my aunt's lackey, and I know what sort of man she prefers to employ, I cannot help but wonder if we should. I suspect, Mr. Darcy, that we shall be well. Mr. Wickham is not about, and it is only a mile to our home." Darcy supposed she was correct, and did not belabor the point. Soon they bid farewell to one another with good cheer, the Netherfield ladies returning to the waiting carriage, while those from Longbourn made for the path to the north. As Darcy glanced about, he determined to take matters into his own hands regarding Wickham, for the colonel might not credit everything he heard from his officers. That would leave Georgiana in the company of the Bingley sisters for a time, and his sister already did not appear to appreciate their attention, given her apparent annoyance at Miss Bingley's earnest entreaties. No doubt some plea or another to avoid becoming friendly with Miss Elizabeth. Georgiana nodded to him when she noted his scrutiny, so Darcy turned his attention to other matters. "I believe, Bingley," said Darcy to his friend, "that I shall visit the colonel." "Lead on, Darcy," replied his friend. "I know you do not require my support, but I shall offer it all the same." With a nod, Darcy led his friend back to their neglected horses, and strode down the street toward the encampment. Hopefully Wickham had not escaped, for Darcy had no wish to endure his former friend any longer. It was time for George Wickham to pay for his misdeeds. At Longbourn, when the sisters returned in the company of their unwanted house guest, their youngest members lost no time in relating what they had witnessed to their mother. Given Mr. Darcy's testimony of Mr. Wickham's poor character, there was little chance of the Bennets associating with the new officer, but she also might have predicted the youngest girl's opinion on the subject had Elizabeth cared to consider the matter. "Mr. Wickham is so gentlemanly," exclaimed Lydia, once they had made the affair known to their mother. "Mr. Darcy's account of such an amiable man is shocking indeed." "Are you questioning Mr. Darcy's integrity?" demanded Mr. Collins. It was no surprise he would rise to the occasion to defend Mr. Darcy. "You misunderstand my sister's comment, Mr. Collins," stepping into the breach. "Had Mr. Darcy not intervened, I suspect Mr. Wickham might have tricked us all, for he does not possess a countenance that suggests deceit." "No, Cousin Elizabeth," pressed Mr. Collins, "let me disabuse you of any notion of Mr. Darcy's falseness at once. His aunt, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, would never tolerate such a man in her family. I am convinced that Mr. Darcy has spoken nothing but the absolute truth. We would all do well to heed his warning." "Mr. Collins," interrupted Elizabeth, knowing the parson could go on at length if allowed, "again you have misunderstood, for I was not suggesting anything of the sort. I believe Mr. Darcy's account implicitly, and have no intention of setting his counsel to the side. All I said was that Mr. Wickham appeared easy to believe, not that I believed him. Mr. Darcy informed me something more of Mr. Wickham, in terms that I cannot and would not wish to set to the side. "What did he say, Lizzie?" asked Mrs. Bennet, before Mr. Collins could insert his opinion again. Elizabeth shrugged. "He only clarified the points he made before us. Mr. Wickham is a gamester, a debtor, and a seducer of women. He is not a good man." Mrs. Bennet nodded. "Then I require you girls to all stay away from Mr. Wickham. I will not have any of you affected by his lack of morality, or your reputations besmirched by his actions." "It is only that he is so very handsome," sighed Lydia. "That is a large part of his deception, I suppose," said Elizabeth. "A handsome man is much more easily believed than an ill-favored man, or even one who is merely plain." "It is a warning to us all," said Mary, in that judgmental tone she used whenever she wished to make a point. "One should not assess another based on how they look, for are we not told to walk a mile in another's shoes? For good or ill, we should take care before we pronounce unrighteous judgment, or excessive praise on anyone." On this occasion, Elizabeth agreed with her sister, though her delivery was, as usual, all pomposity. "Yes, Mary, you have spoken aright. Had we judged based on appearance, we might have considered Mr. Wickham a friend, much to our detriment." Mary smiled and fell silent as she did whenever someone agreed with her homilies. As was her wont, Lydia huffed and glared at her elder sister, but Elizabeth's quelling look preempted whatever she might have thought to say. "I am happy you have all put such stock in Mr. Darcy's warning," said Mr. Collins, the other pompous person in the room. "As Mr. Darcy cannot be incorrect, I am assured that my dear cousins will all avoid Mr. Wickham, and refuse to speak to him should he open his mouth." "That they shall," said Mrs. Bennet, her glare informing them all that they had best obey. "I will not tolerate any disobedience, girls. Stay away from Mr. Wickham." "Shall we not inform our neighbors?" asked Kitty. "We would not wish to allow Mr. Wickham to mislead them." "I should think there is little need to concern ourselves, Kitty," said Elizabeth. "The confrontation in Meryton was public enough that I doubt anyone will pay much attention to Mr. Wickham."
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio, such accounts have a way of making their way around the neighborhood with all haste. "If it does not," said Mrs. Bennet, "I shall visit Lady Lucas on the morrow and ensure she understands. Perhaps I shall visit Mrs. Long and Mrs. Robinson, too." Elizabeth exchanged a grin with Jane, for the three ladies she mentioned were the most likely to carry tales. When they knew of the matter, it would make its way into every house in the community. Mary huffed as she too understood the significance, and while Elizabeth understood and agreed with Mary's opinions concerning gossip, in this instance she thought it was serving a higher purpose. The regiment might deal with Mr. Wickham, but the gentlefolk would take care of their own. Chapter 15. Before Darcy and Bingley left the Colonel's office, they learned Wickham had already plied his trade in Meryton. He would not be departing unless he slipped away. "Thank you, Mr. Darcy," said Colonel Forster, peering at Darcy from behind his desk. "Had you not spoken of Wickham's habits, I shudder to think of how much damage he might have caused to the regiment's reputation." "It is no trouble, Colonel," replied Darcy. "If you recall, I have some stake in this matter too, for the damage Wickham might have done would not only have been to the regiment." "Aye, that is the truth." The Colonel sighed and leaned back in his chair. "As it is, I have no notion what to do with him. How a man could amass debts at 3 different establishments in only 2 days, I cannot fathom." "Wickham has always had a way about him," said Darcy. "For whatever reason, his charm seems to disarm those who should be most wary of him." "Yes, you seem to be correct," allowed Colonel Forster. "The obligations at the inn and the clothier are troublesome, but neither is sufficient to cause much excitement. How he persuaded the cordwainer to part with such an expensive pair of boots is beyond my comprehension." "Fortunately, you will not need to endure him long," said Darcy. Colonel Forster eyed him and offered a slow nod. "Yes, your cousin, as I recall. How soon do you suppose he can arrive?"
"That depends," replied Darcy. "Fitzwilliam is attached to the Home Office in London, so the letter will reach him by the end of the day today. However, he often travels to various locations around England on business. If he is in London and is at liberty, he will arrive by tomorrow. He will not delay. If he is on business, it may take a few more days. That may become longer if his duties prevent his return. At present, I am afraid I cannot say." "Let us all pray that he will come soon," said Colonel Forster. "As a militia commander, I do not have the influence necessary to deal with him. I can have him watched and prevented from taking flight because of his debts, but I can do nothing further until his behavior becomes worse." "That is why I have alerted Fitzwilliam," said Darcy. "My cousin can deal with those in the Home Office and see Wickham court-martialed or transferred to another regiment. As Wickham also has debts to me, I will send for those receipts. They will not arrive for 5 or 6 days, but when I have them in hand, I can have him arrested and sent to debtor's prison. Do not mention any of this to Wickham. For the moment, he believes I will not act against him as I have not in the past. Should he learn of my cousin's potential arrival, he will be away at once." "Very well," said Colonel Forster. "If we must watch him for the next week so he does not escape, we will uphold our duty. If I must, I will confine him to the stockade until you can deal with him." "Excellent," said Darcy, standing and offering the colonel his hand. "Please alert me if anything happens." Colonel Forster promised to do so, and Darcy led his friend from the room. Fortunately, they saw nothing of Wickham as they departed, allowing them to leave with no trouble, a blessing as Darcy did not wish to deal with Wickham's muling. Shortly thereafter, the friends attained the road leading to Netherfield, and the woods closed about them. "As I recall," said Bingley as they rode, "you have mentioned something about this Wickham. He was yet at Cambridge when I began my schooling." "He was," said Darcy, keeping watch on the surrounding woods. Darcy did not think Wickham would descend to an attack as they rode, for he doubted Wickham could summon that much courage. He was likely being watched at that very moment. Yet Darcy could not put aside a lifetime of caution when it pertained to George Wickham. "I cannot even say how he graduated," said Darcy, "for I do not recall him opening a book even once the whole time I attended." "Little good though it does him," said Bingley. "I cannot imagine Caroline would so much as look at him should he turn his attention on her, so at least I have that comfort." "No," agreed Darcy, "I cannot imagine she is in any danger from him. Still, it would only be prudent to make her aware of the danger. Since Caroline saw the confrontation, I suspect she already knows, but I shall mention it." Darcy agreed, but he said nothing further on the subject. Miss Bingley was not the concern. Rather, it was Georgiana, who had already experienced Wickham's greed and lust for vengeance. That his sister had gained much confidence, her association with Miss Elizabeth already appeared to be benefiting her, allayed Darcy's concerns to a certain extent. It would still be prudent to take reasonable precautions, however, for Wickham would do anything to improve his position. Darcy meant to ensure he had no chance to attempt what he had done before. When the Bennet sisters arrived at their Aunt Philip's house the following evening, Elizabeth realized they should have anticipated the possibility of Mr. Wickham's attendance. Mrs. Phillips loved company, often inviting far greater numbers than could fit into her sitting room, and now that the officers of the regiment were present, they were a common fixture in her engagements. Mr. Wickham, it seemed, had fallen from grace in the regiment, though Elizabeth supposed she had no information about how his fellow officers had treated him before the previous day. He was not alone, for he was speaking with a pair of the sillier girls in the neighborhood when they arrived. But Elizabeth could see he was the frequent recipient of unfriendly looks or even glares from his compatriots. While the officers appeared to be aware of what Mr. Darcy revealed to them, word of his character had not yet filtered to all the houses in the district, a deficiency Elizabeth knew would not hold for more than a day or two, especially since Mrs. Bennet had acted on her threat and visited the most determined gossips in the neighborhood. For a time, Elizabeth wondered if she should not approach the two girls and others she thought might be susceptible to his poison, before deciding there was little reason to do so. No matter how charming, Mr. Phillip's house was not one where he could initiate a seduction. "I see Mr. Wickham has come," sniffed Mary with disdain as the Bennet sisters entered the room. "He might have done better by staying away. Perhaps we should speak with Aunt Phillips to warn her of the danger of inviting him into her home," said Elizabeth. "It would be cruel to expose him in such a way to our aunt," said Jane. Elizabeth regarded her sister and then agreed. "Yes, I cannot but suppose you are correct, Jane, though it would not give me an instant of regret if we did just that. When the opportunity presents itself, I mean to warn our aunt." Jane was not happy with Elizabeth's declaration, but she nodded and did not pursue the subject. This allowed Elizabeth to turn to her youngest sisters and issue a stern warning. "Remember what Mamma said, Kitty, Lydia. The Bennets will not associate with Mr. Wickham. Should he speak to you, inform him that we must keep our distance and retreat." Lydia rolled her eyes at Elizabeth. "We remember, Lizzie. I have no interest in Mr. Wickham." With a critical eye, Lydia regarded the officer and sniffed with utter disdain.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. We all considered him so handsome, yet I cannot see it now. Indeed, he appears shifty and ill-favored, nothing to the other officers. "His scowl does him no favors," said Kitty, her detached tone an attempt to emulate her younger sister. A glance at Mr. Wickham informed Elizabeth that the two girls were correct, for Mr. Wickham was glowering, understanding they were speaking of him. Ignoring him was no trouble, for Elizabeth never wished to speak with him. Thus she turned back to her sisters. "Very well. Remember, if he proves a nuisance, you may speak with Aunt Phillips. Perhaps we can tell her about him more quickly than we expected." The girls agreed at once and left Elizabeth, joining their friends and, not coincidentally, a pair of their favorite officers. Soon they were standing together with them, their laughter too raucous, as was their wont, but safely away from Mr. Wickham. Elizabeth did not appreciate their behavior, but she decided it was best to leave well enough alone for the moment and thought to join the rest of the company. What she had not counted on was Mr. Collins, who was returning Mr. Wickham's glare with interest. "This is unseemly," declared the parson, fuming at the sight of the insouciant officer. "Does Mrs. Phillips not know what sort of man she has accepted into her home? I thought better of your aunt than this." "Mr. Collins," said Elizabeth, wishing the parson would keep his voice down, "Mrs. Phillips knows nothing of Mr. Wickham. My aunt appreciates company, and likely asked my uncle to issue a general invitation to all the officers. Then I shall inform her at once. No one of Christian morals should tolerate such a man for an instant." "I beg you would not," exclaimed Elizabeth. "Why should that be?" "Because, Mr. Collins," said Elizabeth, "I would not wish to create a scene in my aunt's drawing-room. Mr. Wickham can get up to no mischief in the company of so many people. I beg you to leave him be for the moment. When the opportunity presents itself, I shall speak to my aunt and tell her all. Until then, please just ignore Mr. Wickham." Though Mr. Collins gave this impression of wishing for nothing more than to confront the officer at that very moment, he considered her appeal and offered a curt nod. "Very well, cousin. To please you, I shall desist. That will not prevent me from watching him and dealing with him should he behave in anything other than the most scrupulously proper manner." Mr. Collins stepped into the room and situated himself near her aunt where he could see Mr. Wickham, moving whenever the officer strayed to a different part of the room, keeping him in sight. For a time, Mr. Wickham's presence proved to be a boon for Elizabeth. The man made no attempt to speak to any Bennet sister, and while he plied his trade with other young ladies in the room, as Elizabeth had surmised, there was little mischief he could cause in a crowded room. More than this, however, he kept Mr. Collins occupied, for the parson spent his evening watching the officer, and not with any subtlety. Mr. Collins had proven his single-minded nature on several occasions in the days since he had arrived in Hertfordshire. Had Mr. Wickham not attended, Elizabeth knew his attention would have been on her, curtailing any enjoyment she could get from the evening. In a strange way, Elizabeth almost felt grateful to the officer for that little blessing. What Mr. Wickham thought of the parson's scrutiny was less apparent. He noted it at once, and if his sardonic sneer in Mr. Collins' direction was any suggestion, he seemed to realize that Mr. Collins was a silly man and thought little of him. When his mask slipped, as it did several times, it proved he was not so sanguine about it as he might wish them to believe. Elizabeth ignored him, immersing herself in the card games and speaking with certain of the ladies with whom she was friendly. As Aunt Phillips was not of the gentry herself, those attending her parties were ladies of the town, and a few others, such as the Long sisters, the nieces of the former parson's widow. While they were of different spheres, the Bennet sisters were friendly with several, and thus could attend their aunt's party with pleasure. "Lizzie," said Penelope Long, the elder sister, later that evening, "Mr. Wickham has been glaring at you these past 5 minutes, complete." The look was not in any way singular. Mr. Wickham had been throwing such glares in the Bennet sisters' direction all evening, though Elizabeth thought he scowled at her more often than the others. His look at that moment, however, had the characteristics of a leer rather than one of asperity, much as a libertine looks on a woman he wished to sully. Elizabeth paid him no heed, knowing that any response she made would only goad him to become even more suggestive. "Mr. Darcy has promised to deal with him. Until then, I shall endure him, though I will not rein in my disgust for his manners." Penelope regarded her. Of his manners there is little to criticize, for he behaves in a gentlemanly fashion, one not seen often in such a neighborhood as this. "And then he ruins it by staring at young ladies as if to intimidate," retorted Elizabeth. "Do not tell me you have fallen victim to his charm." "No, Lizzie," said Penelope, "I trust your account, and I have heard something of what happened from others, though I suppose the rumors originate with your family." "Not all. There were many there in the street when Mr. Darcy confronted Mr. Wickham." "Very well. I ask you to take care, Lizzie, for his looks disquiet me." "I shall, my friend." There were some among the ladies who had not heard the rumors about Mr. Wickham, or they had ignored them, for Mr. Wickham went about sharing his favors with any who would listen to him. That his whispers found at least some fertile ground was given evidence in the scrutiny Elizabeth found herself and her sisters enduring. It did not concern her much, for most of those were girls with whom Elizabeth did not associate. She knew that news of Mr. Wickham's character would permeate the community before long, rendering anything he said suspect. All appeared to be proceeding well enough that Elizabeth thought they might escape from the evening unscathed. Mrs. Phillips remained oblivious to the tension in the room that evening, and Uncle Phillips was too interested in his port and his conversations with the officers to see anything amiss. But Mr. Wickham kept to his activities and stayed away from the Bennet sisters, which was enough for Elizabeth. Just when Elizabeth had immersed herself in the evening enough to forget about the man's presence for a time, she noticed loud voices raised in argument. A glance was all it took for Elizabeth to see her youngest sister arguing with the officer. Though grateful that Lydia was not flirting with the man, she could see no benefit to allowing her to continue to quarrel with him. Before she could do more than rise from her chair, however, Mr. Collins inserted himself between Lydia and Mr. Wickham and shouted at him. The parson's words were so loud that everyone in attendance could hear them. "How dare you speak of such people as the Darcys? You are a mangy dog, not fit to wear the uniform that rests on your shoulders. Had you any honor or decency, I might call you out for this affront." Though Mr. Wickham shrank back in shock at this sudden attack, he straightened and returned belligerence for aggression. "What do you know of the matter, sir?" Mr. Collins growled, his hands clenched into fists he was rhythmically flexing. "I know very well, for my noble patroness, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, is aunt to the Darcys, and the most excellent lady of my acquaintance. Mr. Collins raked the officer up and down, his lips curled with disgust. What are you but a covetous leech intent upon rising from his meager station? He is nothing but a libertine and a liar, spat Lydia, unwilling to allow Mr. Collins to claim the greater part of the dispute.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. You will say nothing of my sisters, for you know nothing. You have only met them on a street where Mr. Darcy called you out for the rogue you are. So says little Lydia Bennet, who is well known among the regiment for dispensing her favors to any who ask. Mr. Wickham sneered at Lydia. Shall we take this argument elsewhere? I could show you how a real man behaves. Here, Wickham, exclaimed Mr. Denny. No one said anything like that about Miss Lydia. We all like her very well. You will not besmirch the reputations of my cousins, growled Mr. Collins. Recant your words or face the consequences. Oh, so you now care for the reputations of such strumpets? Jibed Mr. Wickham. How the man could not see the entire room arrayed against him, Elizabeth could not say, but he appeared to have lost any control over himself. That is a laugh, for you are a fool. And that virago you call a patroness is not but a meddling harpy. What other disgusting attacks Mr. Wickham might have made would forever remain a mystery, for Mr. Collins gave a cry of rage and set upon Mr. Wickham, his hands extended like claws. He grasped the officer by the lapels and pushed him against a wall, screaming, "You are a ruffian and a bounder, and I shall teach you not to speak of your betters." Mr. Wickham, though shocked at the sudden physical attack, was not bereft of the ability to offer a defense, for he twisted to release himself, and soon the two were wrestling this way and that, in danger of wrecking her aunt's parlor. Several officers stepped between to separate them, and for a moment they devolved into a mass of grappling men, Mr. Wickham and Mr. Collins still trying to assault each other. In time, the sheer mass of men gained the advantage over the struggling pair and pulled them apart. "Enough," commanded Mr. Phillips, and when Mr. Wickham made another lunge for Mr. Collins, he demanded, "Enough, I say." With a sneer, Mr. Wickham stood straight and proud, fixing his jacket, which Mr. Collins had pulled askew in the tussle. In a voice of extreme arrogance, he spat, "Perhaps you should reprimand this jackal, for it was he who assaulted me." "Only when you slandered my cousins and my patroness," snarled Mr. Collins. "Is this true?" demanded Mr. Phillips, now glaring at Mr. Wickham. "I believe this parson misunderstood me," sniffed Mr. Wickham with disdain. "No, he did not," cried Lydia. "You spoke disgusting words to me of my sisters and Mr. Darcy." Lydia's word was enough for Mr. Phillips. "Perhaps you do not know, Mr. Wickham, but these girls are my nieces. I do not take kindly to others defaming their reputations in my house. It is time for you to depart. Do not return, for we will not have one such as you in our home." With a sneer, Mr. Wickham appeared on the verge of a retort when he looked about the room and saw everyone present glaring at him. A man so convinced of his rightness was not intimidated, even by the array of those condemning him. Yet Mr. Wickham appeared to understand he had no friends and would gain nothing by continuing to press the matter. "Very well. Your wife offers poor entertainment, and I have no use for muling milksops such as those you welcome into your house." "Wickham," said Mr. Denny, now appearing to understand the sort of man who stood before him, "the Colonel will not appreciate you making trouble in the neighborhood. You will leave at once, and I will escort you so you do not get any ideas about fleeing." Even that did not pierce Mr. Wickham's arrogance, for he did nothing more than turn on his heel and stride from the room. At Mr. Denny's motion, a pair of his fellows joined him in following Mr. Wickham out into the night, leaving silence in their wake. Having dealt with one disruptive influence in his house, Uncle Phillips turned to the other. "Mr. Collins," said he, his displeasure clear, "while I understand your affront on behalf of my nieces, I do not appreciate my wife's guests using her parlor as a venue to engage in fisticuffs." "I apologize most profusely, Mr. Phillips." Mr. Collins dropped in a low bow, his servile manner the opposite of the proud avenger he had been confronting Mr. Wickham. "It seems I allowed my righteous anger against that villain to overcome my judgment. I assure you that I rarely descend to such violence, and shall not do so again in your home, which I find most comfortable and convenient." Mr. Phillips eyed him for a long moment, then allowed a curt nod. "Very well. I cannot complain about your defense of my nieces, but in the future I would ask you to defend their honor with words rather than actions, and if you must become physical, take your combat outside, as is proper." "Of course, Mr. Phillips. I shall follow your excellent counsel should the situation demand it." "Mr. Wickham spoke of Miss Darcy," said Lydia a little later in the evening. The altercation between the officer and the parson had all but ruined Mrs. Phillips's party, and she appeared to feel it, though she displayed a credible picture of seeing to her guests' comfort. After Mr. Wickham departed, she called for her servants to bring refreshments for her guests, clearly trying to make the best of the situation. The officers had huddled in a corner speaking in low tones, and unless Elizabeth missed her guess, they plotted to ensure the stain of Mr. Wickham's reputation did not cast a shadow over the regiment. Seeing the entire room settled, Elizabeth approached Lydia, wishing to learn of what had so incensed Mr. Collins, knowing that it must have concerned the Darcys or Lady Catherine rather than his cousins. "He claimed," continued Lydia, "that he had intimate knowledge of her, and that he had the power to ruin her in society." The memory of her exchange with Mr. and Miss Darcy on the street in Meryton returned to Elizabeth, requiring her to school her features to avoid alerting Lydia to her thoughts. Lydia continued to vex herself against Mr. Wickham, but Elizabeth considered the situation. Whatever his charges, her conversation with the Darcys on the street proved there was a grain of truth to his assertions, and she was certain Mr. Wickham had provoked it, likely in some scheme designed to ingratiate himself with the girl, or perhaps motives even more nefarious. There was no reason to confide her suspicions to Lydia, a girl who gossiped as easily as she breathed, so Elizabeth kept the matter to herself. "Given Mr. Wickham's character," said Elizabeth when Lydia drew breath, "there is no reason to suppose Miss Darcy has misbehaved. I hope you will not carry tales of this matter to others, Lydia." Lydia regarded her as if she thought Elizabeth was deficient. "I gossip, Lizzie, but only about matters I know to be true. I do not carry the tales of libertines." It was politic to avoid piercing Lydia's conceit, though she knew that her youngest sisters had often indulged in gossip, the veracity of which was suspect at best. For the rest of the evening, Mr. Collins stewed in his anger, while the Bennet sisters made the rounds of the room, ensuring their aunt's guests knew exactly who had come into the community. Even those who had hung off Mr. Wickham's every word now held a sense of astonishment at what they had witnessed. By the time the evening ended, there was no one left in the room who trumpeted Mr. Wickham's goodness, for they all knew the truth. As for the officers, while they spoke amongst themselves for a time, at length they returned to the rest of the company, their genial masks restored. In time, the parlor again echoed with conversation, though the amity from the early evening never returned. More than once, Elizabeth received the thanks of the officers, though she did not feel she deserved their approbation. She told more than one that it was Mr. Darcy's doing. They all nodded and agreed they owed the gentleman a debt. "We do not believe anything Wickham said," averred Mr. Sanderson, one of her younger sister's favorites.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. We know nothing of him other than what Denny told us, and most of us know better than to trust him. I hope Mr. Denny does not suffer because of his recommendation. He could have known nothing ill of Mr. Wickham." Mr. Sanderson smiled and nodded. "I dare say Denny will weather any censure that comes his way.
For myself, I do not blame him." Elizabeth nodded and allowed the matter to rest. Not long after her conversation with Mr. Sanderson, the evening ended and the Bennet sisters, in the company of Mr. Collins, returned to Longbourn. Chapter 16. There was no question of remaining silent about the events at their aunt's house that evening, and even less of Mr. Collins holding his peace. Even had he not ranted the entire distance back to Longbourn, none of the sisters would have suspected him of restraint. "I take it something happened tonight at your uncle's house?" asked Mr. Bennet, after several minutes of Mr. Collins' incomprehensible complaints on the subject. "Have you listened to nothing I said?" demanded Mr. Collins, affronted by the question. "This Mr. Wickham, as he calls himself, dared to speak of the Darcys as if they were the worst people. How is this to be borne? Were my patroness here, it would not be, for she would leave him in no doubt of her disapprobation. I can scarce comprehend such evil as I witnessed tonight." "That is interesting, cousin," said Mr. Bennet, regarding the parson with no little amusement. "Are you suggesting those of high status in society, particularly those connected with this Lady Catherine, cannot commit any wrongdoing?" "Of course they cannot," exclaimed Mr. Collins, taking Mr. Bennet's question literally rather than the jibe it was. "Lady Catherine would not allow such weakness in any member of her family. George Wickham is a liar, a cheat, and a libertine, and I shall not endure his slanders at Mr. Darcy's expense. In fact, I shall go to Netherfield Park at once and inform Mr. Darcy of Mr. Wickham's infamous treatment of his good name." While Mr. Bennet continued to enjoy the parson's righteous anger, he also understood the problem with letting him run off unchecked. Elizabeth's pleading look at her father was unnecessary. "I cannot imagine Mr. Darcy will appreciate you pulling him from his bed at this late hour, cousin," observed Mr. Bennet. "Even if the jealous accusations of a man the entire town knows to be without morals concerns him, I suspect he would consider this a matter that may wait until the morning. Furthermore," said Mr. Bennet, when he had ended Mr. Collins' anger with thoughts of how Mr. Darcy might view his sudden and unannounced appearance at such a late hour, "if you will allow me, I shall write to Mr. Darcy to inform him of these events and invite him to visit should he wish for clarification about any point of your account. I suspect, cousin, that will be enough for Mr. Darcy." Mr. Collins' slow nod became more vigorous the longer Mr. Bennet spoke. There was no telling how foolish Mr. Collins might present himself to those at Netherfield, and while Elizabeth thought nothing of Miss Bingley's ridicule at the display of family weakness, she valued Mr. Darcy's opinion. The gentleman understood Mr. Collins' character. That did not mean she wished the parson to display his intrinsic inanity to them all. "Yes, Mr. Bennet," said Mr. Collins after a moment, "I believe you see correctly. Please assure Mr. Darcy that I defended his honor and could never believe anything a man like Mr. Wickham might say. Should he wish it, I shall put myself at his disposal at the earliest opportunity to clarify any detail he wishes. I am assured that Mr. Darcy will act to silence the libertine and restore his reputation in Meryton. By my count, I know of no stain to his reputation he did not cause by his actions, but I shall inform him. If you will excuse me, I shall refrain from dispatching the letter until the morning for the reasons I already stated. That should see Mr. Darcy on our doorstep by visiting hours." Mr. Collins agreed, though that did not stop his torrent of words. Fortunately for the family's sanity, he departed for his bedchamber soon after, citing a need to prepare himself for the gentleman's anticipated coming on the morrow. What he might need to do to prepare himself to relate a simple account of that evening's events, Elizabeth could not say, but she welcomed his absence. Mr. Bennet summed up their thoughts once he was gone. "It seems Mr. Collins takes greater care for Mr. Darcy's reputation than the gentleman does himself. It must be welcome to such a man to have one willing to descend to fisticuffs to protect his honor." None of the girls who had witnessed the scene saw any humor in their father's comment, though he continued to chuckle to himself. Even Mrs. Bennet appeared to see the drawbacks of a closer connection to the parson. This would accomplish nothing, Elizabeth knew, for the temptation to ensure she had a daughter married assuring her residence at Longbourn for the rest of her life would motivate her. To her mother, nothing could be more important. When Mr. Darcy arrived the next morning, as they all expected, Elizabeth heaved a sigh of relief that he came with Mr. Bingley alone. Miss Bingley's absence was welcome, for there could be nothing good in her witnessing more of Mr. Collins' absurdity than was necessary. The gentlemen entered, a little of the rain that had fallen that morning still clinging to their cheeks and dampening their hair. Far from damaging Mr. Darcy's appearance, however, it brought a hint of roguishness to features that needed no enhancement. Through their improving relations at Netherfield Park, Elizabeth had not considered his appeal as a man, but that sight of him returned to her the opinion she had gained on their first acquaintance. Mr. Darcy was a handsome man. "Mr. Bennet," said he in greeting as he entered the room with his friend, "thank you for informing me of the continued misdeeds of my former acquaintance." "Not at all, Mr. Darcy." Mr. Bennet's eyes found his daughter's and lingered on his cousin before he responded. "The matter was serious enough that my family spoke of little else after they returned last night. My wife and I were not present, so I have relayed only what they told me." Mr. Darcy's eyes found Elizabeth, making her the proxy for her family. "What did he say?" Elizabeth shook her head. "I was not involved in the confrontation, Mr. Darcy. Lydia heard his first charges, then Mr. Collins inserted himself into the conflict." "Perhaps you should relate what you heard," said Mr. Bennet. The youngest Bennet sister, by no means a shy girl, spoke up at once. "Mr. Wickham spoke of many things, besmirching our reputations, including your aunt and sister, and refused to recant them when we called him out for his lies." "What did he say of Georgiana and my aunt?" demanded Mr. Darcy, confirming Elizabeth's speculation about the subject of the man's sister. "I do not recall the exact words," Lydia sniffed with disdain. "I was too incensed with him to pay much attention, though those at my aunt's party might know more. What I know is that Mr. Wickham charged he had information that would ruin Miss Darcy if he ever divulged it. The sudden fury that invaded Mr. Darcy was nothing less than expected, given what Elizabeth knew. With supreme effort, the gentleman mastered himself, though the cold determination concerning a certain libertine still burned in the depths of his eyes. Mr. Wickham was in for a bad time of it. Though Mr. Darcy had spoken of his disinclination to endure the man's offenses, now he exuded looming vengeance on the man who continued to attack his family. Taking this opportunity to distract him, Elizabeth assured Mr. Darcy of their complete mistrust of anything Mr. Wickham said, while staying away from any further mention of Miss Darcy. Mr. Collins, of course, was a force unto himself, for he could not be silent in any situation, let alone one that concerned the family of his dear patroness.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio, word of what happened last night at Mr. Phillips' home must be making its way through Meryton even now, including our spirited defense of your reputation. That the man is a bounder we all understood. That he was capable of descending to such malicious revenge as to defame your sister's honor is a step beyond what any of us expected. Mr. Wickham now understands that he cannot act in such a way without a response. If I could have given him more of a beating than he endured, I would have done it without hesitation. This seemed to prick Mr. Darcy's attention and, to a certain extent, his diversion. Might I assume from your assurances that you did not hesitate to remind Wickham of his folly in a more physical manner?" "I most certainly did, Mr. Darcy," replied Mr. Collins with disdain. Mr. Phillips pointed out that it was best to avoid physical altercations in a lady's parlor, to his credit, but I cannot say that I would not act in the same way should the situation present itself again. "I must agree with Mr. Phillips," murmured Mr. Darcy, "though the notion of Wickham receiving a few bruises for his trouble does not distress me." "Well, I shall not put myself in his company again," sniffed Mr. Collins, "so it is of little matter." "It appears you have all already taken Wickham's measure," said Mr. Darcy, turning to the family. "Yet I will not hesitate to stress the danger of associating with him or even allowing him to mingle in your company. Wickham respects nothing, cares for nothing but his gratification and his lust for wealth, and will take any opportunity to improve his position or satisfy his desires." "Thank you, Darcy," said Mr. Bennet with a nod. "We have apprehended that much, but a little extra emphasis never hurt anyone. I suppose it is too early to have heard from your cousin." "It is. If Fitzwilliam was in London to receive the letter, I expect him by this afternoon, if he is not already at Netherfield by the time Bingley and I return. Then again, he may go straight to the encampment and clap Wickham in chains. For my part, I have sent for the debt receipts he owes me, though those will take much longer to arrive. I have no notion how long Colonel Forster can keep him from escaping, for Wickham has always made an art of slipping away when others learn of his true nature. As I recall, there was a matter of his debts already accumulated in Meryton." "That is what Colonel Forster found," agreed Mr. Darcy. "They are enough to hold him in Meryton, though nothing more than that. There is nothing to be done until either the receipts or my cousin arrives, and as I judge Fitzwilliam will come much sooner than the proof I have of Wickham's misdeeds, I suspect army discipline and my uncle's influence are the best possible outcomes at present." "Very well," said Mr. Bennet. The Bennet patriarch turned to the ladies of his house, especially the youngest, and issued several stern instructions. "Until Darcy deals with Mr. Wickham, we must take care to avoid giving him any opportunity to turn his threats into actions. Thus, I require you all to remain at home." "But, Papa!" exclaimed Lydia with a gasp. "Lydia," said Mr. Bennet, "you will not gainsay me in this. This Wickham is more of a danger than even Mr. Darcy has told us, and I will not allow him to ruin my family. It has rained today, so you could not even go to Meryton if you wanted. A few days at home will do nothing to harm your reputation in the eyes of those dashing fellows of whom you speak without ceasing." While they all realized Lydia remained unconvinced, the girl muttered to herself and did not protest further. Mr. Bennet so rarely raised his voice in command that the family listened when he did. Even Mrs. Bennet, who championed the girl's less than proper behavior and tittered about the officers as much as her youngest daughters, could see the sense in denying Mr. Wickham the opportunity to contemplate further devilry. Mrs. Bennet was also aware of the position of her eldest daughter, her need to ensure her other daughters also married well, and the danger Mr. Wickham posed to that ambition. When faced with such potential calamities, Mrs. Bennet would never argue with her husband. Thereafter, the party settled into a typical morning visit. When Mr. Darcy made his way to Elizabeth's side to speak with her, she welcomed him with a smile. "Miss Elizabeth," said Darcy when he situated himself beside her, "I should like to thank you for your spirited defense of my sister." "In this instance, sir," replied Elizabeth, "your thanks are misplaced, for I was not involved in the altercation." "Then I shall thank you for your support of my sister on the street in Meryton. For that, I believe you already offered your thanks. Once is not enough, Miss Elizabeth, especially when faced with the loathsome bounder I once called friend." Miss Elizabeth regarded him. "Were you truly so close to him as to call him friend?" "No, there you are correct, Miss Elizabeth." Darcy considered his childhood with Wickham, as he had not allowed himself in many years. "My association with Wickham was a matter of convenience for us both, for we were the only two boys on the estate close enough in age to share similar interests. There were other boys living at other estates in the area, but it is sometimes difficult to gather often, given the distances." "Then you played with Mr. Wickham, but not solely by choice." Darcy smiled and nodded. "That is true, though not entirely. As you have met Wickham, you can understand he is engaging when he chooses to be, and as a child he was not displeasing. It was not until we became a little older, and especially when we left for Eton, that I understood something of his character. We grew apart as my understanding grew deeper." "Do you suppose he became jealous of your position as opposed to his own?" "Perceptive as always, Miss Elizabeth," said Darcy, appreciating her quickness. I cannot say with any certainty, of course, and Wickham would deny it if asked, but I suspect that is, at least in part, what has shaped him into the man he is today." "A loathsome man, indeed," sniffed Mr. Collins. Darcy had noted the man sitting nearby and listening to their conversation, though he had paid no attention to his presence, focused as he was on Miss Elizabeth. Not knowing what he was about, Darcy decided it was best to acknowledge him and return his attention to Miss Elizabeth. "You will receive no argument from me. Again, I thank you both for your spirited defense of my sister." Mr. Collins might have strutted about had he been standing, so great was his pleasure at Darcy's gratitude. But Darcy turned back to Miss Elizabeth, noting the distaste with which she viewed him, though Darcy did not suppose Mr. Collins saw anything of it. An odd specimen, even among those his aunt gathered around her, Darcy knew Collins would not be pleased when he learned of Darcy's interest in Miss Elizabeth. That would bring Lady Catherine running, though he suspected Collins' complaints to Darcy himself would be lukewarm at best. "It was no trouble, Mr. Darcy," said Elizabeth. "I esteem your sister very much, and would never allow the likes of Mr. Wickham to defame her character." As Darcy continued to speak with Miss Elizabeth, he saw Collins watching them, at first interjecting his silly nothings into their conversation, every time he did so appearing to believe his observations akin to the wisdom of a proverb. Darcy listened politely and answered, but always turned his attention back to Miss Elizabeth. In time, Mr. Collins' remarks grew sparser, until he lapsed into silence, a curious state for the verbose man. It was, Darcy suspected, the moment the notion of Darcy's interest in Miss Elizabeth penetrated his conceit, for he watched them with all the gravity of a man pondering how he should act. Were it not for Darcy's supreme confidence in Miss Elizabeth's ability to handle herself, he might have pulled Collins aside and given him a stern warning about how to behave to a lady. Mrs. Bennet was also aware of the position of her eldest daughter, her need to ensure her other daughters also married well, and the danger Mr. Wickham posed to that ambition. When faced with such potential calamities, Mrs. Bennet would never argue with her husband. Thereafter, the party settled into a typical morning visit. When Mr. Darcy made his way to Elizabeth's side to speak with her, she welcomed him with a smile. "Miss Elizabeth," said Darcy, when he situated himself beside her, "I should like to thank you for your spirited defense of my sister." "In this instance, sir," replied Elizabeth, "your thanks are misplaced, for I was not involved in the altercation." "Then I shall thank you for your support of my sister on the street in Meryton. For that, I believe you already offered your thanks. Once is not enough, Miss Elizabeth, especially when faced with the loathsome bounder I once called friend." Miss Elizabeth regarded him. "Were you truly so close to him as to call him friend?" "No, there you are correct, Miss Elizabeth." Darcy considered his childhood with Wickham as he had not allowed himself in many years. "My association with Wickham was a matter of convenience for us both, for we were the only two boys on the estate close enough in age to share similar interests. There were other boys living at other estates in the area, but it is sometimes difficult to gather often, given the distances." "Then you played with Mr. Wickham, but not solely by choice." Darcy smiled and nodded. "That is true, though not entirely. As you have met Wickham, you can understand he is engaging when he chooses to be, and as a child he was not displeasing. It was not until we became a little older, and especially when we left for Eton, that I understood something of his character. We grew apart as my understanding grew deeper." "Do you suppose he became jealous of your position as opposed to his own?" "Perceptive as always, Miss Elizabeth," said Darcy, sensing her quickness. "I cannot say with any certainty, of course, and Wickham would deny it if asked, but I suspect that is, at least in part, what has shaped him into the man he is today." "A loathsome man, indeed," sniffed Mr. Collins.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. "Bennet," said Bingley late in their visit, having given his full attention to Miss Bennet for the duration of their stay, "we have come in part today to offer an invitation to a ball, to hold at Netherfield Tuesday next." From his jacket pocket, Bingley produced a card. Darcy knew the Bingley sisters had prepared for all their proposed guests and handed it to the Bennet matron. The woman quivered with excitement as she accepted, though she gave a credible picture of composure. "It would please me if you and your family would consent to attend." Bingley turned a grin on the youngest Miss Bennets, who appeared as animated as their mother. "Thus you see, Miss Lydia, that I am ready and willing to keep all my engagements. I hope this pleases you." "Oh, it does, Mr. Bingley," squealed the youngest Bennet. "It will please Kitty and me to attend, and we promise to dance every dance." "With the officers," added a giggling Miss Kitty. "Of course we shall attend, Mr. Bingley." Mrs. Bennet paused a moment, casting an uncertain glance at the parson, who was watching with interest. "Might I suppose you have included my husband's cousin in the invitation?" "I would not exclude him," replied an easy Bingley. "The invitation is for whoever is residing at Longbourn. We shall be happy to welcome Mr. Collins to Netherfield along with your family." "That is magnanimous indeed, Mr. Bingley." Mr. Collins fixed Darcy's friend with a beatific smile. "I am not unaware of the customs at such an event as this, and shall do my best to uphold the honor of my cousin's family. In particular, I shall promise to do my duty, and extend my hand to your excellent sisters for a dance each. I shall dance with each of my cousins, knowing my attention will provide a little extra enjoyment for the evening." Whether the prospect of dancing with a lumbering oaf like William Collins was a circumstance to provoke enjoyment, Darcy could not say, but the outraged looks of the youngest Bennets suggested that they at least did not agree. Collins continued to pontificate on the subject, but no one in the room gave him enough of their attention to hear more than one word in 20. Bingley had turned back to Miss Bennet at once with an invitation to dance the first with her unless Darcy missed his guess, and the rest of those present returned to their conversations. With Collins speaking without ceasing and not listening to anything else in the room, there was an opportunity for a brief and private conversation with Miss Elizabeth. "I see the hypothetical ball is now a reality," quipped she before he had a chance to speak. "My friend is nothing if not eager to mingle with his neighbors. I will remind you of our agreement to dance the first." A rosy blush stained her cheeks, but she did not shy away from his gaze. "I have not forgotten, Mr. Darcy. Those sets are still yours." "Thank you." Darcy regarded her, a hint of mischief welling up in his breast. "It is unfortunate, I suppose, that I have already snapped up those sets, for, given Collins' promise, I suppose you might wish it were he who had solicited those dances." "On the contrary, Mr. Darcy," was her wry reply. "I would forego the pleasure of dancing with Mr. Collins. I am grateful he will not have the chance to secure those dances." Soon thereafter, Darcy and Bingley rose to take their leave of the family. He noted that Mrs. Bennet appeared to have gained some notion of his interest in her second eldest daughter, for she regarded them and then directed her daughters to accompany them to the entrance. That the notion once again entered Collins' head at her suggestion was manifest in his sudden look of consternation. It was not to be supposed that Collins could allow them to go to the door alone, a point he proved when he trailed along behind them as they walked. In farewelling them, Darcy bowed over both ladies' hands, hoping to throw a little of the suspicion off, and, while he did not think it would alter his opinion to any great degree, Darcy hoped Collins would at least practice a little circumspection. "Cousin Elizabeth," intoned Mr. Collins once they returned to the sitting-room, "I wish to speak to you and perhaps make you aware of a situation of which you can know nothing. Please oblige me and allow me to speak." Engaged as she was in the contemplation of Mr. Darcy, Elizabeth was not pleased to have the parson insert himself on her notice. There was nothing to be done and much to be gained if she allowed him to have his say. "It is clear," continued he, without so much as a by your leave, "that you are friendly with Mr. Darcy. As he is a man in possession of every virtue, I can understand the benefits of having his acquaintance and good opinion, but I worry you may harbor expectations he can never fulfill." The parson appeared to be finding his stride, for he paced the room before her, intent upon his words, his hands gesturing in some ineffectual attempt to emphasize his points. "You see, Mr. Darcy is not at liberty to pay further attention to you, or any other woman for that matter. He is already spoken for." Mrs. Bennet's gasp at that bit of news caught Elizabeth's attention, but escaped that of the parson. There was nothing to be done but ignore Mrs. Bennet's outburst, for anything she said might draw her mother into the fray, which was anything but desirable. "I shall not speak of the matter further," continued the parson, "for it is not my place to spread it about the country. Instead, I shall appeal to your sense of rightness and your better nature, and urge you to avoid any expectations of the gentleman which can only lead to disappointment." Elizabeth knew the truth, of course, for Mr. Darcy had explained it the day they met in Meryton. She did not believe it was her place to correct the parson, not that he would listen to her if she attempted it. What was Miss Elizabeth Bennet's opinion to the condescension of Lady Catherine de Bourgh? There was no question about contradicting him, and Elizabeth did not wish to endure the denunciation that would ensue should she attempt it. "Then you need not fear, Mr. Collins, for I have no improper expectations of Mr. Darcy. If you recall, I am a woman who must wait for the man to make his wishes known before I may reply." Mr. Collins considered her answer, and then offered a curt nod. "Yes, that is true. Mr. Darcy has made no advances toward you. Do you suppose Mr. Darcy would?" That comment had the parson retreating at once. "No, that is unthinkable. Mr. Darcy is of such morality and noble character that I cannot imagine he would behave in any manner approaching reprehensible. That is my opinion as well. Trust me, Mr. Collins, I shall not entertain any expectations of Mr. Darcy that he does not provoke himself." This seemed to satisfy the parson, though Elizabeth did not suppose he would have been so easy if he understood the full meaning of her comment. Soon thereafter, Elizabeth excused herself to return to her room, if only to escape his company. As she withdrew, Elizabeth noted her mother's speculative looks, and wondered if she had seen more in Elizabeth's statement than had the parson. It was possible, for Mrs. Bennet's discernment, though not acute as a rule, was highly honed when confronted by potential suitors for her daughters. Fortunately, she maintained her silence for the moment, likely sensing anything she said to Elizabeth on the subject must be outside Mr. Collins' hearing. As she entered her room, Elizabeth found another reason for gratitude. Mr. Collins had not thought to ask her to dance. If he did, he would no doubt ask for the first, which she was not at liberty to promise him. If he did, her refusal would arouse his suspicion, making the situation before the ball most uncomfortable. Elizabeth wished to avoid that fate as long as possible. Chapter 17. The eventuality that Elizabeth wished to elude confronted her the day of the ball. Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. Darcy's visit persisted throughout the remaining days before the Tuesday ball, which had left the younger girls feeling fretful it would prevent them from traveling 3 miles to partake in the only amusement that had the power to fire their imaginations. Being denied their usual walks to Meryton, both by their father's decree and the incessant downpour, there was nothing else for either girl to look forward to, such that Elizabeth thought they might be in a pitiable state had they not had that promise of delights at Netherfield. Add to this the sonorous tones of Mr. Collins' continued ability to speak at length about nothing, and all 5 ladies were desperate to escape his company, even if they knew he would enter the ballroom at Netherfield with them.
Preparations for the evening's entertainment dominated the ladies' time the day of the ball, as the maids pressed their dresses, styled their hair, and all the other accoutrements necessary for such an affair found their way onto the girls' beds in preparation to be donned that evening. Elizabeth was pleased with the ivory silk gown she would wear that evening when coupled with her long gloves and ribbons and a few blossoms from their hothouse woven into her hair. Elizabeth hoped that Mr. Darcy, who had of late shown ample appreciation for her appearance, and had before, as evidenced by Charlotte's comment about his frequent glances in her direction, would welcome the effort she had put into her ensemble. As strange as dressing with Mr. Darcy's reaction was to Elizabeth, she could not deny that she had done just that. Mr. Collins' heavy footstep, accompanied by an off-tune whistling, reminded her of what awaited her and her sisters at Netherfield, and she shook her head, to the maid's murmur of protest at the notion that Mr. Collins in any way compared to Mr. Darcy. The parson continued to pay court to her, leading Elizabeth to spend most of her time in her room or surrounded by her sisters. This did not seem to affect him at all, as he had more than once commented on the pleasing picture such felicity presented. No doubt he considered it a compliment to him rather than the bald attempted escape that it was. At least Mrs. Bennet had held her tongue. Her mother now expected a match between Elizabeth and Mr. Darcy, which was surprising in the antipathy Mrs. Bennet had not hesitated to voice about the gentleman. Since their last visit, however, that hostility had all but disappeared. Elizabeth had also not missed Mrs. Bennet's efforts to induce the parson to turn his attention to Mary, little success though she had seen. Had Mary not remained impervious to the parson, her looks at him speaking of her disinclination for his company, Elizabeth might have worried about her sister. All appeared to be proceeding well as Elizabeth descended the stairs to the vestibule to prepare for their departure. Then disaster struck. "Cousin Elizabeth," said Mr. Collins the moment he caught sight of her, "it occurs to me that I have not secured your hand for a set this evening. While I apologize most profusely to my eldest cousin for favoring you, Mr. Collins, offered a slight bow to Jane, I hope she will understand my reasons and not impute my preference to any lack in her or blindness to precedence." Hoping against hope that Mr. Collins would not do what she dreaded, Elizabeth sought to direct him away from it. "Certainly, Mr. Collins, I should be happy to dance with you, perhaps the third set." It was not proper for a lady to suggest the sets of a dance when approached by a gentleman, but Mr. Collins saw nothing strange in it, though Elizabeth caught her father's amused grin in her direction. "No, indeed, cousin, for nothing less than the first will do, if you please." Thwarted by his single-minded obsession and unwillingness to understand her disinterest in him, Elizabeth shook her head. "You have my apologies, Mr. Collins, but I cannot dance those sets with you, for another has already claimed them. As my second or third sets are still available, I shall be happy to dance either with you." The confident smile ran away from Mr. Collins' face as she spoke, but he was not to be deterred. "Already claimed? Why, that is impossible, for we have been confined to Longbourn since the day Mr. Bingley offered the invitation. There is no need to be coy, as I am already entranced by your beauty, and have no need to increase my love through such games." "It is no game, Mr. Collins," said Elizabeth, a hint of testiness coming over her. "I speak the truth. I am not at liberty to dance the first with you." "Mr. Darcy!" exclaimed Mrs. Bennet, coming to the correct conclusion. "Oh, that is welcome news, Lizzie, for he is so handsome." Turning to Mr. Collins, Mrs. Bennet attempted to direct him. "Mr. Collins, my Mary's first sets are yet unclaimed. I am certain you can have no objection. She would be an excellent partner for a parson." Mary appeared less than pleased with her mother's proposal on her behalf, but Mr. Collins remained unmoved. A cursory glance at Mary was all he allowed himself before he turned his attention back to Elizabeth. "Mrs. Bennet, perhaps you have forgotten what I said about Mr. Darcy only 3 days ago." "We have forgotten nothing, Mr. Collins," replied Elizabeth. "Mr. Darcy asked me for those sets in good faith, and I, knowing that I cannot participate should I refuse, accepted him in that spirit. I have no notion of anything other than Mr. Darcy wishing to dance with me at a ball." "It would be best if you desist, cousin," said Mr. Bennet, interjecting, though on the edge of laughter at the scene before him. Wisdom is found in not coming between a lady and her dance partners, and Lizzie has often been at odds with Mr. Darcy. I dare say you have nothing to fear on the subject." "That does not match my observations," replied Mr. Collins while peering at Elizabeth. "Do you confirm you have no interest in Mr. Darcy, nor any intention of attempting to entice him from his duty?" "Mr. Darcy is an excellent man, Mr. Collins," said Elizabeth. "As I informed you when you raised the subject, I shall expect nothing from Mr. Darcy that he does not offer. Thus, you may rest assured I shall not descend to impropriety." While Mr. Collins had accepted her previous assurances, reading nothing into them, this time it appeared Elizabeth was not so lucky as to put him off. The parson was silent, watching her, concern furrowing his brow, and for a moment Elizabeth was certain he would insert himself into the affair yet again. Mr. Bennet spoke up to prevent him. "If this matter is of such importance as to importune Elizabeth, I suggest you speak to Mr. Darcy about it. As she has pointed out, a woman may do nothing other than accept or reject a man's invitation. Speak to Mr. Darcy if you are concerned." This time, Mr. Collins appeared to understand he had no choice but to accept this explanation and bring the matter to Mr. Darcy's attention, little though he wished to speak to so great a man. That he remained silent was all that concerned Elizabeth, allowing her to prepare to depart with her family. A further benefit was his failure to secure one of her sets, so focused was he on his offense on behalf of his mistress. As they prepared to leave, however, the last bit of inanity reared its head, just when Elizabeth thought she could escape it. "Lizzie," hissed her mother, "is it true that Mr. Darcy admires you?" "Admiration is perhaps a strong term, Mamma. Let us only say that Mr. Darcy has proven himself far more amiable than I expected." While Mrs. Bennet regarded Elizabeth for a long moment, attempting to decipher her comment, in the end she appeared to apply her own interpretation. "Do not concern yourself about Mr. Collins, Lizzie, for I will support you. We shall transfer his attentions to Mary, for she might just suit him." While she could not say if her mother was correct, her observations of Mary had informed her that her sister was no more eager to accept Mr. Collins.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio, Collins' assurances than Elizabeth. There was little enough chance of provoking Mrs. Bennet to see reason, and Elizabeth did not even make the attempt. The promise of support Elizabeth put to the side at once. While not reassuring, though her mother had intended it to be so, she supposed it was better than her mother pushing Mr. Collins to greater heights of folly. A few moments later, they departed for Netherfield and the evening's amusement. Elizabeth only hoped Mr. Collins would not embarrass the Bennets in front of the neighborhood. Had Georgiana Darcy known Elizabeth's thoughts, she might have empathized with her wish for a reprieve, though her frustrations were different. Georgiana had no overeager and unappealing suitor to vex her those days, though a suitor was the source of her frustrations. Her cousin Anthony Fitzwilliam had often jested that Miss Bingley was William's suitor, and Georgiana had always thought his observation was rather apropos. With the rain falling in sheets throughout most of the last 4 days, Georgiana could not leave the house for even a walk, her only refuge resulting from returning to her bedchamber, her lessons with Mrs. Annesley, or when she sat with her brother for protection. Even those ploys did not always work, for Miss Bingley appeared determined to press her case, unwilling to accept failure. It was nothing less than the woman's recognition of William's interest in Miss Elizabeth, and her desperation to avoid the ignominy of losing to what she considered a country nobody motivating her, though Georgiana supposed her long campaign to elicit a proposal from William also pushed her along. If it was not so very pathetic, this lust for position and wealth, Georgiana's anger at the woman might have reached impressive heights. "The Bennets are not suitable acquaintances," Miss Bingley had said several times on the road home from Meryton, where they had met the Bennets the day Mr. Wickham had appeared. "They are not but lower country gentry, and not people with whom you should associate." Georgiana longed for the lack of concern for this woman's feelings that would allow her to point out the absurdity of her statement, considering Miss Bingley's origins. As it was, Georgiana did not have it within her to act with such disregard for the feelings of another, so she contented herself with a brief response. "My brother has introduced me to their acquaintance. If you do not suppose that constitutes his approval, which is all that matters, I do not know how you interpret it." Lip curling with distaste, Miss Bingley shook her head. "That is only because your brother has become enamored with Miss Eliza." The way Miss Bingley spared her name would have informed Georgiana of her opinion had she not already known it. "In time," continued she, "your brother will remember himself and recall the dangers of exposing you to such poor influences as the Bennets. Until then, it would behoove you to take care not to be infected by their lack of manners." With a shake of her head, Georgiana turned to look out the window, seeking to escape Miss Bingley's harangues. That proved impossible, for Miss Bingley spoke at length on the subject the entire journey to Netherfield, Georgiana's only victory that of ignoring her as best she could. To her satisfaction, William put Miss Bingley in her place the moment they all gathered in the sitting-room after returning from Meryton. "I cannot understand why you believe I do not approve of Miss Elizabeth as an acquaintance for Georgiana." William regarded Miss Bingley with asperity. The woman seemed shocked, as if she believed William would support her despite the evidence to the contrary. "How you could have misread my eagerness to introduce Georgiana to Miss Elizabeth the moment she arrived, I cannot comprehend." That did not end the matter, of course, for Miss Bingley would not surrender for so paltry a setback. She turned her vitriol on Miss Elizabeth, complaining of her manners, her comportment, her looks, and anything else she could conceive. Some of her observations were more ridiculous than offensive. "In short," said Miss Bingley, to conclude a long diatribe about Miss Elizabeth Bennet the day before the ball, "she has little fashion and no beauty. I must assume that her appearance tomorrow will be most common, and nothing compared to what we might see at the meanest event in London. Yet she will strut into the room as if she were the most perfectly dressed woman in the world." By this time, William balanced on the edge of an outburst, for Georgiana had seen his glares at Miss Bingley these past days, even if the woman remained stubbornly obtuse. By her own willful choice, Georgiana was certain. Nothing her brother said could silence her, and even Mrs. Hurst appeared uncomfortable at her sister's gauche display of poor breeding. "I cannot imagine Miss Elizabeth will be anything other than lovely," said Georgiana, speaking up so her brother would not lose his temper. "As you have little experience with society," said Miss Bingley, in that condescending tone she often used, "I would not expect you to understand, nor have you seen what passes for fashion in this place. If Miss Eliza could get away with burlap, I am certain she would appear tomorrow dressed in an old sack." Miss Bingley tittered at her wit, but no one else in the room joined her. They were all caught in various stages of annoyance or contempt, though Georgiana noted that Mr. Hurst appeared to be enjoying his sister-in-law's display. This lack of fashion, of course, equals her deficiency of temper and judgment. Miss Bingley paused as if in thought, though Georgiana suspected the woman did so for dramatic effect rather than not already knowing her next avenue of attack. The deficiency of judgment she displayed was on full display the day we met those officers on the street. Miss Bingley sniffed with disdain. "How one could believe Mr. Wickham's lies is beyond my comprehension. There is a shifty look about him that is not at all pleasing." "That charge is patently absurd, Miss Bingley," said William, his endurance at an end. Miss Elizabeth did not believe him for a moment, and understood enough of the threat he posed to position herself between Wickham and Georgiana. "If that does not display greatness of judgment, I do not know what does." "Perhaps you thought that, Mr. Darcy, but as a woman and one who understands her, I can state with confidence that she did no such thing. It was nothing more than a trick to provoke your approval." "I apologize, Miss Bingley," said William, his clipped tone showing his anger, "but you are mistaken. You did not speak to Miss Elizabeth, whereas I did. I visited Longbourn the day after in response to another incident at their aunt's house which further proves my assertions. Say what you will, but I am familiar with Miss Elizabeth's perspicacity and insight. Everything you have said is so ridiculous as to force me to wonder if you have ever made her acquaintance, or witnessed the events I did." Now, provoked to fury, Miss Bingley opened her mouth to retort, only for her brother to interrupt. "It is time to allow this subject to rest, Caroline, for it is not seemly to speak of a woman of our acquaintance in so crass a manner. If you cannot say anything good about Miss Elizabeth or the Bennets, I require you to hold your tongue." How this set down affected Miss Bingley's feelings was not apparent, for she regarded her brother, indignation staining her cheeks red. That might also be from the humiliation of having her brother call her to order before their house guests, though Miss Bingley had shown no care for such things in Georgiana's experience. Merciful silence descended on the company for a time thereafter, though Georgiana did not expect her to stay silent forever. This led to the impending ball, where Georgiana hoped to enjoy herself as much as her situation and inability to dance with most men in attendance would allow.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. At least she did not need to stand in the greeting line, not being a member of the family. Annoyance with Miss Bingley appeared to be in fashion for the members of the Darcy family, for Darcy had endured about all he could of Miss Bingley's ways. The ultimate indignity had been when she insisted he should stand with them at the entrance to greet their guests, though he was not a member of the family. Our acquaintance and association have been of such duration that it would not be inappropriate at all if you were to join us, Mr. Darcy, and your enchanting sister, of course. "No, thank you, Miss Bingley," said Darcy, grasping his composure by the tips of his fingers. "I esteem your brother, you are correct about that, but I am not a member of your family, and will not intrude on your triumph by standing with you while you greet your guests." With a curt bow, Darcy stalked away, noting Bingley's quiet words with his sister, as he had done so many times of late. Darcy did not even need to look to know that Miss Bingley was not paying him a jot of attention. The sensation of her gaze on his back he ignored as not worthy of his consideration. Had he not already determined her to be an unsuitable woman to become his wife, this stay at Netherfield would have sealed the matter altogether. "Is Miss Bingley still angry you are to dance the first with Miss Elizabeth?" asked Georgiana when Darcy retreated to the ballroom to stand by her side. "She wanted us to stand in the receiving line with her." Darcy kept a firm grip on his temper, for Georgiana too had endured these previous days and knew how he felt. I suspect she wished to display an increased level of intimacy she thought Miss Elizabeth could not misunderstand. "Her blindness is shocking, brother. Elizabeth would have seen through any such ruse. That she would. But Miss Bingley is desperate, and desperate people cannot see anything contrary to their designs." The thought of continuing to speak of Miss Bingley was disagreeable, so Darcy changed the subject. "Are you anticipating your first ball?" "I am, very much." Georgiana appeared to appreciate his forbearance. "I wish I could dance more, but I shall be content with the atmosphere and the company of my friends." Reminded of her claim a few days before, Darcy regarded her curiously. "As I recall, you promised Miss Elizabeth to tempt her father into dancing with you. Do you still mean to do so?" Georgiana's grin reminded Darcy of the improvement in her spirits these past days, despite Miss Bingley's behavior. "If you will allow it. I do not know Mr. Bennet so well as Mr. Hurst and Mr. Bingley, after all." "Then go to it," replied Darcy. "I am most curious how you will accomplish it, for Mr. Bennet has never struck me as the sort of man who enjoys society." "Trust me, brother." Not long thereafter, the Bingleys' guests filtered into the room in ones and twos. A few families to begin, which soon became a flood. Though mindful of the need to present himself in a positive light and support his friend, Darcy had eyes for only one person. His greetings and polite comments before her arrival delivered with an absence of mind, if not impatience, that he struggled to hide. Then the Bennet family arrived and took Darcy's breath away. The entire family was blessed with an abundance of beauty. Even Miss Mary, who Darcy had sometimes heard described as plain, was a pretty young lady, her disinterested expression notwithstanding. As Darcy could well understand her disinclination for the activity that so matched his own, he could not fault her for it.
The younger girls were pretty, though in a juvenile sort of way, but the two eldest Bennet sisters outshone everyone else in the room. A part of Darcy wondered why his friend had not trailed Miss Bennet into the room, drawn by her allure, eschewing the practice of greeting his guests, for she was luminous. That Miss Bingley had not followed Miss Elizabeth into the room for jealousy of her glowing beauty was perhaps a greater surprise, knowing how frantic she was to provoke his approval. Then again, perhaps the sight of Miss Elizabeth had exposed her pretensions in a manner not even she could misunderstand. Darcy could not recall stepping forward to greet her, for he was bowing before he could comprehend his changed position. "Miss Elizabeth," said Darcy, bowing over her hand and kissing it with reverence, "you are enchanting tonight." While a blush painted her cheeks, Miss Elizabeth was not bereft of the ability to respond. "Thank you, Mr. Darcy. Would it be forward of me to reciprocate and state how dapper you are?" "Not at all," replied Darcy, while her jackanapes of a cousin exclaimed, "Most forward indeed. Remember what I told you, Cousin Elizabeth." Several things became obvious to Darcy at once. The first was that Collins's suspicions had blossomed into knowledge of his admiration for Miss Elizabeth, which brought with it several drawbacks. Second was the sight of Mrs. Bennet, who appeared as the cat who gorged itself on cream, and Mr. Bennet, who watched with interest, proving their matching good information. The last was that if Darcy did not take control of Collins at once and curb his pronouncements, he would make a scene. Darcy could not tolerate that, not only for Miss Elizabeth's peace of mind, but also for Bingley's success that night. "Excuse me for a moment, Miss Elizabeth, for there appears to be a matter of some urgency to which I must attend." Understanding shone in the wry smile she offered, though she said not a word. "Collins, a word," said Darcy, not caring for the imperious note in his command. As he might have expected, a subservient man such as Collins saw nothing untoward in Darcy's curtness, and the expressive glance he shot at Miss Elizabeth did nothing to improve Darcy's temper. Leading him a little away from the rest of the family, Darcy turned to the parson to ensure he knew Darcy's opinion in no uncertain terms. "Might I assume you have spoken to the Bennets of my aunt's claims concerning myself and her daughter?" Taken aback though he was by Darcy's abrupt question, and perhaps more by Darcy's assertion of his aunt's claims, Collins did not hesitate to respond. "I did not speak of it in so open a manner, Mr. Darcy. Your aunt did not give me leave to publish the subject abroad." Darcy was only mollified a little. Mr. Collins had proven more circumspect than he might have imagined, but he was still Lady Catherine's lackey. "Yet I can only suppose you have warned Miss Elizabeth from associating with me." Again, not in so many words. The parson licked his lips in nervousness. "You may associate with anyone you choose, Mr. Darcy, and I cannot gainsay you. I seek only to prevent my cousin from disappointment when you meet Miss de Bourgh at the altar." "That future is not so inevitable as you suppose," rejoined Darcy. "This business of my aunt's wishes is nothing more than that, her wishes." As he could see Collins summoning his courage to protest, Darcy spoke again to prevent it. "Collins, this is none of your concern. I suggest you allow the matter to rest." With a supreme effort of courage, Collins responded, "Mr. Darcy, you must understand that I cannot remain silent about this. If Lady Catherine learned I knew of this situation and did not seek to promote her interests, she would be most angered." "Then you may convey the fact of your objections to her in any way you wish," instructed Darcy. "With that you may be content. Lady Catherine will act to confront me on the subject, but I am my own man, not beholden to her, nor does she have an engagement or a contract to force my compliance. Allow me to deal with Lady Catherine, and refrain from any further commentary on the subject." Collins wished to further support Lady Catherine's aims, but he was cowed by Darcy's firm tone, bowing in acknowledgment with no little haste. This was the best he could hope to achieve, so Darcy offered the man a curt nod and returned to Miss Elizabeth, who stood with Georgiana. Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. Do you suppose he will desist? Miss Elizabeth fixed him with a playful grin, adding, "All my remonstrations or my father's instructions on the subject were not enough to provoke him to silence. It appears our experiences since our last meeting are similar, Miss Elizabeth. You have endured Mr. Collins and all his protests, while Georgiana and I have had the same trouble with Miss Bingley." Miss Elizabeth laughed at his jest. "Shall we escape them tonight, do you think?" "Perhaps, though I cannot guarantee it. I must pay my compliments to my hostess and dance with Miss Bingley this evening, and I suspect Mr. Collins has already claimed one of your sets." "He tried," said Miss Elizabeth, mirth in her tone, "but he became distracted upon discovering another had already claimed my first. He will at length recall his desire to dance with me and all my sisters, but for the moment he does not appear on my dance card." "What of you, Georgiana?" asked Miss Elizabeth. "Are you anticipating your first ball?" "Very much, Elizabeth. My dances will be limited, but I intend to enjoy them to the maximum extent." Miss Elizabeth nodded and raised the subject of which Darcy had already spoken with his sister. "Do you still mean to entice my father to dance with you, perhaps the first?" "Oh, no, I would not do that, Elizabeth." Georgiana's eyes twinkled with merriment. "Your father is a married man, after all. I would not insult your mother by dancing the first with him." "My father dancing at all will be a shock to my mother, no matter what you do," replied Elizabeth. "I have no memory of my father dancing at any function, though Mamma informs us he was competent as a young man." At that moment, an unwelcome interruption arrived in the form of Miss Bingley, though Mr. Collins had also drawn close. Their previous enjoyable banter now impossible, they made small talk, trying to ignore Miss Bingley's barbs and Mr. Collins' prattle until the dancing began. When Miss Bingley finally had no choice but to signal the opening of her ball, she watched with suppressed anger as Darcy guided Elizabeth to the floor. Before long, however, Darcy had another concern, for they had only completed the first pass when he noted one on the side of the dance floor he could have dispensed with. Wickham was in attendance. Chapter 18. Having found a seat beside the dance floor, yet out of the way and unlikely to bear intrusion, Henry Bennet settled in to observe the antics of the young people as they moved in the intricate dance of courtship. Even as a young man, Bennet had not been fond of society, much like Darcy, who now appeared to have a claim on Elizabeth's affections. With little interest in socializing and a penchant for laughing at the follies of others, Bennet found an evening such as this, while he might have preferred to eschew it altogether, presented enough amusement to allow his attendance. Young Miss Darcy occupied a place by the floor not far from Bennet, Mary with her, his middle daughter, being no fonder of such events than Bennet. As it was Miss Darcy's first ball, Bennet was aware of the strictures under which she attended. With that bounder Wickham about, though Bennet hoped more than expected he had the good sense to avoid the evening, Darcy would wish her protected. Bennet was in such a position as to render monitoring her no trouble. Other thoughts, however, intruded upon his notice, and he only paid scant attention to Miss Darcy. The fact staring at him was the growing regard Elizabeth had for the gentleman from the north, a man they had all judged to be without redeeming qualities. Her change of opinion was astonishing, though Bennet could well understand it, given how Darcy appeared to have modified his behavior overnight. Bennet had had no illusions about his daughter's ability to find husbands, society fixed on material concerns, rendering eventual happiness in marriage unlikely. That Elizabeth and Jane had found good men of wealth who could not live without them was as unlooked for as it welcome. His wife, with her usual lack of eloquence, might suggest that the younger girls would benefit from the conquests of the elders. She was not incorrect. What was not welcome was the inevitability of Elizabeth leaving for a new home in the north. Given their narrow social circles, Bennet had always thought his eldest daughters, for he had hoped some young men must be intelligent enough to put their circumstances aside in favor of their persons, would marry men nearby, perhaps visitors from the surrounding communities. Never had he expected they would capture the attention of men of Darcy prominence, or that they would make their homes in locations 3 days' travel from Longbourn. Bennet would never dream of standing in their way, of course. He had always fancied he was in a unique position to understand the maxim that suggested a man raised daughters only to give them away to other men, to be replaced in their affections by their future husbands. If what he was seeing before him was any sign, he hoped his eldest daughters, at least, would be fortunate in their married lives. A loud giggling caught his attention, and Bennet turned to witness his youngest daughter passing down the line on the arm of an officer. Regarding them critically, Bennet found he did not like the way the man was looking at his daughter, who, at the tender age of 15, was not mature enough for anything more than dancing at assemblies. The longer he watched them, the more annoyed he became at Lydia's behavior, which was not appropriate for a girl her age. A movement caught his attention, and Bennet saw a man approach Miss Darcy to ask her for the next set. The girl refused, as he had known she would, and the man departed. Her status would make its way about the ballroom, no doubt preventing many more attempts to solicit her hand, which was for the best. Darcy was not the sort of man who would allow anything untoward with his dear sister. The thought provoked Bennet to grimace, as the implications of that notion struck him in a way they never had before. When compared to the proper Miss Darcy, his youngest daughters were nothing less than wild, their guardian not the careful protector she could boast. It had always been easiest to allow Mrs. Bennet to educate her daughters as she saw fit, especially after Mary, and then especially Kitty and Lydia, tried his patience as children. Bennet had a hand in educating Jane and Elizabeth, as had their gardener relations, and the difference in their characters now was stark evidence of how his wife had accomplished that task. Perhaps it was now time to rein them in. As Lizzie had harped on more than once in his hearing, the girls could not grow many degrees worse without provoking the need to lock them in their rooms until they learned proper deportment. The noise and upheaval he knew any attempt at reforming them must produce prompted Bennet to drain his punch cup in one swallow and wish there was something stronger in it to take the sting off the thought of such a ruckus in his home. Yet his eldest daughter's present positions on the arms of wealthy men nearly mandate that response from their father, for the connection to 2 heedless girls and another who was nearly a misanthrope must play a role in the factors a man must weigh when contemplating marriage. Bennet would do them a disservice if he did not act. Another movement near Mary and Miss Darcy caught his attention, and Bennet noticed a red-coated officer approaching them. From the contempt on the man's face, coupled with what he could see of Miss Darcy's stiffening form, Bennet suspected this was the now infamous Mr. Wickham. Bennet was moving to intercept before the thought occurred to him. "Miss Darcy," sneered the man, Bennet already close enough to hear his words. "I must own that I am shocked Darcy would allow his mousy little sister to attend a ball, even when slumming in a neighborhood such as this."
Expect, from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio, "Miss Darcy," said Bennet as he stepped forward to stand with the girls, "I see you are not free of the riffraff of the militia company. I need no introduction, but can I assume this is the very Mr. Wickham of whom I have heard so much?" "It is, Mr. Bennet," replied Miss Darcy, comforted by his presence. "I thought as much." Bennet glared at the man, receiving the same from him with interest. "I have heard much of you, sir, and none of it is welcome. Since I am familiar with Darcy's opinion of you, I must ask what you mean by approaching his sister." The officer's appearance altered in the blink of an eye, a sullen glare replaced by a genial mask, the sort one must practice in a mirror. "You are misinformed, sir, for Miss Darcy is an old acquaintance.
I approached with nothing more consequential than the desire to greet her and inquire after her health. Bennet snorted, even as Miss Darcy plucked up her courage and retorted, "The Darcy family no longer associates with this man." "There you have it," said Bennet. "As Miss Darcy has confirmed what I heard from her brother, and I overheard your comment just now, there is no need to importune her. You may take your well wishes and other less savory intentions and depart, confident she is both well and will have nothing to do with you." The facade fell away, leaving a malicious glare. Ah, wounded, cut to the quick. The libertine rested a dramatic hand over his heart. It is even more pitiable, for I well remember your words of love and devotion. Your brother has poisoned you against me, ruining forever the happiness we might have found together. What a pity, for you will never know what you have lost. I am certain, Mr. Wickham, countered Miss Darcy, that any woman unfortunate enough to marry you can only find a lifetime of misery. Should I wish to flagellate myself with such an arrangement, I may find it in many places, with many more suitable men. I shall not repine the loss of your lying tongue in my life. Perhaps you should recall that I possess the power to ruin you forever, little Georgie. This is your second warning. If you displease me enough, you may discover how perilous it is to cross me." "That is quite enough," said Bennet. "I have already heard enough of you to know that not a word of truth passes your lips. No one here will believe anything you say, so I suggest you remain silent, lest you provoke Darcy to act against you. I fear nothing Darcy can do." It was a bit of bravado, and everyone in range of his comment could hear it for what it was. Miss Darcy, whatever the truth of their past association, regarded him as if he were a spider she found repulsive, while Mary glared like he was some loathsome species of snake. To Bennet it mattered little. Though he supposed it was possible, or even probable, this man had harbored designs against the Darcy heiress. A man in his position, with his character, would have jumped to secure her dowry for himself. If you do not, then you are more of a fool than I thought. Again, I repeat, no one will listen to you. If you do not wish Darcy to leave the dance floor and pummel you where you stand, I suggest you depart at once, for he has been glaring at you since the moment you approached his sister. "We shall see about that," snarled Wickham, before turning on his heel and stalking away. The altercation did not appear to have escaped the company's attention, for many watched and whispered at the sight of Wickham slinking away to nurse his wounds. Bennet little doubted the man still had poisonous fangs. They would all do well to keep a close watch on him. "Thank you for your intervention, Mr. Bennet," said Miss Darcy, turning to him. "He can do nothing that will not provoke William's wrath, but I am grateful for the support." Bennet offered this pleasant young lady a smile. "It is no trouble, Miss Darcy. No gentleman could stand aside and allow a bounder to threaten a young lady and yet claim the title. A bounder is an excellent description for Mr. Wickham. Yes, I have seen that much for myself." Bennet nodded at his daughter, who assured him, "I will stay with Miss Darcy, Papa." "Oh, do you not wish to dance like your sisters?" Mary blushed as he had known she would. "You know I am not fond of dancing." "No, I suppose you are not, though I believe all young ladies enjoy an occasional dance." "Ladies do enjoy dancing," said Miss Darcy, emphasizing his point while regarding him with an intensity he might attribute to her brother. "It is unfortunate that I am denied the amusement, as I am not yet out." "You may dance with your brother and Mr. Bingley," said Bennet, diverted by her comment. "I do not suppose Hurst will be so eager to partner you for a set." "No, and I might worry that he will tread on my toes if he did." The girl offered a theatrical sigh. "If only there was another man who could ask me to dance. I would find myself very well pleased if there was. Her purpose now clear, Bennet looked on bemused, even as Mary watched with something akin to astonishment. For a moment, Bennet wondered if it would fit his sense of the absurd to feign misunderstanding and excuse himself. Knowing she had gone to a lot of trouble to secure another partner, led Bennet to fall in with her intrigues. "I have no notion if your brother considers me an appropriate partner, Miss Darcy, but if he approves and you are willing, I will put aside my disinclination for the activity and oblige you. Perhaps the third too? If I am not mistaken, you are engaged with your brother for the next." A beatific smile met his declaration, but Mary gaped at him. "But, Papa, you never dance." "Not never, Mary, my dear," replied Bennet. "As a young man, I often indulged the young ladies. If you please, I will mark my willingness and partner you for the next sets." Shocked as she was, Mary could not do other than nod her acceptance, accompanied by the sound of Miss Darcy's giggle. Having put himself out as much as he was willing for the enjoyment of young ladies, Bennet excused himself to return to his corner, though he kept a watchful eye on Mr. Wickham. Inside, he considered the agreement he had just made with the two girls, laughing to himself at the shock Mrs. Bennet would receive at the sight of him partnering two young ladies in succession. If that was not an excellent joke, Bennet did not know what was. The sight of her father taking Mary to the dance floor filled Elizabeth with mirth, as did the expression of utter stupefaction adorning her mother's face. Knowing of Georgiana's intention to provoke Mr. Bennet to ask her to dance as she did, Elizabeth could not help but approach her friend before her brother led her to the dance floor for the second set. "Is this the result of your intention to provoke my father? You have missed your mark. If your father were not to partner with me for the next set, you may be correct." Georgiana's tone was brimming with contentment mixed with smugness, the significant smile she directed at Elizabeth accentuating both as her brother led her away. Mr. Darcy was smiling at her with affection, his look at Elizabeth suggesting his pleasure at his sister's boldness. What remained unaddressed was the matter of Mr. Wickham approaching Georgiana at all, for Elizabeth knew Mr. Darcy well enough to understand that he would not allow any hint of such a man paying attention to his ward. Had her father not intervened, Elizabeth suspected he would have left the dance floor to confront Mr. Wickham himself, which would have led to a scene. Since Georgiana was engaged with her brother and Elizabeth's father for the next two sets, nothing needed to be done, but that would change when she exhausted the number of her partners. With no need to concern herself, Elizabeth accepted the next man to ask her hand for a set, Mr. Bingley, and enjoyed the ensuing dances. "Lizzie!" exclaimed Lydia between the second and third sets as she and Kitty approached Elizabeth at a run.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. Have you ever seen such a spectacle as Papa dancing with Mary? Lydia and I agreed we could not keep our countenances, added Kitty. Then you will need to practice if you mean to keep your composure, for Papa will dance the next with Georgiana. Astonishment did not last long, for soon the girls exchanged a look and burst into laughter. "I had no notion tonight would be so entertaining," exclaimed Lydia. "I did not even know Papa could dance." "That is a ridiculous notion, Lydia," scolded Elizabeth. "Papa was a young man once and must have danced then." "Papa cannot dance, indeed? We never thought he would," said Kitty, though it was an ineffectual attempt to distract from Lydia's silly comment. Lydia said nothing, though she did not hesitate to glare at Elizabeth. "No more than I did," agreed Elizabeth. "Perhaps if you approach Papa, he will show his dancing skills to you as well." "I have no need of Papa's consideration," said Lydia, in the flippant tone that was her custom. "Let Mary beg him for dances. No one else will dance with her." It was more of Lydia's unkindness. Elizabeth was not willing to endure it. "Or perhaps it might be best if Papa prevented you from the dance floor, Lydia. With behavior such as this, I would prefer you sat by Papa all evening, lest you expose us all to ridicule." With a huff, Lydia flounced away, no doubt in search of her next officer conquest, as she would think of it. Elizabeth watched her go, wondering again if she could not persuade her father to take some action to curb Lydia's excesses. It was not the first time she had considered appealing to her father, nor would it be the last. There was little chance of success, so Elizabeth determined not to make herself unhappy about her sister's behavior. It was not until after the third set that they decided anything about Georgiana's disposition for the evening, though Elizabeth learned she would dance the fourth with Mr. Bingley. A brief break in the dancing allowed them all to congregate by the side of the floor. Georgiana chatted with Mary, who, though not accustomed to dancing much, gave all the appearance of meeting Georgiana's enthusiasm with a measure of her own. As Mr. Bennet had excused himself for a moment, he had moved to Mrs. Bennet and was speaking with her. Elizabeth sought Mr. Darcy to discuss the situation. "I wonder at Mr. Wickham's audacity, Mr. Darcy." "It is surprising to a certain extent," replied the gentleman. "Wickham has ever been a coward, unless he believes the situation favors him enough that victory is assured. Yet, at the most curious times, he will become belligerent as if blind to the consequences of his actions." Elizabeth shook her head. "He must know that you will retaliate if he attempts to spread rumors about your sister. I cannot make him out." Mr. Darcy appeared uncomfortable, and Elizabeth hastened to reassure him. "There is nothing the matter with Georgiana, Mr. Darcy. Why he would attempt to defame her is a mystery, though I suppose it is nothing more than vengeance." "Vengeance is a concept with which Wickham is intimately acquainted," replied Mr. Darcy. "His aim is true, for if he were to affect my sister's reputation, that would constitute a successful revenge. No one here will believe him, Mr. Darcy." Elizabeth smiled with compassion at the gentleman. "We have all seen him for what he is. Such evidence prevents anyone giving him even a moment of their time." "I thank you, Miss Elizabeth," said Mr. Darcy, bowing over her hand. "Having excellent friends is all I could ever want for Georgiana. The question now becomes how we keep him away from your sister. That duty, Lizzie, I believe you may cede to me." Both turned to see Mr. Bennet striding toward them. Mr. Bennet regarded his daughter with affection, and then turned to Mr. Darcy. "Your sister's boldness is quite refreshing and endearing, sir. I have not danced in many a year, but I almost find myself invigorated by the experience." Mr. Bennet then turned to Elizabeth and regarded her with suspicion. Given her application, I must suppose it did not proceed from the spur of the moment, but from previous design. If that is true, I cannot imagine my mischievous second eldest daughter was not involved. "Yes, Papa, I knew of her wishes," laughed Elizabeth, "but my involvement did not extend beyond that knowledge." The Bennet patron grinned. "Then she is far bolder than you had led us to believe, sir." "Even I could not have expected it," said Mr. Darcy, "though she made her intentions clear. It was no trouble, for she is a delightful girl. Now," continued Mr. Bennet, peering at each in turn, "you may leave your sister's disposition to me, as I find myself quite satisfied with my efforts for the evening, and will return to my place beside the floor. As nothing more strenuous will occupy me, I pledge to watch for Wickham and intervene should it become necessary. I have also spoken to Mrs. Bennet, who has agreed to watch for Mr. Wickham." "Thank you, Mr. Bennet," said Mr. Darcy with a bow. "I appreciate all you have done. As I am not enamored of dancing, I will attend her more than I am on the dance floor." "No, Darcy, I absolutely insist you take the burden of making a spectacle on your shoulders." Mr. Bennet offered a lazy grin. "It is a young man's business, is it not? I dare say the inducement is worth the effort." As his glance found her at that moment, Elizabeth found her cheeks heating in response. How changed was everything from what she had thought was his utter contempt for her. "I may not dance every set with your daughter, though I would be happy to oblige her if I could. As there is little other choice, I shall attempt to do my duty, though what I consider my duty and what your neighbors think on the subject may not align." "No more than mine were if I were in your shoes," replied Mr. Bennet, enjoying their banter.
Mr. Darcy nodded, but addressed Elizabeth again. "I cannot dance every set with you, Miss Elizabeth, but if you are willing, I should like to have your supper set too. That will set the cat among the pigeons." Mr. Bennet's nod directed their attention to Miss Bingley, who stood not far distant, anger etched upon her brow at Mr. Darcy's position beside those she considered unworthy. While the scene vastly amused Mr. Bennet, Mr. Darcy was resigned, while exasperation surged within Elizabeth's breast. There was little doubt that Miss Bingley still possessed the ability to cause much discord. "If you will pardon me, Papa," replied Elizabeth, turning away from the sight of Miss Bingley, "I believe I care little for the displeasure of certain persons of my acquaintance. My only thought is for Mr. Darcy's comfort. Dancing a second set with me, particularly with the significance of the supper set, will make a statement to the company." "That is my girl," murmured a proud Mr. Bennet. "With no hesitation," confirmed Mr. Darcy. "Then the set is yours, sir." Again, Mr. Darcy nodded and bowed over Elizabeth's hand. "Now, if you will excuse me, I believe I must be about that spectacle of which your father spoke, or perhaps a duty. The sooner you are about it, the more quickly you may turn to other pleasurable pursuits," quipped Mr. Bennet. "In a word, yes, Mr. Bennet." With that, Mr. Darcy bowed again and took himself away. Utter smugness and superiority adorned Miss Bingley's face after she received Mr. Darcy's solicitation, almost forcing Elizabeth to open laughter. One did not enjoy the misfortunes of others, but Elizabeth could not deny the thought of seeing all Miss Bingley's self-satisfaction turn rancid when Mr. Darcy led Elizabeth to the floor for the supper set was not at all displeasing. "Well, Lizzie, do you now suppose he is such a man as you judged?" "It appears my judgment was in error, Papa," said Elizabeth, a hint of shame entering her heart. "Ah, well, we all have lapses now and then." Mr.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio, Darcy did not give you much reason to esteem him when he arrived, did he? "No, he did not," said Elizabeth, watching as the gentleman endured all Miss Bingley's officious attentions, the stiffness of his back speaking to his lack of comfort. "I am pleased that I discovered the truth, though the reason and means for his alteration remain a mystery. Though I cannot fathom the exact circumstance, the reason is obvious." Mr. Bennet smiled at Elizabeth and patted her shoulder. "You have an admirer, Lizzie. He might even be worthy of you, as absurd as the notion sounds." With that, Mr. Bennet retreated to his previous position, his cup of punch in one hand. To Elizabeth's relief, an officer approached and solicited her hand for a dance a moment before Mr. Collins joined her. As the music began at that moment, Elizabeth allowed him to lead her away, frustrating Mr. Collins' designs, whatever they were. There was still a high possibility that he would secure her hand for a set, but Elizabeth meant to delay it as long as she could. With any luck, by the time he attempted to force her hand, her dance card might already be full. Chapter 19. Avoiding Mr. Collins might have seemed unlikely, but Elizabeth managed it. If she ignored the sometimes excess of exuberant behavior of her youngest sisters, Elizabeth thought the evening had proceeded well. Whatever one could say about Miss Bingley, it was clear the woman was not limited by an inability to act as the hostess for such a function as this. Elizabeth could even acknowledge she possessed some flair for it. What was unfortunate was her continued sneer whenever she saw Elizabeth, and the unconcealed distaste she displayed for her guests. Miss Bingley was not so adept at acting like a gentlewoman as she was at showing all and sundry her disdain. What pleased Elizabeth the most about the evening was the success she had in escaping from Mr. Collins' attempts to intrude on her enjoyment. From what she had seen of his dancing, for he had stood up for several sets with the local ladies, among whom numbered two of her sisters, the man was as inept on the dance floor as he was at most everything else. The combination of his attempts to be civil with other ladies and Elizabeth's partners rendered it difficult to approach her, especially when she acted to remove herself from his path, as she did whenever she could.
Elizabeth had no notion if her luck would hold through the rest of the evening, but she meant to ensure it lasted as long as she could make it so. "Your determination to avoid my cousin has provided me with much enjoyment this evening, Lizzie," said her father on one occasion when she drew near to his position in the corner. "After he trod on poor Kitty's toes, it is a wonder he continues to impose himself on our neighbors." Elizabeth regarded the parson, who was standing and speaking with Charlotte, aware of his every movement and poised to flee should it become necessary. How Charlotte could endure an oaf like Mr. Collins was beyond Elizabeth's comprehension, but she would express her gratitude to her friend for distracting him when the opportunity arose. "Yes, I have heard of it." Her father snorted with his usual enjoyment. "I dare say Kitty will recover tolerably well, though she complained of scuffed slippers and a near sprain in her ankle. The injury did not seem so significant when she returned to the dance floor the very next set." "While I sympathize with Kitty," said Elizabeth, "both my youngest sisters possess a knack for the dramatic." "Aye, that they do." After the next sets, Elizabeth made her way to Georgiana, noting that Mr. Collins had accosted several officers and appeared to have seized the opportunity to bore them to tears. Her new friend, Elizabeth noted, was looking rather satisfied with herself, no doubt prompted by the success of her gambit in gaining that extra dance from Elizabeth's father. "Well, my friend," said Elizabeth with a grin for her young companion, "have you danced enough for your taste tonight?" Georgiana returned a grin. "William has promised me another dance, so I am not finished. But I suppose I am satisfied. It is my first ball after all, and I am not like your sisters, inclined to dance every set without rest." "No one could be that enthusiastic," replied Elizabeth, opting for dry humor. "They do appear rather pleased with themselves." "As they always do." Elizabeth and Georgiana shared a look and then burst into laughter. "Mary, however, is not so pleased as your youngest sisters." "No, Mary is nothing like them," said Elizabeth. "She prefers sedentary pursuits, such as reading and the pianoforte. Later, when Mr. Bingley calls for music during supper, I dare say that Mary will hasten to entertain us all. She informed me as much herself." Elizabeth nodded, but stepped a little closer to Georgiana, looking about for a particular person none of them wished to see. "Have you seen much of Mr. Wickham?" "Nothing at all since he approached earlier," replied Georgiana, matching Elizabeth in searching the ballroom. "I hope he decided discretion was the better part of valor and departed for the camp. Unfortunately, I know him too well to suspect him of such insight, and William has told me he does not expect it. Mr. Darcy spoke of your cousin in the army." Georgiana smiled and nodded. "He is an excellent man, the younger son of my uncle, the Earl, and William's partner in my guardianship. William has not yet received a response to his letter. When he receives it, Anthony will fly here, for he has ever disapproved of Mr. Wickham and counseled William to deal with him. When he learns of Mr. Wickham's latest perfidy, he will not be pleased." At that moment, Mr. Darcy moved past them in the line, dancing with Charlotte and appearing to enjoy her company, though he regarded Elizabeth and Georgiana as he passed them. It was, Elizabeth reflected, a complete reversal of his behavior at the assembly, and welcome evidence that Mr. Darcy possessed the ability to make himself agreeable when he chose. The look he gave Elizabeth was tender, provoking a soft flush to warm her cheeks. Charlotte regarded her expressively, and Elizabeth knew her friend would relish the ability to remind her of her opinion of Mr. Darcy's admiration, which Charlotte had asserted more than once. "Your brother appears to be enjoying himself tonight," murmured Elizabeth. If she were to own the truth, she did not know whether she had meant to speak out loud. "You might think that, if you do not know him well." Elizabeth looked at her younger friend with surprise. "I beg your pardon?" In response, Georgiana took Elizabeth's hand and guided her to a pair of chairs, not far away, yet not near enough to allow anyone else to overhear them. When she had Elizabeth as a captive audience, she explained, "We Darcys have ever been reticent, Elizabeth, for it is a family trait. My father, though an excellent man, was no more comfortable in society than I or my brother, and he told me enough of his father and grandfather to understand that they were the same." Georgiana looked out to the dance floor and smiled. Sometimes I think William was born with an excess of that trait, for it can be long before he becomes comfortable with new acquaintances. I am cursed with shyness, but even I warm to others more quickly than William does. You contend your brother is not enjoying himself? Asked Elizabeth, trying to understand where her friend meant to take this conversation. Not that precisely, Georgiana smiled and shook her head. William has the capability of being genial, but he also masks his true feelings well when he takes the trouble. I do not suggest that he has found no enjoyment tonight, only that it is not as much as the casual observer might suppose. Whatever satisfaction he feels, it is not with the company. As Georgiana spoke, Elizabeth watched Mr. Darcy, noting how he spoke with Charlotte with composure, but the longer she watched him, she noted his lack of enthusiasm.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. As he turned and moved about her, he caught sight of Elizabeth watching him, and the smile he offered her was akin to a ray of sunlight breaking through the clouds, bringing its dazzling brilliance on a patch of wildflowers. The sight taught Elizabeth what Georgiana was trying to tell her, and when she turned to her friend, the knowing look that greeted her suggested Georgiana was not ignorant of what had happened. "It seems you understand something of what I speak." "Perhaps," acknowledged Elizabeth, as she continued to follow Mr. Darcy's progress about the room. "Then let me illuminate your understanding." Georgiana's tone contained laughter. "Everything my brother has done tonight, he has done because of his respect and esteem for you. Surely you understand he would much rather eschew the dancing and remain by the side of the floor." Elizabeth cast a wry look at her young friend. "That much I have seen before." "You suppose he engages in the dance to impress me?" "Rather to please you," corrected Georgiana. A slow nod comprised Elizabeth's response. There was an element of that in Mr. Darcy's pledge for the evening, for if he had not stated it, that was not his way, the compliment to her had been obvious in his promise to acquit himself well. Acting in a way foreign to one's character is the very essence of love, is it not? Elizabeth turned to her friend and arched an eyebrow, provoking Georgiana's mirth. "Come now, Elizabeth, you have seen it yourself. To engage in a disliked activity to please another shows affection. You have not misunderstood this." "No, Georgiana," said Elizabeth, "I have not. Yet I would not read too much into Mr. Darcy's actions, for I am of a sphere lower than the one you boast, and would not wish to appear avaricious." "Like Miss Bingley." Georgiana's roll of her eyes and glance at the mistress of the estate, who was dancing with an officer but more engaged in watching Mr. Darcy, spoke volumes about Georgiana's opinion of the woman. "You would need to become many degrees worse before you approached her behavior." "It is still not done," insisted Elizabeth. "Yes, I suppose you are correct." A pause ensued where Elizabeth felt the weight of Georgiana's considering eyes on her. "Forgive me if I speak out of turn, Elizabeth, but I heard something of my brother's early days in Hertfordshire, when perhaps his opinion of you did not appear to be so high as it is now." It was impossible to avoid the flush in Elizabeth's cheeks and the mortification that Georgiana's hesitant statement evoked. Elizabeth had thought little about those days since her arrival at Netherfield. Was it only 2 weeks before? It had seemed like a lifetime, so different were the beliefs espoused by that young lady as opposed to the woman she was now. The reminder brought back the judgment she had rendered, how prejudicial and absurd she had been to take such a decided dislike to him based on a single comment in a crowded assembly room. "I cannot imagine your brother speaking of it," prevaricated Elizabeth. A huff of exasperation comprised Georgiana's response. "Miss Bingley has been eager to sway me to her support these past days, and has shared much of what happened, though from her perspective, of course. As her ambitions always color her opinion, I cannot treat her account as factual, though I cannot call her a liar. Will you not tell me of it?" "Georgiana," replied Elizabeth with a smile, "it is in the past, and a matter I would not wish to dredge from the silty bottom of a lake as if I were looking for an old boot. Mr. Darcy said something that offended me, but I did not react well to it. Suffice to say, there was enough blame on both sides, and leave it at that.
"Well, I suppose that must do. I am grateful you have seen the better side of my brother, Elizabeth, for I should like to have you for a sister." Before Elizabeth could protest, Georgiana rose and with a grin walked away. Soon she was standing near Elizabeth's father, speaking with him, much to Mr. Bennet's apparent pleasure. Her father's watchful state over Georgiana had often resulted in similar scenes throughout the evening, and Elizabeth thought Georgiana enjoyed her father's presence, perhaps akin to a surrogate uncle. The flushing in her cheeks informed Elizabeth that her color was high, rendering a visit to the retiring room a welcome respite. Fortunately, there was no one else there, allowing Elizabeth to splash some water on her cheeks and remain thinking for a time. When at last the distant sound of the music ending brought her from her reverie, she made her way back to the ballroom. No sooner had she entered when the man who had become the bane of the evening accosted her. If Elizabeth had thought his color was high before, it was nothing compared to the ruddy glow that suffused his entire face. Where he had been, Elizabeth could not say, for she had seen nothing of him since he confronted Georgiana. The audacity was both comical and striking at the same time. Miss Elizabeth Bennet. While most men will speak to a woman with a genial or even flirty and beguiling tone at a ball, her name in Mr. Wickham's mouth sounded akin to an epithet. The officer did not deign to hide the disdain in his gaze, and Elizabeth thought nothing of returning all the contempt she felt for him. That did not appear to please him, for his jaw hardened if that was even possible. Then all these emotions cleared away, replaced by amiable complacency, as if a sky full of clouds gave way to a stiff breeze bringing sunshine in its wake. "It occurs to me that I have not danced yet with the handsomest woman in the room. Will you do me the honor of standing up the next set with me?" A bubble of laughter welled within Elizabeth's breast. "My, you are a practiced one. I have never seen such a malevolent leer replaced with congeniality with such alacrity." A gleam was in Mr. Wickham's eye. When confronted with your perfection, how could one remain angry? Elizabeth shook her head, wondering at the life this man had led to allow him such facility to discard a mask and don another without hesitation. "Thank you for your solicitation, Mr. Wickham, but I believe I must decline." "Oh?" asked the man, as if he had expected this response. "Do you have no explanation to give to the poor discarded suitor?" "A suitor you are not," retorted Elizabeth. "It would be best, I think, to say nothing further and go our separate ways." "I insist," said Mr. Wickham. "If I am to be denied the pleasure of a dance, I should like to know why I am summarily rejected." "You know why." "I apologize, Mr. Wickham, for I know not what sort of woman with whom you consort, but I shall not dance with a libertine such as you. I will remind you that you know nothing of me except what Darcy has said. His response was a snarl, and I have found him a trustworthy man. You, on the other hand, are worthy of nothing more than my contempt. Please cease to importune me, for I will not dance with you, not if you were the only man in the room." Mr. Wickham's face fell, and he shook his head in sadness. "Then I pity you, Miss Elizabeth Bennet, for with your refusal you cannot dance the rest of the evening. It is unfortunate, for you shall deprive the dull specimens attending the ball of your witty repartee and your superlative skills as a temptress." The man's smirk of satisfaction informed Elizabeth that his purpose all along had been to deny her any enjoyment of the evening. It was such a transparent attempt at malicious revenge that she could not help but laugh in his face. This did not make him any happier, but he masked it by indulging in a chuckle he thought was at her expense. "I had no notion the cessation of your enjoyment in the evening could provoke such mirth. Have you feigned pleasure in this tedious amusement? If you are disdainful of the activity and wishing you were somewhere else, perhaps you're a match for Darcy after all." "You are a comical fellow, Mr. Wickham," said Elizabeth, shaking her head at his audacity.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. Unfortunately for your mischievous designs, I do not feel myself bound by convention when confronted by so repulsive a solicitation. "Repulsive solicitation?" echoed Mr. Wickham, showing feigned outrage. "By my recollection, it was nothing more than a request to dance.
It is the source of the request, rather than the request itself, that disgusts me." Elizabeth offered him a thin smile. "Even if I considered myself shackled by that ridiculous custom, I should not dance with you, not if you were the last man in the world." "Then flout it, by all means," snarled the man, losing his genial mask. "Let us see what your neighbors think of it." "They will think nothing." The interruption came from her father, who was striding toward them, his face overset by fury. Elizabeth had waited for the intrusion, for she had known it would come, whether from her father or Mr. Darcy, though she had thought it might come from the latter. From the side, she noticed Mr. Darcy approaching her from a different direction, his feelings for his former friend also clear. Mr. Wickham, it appeared, had not been unaware of the approach of Elizabeth's protectors, for he did not bat an eyelash at them. "I do not know what game you are playing, but it stops now. Elizabeth will not dance with you, and neither will any of my other daughters, so you may as well save your breath. Your colonel does not appear pleased with you, so perhaps you should concern yourself with your situation, rather than importuning my daughters." At that moment, Georgiana slipped to Elizabeth's side and stood close, offering her support with her presence. What had happened to the reticent young girl Elizabeth could not say, for she turned a look of utter contempt on Mr. Wickham. "It is well that you will not dance with him, Elizabeth. He is a disreputable man, not suitable for fine ladies like you and your sisters." Mr. Wickham sensed his lack of welcome, for an array of faces confronted him, and none were friendly. All 4 Bennet sisters were present to support Elizabeth, and even mild Jane did not appear pleased with the officer. Mr. Darcy's unfriendly glare provided evidence he was on the edge of calling Mr. Wickham out, and Mr. Bingley was ready to order the officer from his home. Whether he intended to do so, Elizabeth could not say, for Mr. Wickham found one last burst of courage. "You should take great care you do not annoy me, little Georgie, and recall that I have the power to ruin you forever in the sight of all. What if these people all heard of Ramsgate and carried tales to London? I dare say the Darcy name would not protect you from the contempt of society." Far from Mr. Wickham's expectation, or anything the company might have mustered, Georgiana's scowl turned irate. Quick as silver, she struck, her hand darting forward to slap the bounder's cheek, the impact ringing throughout the hall. The company gasped almost as one. "Go on," cried she, "tell them, for this is the 3rd time you have threatened me. If you do not, I shall speak of how you tried to seduce me for my dowry, the daughter of a man you claim to revere. You spoke words of love and devotion to me, yet I know it was all in pursuit of wealth. You, Mr. Wickham, are a contemptible man, a man who loves nothing so much as he loves himself. The lust for wealth and resentment for your lot in life consumes and defines you." The shock on Mr. Wickham's face was such that he could not respond, though it was giving way to rage. Georgiana, tall and proud, yet small compared to the man before her, stood and confronted him, like some warrior queen out of legend. Elizabeth did not think she had ever been so proud of another. Let us bear the matter before them all, and let them judge. Georgiana's voice was quiet, yet confident. "I do not doubt they will understand who to trust." "I would not if I were you," stated Mr. Darcy, as he stepped to Georgiana's side, seeing Mr. Wickham's hands flexing as Elizabeth had herself. "If you lay one hand on my sister, I shall see you attached to the end of a hangman's noose. No one in my company will manhandle anyone, let alone a gentlewoman." Colonel Forster approached, flanked by a pair of officers, several of their fellows looking on, their stony scowls fixed on the unfortunate man. At Colonel Forster's gesture, 2 men stationed themselves at Wickham's back, awaiting further orders from their commander. "Against my better judgment, I allowed you to attend, Wickham," said the colonel. "I should have excluded him from the invitation," said Mr. Bingley. "It was an oversight I now regret." Colonel Forster bowed to their host. "As I suspected. Wickham promised he would have no contact with Mr. Darcy and his sister and would not misbehave, and I decided not to forbid him to avoid complaints later. I was mistaken and should have taken action. I warned you, Wickham. The colonel's voice was as hard as iron. When we discussed your attendance, I made it clear that you were to behave yourself, or I would see you in the stockade. I was a fool to trust your assurances. No more. The officers behind Wickham stepped closer, and one put a hand on Wickham's shoulder. The scoundrel in question made no response, though his glare at Elizabeth, at them all, to own the truth, was murderous. When he remained silent, Colonel Forster nodded. It appears you can summon a modicum of discretion when you must, though it is far too late. Take him back to the camp and confine him in the stockade. I will see to his disposition tomorrow. A commotion came from the opposite end of the room. An officer entered, followed by several others. The newcomer was tall and burly, his eyes fixed on Mr. Wickham the moment he entered the room. Situated as she was, Elizabeth could see the exact moment when Mr. Wickham's features paled with shock and absolute terror. "Wickham," the man said only one word as he approached, but it seemed to carry a host of meanings, all fixed on the doom of the officer in their midst. Elizabeth was certain this was the Darcy's cousin come at last. He did not appear pleased. Chapter 20. Before anyone could even think of a response, Wickham bolted. The sudden movement caught the officer to his left by surprise when Wickham elbowed him aside and turned to flee back into the manor, his only escape route. Unfortunately for Wickham, the officers in that direction had a moment to gather themselves. Several laid hands on him as he tried to evade their grasp, a pair of them gaining control over him, twisting his arms behind his back and forcing him toward Darcy and the approaching Fitzwilliam. At a gesture from Fitzwilliam, several of his men pushed forward and took control of the struggling officer, men large and brawny, stony-eyed and grim, likely chosen for the purpose. Wickham seemed to sense he would not escape, so he settled for glaring at all and sundry. Though his anger was real, Elizabeth sensed the rest was nothing more than bravado. "My men will handle him," commented Fitzwilliam, though the hardness in his eyes spoke to deadly seriousness. "There is no need to ruin the dress uniforms of the local officers, not for filth like George Wickham." "Fitzwilliam," drawled Darcy, feeling freer than he had in many a month, "I see you have finally deigned to show yourself. You have impeccable timing, as always." "Yes, well," said Fitzwilliam, brushing his fingernails on his jacket, "you know how I like to make an entrance." "Oh, Anthony!" cried Georgiana, throwing herself into his arms. "Your presence would have been welcome even without the drama. My absence from London when your brother's letter arrived also played a part in my tardiness, so I apologize for that. I only returned this afternoon, and when I had the evidence of Darcy's intention to take action against our dear Wickham," Fitzwilliam paused, his unspoken at last understood by everyone listening, "I spoke with my general before making my way here." That last statement provoked Wickham to blanch, though he made a credible attempt at appearing unconcerned. "Unfortunately for your featful designs, I do not feel myself bound by convention when confronted by so repulsive a solicitation." "Repulsive solicitation?" echoed Mr. Wickham, showing feigned outrage. "By my recollection, it was nothing more than a request to dance." "It is the source of the request, rather than the request itself, that disgusts me." Elizabeth offered him a thin smile. "Even if I considered myself shackled by that ridiculous custom, I should not dance with you, not if you were the last man in the world." "Then flout it, by all means," snarled the man, losing his genial mask. "Let us see what your neighbors think of it." "They will think nothing." The interruption came from her father, who was striding toward them, his face overset by fury. Elizabeth had waited for the intrusion, for she had known it would come, whether from her father or Mr. Darcy, though she had thought it might come from the latter. From the side, she noticed Mr. Darcy approaching her from a different direction, his feelings for his former friend also clear.
Mr. Wickham, it appeared, had not been unaware of the approach of Elizabeth's protectors, for he did not bat an eyelash at them. "I do not know what game you are playing, but it stops now. Elizabeth will not dance with you, and neither will any of my other daughters, so you may as well save your breath. Your colonel does not appear pleased with you, so perhaps you should concern yourself with your situation rather than importuning my daughters." At that moment, Georgiana slipped to Elizabeth's side and stood close, offering her support with her presence. What had happened to the reticent?
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio, the libertine turned his fire on Darcy. "I had no notion you intended to call Fitzwilliam." Wickham snorted with disdain. "It was to be expected, I suppose, for you have spent your life waiting while others must do the work." Far from being offended, Darcy found some satisfaction in Wickham's malice, and he returned the jibe with a smile. "That was the point, Wickham. If I had mentioned anything of Fitzwilliam's coming, you would have run as fast as your legs would carry you and hidden in the deepest hole you could find. If I confronted you alone, you would react with your usual insouciance, hoping to goad me to anger, yet trusting in my restraint. It is a strange contrast that I have always been the one possessing the power to make your life miserable, yet you have always feared Fitzwilliam far more than you feared me." "It is because of that discipline you mentioned," Darcy rumbled Fitzwilliam. "When you did not act against him, he drew courage from your forbearance. That tolerance is at an end." Darcy glared at Wickham with enough intensity that the officer understood his resolve and looked away. The scowl informed Darcy that Wickham had not mastered his anger. "As for your comment about my diligence," continued Darcy, "coming from one who has never known an honest day of work in his life and has profited from taking everything he could from others, you will excuse me if I laugh at your charge." Though Wickham's jaw tightened, he said nothing. It was a bit of restraint Darcy had not expected from him, for Wickham had never possessed much self-control. "Which is where I come in," said Fitzwilliam. "Now that you have joined the militia, you are under army authority, which allows me to act. Buck up, Wickham. You will now serve your country in a greater capacity. If you survive it, you may even come out better in the end." Wickham winced, but Fitzwilliam turned away from him. "Colonel," said he, spotting Colonel Forster, who had watched the proceedings with interest and palpable satisfaction, "might I assume you are the commanding officer of the local regiment?" "Benjamin Forster, at your service," said the colonel, extending a hand that Fitzwilliam did not hesitate to accept. "Your coming is, as your cousin suggested, well timed, for I have not the wherewithal to ensure Wickham does not escape unless I confine him. I have had him watched since I learned the sort of man he is, but I expect he could have given my men the slip and escaped had he chosen it. Aye, our Wickham here is a slippery one. If I may have use of your stockade until the morning, I shall relieve you of your troublesome officer. My aide carries the orders from the general. I will present them when I arrive in the morning." "Very well," said Colonel Forster with a nod. "I will send a pair of my men to escort your men and Wickham to the camp." The arrangements made, two of Colonel Forster's officers, including an unhappy Mr. Denny, left the ballroom with a detachment of Fitzwilliam's men. Wickham was shackled before they led him away, minimizing any thought of escape. It was, Darcy reflected, as docile as he had ever seen his childhood companion. No doubt he was regretting his failure to flee when he still had the chance. Now he was bound for the continent, likely to the fighting on the peninsula. And while Darcy did not wish to send him to his death, he knew Wickham would have the same chance to survive as anyone facing battle. What he made of it would be his responsibility. "I think," said Bingley, looking about at the company who had all gathered to witness the spectacle, "that it is best to serve supper now rather than attempt to restart the dancing for only a short time." After the meal, we may return to the dance." "That is not at all welcome, Bingley," said Darcy, giving his friend a mock glare. "I was to dance the supper set with Miss Elizabeth. You will deprive me of the pleasure, and no doubt lose the opportunity to dance with your own Bennet sister." The grin with which Bingley responded was predictable, though his sister did not appear pleased. Darcy ignored the tittering of the surrounding locals that erupted at his comment. "That is no trouble, Darcy, for I shall convert my request to the last set of the evening instead of the supper set. I suggest you do the same, old man." "Cousin Elizabeth! Cousin Elizabeth!" The scurrying of the inept parson and his intention to get to his cousin spoke volumes as to his intent. Darcy stepped in his path and glared, bringing him up short, sudden consternation replacing determination. Miss Bingley still did not appear happy, but Darcy ignored her, noting the looks of pleasure from Mrs. Bennet, amusement from Mr. Bennet, and interest from his cousin. "What say you, Miss Elizabeth? Shall we dance the last set together, since Bingley is intent on depriving me of the supper set?" "I should be happy to oblige you, sir," said Miss Elizabeth. "Excellent," said Darcy. "I would be pleased if you would honor that agreement and dine with me." "That is acceptable," said Miss Elizabeth, even as Collins gasped and turned a foul look on her. It appeared he would need to remind this oaf of his place yet again. "Very well," said Bingley. Turning, he addressed those assembled. "Let us repair to the dining room and the dinner prepared for us. Darcy," continued he with a sly look, "I assume you will wish to take a few minutes to speak to your cousin, and perhaps the Bennets. Please join us after your discussion." Bingley then turned to Miss Bennet and after her comfort, and when she spoke of her willingness to accompany him, he led her from the ballroom on his arm. Within a few moments, they were alone, the last of the stragglers watching from the door as they waited for their turn to exit, eager to hear a few salacious bits of gossip. The evening had already been a spectacle. Darcy did not think there was much else to learn, and knew what they had witnessed would dominate conversation for the rest of the evening. The one unwelcome element was Miss Bingley hovering about the fringes of their company when she should have concentrated on her guests' comfort. "Colonel," exclaimed Mr. Collins, accosting Fitzwilliam before anyone else could speak, "am I correct to assume that you are also related to my patroness, the great Lady Catherine de Bourgh?" Fitzwilliam's eyes darted to Darcy, concealed hilarity in their depths. Taking this as a request for an introduction, and knowing Fitzwilliam's sense of humor as he did, Darcy stepped forward to perform the duty. While Mr. Collins appeared dumbstruck at the presence of the son of an earl, his purpose did not allow him to delay long. "How excellent it is to make your acquaintance, for I marked you as having the lady's favor from the moment you entered the room. There is something good and noble about her ladyship and all her family that renders any mistake about identity ridiculous, and lends dignity to you all. Please allow me to state my pleasure." Mr. Collins punctuated this silly speech by dropping into a low bow, the likes of which the haughtiest king in the world might have required from his subjects. Had Collins prostrated himself on the floor as one might have done to an Egyptian pharaoh, it would not have surprised Darcy. Fitzwilliam, he noted, looked on the parson with bemusement, being as aware of the sort of man Lady Catherine gathered about herself as Darcy. "As I recall, Lady Catherine spoke of old Chambers' retirement in a letter," said Fitzwilliam, in a tone that prompted Mr. Bennet to chuckle. "Might I assume you are the man who replaced him?" "I am," said Mr. Collins with a great beaming smile. "After I received my ordination at Easter, the seminary recommended me to her ladyship, who did me the singular honor of preferring me to the living at Hunsford. The Bennets are my family. I have been visiting them this past week to strengthen ties between us and forge lasting bonds through the grace of God."
"Oh, how lovely!" interrupted the piercing tones of Miss Bingley. "I had not realized you were so fortunate as to be engaged, Miss Eliza. Please allow me to be the first to congratulate you on your triumph." The absurd parson looked like a peacock preening his feathers, but no one else betrayed even a trace of his pleasure. The Bennet family all looked on with varying degrees of exasperation or glee, while Fitzwilliam watched the spectacle with satisfaction. Miss Elizabeth, however, remained unamused. "You are misinformed, Miss Bingley. I am not engaged to my cousin, nor will I ever be." How Miss Bingley might have responded, Darcy could not say, for Bingley entered the room again, interrupting her before she could speak. "Caroline, our guests are waiting for you. Come, we must see to them." Miss Bingley allowed her brother to lead her away, though her posture screamed reluctance. No one concerned themselves with her going, and Mr. Collins once again spoke to raise his objections. "You must see sense, cousin. I can offer you a good home and prevent you from making a catastrophic mistake that will see you ridiculed and cast out." "Whatever you believe," said Miss Elizabeth, interrupting when he would have said more, "it matters little. Nothing in the world will convince me to marry you." His nostrils flaring, the offended parson turned back to Fitzwilliam. "Colonel, we appear to have some difficulty here. I hope you will confirm my good information and support your aunt's claim as is proper." Fitzwilliam regarded the parson, assuming a veneer of concern. This set Mr. Bennet to open laughter, though the rest of the Bennets looked on with uncertainty. Georgiana and Darcy, both familiar with Fitzwilliam's character, knew, even if the parson did not, that he would not provoke the response he wished. It was far more likely the manner of Fitzwilliam's response would end in humiliation for the hapless clergyman, if he was even capable of the self-awareness necessary to feel shame. "I will own that you have aroused my disquiet, Mr. Collins. Please inform me of this calamitous situation that has the power to present such ruin as you suggest." No one missed Collins' glance of triumph at Miss Elizabeth. He was the only one left in the room who did not understand Fitzwilliam's purpose here. Even prim Miss Mary Bennet regarded the coming rebuke with impatience. "At your lady aunt's command," said Mr. Collins, "I came to Hertfordshire to offer an olive branch to Mr. Bennet, though I now understand that he does not deserve it. My father never spoke of the matter that lay between himself and Mr. Bennet, but it appears his charges of wrongdoing were nothing less than the truth. Had Mr. Bennet shown anything other than merriment at the parson's improper speech, Fitzwilliam might have reprimanded him then and there. Fitzwilliam caught sight of Mr. Bennet's response, however, and shook his head slightly. "That cannot be the misfortune you mentioned, Mr. Collins." "No, indeed it is not. Part of Lady Catherine's instructions comprised the need for a clergyman to set the example of matrimony in the parish, and as I am the heir to Mr. Bennet's estate, her ladyship decreed it proper that I should wed one of the man's daughters, thereby providing for his widow and any other unmarried daughters when he goes to meet his Maker. This presupposes, of course, that my heir will outlive me," quipped Mr. Bennet. "Given what I am seeing before me, that eventuality is fraught with danger." While Fitzwilliam snorted, Mr. Collins did nothing more than glare at Mr. Bennet. "As you can see, there is something intrinsically improper about my cousin's family. As her ladyship could have known nothing of them, I carry no ill will, but I believe I should look elsewhere for a bride." "Thank heavens," said Miss Elizabeth, much to Georgiana's mirth. "That is not the repugnant part of this," continued Mr. Collins, ignoring them. "My cousin has set her sights on Mr. Darcy, as if a woman of her social situation could aspire to a man of your cousin's. Against all decency, honor, and virtue, she has persisted. As your aunt has confided in me concerning the engagement between Mr. Darcy and that glorious creature, Miss Anne de Bourgh, you must now see the reason for my disquiet." "A concern, to be certain," said Fitzwilliam. "I shall attend to it at once." The parson gave Colonel Fitzwilliam a beatific smile and stepped aside. A gesturing bow intended to point Fitzwilliam at Miss Elizabeth. The nasty sneer he directed at her provoked Darcy to wish he could plant a facer on the stupid parson for the insult.
Miss Elizabeth, for her part, stood her ground, regarding Fitzwilliam, an expression of polite disinterest plastered on her face. The spasm of Fitzwilliam's lips upward spoke to his near loss of composure. The prospect of having a little fun at Colin's expense regulated his expression. "Cousin," said Fitzwilliam, his tone all gravity, "is this true? Have you importuned a young lady in defiance of all common decency?" Fitzwilliam shook his head in apparent dismay. "I have tried to instill you with a hint of morality, but it appears George Wickham's influence is too strong." The gasp with which Mr. Collins greeted the question spoke to his dismay. "Oh, Colonel, if you thought I was suggesting any fault on Mr. Darcy's part, you are mistaken. Why, he is excellence personified. It was all my cousin's daughter's doing." "On the contrary, Collins," said Fitzwilliam, "I understand my cousin's character, and know him to be a rake when he so chooses." "Well, Darcy, what have you to say for yourself?" Darcy could not suppress a snicker at the absurdity of the situation. "Little enough to you, Fitzwilliam. I will own that I appreciate Miss Elizabeth, but anything else at this point is premature." "Not so premature, I think," said Mr. Bennet sotto voce. "Then you have only honorable intentions toward this young lady?" pressed Fitzwilliam. "Nothing but honorable." Fitzwilliam nodded and turned to Miss Elizabeth. "Darcy has not importuned you?" "Well, I recall something of my person not being to his taste," said Miss Elizabeth, fixing Darcy with laughter in her eyes. "But that aside, Mr. Darcy has been nothing but a gentleman." "What of this business of my cousin?" pressed Fitzwilliam. "You have heard of my aunt's claims, given your current guest's verbosity." Again Mr. Bennet snorted, though Mr. Collins appeared bewildered. Miss Elizabeth offered nothing more than a serene nod and a confident, "I have heard of it, but Mr. Darcy declares he is not engaged to Miss de Bourgh. With your cousin's testimony on the subject, and his obvious interest in me, should I deny the potential of happiness in life for imaginary concerns?" Fitzwilliam's fox sternness melted away into a beaming grin. "Then I approve." Mr. Collins gasped again, but everyone ignored him. "It is about time you fixed on a young woman, cousin," said Fitzwilliam with a grin. "Mother has paraded every young debutante of any consequence in front of you these past 3 years complete. Given her failure, it comes as no surprise you would fix on a young lady who is not of that set." "You know what I wish for in a wife, Fitzwilliam," replied Darcy. "Nothing is decided yet, but I will own that I like Miss Elizabeth very well." "As do I," piped up Georgiana. "Colonel Fitzwilliam!" exclaimed Mr. Collins, again inserting himself in their midst. "Perhaps you did not understand. What of the fair Miss de Bourgh? What of her expectation and prior claim on Mr. Darcy? Can you mean to throw family agreements of long standing to the side with so little consideration?" "It is our aunt's fantasy, and nothing more," said Fitzwilliam. "If you paid any attention to Anne, you might understand that she does not wish for the union any more than Darcy does." "Furthermore," said Fitzwilliam, when Mr. Collins opened his mouth to speak, "Darcy is his own man, and may do as he pleases. Do not intrude on matters that are not your concern." This was not what the parson expected, but his objections were not at an end.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. Mr. Bennet, can you not see that this is not right? Why, my cousin is nothing special to attract a man such as Mr. Darcy. Your avarice and conceit are bare for all to see. I shall not allow it." "You will allow nothing, Collins," said Mr. Bennet, all pretense at the jovial gentleman gone in favor of offense on his daughter's behalf. "But, cousin—" "No, Collins, that is enough." Mr. Bennet glared at the parson, cowing him to silence. "I have had as much of you as I can tolerate, endured enough of your pronouncements, and will abide no further accusations against my family. This has gone on long enough.
Tomorrow you will pack your trunks and return to Kent where you belong. You would throw me from your house against all decency, honor, and gratitude for my attention to you? Mr. Collins' face resembled Lady Catherine's haughty glare at that moment, proving he had learned at her knee. I shall know how to act. Do not suppose that this travesty will ever be gratified, for my patroness will know what is to be done. As long as she does it in Kent, I have no quarrel with her. You will return to her tomorrow, for I will not accept any further disruption in my house. Leave it, Collins, said Fitzwilliam. You will not carry your point, so there is little reason to persist. With that final admonition, Fitzwilliam nodded curtly to the parson and approached Darcy, exchanging a manly embrace when he drew near enough. "Thank you for that bit of excitement, cousin," said Fitzwilliam, "for I have not enjoyed myself so much in many a year. First, I witnessed the downfall of your father's despicable protégé, and then you provided entertainment in the form of our aunt's parson." As Fitzwilliam had not modulated his tone, Darcy could not be certain that Collins had not heard his comment. The parson was caught up in his thoughts and did not react, so perhaps he remained oblivious. He would bear special attention for the rest of the evening, for Darcy did not think his protests were at an end. At the moment, he appeared to be considering how he might best press his case, and his frequent glances at Miss Elizabeth suggested he considered her the most likely avenue to the end he wished to achieve. "Thank you," said Darcy, deciding that he could deal with the parson later if it became necessary. "Do you suppose I would refuse to deal with Wickham? Not at all, yet thanks are in order all the same." Fitzwilliam snorted. "It is about time, Darcy. I had thought you would never act to deal with the millstone that is George Wickham. It is amusing that your sudden determination is because of a woman." "You are incorrect, Fitzwilliam," said Darcy. "I think I am not." The rejoinder was mild and filled with laughter. "Perhaps it is not because of her influence alone, but I am certain your feelings for her formed at least part of your resolve." It was not an incorrect assumption, and Darcy did not deign to dispute it further. "I will own that I wonder what my mother and father will think about your designs on a young lady of whom they know nothing. While they will not protest, they will be cautious until she proves themselves. Then they only need to offer her that opportunity, for I have no doubt of her abilities." Fitzwilliam regarded him and nodded. "When I return to London, I shall say nothing for the moment. But tonight, should your friend offer an invitation for me to remain, I shall take the opportunity to know her. Should she impress me, I shall offer a ringing endorsement when the time comes." "Thank you, cousin." Fitzwilliam clapped Darcy on the shoulder, and they all turned toward the dining room and the rest of the company. The first thing Elizabeth noticed was the sudden silence that descended when she and her family entered the dining parlor. The spectacle that marked the end of the dancing before Mr. Bingley announced dinner was on the tongues of everyone present, and while Elizabeth did not enjoy being the focus of such gossip, at least Mr. Wickham was the center of their ruminations. Miss Bingley did not appear pleased, for the glare she directed at Elizabeth might have melted iron. To the great misfortune of her father's odious cousin, he had been arguing with Mr. Bennet in low tones the moment they left the ballroom, and chose that exact moment for an outburst. "I swear to you, Mr. Bennet, that if you do not forbid your daughter from entertaining any notion of an alliance with Mr. Darcy, I shall throw your widow and your remaining daughters from the house the moment I inherit Longbourn. They shall be penniless if you do not agree." "I think, cousin," said Mr. Bennet, his tone not at all friendly, "you have just made a grievous error. The Bennets are well respected in the neighborhood. Gentlefolk do not take kindly to such threats. On that unfortunate day when you inherit, I think you will find the good opinion of these people denied you, and the invitations sparse, if not non-existent." Mr. Collins appeared to understand he had spoken out of turn, and paled at the sea of unfriendly faces that confronted him. He opened his mouth to speak again, considered better, and stalked away muttering to himself. Elizabeth noted her neighbors giving the parson a wide berth, few favoring him with anything more than a cold or disdainful glare. Not caring for his troubles, Elizabeth concentrated on Mr. Darcy, as he escorted her to a nearby chair where the family congregated and asked after her preferences. "I must suppose a visit from your aunt is now inevitable," said Elizabeth, when Mr. Darcy, carrying a plate for each of them, sat next to her. "A woman such as you describe to me in such excruciating detail would not hesitate to make her sentiments known at the first available opportunity. For one who has not the benefit, strange as that word may seem, of an acquaintance with my aunt, you appear to understand her. It is not difficult, Mr. Darcy, nor is the image of Mr. Collins hastening to your aunt's home the moment he alights from the carriage, determined to lay bare the unnatural avarice of his cousin's second daughter." Mr. Darcy smiled. "Are you afraid of her, Miss Elizabeth?" "Not so much afraid as resigned. I must own, Mr. Darcy, that the drawbacks to associating with members of the highest sets does not improve your suit." This time the gentleman laughed. "It is a burden, to be sure, but one over which I have no control. I am afraid you must endure those like my aunt if you accept me, for there is nothing else to be done." "And your other aunt and uncle?" asked Elizabeth. "I heard something of your cousin's comments concerning them." "You know enough of me to understand their displeasure would not affect me a jot." "No, but they must still be my relations, should I accept you." "That they would." Mr. Darcy paused, deep in thought. "If I had any doubt of your ability to provoke their good opinion, I might reconsider. As I do not, I shall stay my course. At the very least, they will not wish to provoke gossip by rejecting you. I believe that is the worst outcome, and I expect much better." Elizabeth nodded. The notion of his relations' disapproval did not intimidate her, but she knew her life would be much easier if they accepted her rather than keeping her at arm's length. As Mr. Darcy had yet made no declaration, she decided against belaboring the point. "Your sisters appear to have commandeered my cousin's attention." Following his gaze, Elizabeth saw her younger sisters bracketing the colonel, plying him with their brand of eagerness, likely demanding tales of his experiences. The girls noticed nothing amiss, but several of their favorites in the regiment regarded them with pinched expressions, displeased with how easily another had supplanted them in the girls' affections. Perhaps Kitty and Lydia were the boldest of the young ladies, but the way several others were eyeing them, Elizabeth suspected the officers would be far more put out by the evening's end.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. Does he possess the fortitude to withstand them? The question provoked Mr. Darcy's mirth, which he did not deign to hide, nor did the colonel remain ignorant of it. He saluted them and returned his attention to the girls, answering Elizabeth's question with no need to hear Mr. Darcy's opinion. Not that she had doubted him. Fitzwilliam has been in the army for some years now, and he is not unacquainted with girls like your sisters. I believe you need not fear for my cousin's sensibilities, for he can take care of them himself. "Elizabeth," said Georgiana, approaching them with a plate of her own, Mary following. They sat in adjacent seats, and when they were situated, Georgiana addressed Elizabeth again. "Your neighbors are excellent people, my friend. I might have thought to receive some condemnation or even uncomfortable questions about what I revealed, yet no one has been anything other than supportive. I would not have expected it of them, for they were aware of your character," replied Elizabeth with a warm smile. "And Mr. Wickham's," added Mary. The girl's demeanor became prim, much like it did when she was about to make some moral point. "I am also pleased with their conduct, for they appear to have taken to heart the need to avoid casting aspersions on others when imperfect themselves." "I cannot agree more, Mary. To own the truth, I suspected there was something you were not saying about your history with Mr. Wickham, but I did not wish to pry. What an odious man he is to descend to such malicious vengeance." "Odious he is," said Mr. Darcy, "but I suspect he aimed his vengeance at me rather than Georgiana. She was only important as a path to obtain wealth." "Sad, but true," said Georgiana, shaking her head.
England will be well rid of him, brother. It is high time he paid for his transgressions." "I cannot agree more, my dear." Supper proceeded as it usually did at such events. The meal was excellent, Miss Bingley proving her abilities yet again, while Mr. Bingley proved his genial nature. In time, Mr. Bingley requested some music, and Mary, engaged with Georgiana, Elizabeth, and Mr. Darcy, did not rise from her place at once to scurry to the instrument as she might have in other circumstances. She looked up at the pianoforte, but Elizabeth prevented her from rising. Perhaps it is best to allow Miss Bingley to take the lead. Then, when a few ladies have played, you may play that lovely sonata for our enjoyment." Mary nodded, a grateful smile to Elizabeth, though in the end she did not perform that evening. Miss Bingley was first to the instrument, her playing quite fine, though ineffective in provoking the pleasure and approval of the one in the room she was most desperate to elicit. Mr. Darcy did not appear to hear anything of her performance, so engaged was he with Elizabeth. When Miss Bingley rose from the instrument, her look was even more venomous than it had been before, not that Elizabeth paid her any mind. Kitty and Lydia, engaged with Colonel Fitzwilliam as they were, did not descend to mischief, which was a balm to Elizabeth's soul. And if Mr. Collins stood in a corner and brooded, no one appeared to pay him much attention. Even Mrs. Bennet appeared so astonished by the presence of an earl's son in their midstand and speaking to her youngest daughters that she had little enough to say. In all, it was a relaxing dinner, made more so by Elizabeth's conversation with excellent people and the relief she felt that certain members of her family did not misbehave. At length, Mr. Bingley announced the continuation of the ball, and Elizabeth joined the rest of the company in the ballroom. With Mr. Wickham's absence, there was not so great a need to take care, allowing them all to enjoy the rest of the evening. Mr. Darcy, Elizabeth noted, was not so eager to dance as he had been before, instead taking himself to stand with Mr. Bennet when Elizabeth was engaged on the dance floor. Between dances, he always made himself available to converse with her, until the next set drove him back to Mr. Bennet. Georgiana obtained her wish to dance another set when her cousin led her to the floor, the confidence and affection that subsisted between them clear in the joy on her features. The Colonel also paid the compliment of his attention to Kitty and Lydia, and while the girls continued to pester him, they also returned to their former favorites, soothing their damaged pride. Mr. Collins, seeming to suspect that Elizabeth would not accept if he asked, fretted the rest of the evening, his eyes often finding her, as if trying to solve a difficult puzzle. As he would leave tomorrow at her father's insistence, Elizabeth opted to ignore him. Late in the evening, when he managed a tactical retreat from her youngest sisters, Colonel Fitzwilliam solicited Elizabeth's hand for a set of dances. True to her perception of him, he proved to be quite an entertaining partner. "I hope, Miss Elizabeth, that you know what you are taking on should you choose to accept my cousin. He is moody, unsociable, and uncommunicative at the best of times, such that I might fear for your sensibilities if you marry him. And yet you esteem him as much as any man you have ever known." "I do," said the Colonel. "Darcy is an excellent fellow, his faults notwithstanding. Should you accept him, you will gain a husband who will worship you, do anything at all for your happiness and comfort." "That is what I have observed," said Elizabeth, "though I will note I did not always see him in this light." Colonel Fitzwilliam appeared bemused by her admission. "Might I assume Darcy did not put his best foot forward when he came to Hertfordshire?" "Some might not think so," evaded Elizabeth. "There was some mention that he was proud and above his company, but once I came to know him better, I understood his disposition." "You would not be alone if you espoused such sentiments." The Colonel shook his head, his eyes finding Mr. Darcy. "Darcy has often felt hunted and is uncomfortable with new acquaintances at the best of times. In a small neighborhood, I imagine he would seem aloof or proud until he gained some measure of ease. I do not know what prompted it, but his alteration was astonishing," said Elizabeth. "I met him at a gathering of the neighborhood, and by the next time I was in his company a few days later at this estate, he was a different man." The Colonel grinned. "Thank you for that bit of information, Miss Elizabeth. I shall be certain to pull the truth of the matter from my cousin's unwilling lips." "You are close. The closest of cousins, almost like brothers," confirmed Colonel Fitzwilliam. "We are the same age and were companions in our youths as often as distance and situation allowed. There is no better man than Darcy, and from what I see, there appears to be no better match for him." Colonel Fitzwilliam offered her a warm smile. "I have never seen Darcy give such deference to a woman. Should you accept his suit, I suspect you will be the making of him, Miss Elizabeth. It is all I could have wished for his happiness." Flattered, Elizabeth nodded, but could not summon a reply. Soon the set ended, and Colonel Fitzwilliam escorted her to the side of the floor, then took himself to Colonel Forster, who stood nearby and conversed with him for some time. No doubt their conversation concerned the absent and unlamented Mr. Wickham, who Colonel Fitzwilliam would escort to London the following morning. This approval from Mr. Darcy's family allowed Elizabeth to hope that all would be well, should she find herself in love with the gentleman. It appeared there was nothing else to stand in her way, and that she was beginning to understand was not at all opposed. Only time would tell, but Elizabeth suspected she knew what her future held. Chapter 21. Upon the ball's completion, the gathered revelers collected their coats and wraps in preparation to return to their homes. In a curious twist of an already eventful evening, the Bennet carriage was the last to arrive. Under normal circumstances, Elizabeth might have suspected her mother of arranging it with the driver before they arrived, but in this instance, she deduced Mr. Bingley's influence, all to keep Jane's company for a few more precious minutes. As it was complementary to Elizabeth's wish to remain in Mr. Darcy's company, she did not consider it for long. The gentlemen remained attentive to her while they waited for the carriage's arrival. As the preceding conveyances came in order, Netherfield's vestibule emptied of their neighbors. That Elizabeth was the subject of many curious looks, she did not deign to notice, though she suspected she would receive many questions from her neighbors in the coming days. There was one of their number who could not depart without relaying her felicitations for Elizabeth's fortunate situation. "I had a notion of Mr. Darcy's interest," said Charlotte a few moments after the last sets of the evening, as the company were all engaged in fond farewells. "The way he looked at you so often spoke to interest, and not to disdain as you suggested." "Yes, I suppose you must be correct," said Elizabeth, her eyes finding Mr. Darcy across the room where he spoke to his cousin. "Given our initial interactions, I cannot but state my utter astonishment at this turn of events, if you accept what he said at face value." When Elizabeth looked at her friend askance, Charlotte did not hesitate to explain. "It is my firm opinion that Mr. Darcy was not in the best humor that evening, and did not so much as glance at you when he pronounced his disapproval. His subsequent behavior spoke of a different perspective altogether, though I will acknowledge his sudden change in demeanor has been more than a little unexpected." "Especially to me," murmured Elizabeth. "Then you will offer him a chance to prove himself?" "I already have, Charlotte. Where it will end I have no way to predict at present, but I will not shun him now." "Excellent, my friend." Charlotte kissed Elizabeth's cheek and gave her a soft smile. "I suspect you will be happy." "And I shall bask in my perception, which appears to have been superior to even yours." Looking back on the conversation, Elizabeth could not help but thank her friend in the confines of her heart. Little though she had given Charlotte's assertions credence, Elizabeth now suspected her friend's insistence had stayed with her, had allowed her to accept the changes in Mr. Darcy more readily than she might have if Charlotte had remained silent. Curious though she remained at the reason for Mr. Darcy's sudden alteration, Elizabeth was content to allow matters to proceed between them, though she resolved to discover the truth when the opportunity arose. "A penny for your thoughts, Miss Elizabeth." Elizabeth offered the gentleman a smile, noting they had only a few more moments before they must part for the evening. "They are nothing special, Mr. Darcy. Thoughts of the evening, friends, family, and perhaps the vagaries of life." "That sounds profound indeed," jested the gentleman. "I hope these meditations were happy ones?" "Most of them were. The evening also included the trouble with Mr. Wickham, so my thoughts were not all pleasant." "No, I suppose that makes sense." The gentleman regarded her for a long moment, his lips quirked, the light of approval shining in his eyes. "In that vein, please allow me to thank you for your actions tonight, Miss Elizabeth. Your support of my dear sister and defense against the aforementioned rogue are much appreciated." "Not at all, Mr. Darcy," said Elizabeth. "Your sister has become a dear friend, and I did little after all." "No, my concern was more for myself. Mr. Wickham seemed to think that convincing me was the path to whatever he wanted." Elizabeth offered the gentleman an impish grin. "The defense of my person occupied me and required all my fortitude." "A great measure of fortitude it is," agreed Mr. Darcy. "Given your menacing nature and Wickham's general cowardice, I am shocked he did not flee for parts unknown with his tail between his legs." The statement was silly enough to send them both into paroxysm of laughter, which garnered much attention from the thinning crowd around them. Most of the reaction, Elizabeth noted, was positive, for several of her friends looked on with indulgence, besides the inevitable envy at her success in attracting the most eligible man any of them had ever seen. "At least we shall be free of him," said Elizabeth. "Mr. Wickham has been your cross to bear these many years, and I shall not regret his inability to subject me to the same." "Nor shall I. The freedom is so liberating that I wish I had accepted Fitzwilliam's counsel and dealt with him many years ago." "It shows your better nature. Most men of your position would not hesitate to act against one guilty of so much mischief." Mr. Darcy shrugged. "It is no worthiness in me, I am sure. Regardless, I do not wish to speak of Wickham, for he is a most disagreeable subject." "Then what do you wish to speak of? We have a few more minutes, I suspect." "We shall speak of the future," said Mr. Darcy, exuding confidence. "I understand this is precipitous, Miss Elizabeth, and I do not mean to press forward in all haste, but I wish you to understand the extent of the esteem I hold for you." Whatever Elizabeth had expected, it was not for Mr. Darcy to all but declare himself. "Oh, please explain, sir, for I am impatient to understand." "Only that I am desperately in love with you." Elizabeth gasped, but when she might have blurted something she knew not what, Mr. Darcy put a finger to her lips. The look with which he regarded her was so gentle that she could not doubt him. "I understand this appears precipitous, yet you must understand that for me this has been building from the first moment I made your acquaintance." "That is only a little month, sir," said Elizabeth, if only to offer some response. "I am not a man to wait. When I find what I like and am determined to pursue it, I do not waste time dithering. Were I acquainted with you for 50 years, I do not think I could be any more in love with you. Yet I will wait. Your feelings are not equal to mine, of this I am aware. For the moment, I am content to court you and declare myself when I am certain of your returning affection. If that takes 6 months or 6 years, it matters little." "6 years is a long time to wait, sir," replied Elizabeth, regaining the use of her wit. "It is. Will you forgive me if I express the hope it will not take that long to reach your heart?" Elizabeth laughed, the heady sense of delight welling up within her breast. "Nor would I wish to wait that long, Mr. Darcy." "Then we shall proceed as quickly as you desire. But know this, Miss Elizabeth, I have now charted my course. The only way to prevent my future proposal to you is if you decline to hear it. I shall take great care for your heart, Mr. Darcy, and will not disdain any honest confessions or sentiments you choose to share. If that be the case, I am confident in my success." Elizabeth found she harbored that same confidence, for Mr. Darcy had proven himself these past days. That it was unexpected she could not deny, but at that moment the coming years spread out before her eyes, and Elizabeth saw what the future might hold. She could not claim to be a seer, but a conviction started in her heart and spread to consume her entire being. However long it took, this was the man she would marry. Elizabeth was impatient for the future and content to receive Mr. Darcy whenever he saw fit to offer himself to her. Pleased with Darcy's current happiness, Anthony Fitzwilliam watched the pair as they stood together whispering, appearing the lovers he suspected they one day be. Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio,
Although he had arrived only that evening and must leave for London with Wickham the following morning, Fitzwilliam knew from his conversation with Miss Elizabeth that her affections were not the equal of Darcy's. Given what he was seeing, however, he suspected it would not be long before they were. Darcy was a quiet and solitary soul, his professed disdain for most of society more unwillingness to mingle with those with whom he was not well acquainted than any dislike of most of them. There were those with whom he would not associate, for reprehensible characters were not unknown in society. Darcy, however, preferred a small group of intimate friends rather than a wider circle of those less known to him, and Fitzwilliam could not say his preference was mistaken. The ladies of society, whom he decried at length, were not all bad, but Fitzwilliam had always deduced Darcy was looking for something more in marriage than most of those ladies could offer, raised to value wealth and standing rather than harmony in marriage as they were. What he was seeing now proved his supposition, for Miss Elizabeth was not the sort of woman to attract a man of high society. She was far too independent and outspoken, regardless of her position in life. Many men of their set wished for a bauble to adorn their arms they could ignore at their leisure, to give their affections to a kept woman rather than wishing for a partner to share the walk along the paths of life. It would not do to inform his parents of the matter at once, for he knew his father at least had higher aspirations for Darcy's future wife. However, Fitzwilliam thought it would be prudent to introduce his father to the possibility that Darcy would not wed the daughter of some political ally, to soften the blow when Darcy made his sentiments known to the Earl. Then again, there may not be much choice. Fitzwilliam was not a man who endured fools, and there were few specimens more foolish than William Collins. Lady Catherine was infamous for gathering sycophants about her, but she had outdone herself with the parson. The way Collins watched Darcy, fear mixed with determination and even a trace of spite, told Fitzwilliam that he had not given up his objections and would have more to say, notwithstanding Mr. Bennet's pledge to send him back to Kent the next day. A few moments of watching his facial expressions, the glares and the building anger, informed Fitzwilliam that it may be best to have a few words with the parson and ensure he understood the consequences of losing control of his temper. "Do you now see the need to act?" demanded Mr. Collins when he noted Fitzwilliam's approach. "I should think the cousin of that fair flower, Miss Anne de Bourgh, would hasten to defend her interests against a fortune-hunting female." The snort that escaped Fitzwilliam's control told Collins that he did not agree, punctuated by his glare in the parson's direction. "My cousin Anne is many things, Collins, but fair and flower are not adjectives one could use to describe her and call themselves honest. She is sickly and cross, and if you asked her, she would confirm my description without hesitation." "That is not proper at all, sir," exclaimed the affronted parson. "When it pertains to my cousin, I do not think what is proper is subject to the judgment of a mere parson." Cowed by Fitzwilliam's reprimand, Collins bowed and scraped and muttered apologies, but he could not see any regret, for the parson calculated his response to tame Fitzwilliam's anger. There appeared little enough chance that Collins would relinquish his objections, but for the man's sake he would attempt it. "There are certain facts of which you are not aware, Collins. If you will cease your silly attempts to appease me, I shall relate them to you." Sullen though he appeared, Collins nodded and adopted an attitude of attentive patience. There was no reason to call him on his condescending attitude, so Fitzwilliam ignored it. "The first matter of which you should be aware is Anne's opinion. As I have spoken to Anne on the subject, I understand her wishes, which preclude marriage to anyone, let alone Darcy. As you must already know, Anne's health is delicate, and she fears the consequences of childbirth. Darcy is the product of a long line of gentlemen, and needs an heir to continue his line. Several de Bourgh cousins have already continued the de Bourgh line, rendering Anne's marriage unnecessary, if she does not wish it. Lady Catherine has spoken of her daughter's ability to provide Mr. Darcy an heir," grumbled the parson. "Then Lady Catherine is far more foolish than I expected," growled Fitzwilliam. "Anne is in a better position to understand her limitations than her mother.
The next point I would have you understand is Darcy's character. Darcy wishes for more in a marriage than Anne can provide, and as she understands this and has no wish to marry, she gives her tacit support for his continued distance from her, knowing her mother's views on the subject. Should you wish for confirmation, I invite you to speak to Anne when you return, for she will confirm everything I have told you. Third, Fitzwilliam fixed the parson with an implacable glare, one that provoked his sudden pallor. I suspect you are contemplating actions toward your cousin's daughter that no man with any decency would consider. I require you to leave over such action and act in a manner befitting a parson. What do you suppose I intend? Gasped the parson. You know to what I refer, replied Fitzwilliam, not giving an inch. Regardless of Lady Catherine's wishes, she would not countenance any attempt to assault a gentlewoman. You should also know that my uncle, the Earl, would not tolerate any such behavior on his niece's behalf. If you do not wish to be defrocked and thrown from Hunsford in disgrace, I suggest you desist. So saying, Fitzwilliam took himself away from the parson, his destination the lady's father. Mr. Bennet, he noted, was watching them. Fitzwilliam suspected the man missed very little of what happened in his presence. "Do you suppose he will heed your warning?" asked Mr. Bennet when Fitzwilliam approached, proving his supposition. "In all honesty, I cannot say, Mr. Bennet," said Fitzwilliam. "The threat of my uncle's displeasure will not affect him so much as the expectation of Lady Catherine's anger. My aunt is many things, but she will not condone the ruin of a young lady, even if it furthers her designs." "That is good to know," said Mr. Bennet with a slow nod. "Knowing nothing of her other than my cousin's description, I could not be certain." "I understand. The problem is I cannot state with any confidence that Collins believes me about my aunt. She has many minions eager to uphold her interests for the promise of faint praise and condescension, but none are so absurd as Collins. He may yet push my warnings to the side and throw all caution to the wind." Mr. Bennet shook his head, annoyance with his cousin plain to see. "Thank you for the warning, Colonel Fitzwilliam. I thought as much myself, but a little confirmation cannot go amiss." "Then you will take steps?" "For my daughter's happiness, I will do much," replied the gentleman. He offered a grin and added, "In so doing, I may save Collins' life, for I suspect your cousin would not hesitate to call him out. If Collins is as inept with a sword or pistol as he is at everything else, your cousin would carve him up like a side of venison." "Aye, he would at that," agreed Fitzwilliam, enjoying this man's wit. "Tell me, Colonel Fitzwilliam, what do you mean to do after you deal with Wickham? If you mean to return, my daughters, I, would welcome you back. Your presence would liven things in Hertfordshire." Fitzwilliam could not suppress his grin. Mr. Bennet, it seemed, was a kindred spirit. "Perhaps I shall return if Bingley offers an invitation."
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. I suppose it would be for the best after all, for Darcy must have some protection from the snake already in residence at this estate, not that I doubt his abilities. The man cast a glance at Miss Bingley, who stood and brooded by herself. Her frequent glances at Darcy and Miss Elizabeth, and her brother and Miss Bennet, a testament to her feelings about the current situation. There is another I do not suppose has abandoned her opposition. I deem her objections will meet with as little success as your cousin's. "From where I stand," replied Mr. Bennet, "she has never had a chance. I could see the first night in their company that Mr. Darcy had no interest in her. According to Darcy, he has never met another so convinced of their abilities, or adept at seeing what she wishes to see, as Miss Bingley." Mr. Bennet laughed. "This is a heavy indictment, considering what I know of Mr. Wickham. Yet I expect he is correct." At that moment, the Bennet carriage pulled before the door, and Bennet turned to him, offering his hand. "I shall bid you good night, sir, and offer the welcome of the neighborhood should you return. If you wish to take any of my other daughters off my hands, please know that I am at my leisure to receive you." Conversation with this man was not tedious, not with his jesting. Fitzwilliam thought he could come to esteem Mr. Bennet, for the turn of their minds was not at all unalike.
"Charming though your daughters are," said Fitzwilliam, a mournful shake of his head punctuating his words, "I am the son of an earl, and my habits prevent marrying any young lady except one possessed of a handsome fortune." "Ah, the curse of the younger son," replied Mr. Bennet, appearing amused. "Tell me, sir, what is the price demanded by a younger son? £30,000? 40? 30 might be enough, but why settle for that when one could have so much more? I believe I shall aspire to gain 50,000 at least. Excellent, sir. I wish you well in your quest. Unfortunately, you are correct, for my daughters have but a fraction of such a handsome amount. Then I shall continue to search." Fitzwilliam allowed a grin. "Thank you for this most amusing conversation, Mr. Bennet. If possible, I shall return to Hertfordshire when I have dealt with George Wickham." "We will welcome you, Colonel. Please return whenever convenient." Elizabeth had noticed nothing of her father and the Colonel's concerns about Mr. Collins, for she had been much too focused on her conversation with Mr. Darcy. As the family entered the carriage for the short journey back to Longbourn, she reflected on the astonishing declaration from the gentleman, and spent her time ruminating on how long she expected it would take before her feelings matched Mr. Darcy's. Mr. Collins was furthest from her thoughts, for her initial estimation had been correct. The silly parson could not compare with the sophisticated and intelligent Mr. Darcy. The Bennet carriage was not large. With 6 ladies, there was not enough room for 2 men, though if it was cold outside, Mr. Bennet might brave the narrow confines with the rest of the family. With Mr. Collins among them, Mr. Bennet felt he had no choice but to ride on the box with the driver and Mr. Collins, though under normal circumstances he might have chosen that regardless. The murmur of the men's conversation accompanied them, though no words were discernible. About halfway to Longbourn, just before the carriage arrived in Meryton to turn north again, a sharp comment from Mr. Bennet silenced Mr. Collins, telling Elizabeth the parson had not yet exhausted his objections. In the gloom, Elizabeth exchanged a glance with Jane, suspecting her sister was looking back at her with consternation. The surprise came when the carriage stopped before Longbourn, and the family entered their home. It was customary for Mr. Bennet to make for his library after a neighborhood function, though that night the hour of their return was later than usual, and while away a few hours with his beloved books, restoring his equilibrium. On that occasion, however, he handed his daughters from the carriage, then offered his arm to Elizabeth, who accepted with no little bemusement, and escorted her into the house. "It is late, girls, and time to retire, I think." "That is no hardship for me," said Lydia, stifling a yawn. "My feet are ready to fall off, I am so tired." Mr. Bennet nodded, then turned his next comment to Elizabeth. "Lizzie, tonight you will sleep in Jane's room." As her father's meaning was clear, Elizabeth did not hesitate, though she noted the dark look that adorned Mr. Collins' face. "I must retrieve a few items from my room, Papa, but I shall join Jane directly." That was not the only precaution her father arranged, however. As she had promised, she gathered her effects, including a nightgown and robe, and exited her room to go to Jane's, where the sisters would assist each other from their evening finery. When she stepped back into the hall, she witnessed John, their wiry footman, taking a position near Jane's door, a cot ready there for his use. As her father was there, Elizabeth regarded him, a question in her look. "Perhaps it is unnecessary, my dear," said Mr. Bennet, "yet I will take no chances. John will be very well on the cot. Mr. Collins will not get past him." "I shall throw him from the house if he attempts it," promised John, a vague sense of menace in his tone. Elizabeth could not be certain if John was annoyed with his accommodations for the night, or determined to thwart any devilry the parson might contemplate. She settled for thanking him and entering the room, grateful that her father was acting on her behalf. That was when Mr. Collins discovered the arrangements for the night. "What is this?" demanded the parson. Elizabeth closed the door behind her, but she could still hear their argument in the hall. "Nothing with which you should concern yourself, cousin." "Do you suppose I am a brute, Mr. Bennet?" The parson's question sounded like the whine of a dog. "It is because I do not know how far you mean to carry your objections that I am taking this step. With John's presence, there will be no temptation to misbehave. You may send him back to his quarters, for I shall do nothing. Collins, I am the master of the house, and will instruct the servants as I see fit. John will stay here and ensure my daughter's safety. Please return to your room and prepare yourself for an early departure. The coach from Meryton's Inn leaves at 8:30. You will be on it, or you will stay at the inn until the next coach departs." A silence ensued, which Elizabeth imagined was Mr. Collins attempting to measure Mr. Bennet's resolve. He might not have bothered, for Mr. Bennet was determined, such that even a man such as Mr. Collins could not misunderstand. "I am highly insulted that you think me capable of entering your daughter's room, cousin, yet I am unmoved. If you did not behave in such a way to make me wary, I would not have suspected you of depravity." Mr. Collins' sniff of disdain was discernible from behind Jane's closed door. "Very well. Remember, Mr. Bennet, that I shall not have your family polluting my home when I inherit. I mean to abide by that promise. Make certain they are not here when I come, or I shall have them arrested as trespassers." "You will do what you must," replied Mr. Bennet. Elizabeth could hear the hard edge of his tone from her present position. "As I will have both Bingley and Darcy as sons-in-law before long, I shall fear nothing you can do. Longbourn will be vacant when you arrive on that day, so you do not need to concern yourself. We shall see about that." The tread of heavy footsteps preceded the slamming of a door thereafter, and Elizabeth breathed a sigh of relief. The sooner Mr. Collins retreated and left them alone, the happier she would be. "Come, Elizabeth," beckoned Jane, "let us divest ourselves of these gowns, for I am ready to retire." "Thank you, Jane," said Elizabeth.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. For everything. "Nonsense, Lizzie," replied Jane. "We have slept in the same bed many times. If you consider it, neither of us has any notion of how many more times we can do this before life takes us in other directions." "True," said Elizabeth, not having thought of it. Within a few moments, the sisters, clad in their nightgowns, snuggled under Jane's counterpane. Elizabeth did not think it was more than a few minutes before she slipped into restful slumber and dreams of Mr. Darcy. Chapter 22. Bennet was not a man who could sleep until all hours of the morning. The first to confess to being a negligent manager of the estate, even this languor did not allow him such sloth, for he was almost always awake soon after the sun, no matter how late the previous evening. As such, it was no trouble at all to ensure that Collins arose at the designated time, both to allow him to reach Meryton before the mail coach departed, but also to ensure he could partake of breakfast before he left. This consideration did not appease his cousin's affront, nothing less than Lizzie's sworn statement that she would not receive Mr. Darcy would do that. Fortunately, Collins also was not a sluggard, as he arose early that morning with a clear intention to press his case and convince Bennet once again to his point of view. In this he was destined to disappointment, for Bennet had no intention of listening to his blathering. Bennet had never been more eager to dispense with an unwanted houseguest, his initial intention to take his amusement where he could notwithstanding. Of some delights, a little went a long way. "I cannot understand the reason for your mulishness," complained Mr. Collins. "Do you have no regard for the proper order of society, the wishes of those who are your superiors? Will you put long-standing agreements of such people to the side with so little consideration?" Bennet thought Collins' veneration of his patroness was unwarranted, for he was certain the lady was only insolent, dictatorial, and meddling. To say as much to a man so convinced of her infallibility was to invite loud argument, so he held his tongue on that score. "You are mistaken, Collins, for I do nothing but support my daughter's right to accept the man of her choice. There are lessons in this that you had best learn. Elizabeth has not thrown herself at Mr. Darcy, and it is the man's prerogative to approach the woman. You moan about Elizabeth's impropriety, but perhaps you would do well to reflect on Mr. Darcy's ardor and not ascribe such immoral behavior to her. "Regardless," said Bennet, speaking over the parson's further protestations, "I do not mean to allow you to importune Elizabeth again. You will depart my house on the 8:30 coach. I mean to see you arrive in Meryton before it leaves. I will not accept the upheaval your coming has wrought on my house for an instant longer than I must. Your treatment of me is appalling," raved Mr. Collins. "Are you not a gentleman?" "I am a gentleman, sir. That is why I have given orders for breakfast to be served before you depart. If you think to brand me a ruffian, I would have you look in the mirror and recall your behavior toward my daughter. We have had enough of your pronouncements and will no longer tolerate your misbehavior. It is past time for you to break your fast and take your leave. It is clear you do not deserve the position you hold." Mr. Collins looked down his nose at Bennet, as haughty as any duke. "My father was correct all these years. I should have listened to him." "You will be on that coach this morning, Collins," said Bennet, determined not to exchange any further words with him. "Whether you depart my house sated or endure the gnawing pangs of hunger is your choice." Given Collins' ample midsection, Bennet was not at all surprised that he chose the former. Little though he wished to continue in the parson's company, Bennet did not mean to allow him to slip his leash. John still guarded Jane's door, so there was little chance of him importuning Elizabeth again, but Bennet did not know what Collins might do if he was not watched. Thus he braved all the man's displeasure, his pronouncements of evil, and his predictions of dire calamities, even as he consumed his breakfast, eating enough to feed 2 grown men. Collins was not a wicked man, Bennet reflected as he sipped his tea, determined to wait until his family rose to break his fast. Bennet suspected the position he held suited him, though whether he would fare so well when confronted by the management of an estate was an open question. Open or not, Bennet thought he knew the answer, had cause to fear for the estate for which he had never cared to take action to improve. Suited though he expected Collins was for the role of a parson, Bennet knew he could never fill the position as he ought, for every decision, every action taken must receive Lady Catherine's approval before implementation. That was his fatal error. There was little enough chance to induce him to alter his perception. As he listened to Collins continue to speak of his patroness's wishes without ceasing even to chew his food, Bennet resolved to attempt it. Perhaps it would provoke him to quit the house and leave them in peace earlier, for Bennet dared not suppose Collins would listen and act on his advice. "Collins," said Bennet, interrupting the man mid-rant. The parson regarded him with reproach, not recognizing Bennet's only recourse was to interrupt his indefatigable ability to complain. When the parson swallowed, Bennet seized the opportunity to have his say. "Given what has happened this morning, I feel it incumbent upon me to offer you a little unsolicited advice." Collins glared at him. "I am not certain I wish to receive advice from you. That is unfortunate, for I shall offer it regardless." The deepening of Collins' glare did not precede further denunciation, so Bennet took this as enough encouragement to continue. "The problem you appear to have is in your approach to your patroness, and in that matter I must advise you to reconsider." "What do you mean?" "Only that you seem to believe her akin to deity, an authority higher than even the scriptural accounts you preach from the pulpit every Sunday." "Lady Catherine does not presume such a position," defended Collins. "Nor did I say that," agreed Bennet. "I spoke only of your perception of her. Please allow me to counsel you against that, for she is but a woman, and does not possess the omnipotence of a goddess. Every man must stand on his feet at some point and think for themselves. If you do not assert your independence, you will forever be tied to her whims, beholden to her for everything you do. That is no way for any man to go through life." "You know nothing of Lady Catherine," sniffed Collins with disdain. "She is so wise, her advice so perfect, that any man would be a fool if they disregarded it. I am not such a fool." The man was as foolish as any Bennet had ever met, and that was saying something. There was little reason to belabor the point, however, so Bennet tried another tack. "You are, of course, at liberty to discount my advice.
Then I suggest you refrain from angering Colonel Fitzwilliam, and especially Mr. Darcy. Neither are men to allow anything untoward. Remember, Collins, that your patroness has remained at her home for many years, while Mr. Darcy is a man of society, possessing significant influence. It would not be wise to provoke him. Relate Mr. Darcy's interest in my daughter to your patroness, but I counsel you in the strongest manner possible to disengage yourself from this dispute. You do not take the Earl into account, said Collins, satisfaction radiating from his smug smile. Lady Catherine's brother will support his sister in this. Then where will your improper family be? Colonel Fitzwilliam and Mr. Darcy seemed certain that he will not. Collins waved Bennet's comment away as if assaulted by some foul odor. You know nothing of such grand people, cousin.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. I have much more experience. The experience you possess is with one meddling woman. I have associated with nobility, Collins. While I cannot say what the Earl will do, knowing nothing of him, Mr. Darcy and Colonel Fitzwilliam judge otherwise, and I suspect their estimations are closer to the truth. Darcy is his own man, and is beholden to no one, not Lady Catherine, nor even the Earl. Do you put no weight in the ties of family? Demanded Collins. Of course I do. But Darcy gave no sign that any such disapproval will sway him. You are wrong, Mr. Bennet. The man's denunciation was akin to a child's petulant determination to have his way. As he had suspected, Collins listened to nothing he said, leaving Bennet content with his attempt. If Collins pushed too hard and drew Darcy's retaliation, or even that of the Earl, it was none of Bennet's concern. The wish to see him retreat from the house motivated Bennet to cut the conversation short. Perhaps I am incorrect. Time will tell. At present, the time for your withdrawal from my house approaches, so I suggest you eat your fill as you will depart in 15 minutes. This did not halt Collins' complaints, of course, but Bennet was determined. When Collins pushed his chair away from the table, Bennet escorted him up the stairs, where he gathered his effects for the return journey to Kent. John left Jane's door to carry his trunks to the vestibule, and Bennet ensured Collins did not lose hold of his reason and do something reprehensible. Fortunately, he did not attempt any such depravity, allowing Bennet to escort him down the stairs after John preceded them, and from thence to the carriage Bennet had ordered ready to transport him to Meryton. "I take no leave of you, Mr. Bennet," spat Collins as he stood before the carriage. "You and your family deserve no such attention. My lady patroness will be most displeased. Do not expect that she will not act to put you and your family in your place." "She may do as she likes," replied Bennet. "As we have done nothing wrong, the Bennets will not cower before her." Collins glared and then turned and entered the carriage, refusing to look at Bennet again as the carriage rumbled down the drive toward the road beyond. Bennet heaved a sigh of relief. Collins was gone, and with any luck, they would not see him again. The matter resolved, Bennet turned to enter the house. His book-room called to him, and he was eager to reach its comfortable confines where he could rest. Elizabeth was not unaware of what was happening. Mr. Collins' angry denunciations, contrasted with his whining pleas, were audible throughout the house, so much so that Elizabeth doubted anyone in the family remained unaware of his displeasure, even Lydia, who was notorious for being a sound sleeper. Her younger sisters would pull their pillows over their heads to drown out the cause of their interrupted sleep and complain about his carelessness, but Elizabeth did nothing more than lie awake listening to him. Mr. Collins' banishment from Longbourn back to Kent would inform Lady Catherine of the danger to her designs, which would result in her descending on Longbourn like an avenging angel. This was obvious by nothing more than Mr. Collins' testimony, to say nothing of Mr. Darcy's expectation. There was little enough reason to concern herself, for Elizabeth would not wilt before her displeasure, nor did she think Mr. Darcy would allow his aunt to act with impunity. Whatever Lady Catherine expected,
She would find no coward in Elizabeth Bennet. Soon, Mr. Collins's heavy tread on the stairs told Elizabeth that he had finished breaking his fast, though his complaints did not cease. Only when he returned below stairs and the sound of the carriage retreating from Longbourn reached her ears did she allow herself to relax. Given the late hour of the family's return the previous evening, one might think her eager to return to slumber. But Elizabeth was now wide awake and judged it unlikely she could find rest again. She might have risen to find solace in a walk about the grounds if it was too cold to range further, when Jane's voice interrupted her contemplation. "I hope you will forgive me, Lizzie, if I express my relief that Mr. Collins has departed. There is nothing to forgive, for I too am pleased." Elizabeth turned over in bed to look at her sister. "It seems our esteemed cousin tried even your prodigious patience, dear sister. Had he kept his opinions to himself, I might have overlooked his oddities, but I cannot forgive his denunciation of my dearest sister." Elizabeth offered a quiet laugh. "Yes, I know of your protective instinct toward me. The only circumstance that can rouse it is when you sense some danger to my good humor, though I will note it was absent when Mr. Darcy insulted me at the assembly." While she intended a jest, the sudden curiosity to know what Jane would say in defense of herself prompted her to look at her sister with interest. Jane did not disappoint. "Perhaps I may claim the greatness of mind to suppose that Mr. Darcy was not so bad as he portrayed himself. I recall you speaking of Mr. Darcy's supposed goodness, though I did not agree with your assessment then. And what is your opinion now?" Elizabeth sighed at her sister's question, though she knew Jane had posed it half in jest. "Now, I believe Mr. Darcy is the best man of my acquaintance, and possibly the man most suited to me." "I am happy to hear it, Lizzie. If you had not recognized his qualities, I might have wondered if you had become blind." A vestige of the gentleman's early behavior and the offense it had caused took hold of Elizabeth, though not with the force it might have possessed only 10 days before. "He did not behave well when he first came, Jane. Based on his early conduct, I could have little else on which to base my opinion of him." "I know, Lizzie, yet you tend to judge harshly without taking much thought for extenuating circumstances, and you are slow to change your mind." "That is not a flattering picture of me at all," cried Elizabeth. "No one can claim perfection, Lizzie. You are no less prone to error than anyone else of my acquaintance." "By these accounts, my faults must be heavy, indeed." Reaching out to touch her cheek with affection, Jane said, "You are my dearest sister, and the one I love most in the world. Perhaps you have learned something of a lesson in this situation with Mr. Darcy." "Yes, I must suppose that I have." "You need have no fear, Jane, for I shall offer the gentleman every opportunity to further prove himself. My earlier words were not idle. I am quickly learning that Mr. Darcy is the best man of my acquaintance. Whether he will continue to improve himself and seek to take our connection further, I cannot say." At once Elizabeth paused, the sudden remembrance of Mr. Darcy's promise to her the previous evening returning to her mind. The gentleman was honest and determined, so if he asserted his regard and his intention to pursue her, there was no choice but to accept his assurances as the absolute truth. Thus, there was no more room for interpretation. Mr. Darcy would continue to call on her, court her, and, if she agreed to his proposal, marry her. Though he had spoken of patience, Elizabeth did not think he possessed much of that quality at all. "What is it, Lizzie?" asked Jane. Embarrassment came over Elizabeth, the evidence of which she suspected Jane could see on her cheeks. "Only that I remembered what Mr. Darcy said before we left last night. And as I count him an honest man, I must suppose there is no longer any question of whether he means to take our connection further." "Oh?" pressed Jane. That one word filled with an abundance of meaning. "What did he say?" Though aware that this account made Elizabeth's previous comments on the subject sound absurd, she related what Mr. Darcy had said during those few precious moments before the Bennets had departed from Netherfield.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio, Jane listened, and in time, an angelic smile,
though perhaps not so beatific as it contained a measure of self-satisfaction, came over her features. There, I knew Mr. Darcy could not be a gentleman lacking discernment, and for seeing your worth, I must account him the shrewdest man of my acquaintance. "We shall see what happens," said Elizabeth, not knowing what else she might say. Jane eyed her for a long moment before speaking again. "As you suggested, Lizzie, the gentleman is not one to make idle promises. What he says, we must conclude, comes straight from his heart. As we have always known he is a man of confidence and determination, there is little doubt he will declare himself to you when he feels you are ready to hear him, and not a moment before or after. Furthermore," continued Jane, and this time she regarded Elizabeth, her manner more forceful than was her wont, "I will ask you to recall that Mr. Bingley, who you claim is in love with me, has given me no such sign of his intentions." "It is only a matter of time, Jane," said Elizabeth. "Perhaps it is, yet he has not yet done so, though his attentions to me are of much longer duration. Mr. Bingley is an excellent man, one of whom I have the highest opinion. Yet one cannot misunderstand the differences between the two men. Mr. Bingley does not possess the fortitude of Mr. Darcy, though he has many fine qualities. Had I half so much evidence of Mr. Bingley's purpose, I should be very well pleased. I am certain he will come to the point, Jane. His behavior last night left no other interpretation." Jane nodded, but did not give an inch. "Finally, Lizzie, I wish to say that if Mr. Darcy's obvious ardor does not move you, then my sister is a fool. As I well know that Lizzie Bennet is no one's fool, I must assume that you will not remain indifferent to him." Elizabeth shook her head. "No, Jane, I shall not act to deny myself any regard for him. It is yet too early to speak of proposals and marriage, and Mr. Darcy acknowledged this himself. But I will give the gentleman every opportunity to prove himself and to induce me to fall as much in love with him as he is with me." "Excellent," said Jane. She reached over and bussed Elizabeth's cheek. "You shall be a fortunate woman indeed." Pleased though she was by her sister's obvious affection, Jane's utter confidence in the outcome of Mr. Darcy's attentions both thrilled and alarmed Elizabeth. It was all so new, so sudden, that she hardly understood what to make of it, let alone whether she should receive him with open arms or flee for the Continent. When Mr. Darcy was before her, there was no question, for his presence and behavior toward her rendered all questions moot, and soothed her heart in a way that was not possible when separated, and thoughts and doubts plagued her. It was not likely Mr. Darcy would visit that day, as the day after a late ball did not see many visits in the neighborhood. The hours would proceed as if trapped in molasses until she could see him again the following day. It was not in Elizabeth's nature to remain abed long once she woke, and that day was no different. With the retreat of Mr. Collins, she reveled in the freedom from the man's pronouncements and inept efforts to woo her, allowing her to go to her room and dress and refresh herself, and descend the stairs without being waylaid by a parson intent upon pressing his suit. Kitty and Lydia were both bleary-eyed, and would no doubt seek their beds when they had eaten, but the most surprising was Mrs. Bennet, who lost no time in speaking. "Lizzie," said she, twisting her napkin in her hands into knots, "I believe I should apologize for Mr. Collins." Surprised as she was by her mother's singular apology, Elizabeth had not known her mother to acknowledge fault. She could not respond at once. This seemed to make her mother even more nervous. The poor napkin in her hands suffered for it. "It seems my first instinct was correct, for Mr. Collins is as odious a man as I have ever met." The admission provoked exasperation from her mother, a return to the woman she knew. "I never wished to welcome him into our home, for I knew he could not be an agreeable man. When he came, however, I could not but recognize he had a singular purpose in mind. You girls must marry to ensure your future support, and marrying the man who is to inherit our home seemed the solution to all our problems." Elizabeth found her tongue. So you promised that I would accept his overtures? Nothing so significant as that, I assure you. Mrs. Bennet appeared shocked at the very notion. All I told him was that you had no prior attachments so far as I was aware. He favored Jane at first, but Mr. Bingley had the previous claim. It was not so bad as Elizabeth had thought, though she did not appreciate her mother's high-handed attempts to ensure her manic desire for her daughter's marriages came to pass. A glance at her father revealed his amusement. In all honesty, her mother was not incorrect. Elizabeth did not misunderstand the hardship that awaited them all if her father's untimely passing left them unprotected. Yet she took no thought for her daughter's wishes and pushed them toward any man she considered acceptable, and her definition was broad indeed, all with no thought toward temper or suitability. Had I known of Mr. Darcy's interest in you, Mrs. Bennet paused and fixed Elizabeth with a harsh look, I never would have suggested you to Mr. Collins as a potential bride. Elizabeth sighed, knowing this was the best she would receive from her mother. I apologize, Mamma, but this business with Mr. Darcy was so sudden that it surprised me. That is no longer true, pressed her mother. Perhaps it is not, yet I will not count on it as a fait accompli. While Mrs. Bennet might have protested in other circumstances, she appeared to catch Mr. Bennet's eye and desisted. Then I suppose we must wait until the gentleman makes his move. It is unfortunate that matters evolved as they did, for I might have directed Mr. Collins toward Mary had all been clear. What Mary thought on the subject she did not bother to hide, for she glared at her mother. Not that Mrs. Bennet noticed. Mary was no more enamored with the parson than Elizabeth was herself, yet there was little reason to belabor the point. I doubt that would have been possible. Even if Mr. Collins had allowed you to lead him, the news of Mr. Darcy's interest in me would still have provoked his displeasure. I doubt any affection he had toward Mary would have survived the requirement to defend what he perceived as Lady Catherine's interests. Mrs. Bennet sniffed with utter disdain. Yes, I suppose you must be correct. He is a silly man, always tied to the apron strings of his patroness. Now that we have confirmation of this, I would not have any of you married to such a man, though he will inherit this estate. Better to introduce your sisters to eligible gentlemen when you marry Mr. Darcy, for I am certain he has many like-minded friends. Introductions may be possible, said Elizabeth, unwilling to commit to anything. It is best, however, to allow my sisters to find their paths in life. What do you mean? Asked Mrs. Bennet, in a voice laden with suspicion. Only that they are more likely to act to secure their future when they choose what it will be. People dislike being directed, Mamma. What do you suppose might have happened if Mr. Collins had lost the use of his reason and proposed to me? That assumes my cousin possesses a measure of reason, quipped her father. Mrs. Bennet ignored him and regarded Elizabeth, an inkling of what she meant penetrating her consciousness, though not enough for it to take root. It was nigh impossible to induce Mrs. Bennet to change her opinion, especially when it was one she had cherished all her life, recent events notwithstanding. In the end, she came to the correct conclusion, but for the wrong reason. I suppose you would have rejected him, and that would have been the correct choice.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio, there is no question of accepting a lout like Mr. Collins when you could have a prominent man such as Mr. Darcy. The grin Mr. Bennet gave to Elizabeth that her attempt to help Mrs. Bennet see sense had entertained him. There was little enough reason to correct her mother's perception and every reason to stay silent. There was even less point in telling her mother she had not yet decided in Mr. Darcy's favor for the same reason, and also because she suspected Jane's assertions that morning were nothing less than the truth. Thus, Elizabeth only nodded to her mother's comment and returned her attention to her breakfast. When they had broken their fast, the Bennet family separated to their various activities, most of which would involve napping to recover from the previous evening's exertions. For Elizabeth, this meant a return to the familiar and comforting confines of her room, to while away the afternoon with books, thoughts of Mr. Darcy and what the future might hold,
and dreams of the same when she lay down for a nap. Chapter 23. As Elizabeth had expected, Mr. Darcy did not come to Longbourn the day after the ball. Another prescient prediction came true, however, when Kitty sighted the gentleman approaching Longbourn the following morning in a large carriage. What was less expected, however, was that the gentleman's only companion was his sister. Mrs. Bennet depended on Mr. Bingley accompanying his friend, yet there was no sign of him when Mrs. Hill led the Darcys in to greet the family. Mr. Bingley's absence, however shocking to the residents of Longbourn, was not the surprise it might have been to the two eldest daughters had they not received a letter from Miss Bingley earlier that morning. It was only by fortunate happenstance that Jane had received the letter out of the sight of Mrs. Bennet, preventing her loud lamentations. "It is from Caroline Bingley," said Jane when Elizabeth inquired. "In it, she states the entire party is to leave for London and not return." The news was a surprise to Elizabeth, though she divined the reason for Miss Bingley to send such a letter at once. "That is curious, for Mr. Darcy made his intentions known to me in language I could not misunderstand." Jane's brow furrowed, trying to understand this apparent contradiction. "Mr. Bingley did inform me of his need to go to town. Could something have arisen to render his return unlikely? Or perhaps the ladies do not wish to stay in the country? I cannot imagine Mr. Bingley's situation will keep Mr. Darcy away." Ignoring the mention of Mr. Darcy, Elizabeth focused on Mr. Bingley. "It is possible, I suppose, though even urgent business would not keep him away forever. Miss Bingley said that Mr. Bingley would not return." "The entire party?" said Jane, frowning when she said it. Certain she understood, Elizabeth turned her attention to setting Jane's mind at ease. "Mr. Darcy would not forswear himself, so for Mr. Darcy's part, I do not believe all is as she suggests. As for Mr. Bingley's supposed determination to remain away, given his promise to you, I suspect Miss Bingley is mistaken." "What do you mean?" "Jane, just as something in Mr. Darcy led you to believe he was a better man than he showed, I suspect Miss Bingley is not the friend that you wish. She has always made her disdain for our family, her sense of superiority, and her wish to prevent her brother from increasing his intimacy with you clear in word and deed." "I am not certain that I can credit your words, Lizzie. What purpose would Miss Bingley have in claiming Mr. Bingley will go away and not return if he has no such intention?" Elizabeth shrugged. "In truth, I cannot claim I understand the workings of that woman's mind. Perhaps she is confident that she can prevent his return once they arrive in town, or perhaps she seeks to create some doubt in his mind about your affections. Miss Bingley wrote of her certainty that Mr. Bingley would have no desire to leave town once the benefits of being there came to his attention." "There!" exclaimed Elizabeth. "Then she means to persuade him against returning once she has him in London. Do you suppose that Miss Bingley is so false a friend?" The plaintive note in Jane's voice was heartbreaking. Elizabeth recognized that the only reason Jane was listening instead of proclaiming it was all a misunderstanding was the recent proof of her assertions about Mr. Darcy. If Jane was correct about the gentleman, might Elizabeth not be correct concerning his friend's sister? "I shall not go so far as to call her false," said Elizabeth, resolving to take great care in this situation. "Miss Bingley has always displayed a certain measure of fondness for you. I do not believe this extends to allowing her cherished dreams of advancement in society to fade away enough to stand aside while her brother marries you." "Yet I am the daughter of a gentleman," said Jane, still trying to understand. "You are," agreed Elizabeth. "The Bennets have no presence in London, and you will not help his advancement there. Mr. Bingley is, after all, the son of a tradesman. Miss Bingley wishes to marry Mr. Darcy, and I suspect she hopes for a similar match in her brother's future." "If she does," said Jane, her good humor restored, "then she is fooling herself. Mr. Darcy has not shown her a fraction of the deference he shows you." "Perhaps she also hopes to persuade Mr. Darcy to withdraw." Jane shook her head. "That is even more foolish." "Thank you for reassuring me, Lizzie. I shall hold to my hope that Mr. Bingley will return as he promised. Now faced with Mr. Darcy's company and Mr. Bingley's absence, their conversation helped Jane to contain her disappointment and concern. Mrs. Bennet, however, had no such comfort, as her eldest daughters had not seen fit to share the contents of the letter with her. "Mr. Darcy," said Mrs. Bennet, rousing herself to welcome the man who had been detestable to her only a few days before. "Welcome to Longbourn. I hope your friends were well when you departed." Such a query carried the veneer of politeness for which society was renowned, but it still amused Elizabeth, who had expected her mother to ask after the reason for Mr. Bingley's absence. Mr. Darcy understood as well, for his glance at Elizabeth was full of meaning. Georgiana, who stood close to Elizabeth, also offered her a grin, along with a sense of anticipation for what was to come. "Thank you, Mrs. Bennet," said he. "I believe my friends are well, but I should offer something of an explanation, for they were not at Netherfield when I departed." Such a statement could not help but fan the flames of Mrs. Bennet's apprehension, but she nodded and offered a credible invitation to sit, calling for tea. Mr. Darcy recognized her tight grip on her composure and did not hesitate to explain. "Bingley has long spoken of a need to go to town to deal with some business that has arisen. Before the ball, he informed me of his decision to go after he completed his duty to his friends in the neighborhood. As planned, he departed this morning. On Tuesday," offered Jane, "he informed me of this need himself. I expect him to return in 4 or 5 days." This seemed to mollify Mrs. Bennet, at least until she considered what else Mr. Darcy had said when he entered the room. Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley accompanied their brother? "They did," agreed Mr. Darcy. "It was not Bingley's intention to travel with them, but his sisters declared their desire to remove to town with their brother and would not be moved. That is unfortunate. Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bennet are popular in the neighborhood. I hope they will return with their brother." Mr. Darcy appeared quite relaxed as he spoke with Mrs. Bennet. "It is impossible to say. Bingley's sisters are most comfortable when they are in town, so they may choose the delights awaiting them over the tranquility of the country. As for Bingley, he promised most earnestly to return, as he assured Miss Bennet, Mr.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. Darcy nodded at Jane and charged me with carrying his felicitations to you all. Whether his sisters will reconsider, only time will tell." Mrs. Bennet nodded. "Then we shall hope for their safe return. Longbourn has also seen our numbers diminish, for Mr. Collins departed for Kent yesterday morning." "Did he?" asked Mr. Darcy. The gentleman's eyes found Mr. Bennet, who sat smirking near his wife, and an understanding passed between them. Mr. Darcy, of course, knew of Mr. Collins' actions at the ball, and Elizabeth suspected something more, as she had noted Colonel Fitzwilliam in proximity to Mr. Collins as they were preparing to depart, his attitude of instruction or command clear in his posture. It was the reason her father had taken such care to protect Elizabeth from Mr. Collins after their return from the ball. "He did," sniffed Mrs. Bennet with disdain. "For my part, I cannot regret his going, for he is as odious a man as I have ever met, notwithstanding his connection to your excellent aunt." "Trust me, Mrs. Bennet," replied Mr. Darcy, laughter in his tone. "His connection to my aunt does not do him any credit in my eyes." Mr. Bennet snorted at this comment, but Mrs. Bennet did not appear to understand. For a wonder, she had the presence of mind to avoid commenting further on the subject, though her curiosity was unmistakable. Thereafter, Mrs. Bennet ceded Mr. Darcy's attention to Elizabeth, as she might have expected, for with Mr. Bingley's absence, the need for Elizabeth to capture Mr. Darcy was even more pressing in her mind. The conversation the previous morning about allowing her daughters to choose their way in life held Mrs. Bennet from any of the more mortifying actions she might have taken to throw Elizabeth together with Mr. Darcy, much to her relief. That Mr. Darcy appeared to require no invitation to turn his attention to Elizabeth helped assure her mother's good conduct. Georgiana, sensing an important communication between them, took herself to Mary's side to converse with her.
"Tell me, Mr. Darcy," said Elizabeth when she had the man's full attention, "what happened to result in Miss Bingley quitting Netherfield?" By this time, her father had retreated from the sitting room. Mrs. Bennet left to speak to Mrs. Hill, and Elizabeth's sisters were all involved in their preferred activities, allowing them the ability to speak uninterrupted. "I doubt you need me to clarify, Miss Bennet, for I am certain you can deduce it for yourself." Elizabeth regarded the gentleman. "Miss Bingley sent my sister a letter, claiming you had all departed forever." "Your directness is rather charming, Miss Elizabeth." Mr. Darcy's smile was brimming with complacence. "Might I assume it was a calculated means of crushing all hope Miss Bingley might have had of Bingley's return?" "It appears you know her well, Mr. Darcy." The gentleman chuckled. "Too well by half, Miss Elizabeth, and far better than I might wish." Bingley did not know his sister intended to act, but he worried she had said something to Miss Bennet the night of the ball. Bingley's initial plan was to go himself, but Miss Bingley demanded we all return. I shall not bore you with the contents of her pleas. I am certain you can guess them yourself. Without a doubt. When I denied all intention of returning to town, she turned solicitous and regretful, informing me that since the family was to leave and not return, I had no choice. She furthermore condoled with me, saying I would recover from my disappointment well enough, all with the most insincere solicitude. Elizabeth caught the mirth of his account. "No doubt she would assist in your recuperation." "Now I must say that you know her well," laughed the gentleman. "She is not difficult to understand, Mr. Darcy." "No, I suppose she is not." Bingley and I spoke together, and determined that Georgiana and I would stay at Netherfield and wait for his return, while Bingley would go to London with his family. "That must not have pleased Miss Bingley," observed Elizabeth. "With you remaining here at Mr. Bingley's estate, his return is all but assured." "As we planned," said a smug Mr. Darcy. "It did not please Miss Bingley, but it pleased her even less this morning. Bingley and I had forgotten to inform her of our decision." Elizabeth joined the gentleman in the expression of mirth. "Do you suppose she will come back to Netherfield now her brother is certain to return?" "I cannot say, Miss Elizabeth. Bingley is determined to leave her there, but he is not of a forceful disposition. Miss Bingley will not wish to leave her brother to his own devices in Meryton, where he is in grave danger of making a monumental mistake, and that ignores the other concern that is hers alone." If it was not so very pathetic, Elizabeth might have allowed further jollity to dictate her response. As it was, Miss Bingley was as reprehensible a creature as the Bennets' erstwhile house-guest, and her absence was just as welcome. "Then I shall hope for Mr. Bingley's success. Now that I understand the details, I can dispense with the subject in favor of others more palatable." "I thought you would never ask, Miss Elizabeth." The Darcys had been at Longbourn for an hour complete before Mrs. Bennet noted the time and regarded him with some confusion. The matron said nothing in response to this breach of etiquette, and Darcy ignored it. There was a specific reason for Darcy to remain there that day, and when that reason became apparent, he expected Mrs. Bennet would appreciate his presence. Perhaps 15 more minutes passed before she recalled that they were alone at Netherfield Park. "Mr. Darcy," said she, interrupting his conversation with Miss Elizabeth, "as I recall, your friends have departed for London." "They have, Mrs. Bennet," agreed Darcy. "Then you and your sister must join us for dinner. There is no need to put Mr. Bingley's staff out when we may easily accommodate you." "Thank you, Mrs. Bennet. We are happy to accept." Mrs. Bennet nodded, pleased with his calm acceptance, and rose to speak with the housekeeper. Miss Elizabeth was not so easily distracted as her mother. "Unless I am mistaken, I believe you hoped that my mother would invite you for dinner. Given my confession of love for you, can you blame me for wishing to extend my time in your company?" Narrowed eyes met his statement, proving that she was as bright and observant a woman as he had ever met. "No, that is no shock. You will forgive me if I suspect you have other reasons for wishing to stay." Darcy chuckled. "It appears impossible to keep my secrets, Miss Elizabeth, which leads me to wonder how I shall manage when I wish to surprise you." "Of course, you are correct. Let us say that today, 2 days after my friend's ball, will be of some significance. Or so I suppose. Miss Bennet verified her acuity again by agreeing. Within the next hour or two. Less than half an hour later, the sound of hard wheels on gravel reached the ears of the party. In a ritual that Darcy suspected had played out more times than he could count, Miss Kitty, the nearest to the window, rose and pulled the curtains aside. "It is a large chaise and four, Mamma," said she. "A tall, fine lady has stepped out." Mrs. Bennet recalled who might have an interest in visiting, given how many the silly parson had stated it, according to Miss Elizabeth, before his abrupt departure the previous morning. Miss Elizabeth turned an arched brow on Darcy, betraying no trepidation, and he nodded, confirming her suspicions. Georgiana did not appear sanguine, but she nodded when she saw Darcy's regard, stiffening her spine. When a loud and demanding voice rose in the vestibule, Darcy exchanged a glance with Mr. Bennet, who had returned some 10 moments before, showing impeccable timing, noting the man's anticipation of the absurdities about to unfold. "Lady Catherine de Bourgh," announced the harried housekeeper as she scurried into the room ahead of the determined woman. Lady Catherine did not allow anyone to so much as reach their feet before she spoke.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio, where is she? Where is this Miss Elizabeth Bennet of whom I have heard? Aunt, said Darcy. The lady jumped as if she had seen a ghost, her eyes wide at the sight of Darcy standing before her amid the family she came to abuse. Only a moment later, he received a narrowed expression of anger, one that might have cowed anyone who was not as familiar with her as Darcy. That she also noted Georgiana's presence, he could see, though she ignored her niece in favor of Darcy, who must be the greater problem in her view. "Darcy!" exclaimed she, "what do you do here? Georgiana and I are visiting the Bennets, Aunt. We are to stay for supper. The more pressing question is, what do you do here?" "Do not protest ignorance, Darcy," blustered Lady Catherine, off balance after having had the carpet pulled from beneath her feet. "Your connection with the de Bourghs, your own conscience must inform you of the reason for my journey hither." "Ah, yes, that tired bit of nonsense about Anne and me. I suppose your jackanapes of a parson plied you with tales of how Miss Elizabeth has taken me in with her arts and allurements." "That is enough, Darcy," spat Lady Catherine. "This family has made you forget what you owe to your own family." "Nothing could be further from the truth, Aunt. The dissonance between us is a matter of my disagreement with what comprises my duty to the family. I suppose this is the young woman of whom my parson spoke." Lady Catherine looked down her nose at Miss Elizabeth, her sneer clear for them all to see. "I am disappointed in you, Darcy, for if you lost your reason to a woman, I expected you would do so with a woman far more appealing and possessing a greater right to the Pemberley legacy by her position in society. Well, what have you to say for yourself, girl?" "I beg your pardon, madam," said Miss Elizabeth. No timid miss was she, but not only do I not possess the benefit of an introduction, I also do not know what misbehavior Mr. Collins has laid at my door. Lady Catherine's eyes burned icy fire. "I can see the truth of Mr. Collins' charges of you. He said you were impertinent and rude, that you had set your sights higher than you ought. You should have accepted my parson, for you will fail in your design to entrap Darcy, and no other man will look twice at you." "If I am so misfortunate as to be cursed with no one other than Mr. Collins as a suitor," rejoined she, "then I must prefer life as a spinster. Such a life is better than being demeaned at every turn by a fool." "No, Lady Catherine," said Darcy, when he saw her gathering herself for an impressive outburst, "I shall not allow you to abuse this family, least of all Miss Elizabeth. You have judged ill, for descending on the house of those with whom you do not even claim an acquaintance, spitting fire and vengeance, is not the act of one who claims to be among the leading lights of society. Your quarrel is with me and none other, and I invite you to take this conversation out to the drive if you mean to have it." "I shall have my say," exclaimed the lady, "as you always insist. I have said that I will not allow it, and will remove you from this place if I must." The lady glared at him, but Darcy was already moving. He stepped toward her and rested his hand on her elbow, guiding her toward the door, and threw it back out of the house. Though Lady Catherine was not willing to depart, Darcy did not allow her to protest, her withdrawal as inexorable as the tide. When they cleared the door and stepped onto the drive, Lady Catherine wrenched her arm away and turned a glare of unqualified fury on him. "Insolent boy! I am ashamed of you." "No more ashamed than I am of you," snarled Darcy. "By what right do you invade another's house and hurl abuse at them? Did that woman's insults to me escape your notice? That is strange, Aunt, for by my recollection, Miss Elizabeth said nothing about you. She directed her comments at that half-wit you installed in Hunsford, and I agree with her assessment to the smallest detail. The Bennets had every right to defend themselves, and Miss Elizabeth doubly so. I applaud her resilience. So, you will throw aside the claims of honor, duty, and family affection for the little chit? Lady Catherine, in marrying Miss Elizabeth, I do not consider myself as violating any of those considerations, and I further warn you against speaking of her in such a manner. I am not engaged to Anne, and do not wish to marry her, nor does she wish to marry me. I owe no duty to Anne, my honor is not engaged, and my family affection, which is all I possess for Anne, is not altered in the slightest. For the last time, I tell you now that I will not marry Anne. You have no power to compel me. If you do not wish for a break in the family, I suggest you allow this fantasy of yours to die as it ought to have died many years ago." There was no ambiguity in Darcy's refusal, and Lady Catherine appeared to understand this at last. Lips set in a straight line, she glared as if blaming him for everything amiss in her life. "Very well. Do not expect me to receive her, for I will offer her no such attention. It will be the sweetest vengeance to see your little baggage fail in society, and to witness your ostracization as a result. Do not come crawling to me when you are a pariah. If I had any concerns about Miss Elizabeth's abilities, I still know that the Darcy family possesses sufficient influence to ensure her acceptance in society. As for your other charges, they are laughable, for you rarely leave Rosings, and do not possess a tenth the power you believe you have." The lady's stony visage met his firm gaze, but she must have decided there was nothing to be gained from continuing to belabor the point. She was correct, though Darcy had not expected her to surrender for several minutes more. With a sniff of the utmost disdain, the lady turned and entered the carriage, calling to the driver to leave without saying another word to Darcy. A moment later, the carriage was on the road back to Meryton, leaving the estate to return to tranquility. "Darcy!" exclaimed Mr. Bennet when Darcy returned to the family. "I am quite overwhelmed, sir, for your aunt exceeded my every expectation. The very thought of another so absurd as my cousin strains credulity, but I dare say your aunt is up to the task. They are made for each other, are they not? You will receive no disagreement from me, Mr. Bennet." Darcy shook his head with exasperation. "Unfortunate for me though it is, Lady Catherine will not resist her impulse to inspect Miss Elizabeth when her anger has passed, while you may keep Collins at arm's length as long as you wish." "Are you not putting the cart before the horse, Mr. Darcy?" was Miss Elizabeth's mild question. "Not at all, Miss Elizabeth. Let us only say I am confident that I shall persuade you." "Of course you shall," cried Mrs. Bennet. Then she paused and regarded Darcy, uncertainty evident. "There is nothing to your aunt's claims of an engagement." "None at all. Lady Catherine has long wished for it, but I remain determined to protect my independence." Mrs. Bennet heaved a heavy sigh of relief, but said nothing further. "You had best gird your armor about you, sir," said Mr. Bennet, "for unless I misjudge her, she will fly to your uncle at once to press her case. My uncle will no more listen to her than I did. Lord Matlock cannot tolerate his sister, and will order her from the house within moments of her arrival. Lady Catherine understands her relationship with her brother is nothing more than endurance on his part. As he is in Derbyshire, I suspect she will decide against making such a journey and return to Kent. It is possible, however, that she will write to him." Darcy grinned.
I shall also receive a barrage of letters from her, though even Lady Catherine does not believe that I will read them. Then why will she do it? Asked Miss Kitty. Darcy shrugged. That is the mystery. Some deep-seated need to be correct and to carry her point in any situation.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. She might not expect my attention, but she will write the letters all the same. This is admirable, guffawed Mr. Bennet. I revise my earlier sentiments, Darcy. If anything, Lady Catherine is more absurd than my cousin. You have no idea. Darcy turned and resumed his seat beside Miss Elizabeth. Now, I seem to remember a young lady needed convincing to accept my suit. If you will forgive me, I believe I shall be about that business. A chorus of laughter, snorts, giggles, and guffaws met Darcy's statement, but no one gainsayed him. Miss Elizabeth regarded him as if she suspected him of losing his sanity, but she did not protest. They remained together for the rest of the day until dinner, and then Darcy escorted her and sat beside her when they dined. There was still a long way to go, he sensed, but he had overcome another hurdle. With any luck, he might have her consent to an engagement before the calendar changed to the new year. Darcy was determined to succeed. Chapter 24. To the surprise of no one, Mr. Bingley returned to Hertfordshire 5 days later as he had promised. What those waiting might have considered curious was that he left his sisters behind. The day that he accompanied Mr. Darcy to Longbourn, Elizabeth learned the truth of it, though it was not quite what she had expected. Bingley discovered the truth of Miss Bingley's letter to your sister, said Mr. Darcy that day, keeping his voice low to avoid drawing his friend's attention. Do you know how he learned of it? Mr. Darcy regarded her with some astonishment. You do not know? Uncertain as to his meaning, Elizabeth denied any knowledge, a matter that seemed to amuse Mr. Darcy. That is quite interesting, Miss Elizabeth, for it appears you do not know everything about your sister. Elizabeth cast a glance at Jane, who was speaking to Mr. Bingley. When Jane noted her scrutiny, she turned a knowing look on Elizabeth and winked where Mr. Bingley could not see. Then she turned her attention back to Mr. Bingley, leaving Elizabeth even more flummoxed. Mr. Darcy noted this, for he did not withhold his laughter. Well, well, your sister has come to a measure of understanding about Miss Bingley. We spoke of it the day after the ball, said Elizabeth, still feeling somewhat shocked. Your inference, which Jane seems to have confirmed, is that my sister had something to do with Mr. Bingley's understanding? That she did. Mr. Darcy regarded Jane, noting with satisfaction how she was hanging off his friend's words. Bingley returned filled with anger, for your sister had written to Miss Bingley. As Miss Bingley had departed early that morning to visit some friends, the letter fell into Bingley's hands, and when he noted it was from your sister, he could not resist opening it. That was perhaps as much a shock as the notion her sister had anything to do with Mr. Bingley's knowledge, though Elizabeth acknowledged Jane could not have known that Mr. Bingley would see the letter. While I am astonished at Mr. Bingley's lack of propriety, I can imagine what happened thereafter. Yes, I suspect you can. Mr. Darcy was enjoying this subject. When Miss Bingley returned, Bingley demanded to know what she had written, and when Miss Bingley attempted to obfuscate, he shared his knowledge of her attempts to separate them, for your sister was most explicit in her letter. It became a colossal argument that ended in Miss Bingley's banishments to the Hurst townhouse and Bingley forbidding them both from returning to Hertfordshire with him. Bingley told his sister that he would not have her poisoning his bond with Miss Bennet, especially if she meant to lie to him. As for Bingley's actions in opening the letter, added Mr. Darcy, I am afraid I cannot hold him at fault, for he was justified. I did not write to him with the information you gave me, as I knew he was determined to return and did not feel it was my place to cast aspersions on his sister. If you recall, Bingley and I spoke before he left, and he was alert for his sister's attempts to prevent his return. It appears, Mr. Darcy, that we all have reprehensible family members. The Bennets have Mr. Collins, your family boasts Lady Catherine, and Mr. Bingley must endure his sister. I do not need to endure Miss Bingley, which I can only count as my good fortune. Had she returned, I would have needed to take great care. Elizabeth regarded him with interest. Do you suppose she might have attempted a compromise? I cannot say. She has never been so desperate as she is now. It is impossible to predict what she might do now that her dreams are slipping from her grasp. Not that they were ever within her grasp, muttered Elizabeth. Just so. Since Bingley has barred her from Netherfield, I need not concern myself for anything she might try. What would you have done had she compromised you? Sued for your hand and requested you meet me at the altar at once to restore my reputation. This time it was Elizabeth's turn to be entertained. And if I had rejected you? If you recall, I spoke of my determination to marry only for the deepest love. Had you rejected me, I might have sailed for the New World. Nothing could make me offer for Miss Bingley, not even if I discovered her in my bed and all London was there to witness it. Elizabeth laughed with abandon. "Colonel Fitzwilliam!" exclaimed Mrs. Bennet as the Netherfield party entered the sitting-room at Longbourn. "How fortunate we all are that you have returned." The first time Fitzwilliam had set eyes on Mrs. Bennet since his return, the woman had not so much as spoken a single word to him the evening of the ball. It appeared the matron was determined to welcome him, and her motivations were not hidden. Having returned to Hertfordshire the previous day with the final report of Wickham's departure from England's shores, Fitzwilliam was now to stay through Christmas at Bingley's invitation. If Mrs. Bennet's welcome was any warning, he would need to fend off an over-eager mother during his stay. Fitzwilliam eyed the Bennet matron, thinking that the woman had matchmaking in mind. Darcy did not think anyone within the range of her voice thought anything different. She proved her purpose before he could consider the benefits of a hasty withdrawal. "I hope you will find yourself at home among us. Kitty and Lydia have spoken much of their wish to continue their acquaintance with you." Darcy grinned and excused himself, almost laughing when Fitzwilliam glared at him. His cousin could take care of his affairs. Darcy was eager to again be in Miss Elizabeth's company, and that of his sister. "Anthony gives all the appearance of being hunted," observed Georgiana when Darcy joined them. "Given his usual insouciance, he will recover sooner than we might wish." "He had best be on his toes," said Miss Elizabeth, as the youngest Bennets approached Fitzwilliam and their mother, soon taking her place in talking to him. "Kitty and Lydia are among the most determined young ladies in Meryton." Georgiana could not stifle her giggles with the hand over her mouth, and Fitzwilliam appeared to hear something of it. The glare he directed at them lasted only a moment before he turned to the girls, showing them all the charm he possessed, which was not insignificant. Soon he was seated next to them, enthralling them with his tales. Fitzwilliam was a consummate storyteller, and would have their attention for the rest of the day if he wished it. Later, when he managed a tactical retreat from them, Fitzwilliam approached Darcy, showing a trace of mischief in his serious demeanor. "I see you have satisfied the youngest Bennets for the moment." "No thanks to you," grumbled Fitzwilliam. "I have learned that the quickest way to satisfy such girls is to relate a few stories at once. When they are satisfied, they are easier to escape." "Well played, cousin." "I must hand it to you, Darcy. You have found a bright light, and you did not even need to look in our circles in London to find her."
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio. If I had only seen her first, I might have snatched her up before you worked through your tendency to consider everything at great length. Darcy followed his gaze to Miss Elizabeth, who sat laughing with Georgiana and Miss Bennet. Georgiana, who had ever been shy, was now comfortable with her and looked up to her, especially since the brief confrontation with Lady Catherine.
In confidence, she had told him Miss Elizabeth had opened her eyes to the proper way to deal with their aunt. Miss Elizabeth had been most amused to hear Darcy's account of it. "Unfortunate though it is for you," replied Darcy, "I find myself happy with how matters have turned out." Darcy turned to his cousin. "You could not afford her anyway. She does not possess the £50,000 you require in a wife. For a woman of her caliber, I would be happy to live simply. Yes, I can well understand the sentiment. I received a most curious letter today. Did Lady Catherine relent?" Elizabeth smiled at her beloved, for she had realized that was what he was. "Your letters from your aunt mirror those my father receives from Mr. Collins. He appears determined to match your aunt's writing prowess and mimic her displeasure. No, I do not speak of a letter from my aunt. Those remain a common occurrence, though I believe Lady Catherine is faltering as I predicted." "Then I cannot imagine what this letter contained. You must tell me." A spate of giggling interrupted their conversation, a pair of girls seated at the pianoforte and laughing at their efforts. While Georgiana Darcy was of an age with both Kitty and Lydia, it was in Mary that she found a companion, as their shared love of the pianoforte drew them together. Kitty and Lydia still demanded a measure of Georgiana's time, but the novelty of their new acquaintance had worn off, and the lure of the officers returned their attention to those intrepid adventurers. Mary and Georgiana had both benefited from the association, for Mary had loosened her strict morality a little, while Georgiana gained confidence, and both blossomed with the support of a new friend. As both had wanted for friends, it was perhaps this last that was the most important in their transformations. Mr. Darcy also noted their current animation and smiled, but his news was at the forefront of his thoughts, and he turned back to Elizabeth. "I suspect you will appreciate this news as much as I did. The letter was from my uncle." Had Mr. Darcy not presented the picture of complaisance, Elizabeth might have been concerned at the notion that his uncle had written him. It was not unusual, as Mr. Darcy had referenced such letters before. From what he had told her, and Elizabeth was certain he had not related all, Lord Matlock had deferred judgment regarding Mr. Darcy's intentions toward Elizabeth, though he had supported him against Lady Catherine's designs. One of those letters from his uncle described the anger of Lady Catherine when her brother had not supported her in trying to force Mr. Darcy to marry Anne de Bourgh. Miss de Bourgh had written to Mr. Darcy to express her congratulations, though premature, and her relief that should Mr. Darcy resign his bachelor state, she would no longer need to endure her mother's harping on the subject. "Oh?" asked Elizabeth, not certain how to respond. "What did his lordship say?" "Only that he would now throw his full support behind my pursuit of you." Nothing could have shocked Elizabeth more, for she had not expected such kindness. The concession to meet her before rendering judgment had been as much as she had ever hoped for. "I do not understand. What could have changed his mind so?" None other than Lady Catherine. Mr. Darcy grinned at Elizabeth's greater confusion. "You see, not only has Lady Catherine bombarded me with letters, but she has not hesitated to relate her displeasure to my uncle. Uncle Matlock finally became so incensed with her continued obstinacy that he wrote to her to let her know that he meant to support me in full. I believe the words he used, which he quoted to me, were, 'Since you have declared her unsuitable, I cannot but suppose she is capable of being my niece. Susan and I shall meet her at the earliest opportunity, sponsor her in society, and ensure everyone in our circle understands that we support her without reservation.' The notion that Lady Catherine had provoked her brother to take this step was both absurd and a little troubling. Elizabeth allowed her mirth free rein, laughing with Mr. Darcy, even as she attempted to determine how to express her reservations. "I had hoped to do more than just gain your uncle's approval, to spite his sister." Mr. Darcy took her hand in his and raised it to his lips. "Have no fear of that, Miss Elizabeth. It has always been my opinion that you would have no trouble in society, and my uncle would come to appreciate you as much as I do myself. Trust me when I say that all will be well." Elizabeth reflected that trusting Mr. Darcy was the easiest thing in the world to do, for he had become dear to her. When she nodded, the gentleman eyed her, and after glancing about the room and noting no one paying attention to them, moved in a little closer. "Do you trust me?" asked he. "You know I do. The prospect of meeting such people as your aunt and uncle fills me with trepidation, but I will have faith in your judgment. What about in other matters? Do you trust me to give you a good home, to love you above all others, to cleave to you and no other for the rest of our lives? If I did not trust you to do that, I would have ended this some time ago. Then the last question," continued he, in that earnest, determined manner of his that had become so familiar and beloved, "is whether the love you have for me is even a shadow of what I hold for you." A stirring in Elizabeth's belly informed her that his declaration was imminent. When nervous, Elizabeth had always resorted to teasing. It was her release of tension. To Mr. Darcy, however, and given the seriousness of the situation, she could do nothing but answer him with as much conviction as he had addressed her. "I do not know if these things are measurable, Mr. Darcy, but the love that I feel for you is quite sufficient for the purpose." Well, perhaps a little teasing was allowed. It was a part of her character, she reflected, as she also noted that Mr. Darcy's heartfelt delight was within his. The gentleman brought his other hand forward to grasp hers between both of his. Had they not been in the sitting-room with several of her family members and his, she thought he might have kissed her. "Then there is nothing left but to assure you of my love and devotion, Miss Elizabeth. It is well that I saw the deficiency in my behavior when I did, for if I had not, I might have risked losing a woman of rare quality and mettle, the one woman in the world who is so perfectly suited for me. As I have promised, I shall make it my mission to see to your happiness and love you all the days of my life, if you will only have pity on me and accept my offer of marriage." Tears pricked at the corner of her eyes, but this was no time to descend to weeping. Instead, Elizabeth brought up her free hand and rested it on his, enunciating her response. "Thank you for the honor of your proposal, Mr. Darcy. I am most happy to accept." The gentleman raised her hands to his mouth and kissed each in turn, saying, "I swear you shall never regret it, Miss Elizabeth. Loath though I am to leave you at a time such as this, I wish to have your father's approval at once. We shall have all the years of our lives together when you return. Go, and hurry back." With a grin, the gentleman rose and walked to the door. Upon opening it, he revealed Mrs. Bennet on the other side in the act of reaching for the handle, shocked at the sight of the tall man appearing before her. Mr. Darcy spoke a quiet word to her, which widened Mrs. Bennet's eyes to the size of saucers. He slipped past her and exited the room, leaving Mrs. Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio, Bennet standing shocked, watching as he retreated. While Elizabeth might have thought her mother would erupt in cries of pleasure, she appeared too astonished to do so, a curiosity considering all Mr. Darcy had done to make his intentions known. Mrs. Bennet entered the room and sat on her usual chair, appearing to be in a daze at the notion all her plans and wishes were about to be fulfilled. As no one else seemed to have noticed anything amiss, though Georgiana had looked up at her brother's exit before turning back to her fun on the pianoforte with Mary, Elizabeth grasped a few precious moments to compose herself. When Mr. Darcy returned, the tranquility would be gone in favor of raptures, congratulations, and all the tumult a moment such as this deserved. Elizabeth would meet it with the fortitude she had always possessed, happy in the knowledge she would be bound to the best man of her acquaintance. She had never been so happy as she was now. The paroxysms of delight Mrs. Bennet had been too stunned to release could not be denied forever, and soon the couple received the full measure of her approval on the subject. Mr. Darcy, proving once and for all that he was as amiable as any man alive, endured all her officious and excessive congratulations, much of which she directed at herself. Whatever the gentleman's thoughts, he allowed nothing to slip. His kindness soon allowed her nerves to settle, and the determination to plan the finest celebration Longbourn could offer took over her every waking thought. The engagement of Jane to Mr. Bingley on the heels of Elizabeth's announcement threw her into a further frenzy of planning.
and that led to Mr. Bennet's complaints about the entire affair, protests Elizabeth knew were only partially feigned. What no one could deny was the felicity of the two couples thereafter. For if Mr. Bingley and Jane were, as Mr. Bennet had jested, of complying temperaments, unwilling to disagree, their temperaments led to years of contented marriage. The Darcys, on the other hand, were both passionate and opinionated, and were not hesitant to defend their opinions. That they always took care to argue their positions with understanding devoid of mean-spirited accusations stood them in good stead for the remainder of their lives. As a curious woman eager to know everything she could, Elizabeth soon wheedled the truth of Mr. Darcy's altered behavior from him, though the man was most unwilling to say as much as she wished to hear. Thus was the affair laid out before her, including Georgiana's near miss with Mr. Wickham, Mr. Darcy's subsequent poor mood upon arriving in Hertfordshire, and the conversation in Netherfield's sitting-room that wet November morning. Hearing this further bolstered Elizabeth's opinion of Mr. Darcy's goodness. Few men would tolerate such actions from a man of Mr. Wickham's ilk, and not wreak vengeance on him to be spoken of in whispers generations hence. And the justness of Mr. Wickham's punishment. Elizabeth never saw or heard anything from Mr. Wickham again, and if Mr. Darcy knew how he had fared in the fighting on the Continent, he did not tell, and she did not ask. This suited Elizabeth well, for she did not think she could hold her temper if she ever came close enough to confront the libertine. For Elizabeth, this formed two truths of unequal importance in her mind. The first was that a man devoid of all goodness had used Georgiana in a most horrid fashion, and while she had recovered admirably, the love of a sister would do wonders to bolster her confidence and set her on the path to happiness in life. This self-appointed mission Elizabeth assumed with the zeal and fervor that had long been a part of her character. Before long, Elizabeth and Georgiana were the closest of sisters, such that Mr. Darcy often marveled that had he not had ample evidence to the contrary, he might have supposed they were born of the same mother and grown to adulthood together. When Georgiana met the man of her dreams and moved to his estate as his wife, it was as hard for Elizabeth to let her go as was for Mr. Darcy. The second and less important truth was that, in part, though not by the woman's design, Miss Caroline Bingley had played a part in her happiness. Elizabeth could not, of course, reveal the absolute truth of the matter to Miss Bingley, and not only because it would reveal how much Mr. Darcy had divulged to her. Instead, when next she saw Miss Bingley, far sooner than the woman wished, she offered her thanks for inviting Mr. Darcy to stay at Netherfield that autumn, claiming acknowledgment of a debt she could never repay. We shall allow the reader to imagine for themselves just what Caroline Bingley thought of this appreciation, which, while sincere, Elizabeth offered with more than a dash of mischief. Miss Bingley maintained her grasp on her composure, though Elizabeth could not quite hear what she said in response. Though disappointed, she responded to the news of Mr. Darcy's engagement with more philosophy than Elizabeth expected, leading her to the cynical belief that the sole reason for her alteration was to retain Mr. Darcy's acquaintance and augment her chances of finding another man, one who would offer for her. Miss Bingley did not attain the heights that she had thought to grasp, but the man she accepted was not bereft of wealth and standing in society. Never did Elizabeth and Miss Bingley become any closer than civil to each other, but it was Elizabeth's observation that Miss Bingley found contentment in her life, enough that she thought it was likely for the best she had not attained her dreams. As a family, the Bennets were blessed in the eyes of their neighbors because they had attracted such men of wealth to offer for their daughters. That benefit of moving in higher society also allowed the younger sisters access to those same circles, though Elizabeth insisted on better decorum than Kitty and Lydia had betrayed in their youth. Lydia remained high-spirited and nigh ungovernable, such that it was a relief for her father to cede her care to a captain caught by her beauty and liveliness. Kitty, less determined and more controllable, spent several years in Jane's and Elizabeth's company, and came to the attention of a young man living in the same neighborhood as Mr. Darcy, marrying thereafter and settling in Derbyshire as had her elder sister.
As Mary had also received a proposal from a parson in Nottingham, the three sisters, along with Jane, who came to live only 20 miles from Pemberley when Mr. Bingley purchased an estate, lived in felicity ever after. Even Lydia was not especially far distant, as her home after her marriage was in nearby Staffordshire. Thus, all the Bennet sisters migrated from their childhood home in Hertfordshire to the north. When their daughters all departed for their own homes, Mr. and Mrs. Bennet lived in Hertfordshire for the remainder of their days. Mr. Bennet enjoying the comforts of his library without 6 women living in the same house, and while he often jested that Mrs. Bennet could make enough noise for 6, she was much quieter in a house where her daughters no longer lived. Mrs. Bennet took to visiting her daughters whenever the opportunity presented herself, and spent much time with Lydia, her favorite daughter. For Mr. Bennet's part, he often overcame his aversion for travel and did the same, though Pemberley was his most common destination. Both lived to a ripe old age, living in their own worlds with their own pursuits, having achieved a degree of comfort together. Mrs. Bennet passed away a few months before her husband, rendering her permanent departure from Longbourn unnecessary, though her future was secured many years earlier with her daughter's successes in marrying. As for Mr. Collins, he never recovered from the insult his relations had delivered to his excellent patroness, and remained distanced from the Bennets ever after.
Expect from established audiobook publishers like Recorded Books, Blackstone Audio, he met and married a young woman of some small fortune and raised several children from that union. Whether those children followed their father in silliness and admiration for Lady Catherine, or emulated their unknown mother, the Bennets never knew, nor did they care. When Mr. Bennet departed for his heavenly reward, the Collinses moved to the estate to take up the management of the venerable property. Though the assorted former Bennet sisters visited but infrequently, they had enough acquaintances in the area to know that Mr. Bennet's prediction of the reception Mr. Collins would receive when he inherited came true. Mr. Collins remained at arm's length from the rest of the gentlemen the entire 10 years he was the master of the estate. Only after his passing did his family receive acceptance from the local families. As for Lady Catherine, unfortunately, as Mr. Darcy had predicted, she soon attempted to mend the distance between them, her curiosity about the new Mrs. Darcy overcoming her anger for the overthrow of her plans. Elizabeth, knowing it would not do to create a further breach in the family, welcomed her into their midst, but remained impervious to her instructions and meddling ever after. In time, Lady Catherine grew to possess grudging respect for Elizabeth, and often said her niece reminded her of herself in her youth. Though she did not appreciate the comparison, Elizabeth allowed such statements to rest. As she had the support of the Earl and Countess, Lady Susan Fitzwilliam became an especial favorite when Elizabeth came to know her. The support or lack thereof from Lady Catherine was a moot point. Anne de Bourgh, though not of a disposition for friendly relations and far too focused on her health and other concerns, met Elizabeth with far more welcome than her mother, though Elizabeth suspected that was because she removed forever any suggestion of Mr. Darcy as a husband. When Anne passed away from ill health even before Lady Catherine's passing, she left Rosings Park to Colonel Fitzwilliam. In the end, Elizabeth lived in felicity with her husband for all her days, recognizing that in Mr. Darcy she had found the perfect husband for her. Since she could not continue to ply Miss Bingley with the credit, she instead teased her husband for his alteration and good sense to see her as the perfect woman she was. To this, Mr. Darcy often offered the same response. "It is fortunate indeed, my beloved, that I came to understand the treasure that was before me. I also credit you for seeing the man I was rather than the one that first came to Meryton. That, as much as anything else, is the reason for our fortunate situation." "Yes, I was rather magnanimous," a smug Elizabeth would reply. "We both saw beyond our initial impressions and situations. It is fortunate that we did, for I doubt either of us would have been happy without the other. Those, Mrs. Darcy, are the truest words you have ever spoken." The end. Thank you for reading 4 Days at Netherfield. Please share your thoughts, or join the One Good Sonnet Publishing mailing list. More great titles from One Good Sonnet Publishing. Pride and Prejudice Variations by Jan Rowland.
Acting on Faith. A Life from the Ashes, sequel to Acting on Faith. Open Your Eyes. Implacable Resentment. An Unlikely Friendship. Bound by Love. Cassandra. Obsession. Shadows over Longbourn. The Mistress of Longbourn. My Brother's Keeper. Coincidence. The Angel of Longbourn. Chaos Comes to Kent. In the Wilds of Derbyshire. The Companion. Out of Obscurity. What Comes Between. Cousins. A Tale of Two Courtships. Murder at Netherfield. Whispers of the Heart. A Gift for Elizabeth. Mr. Bennet Takes Charge. The Impulse of the Moment. The Challenge of Entail. A Matchmaking Mother. Another Proposal. With Love's Light Wings. Flight to Gretna Green. Mrs. Bennet's Favorite Daughter. Her Indomitable Resolve. Love and Libertine. In Default of Heirsmail. Among Intimate Acquaintances. Danger at the Netherfield Ball. More Agreeably Engaged. Unintended Consequences. An Agreeable Compromise. A Most Attentive Mother. Every Possible Amends. Fate's Intervention. A Devoted Sister. No Indignity So Abhorrent. Only Exceedingly Shy. Bingley's Indignation. Mr. Darcy's Return. 4 Days at Netherfield by Lelia I. Netherfield's Secret. A Sister's Sacrifice by Colin Rowland. The Parson's Rescue. Hidden Desires. Disgraceful Conduct. Also from One Good Sonnet Publishing. A collection of collaborations. Pride and Prejudice Variations by Jan Rowland. Lelia I. Waiting for an Echo. Waiting for an Echo Volume 1. Words in the Darkness. Waiting for an Echo Volume 2. Echoes at Dawn. A Summer in Brighton. A Bevy of Suitors. Love and Laughter. A Pride and Prejudice Short Stories Anthology by Jan Rowland. Colin Rowland. Prisoner of Longbourn by Jan Rowland. Lelia I. Colin Rowland. Mistletoe and Mischief. A Pride and Prejudice Christmas Anthology. Pride and Prejudice Series by Jan Rowland. Courage Always Rises. The Bennet Saga. The Here's Disgrace. Volume 2. Untitled. Volume 3. Untitled. No Cause to Repine. A Tacket Engagement. Scandalous Falsehoods. Upstart Pretensions. Quitting the Sphere. No Cause to Repine box set. Bonds of Life. Bonds of Friendship. Bonds of Love. Forthcoming. Other Genres by One Good Sonnet Publishing. Fantasy by Jan Rowland. Lelia I. Earth and Sky Series. On Wings of Air. On Lonely Paths. On Tides of Fate. Fairy Tale by Lelia I. The Princess and the Peas. A Tale of Robin Hood. Smothered Rose Trilogy. Thorny. Unsoiled Roseblood. Forthcoming. For more details, visit http://www.onegoodsonnet.com/genres/pride-prejudice-variations. About the author. Jan Rowland is a Canadian, born and bred. Other than a 2-year span in which he lived in Japan, he has been a resident of the Great White North his entire life, though he professes to still hate the winters. Though Jan did not start writing until his mid-20s, writing has grown from a hobby to an all-consuming passion. His interests as a child were almost exclusively centered on the exotic fantasy worlds of Tolkien and Eddings among a host of others. As an adult, his interests have grown to include historical fiction and romance, with a particular focus on the works of Jane Austen. When Jan is not writing, he enjoys rooting for his favorite sports teams. He is also a master musician in his own mind who enjoys playing piano and singing, as well as moonlighting as the choir director in his church's congregation. Jan lives in Alberta with his wife of more than 20 years, 2 grown sons, and 1 young daughter. He is convinced that whatever hair he has left will be entirely gone by the time his little girl hits her teenage years. Sadly, though he has told his daughter repeatedly that she is not allowed to grow up, she continues to ignore him. Websites: http://janrowland.com, http://onegoodsonnet.com/genres-pride-prejudice. Facebook: http://facebook.com/onegoodsonnetpublishing. Twitter: One Good Sonnet. Mailing list: http://epurl.cc/bol2p9.